Chapter 201, Last night I might have gotten drunk. In the dark of the night, two crescent moons intertwined and fulfilled each other, emitting a brilliant glow. Thousands of stars shone near the crescent moons. The brightness of the crescent moons spilled down, as if masking the earth with a gossamer veil. Imperial City, in a luxurious mansion. Zhao Mushan stood in the courtyard, with a cloak of moonlight draped over his shoulders. With a gentle complexion and kind eyes, he peered at the serpent girl within the courtyard, who looked back at him timidly. "You said you came to the Imperial City in search of owner Bulletin." Zhao Mushan's eyes squinted into a wink, giving him a mild, benevolent countenance. His body emitted a golden layer of gleam, which momentarily helped ease Yu Fu's sense of unrest. "Yes." Yu Fu's serpent tail swayed, and her entire body slightly shrank back. Zhao Mushan suddenly curled the corners of his lips and enhanced the compassionate, tender look on his face. "Don't be afraid. Owner Bulletin and I are quite close, perhaps I can take you to him." Yu Fu was taken back, but her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. She was unfamiliar with the Imperial City, and did not even know where was this store Bulletin Fang had mentioned. If the human before her eyes was speaking the truth, then it would be such a relief. If she could find owner Bulletin, her father could be cured. The Serpent Men's tribe is located in the illusory spirit swamp, right? That is quite far from here. You trekked over a great distance and came all the way to the Imperial City just to find owner Bulletin. What for? Zhao Mushan asked. Yu Fu's heart shivered as she looked at him in alarm. Her sharp vigilance prompted Zhao Mushan's complexion to slightly freeze. His eyes became gradually colder, and the layer of soft golden glow on his body, as well as the warm-heartedness, had all evaporated into thin air. Zhao Mushan's eyes dimmed, as if a queer glow circulated beneath his eyes. With that, Yu Fu zoned out and involuntarily spilled out everything. "Someone come, take the serpent woman down, and guard her well." Who would have thought that this serpent woman has actually had contact with Bulletin Fang? "What a pleasant surprise," Zhao Mushan said coolly, after which a couple of shadows dashed into the mansion, dragged down the serpent woman Yu Fu, and locked her up. Serpent men were very rare in the Lightwind Empire. Zhao Mushan originally took in the three serpent men purely out of curiosity. Little did he know that he could end up gaining extra information on Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang had associations with the serpent men? Could it be that Bulletin Fang came from the illusory spirit swamp himself? The enigmatic White Cloud Villa is the only powerful force in the illusory spirit swamp. Could it be that Bulletin Fang is a disciple of the White Cloud Villa? But if that is the case, why would he come open a restaurant in the Imperial City? Zhao Mushan instantly sank into deep thoughts. Among the 10 greatest sects, the Mahayana Island was the most powerful sect, only next to the Wuliang Mountains Celestial Arcanum sect, and so he knew plenty of secrets himself. The White Cloud Villa was a mysterious force of power, and only the equally secretive Celestial Arcanum sect could compare with it. With hands behind his back, Zhao Mushan walked around the mansion immersed in meditation for a long time. Finally, his lips curled up. He clicked his fingers, and a shadow swiftly emerged from the darkness. This was a bald young monk dressed in a black linen garment. On his head, there were 2 streaks of scars, one of them was like a ferocious centipede extending from this person's brow all the way to his nape. "Elder." This young monk smiled in a way that made him look harmless. If it weren't for that centipede-like scar, he could come off as rather simple and honest. "Shangda, amongst all my disciples of the Mahayana Island, you have the highest cultivation level. I have arranged a task for you tomorrow, go complete it." Zhao Mushan held his hands behind his back and announced to this young monk with a grin. The young monk Shangda beamed, "Go ahead, my elder. If Shangda can accomplish it, I would go through fire and boiling water, die 10,000 deaths for you." Zhao Mushan curled the corners of his mouth. Even though this young monk was from the Mahayana Island's Buddhist sect, he was actually full of lies. He could easily lie through his teeth without a second thought. "Pay a visit to Fang Fang's little store tomorrow. Subtly bring up the topic of serpent men to owner Bulletin, and observe Bulletin Fang's reactions." Zhao Mushan instructed. The young monk Shangda was taken back. Fang Fang's little store? That recently hyped store in ownership of a 5 Stripes Path Understanding Tree. Zhao Mushan nodded his head. The young monk's eyes instantly lit up. That gleam was extremely devious. "Hee, elder, you can wait and see. Tomorrow, Shangda will stop by the store. I've been meaning to visit it myself. The Five Stripes Path Understanding Tree is truly a precious treasure. Remember, don't fight recklessly. You only need to detect Bullet and Fang's reactions. Zhao Mushan cautioned. The young monk nodded smilingly, then turned around and left the courtyard. Zhang Mushan watched as the young monk Shangda's shadow disappeared. One couldn't tell what exactly was on his mind. Miss, that group of battle saints have all returned. It's pretty obvious they didn't get to drink that wine. In the room of an inn, Wu Yunbei sat cross-legged as she underwent cultivation. Master Ah Wu sat by the window, and as he witnessed the flock of battle saints fleeing under the moonlight, he couldn't help but inform Wu Yunbei. Wu Yunbei did not respond to him, but merely nodded lightly. She naturally detected the wine fragrance, but she couldn't be bothered to contend with the battle saints. The imperial city nowadays was changing rapidly and was filled with powerful warriors. She didn't bring many people from the White Cloud Villa, which meant her sphere of influence was limited, and that explained why she didn't want to risk anything. She had plans to go seek out Bullet and Fang the next day, ask him for the Monarch Lotus, and then use it to help her break through to 7th grade Battle Saint. That way she might have a bigger voice of influence in the imperial city. By then, she would have the opportunity to join the fight that determined the fate of the Five Stripes Path Understanding Tree. Oh gosh! Miss, there's actually a battle saint streaking under the moonlight. Goodness heavens, are the battle saints in this imperial city also brash and forward? Master Ah Wu exclaimed in surprise. Wu Yunbei shut her eyes even firmer, with her face turning green. I am undergoing cultivation, can we please stop being so jumpy and jittery? I almost got a cramp. It's only battle saints streaking. Wu Yunbei envisioned it in her head, tisk the image was too beautiful, it must have been eye-blinding. Lightwind Empire Palace, the main halls. A light shone faintly as Ji Chinsu sat on the throne with knitted eyebrows. He naturally knew about the massive flood of battle saints into the imperial city, but he was rendered helpless and couldn't do anything about it. As he listened to the eunuchs reporting from beneath, his lips suddenly curled. Owner Bulletin's strategy is not bad. Awing and frightening the already restless battle saints provided the imperial city with a breathing space. These battle saints have been incredibly overbearing, making it difficult to maintain order in the imperial city. But I really look forward to Owner Bulletin's new wine tomorrow, which has evidently surpassed the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine. It makes this monarch's heart tickle. Ji Chinsu exclaimed with a long face. With a sigh, Ji Chinsu stood up from the throne, took a few strides, and asked the eunuch besides him. How is the ghost chef doing lately? Anything worth noting? Report to your majesty. The ghost chef Wang Ding has been quiet all month. He has been staying in the quarter that your majesty has prepared, making food and taking walks, other than that, there's nothing special. The eunuch reported back with his head bowed low. Ji Chinsu nodded his head. As for this ghost chef, he has been filled with rage toward him. If it weren't for him spreading the news, how could the imperial city be drawn into such a crisis? But then again, this was an established battle saint they were talking about. It would simply cost too much to settle him for once and for all. Continue with the surveillance. Also, help me make preparations for tomorrow, this monarch is taking a trip out of the palace. Ji Chinsu instructed. That eunuch instantly lifted up his head. His face was filled with astonishment. In the morning, when the sun had already leaped over the horizon, Bulletin Fang opened his tired eyes and suddenly stretched them wide. He propped himself up from the bed, with his face still relaxed but also dazed. Huh? What happened last night? It seems like, something happened last night. Oh yeah. I drank quite a bit. Everything seems hazy to me, Bulletin Fang muttered to himself, then patted his frozen face. He crawled out of bed and washed up. He walked into the kitchen and began his daily cutting and carving exercises. He had 2 cups of Frost Blaze Path Understanding brew last night and felt incredibly dizzy afterwards. As to what happened later, he only remembered snippets. It seemed like last night Whitey stripped someone again and made him streak. He couldn't, however, remember who it was exactly. Since he couldn't remember, he didn't care to recall the details. Bulletin Fang twirled the knife in his hands, placed it back onto the knife rack, and began cooking sweet and sour ribs. The shutters of the door were pushed open and with it, the coldness of winter blew in. The spring festival had already passed for more than a month, and the temperature was getting gradually warmer. Opening the doors to his store, Bulletin Fang placed the sweet and sour ribs in front of Blackie. He rubbed the latter's silky smooth, immaculate fur, and stood up. But before he had the chance to return to the store, the sounds of footsteps echoed from the alleyway. Bulletin Fang was a bit perplexed and turned around only to see a large crowd making its way through. In the front of the crowd were 13 unrestrained burly bricks. Oh, there was a middle-aged pale face amidst those fellows. Behind the 13 hefty men were the muscular 3 Wiang barbarians, as well as a bunch of people Bulletin Fang didn't recognize. These folks all had strong levels of energy. Bulletin Fang's eyes were sharp and he detected Fatty Jin and his crew behind the crowd. They were presently in a state of bewilderment. It was so early in the morning. Why did so many powerful warriors show up? Could one not have a peaceful breakfast first? Chapter 202, Whether you buy it or not, the wine will always be here. In the face of the burly fellows with incredibly powerful levels of true energy, Fatty Jin and his crew became aggrieved young ladies who got squeezed to the back. Since they weren't matched in strength, they didn't dare to risk it, which meant they had to suffer the bitterness in silence. Bulletin Fang was slightly taken back. This group of people, got here early, could it be they came for the Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew? Even though he vaguely remembered announcing last night that it was first come, first served, this crowd still gathered way too early. Owner Bulletin, morning. Can we purchase wine now? Wiang Zhen scratched his head, with his eyes sparkling as he peered at Bulletin Fang. In the clash of the Battle Saints last night, the 3 Wiang barbarians did not dare to make a peep. In order to obtain this delicious wine, they had arrived much earlier today with intentions to stealthily purchase the wine before the 7th grade Battle Saints could notice. Hey, did I give you permission to buy it first? The 13 bandits turned their gazes to the 3 Wiang barbarians at the same time. These folks were all at the peak of 6th grade Battle Emperor, certainly not someone with whom the 3 Wiang barbarians could compete. Simply their imposing manners suppressed the 3 of them entirely. Infuriating. However, the 3 Wiang barbarians had to swallow such insult and humiliation silently, since they were truly inferior in strength. Owner Bulletin, I am Hu Yifeng, of Mizhu. Last night I had the fortune of smelling the fragrance of a fine wine brewed by Owner Bulletin, after which I suffered a sleepless night. I've arrived here this morning with my brothers to purchase the wine, hoping that Owner Bulletin will allow it. Hu Yifeng, otherwise known as the elder of the 13 bandits of Mizhu, smiled at Bulletin Fang. Of the 13 bandits of Mizhu, the eldest Hu Yifeng was the only learned and refined gentleman of the lot, whereas the 12 others were burly bricks. In truth, it was a wondrous sight. Bulletin Fang flicked a glance toward them and nodded slightly as he walked toward the store. As he walked, he announced, "Form a queue, purchase the wine in an orderly fashion." Form a queue? 13 bandits of Mizhu were perplexed. Did one need to stand in a line to purchase things? They were bandits, and therefore were accustomed to robbing and looting. The concept of queuing was quite unfamiliar to their minds, explaining why they were genuinely confused when Bulletin Fang instructed them to line up. Form a queue quickly, according to ranks of seniority among us brothers. Hu Yifeng wrinkled his brows as he commanded. He arrived at the entrance first, took a stride and stepped into the store. Behind him were the second master, the third master, and so on. As Bulletin Fang returned to the store, the voice of the system rang in his head. Price evaluation of the Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew complete. The final selling price, 500 crystals a cup. Bulletin Fang's stride froze in the air. He sharply took in a chilled breath. 500 crystals for a cup, oh damn. That is freaking expensive. But I like it. The corners of Bulletin Fang's lips curled. He resumed his steps and walked into the kitchen. Hu Yifeng entered the store, and suddenly felt as if a mysterious wave of energy enveloped him. Such wave of energy caused his eyes to sparkle. The energy waves of the Path Understanding Tree could boost one's cultivation training. It was extremely helpful to achieving breakthroughs. Hu Yifeng's eyes turned, and his gaze landed on the sapling sitting in a yellowish flower pot in a corner of the store. This sapling was expanding in terms of scale, already nearly as tall as an average person. Its branches had spurted out, with it fresh green leaves stirring. Waves of rich spirit energy, mingled with unusual Path Understanding waves, emanated from it. The 5 Stripes Path Understanding Tree has really lived up to its name. If I can take possession of this precious tree and undergo cultivation training every day, reaching a breakthrough to 7th grade battle saint would only be a matter of time. A trace of greed flashed across Hu Yifeng's eyes. At that moment, his natural instincts as a bandit surfaced and tickled his heart. However, recalling the terrifying robotic puppet from Bulletin Fang's store last night, Hu Yifeng decided otherwise. That robotic puppet was an existence that could even defeat a 7th grade battle saint. He himself was merely at the peak of 6th grade battle emperor, and therefore was simply not a match. There was no point in seeking for humiliation and getting stripped for nothing. Bulletin Fang walked out of the kitchen with a white jade wine jar in his arms and an expressionless face. He placed a few blue and white ceramic cups. He picked up a bamboo tube, placed the white jade wine jar on the table, and lightly tapped it, successfully diverting Hu Yifeng's attention away from the 5 stripes path understanding tree and back onto himself. This is the wine you wanted to purchase. It's called the Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew, Bulletin Fang stated calmly. After the announcement, Bulletin Fang lifted the lid of the white jade wine jar. In that very instant, a rich, intoxicating wine fragrance blasted through. The wine aroma was reckless and unrestrained, it drifted out immediately and engulfed the entirety of the small alleyway. In fact, it showed signs of continuing to spread outwards. Merely sniffing the wine fragrance caused the 3 Wiang barbarians' mouths to water. This scent was undoubtedly enticing. Hu Yifeng's eyes lit up and cast a burning gaze at the white jade wine jar. Those in his profession were naturally wine lovers. Alcohol could help boost one's courage, and hence what couldn't be missing from their lives, was liquor. Fine wine. Fine wine. This aroma is indescribable. Hu Yifeng was full of praises. His entire face trembled. As for such compliments, Bulletin Fang was naturally happy to receive them. After all, this wine cost him an immense amount of energy, and so the end product would obviously be spectacular. The menu is behind you, and so is the price of the wine. Take a look, Bulletin Fang said. No need. Owner Bulletin, I'd like to buy this jar of wine. Hu Yifeng waved his hands heartily and declared boldly. Yet, Bulletin Fang continued to wear his poker face, and flicked a cool glance at him before replying, You can't afford it. Huh? I can't afford it. Hu Yifeng was taken back, and then chuckled exuberantly, Owner Bulletin, there's no need to look down on me. Even though I am not swimming in money, I can still easily bear the expense of a jar of wine. Even though the fragrance of the wine was incredibly rich, at the end of the day it was still just wine. How pricey could it be? Regarding this matter, Hu Yifeng did not bother giving it a second thought. The menu is behind you, why don't you take a look at it before you speak? Bulletin Fang didn't care to offer further explanations. Hu Yifeng knitted his brows into a frown, and displeasure filled his heart. It was just a jar of wine, why the hold-up? However, Hu Yifeng still acknowledged Bulletin Fang's words and twisted his head to study the menu. Hu Yifeng's eyes instantly shrank as he started reading from the top. This menu was truly frightening. This was a menu? Damn it, even elixirs didn't go at such a high price. Wine, where was the wine? Ice Heart Jade Urn wine, no, not this one. Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew, this was it. Hu Yifeng swept his eyes across the menu and finally located the Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew. However, after seeing the price of the Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew, Hu Yifeng's dismissive gaze froze. His pupils gradually widened, and his face was as if he had seen a ghost. Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew, 500 crystals a cup. A cup, 500 crystals, crystals. This is robbery. Hu Yifeng's lips quivered. Is this how you operate your business? You sell at 500 crystals a cup, this is pure extortion. The 13 bandits of Mazhu being extorted. Now this was quite the irony. Bulletin Fang flicked a glance at him and nodded his head solemnly before saying, a cup of wine is 500 crystals. The price is fair. We cheat neither the old nor the young. It was as if an invisible arrow pierced through Hu Yifeng's heart, paining him tremendously. Fair pricing, don't toy with me just because I am not highly educated. Knock it off, Owner Bulletin, let's stick to good business practices. Hu Yifeng's complexion was clouded by a sense of distaste. This price was simply too exorbitant. Mazhu was a poor, destitute region. As bandits, they did not earn that much. Sometimes they had no gains for a whole month. Purchasing a cup of wine with 500 crystals was a definite loss. Bulletin Fang fingered the bamboo tube and tapped it on the white jade wine jar. He took out a cup, extending the bamboo tube into the wine and scooping out a tube full of light cyan-colored wine nectar. Sploosh splash! The sound of wine nectar trickling rang in the air. The wine fragrance became richer still and the spirit energy mixed with the aroma wrapped around Hu Yifeng's heart like arms of silk. Bulletin Fang poured the light cyan-colored wine nectar into the wine cup. A mist of spirit energy hovered above the cup and 3 cloud-shaped moires materialized. All of that was too beautiful to be fully absorbed. Whether you buy it or not, the wine will always be here, Bulletin Fang cast a glance at Hu Yifeng and said soberly. Gulp. The strong wine aroma caused Hu Yifeng's throat to quiver. In that moment, his addiction to wine took over him. You win. Hu Yifeng was incensed, this was plain case of temptation and robbery. However, he found himself unable to overcome the enticement of the light cyan wine nectar. I'm freaking buying it. Damn it. Hu Yifeng clenched his fist and with the wave of his hand, a huge bag of crystals landed on the table. This was all of his money. His heart was dripping with blood. Bulletin Fang arched his brows, merrily grabbed these crystals, and stored them into the system's dimensional storage. This wine is yours, please savor it attentively. Maybe you'll be hit with a surprise. Bulletin Fang remarked. Chapter 203, All Down with 1 Cup. Hu Yifeng carefully picked up the tiny blue and white porcelain wine cup with 2 fingers, afraid to spill even 1 drop of the wine nectar. Every drop counted as crystals. His heart was bleeding blood, but it didn't stop his mouth from smacking and watering. He sniffed the rich wine fragrance, unable to hold himself back. The light cyan-colored wine nectar rested in the delicate blue and white porcelain cup. The nectar appeared slightly thick, emitting a faint glow. A wisp of smoke floated on top of the wine cup. Its rich wine aroma spurted out like a tiny snake and up his nose. It opened up every pore in his body. Merely smelling the fragrance of the wine nectar sent shivers down Hu Yifeng's spine. A smear of drunkenness appeared over his eyes. Pursing his lips, he took a small sip. The light cyan-colored wine nectar flew into his mouth and in that very moment a flame-like burning sensation caused him to screw up his face in shock. It felt as if his tongue was on fire. The scorching sting came and went. Once the wine nectar was down the throat, it became as cold as ice. It nearly froze Hu Yifeng to death. However, the penetrating coolness was pleasant in its own way, causing Hu Yifeng's eyes to bulge. With the wine nectar down his stomach, 3 explosions immediately followed. Wine burps came out one after another, beyond his control, and filled the surrounding with wine fragrance. Good, good wine. Hu Yifeng's gentle, refined demeanor was washed with drunkenness. The wine had an alarmingly amount of strength. After the 3 explosions, the wine rushed right up to his head, almost blasting him out of consciousness. Amalgamation of fire and ice, oh yes indeed. This wine is a delicacy that is simply out of this world. Hu Yifeng bellowed. Lifting up his head, he emptied the cup with 1 swallow. Once again, that burning sensation in the mouth, but then chillness down the throat, which satisfied him from head to toe. Bang! With 1 cup of wine down the stomach, the floating wine mist hovering above the blue and white porcelain cup had dissipated. However, the remains of a light wave of spirit energy was still within the mix. Hu Yifeng's face flushed red, with his eyes shooting out sparkles. As he huffed air out of his nose, spirit energy continuously poured out. Hu Yifeng was light-headed and dizzy. Everything before his eyes had become blurry. He squinted his eyes, but blaring path understanding notes rang in his ears. The sound was akin to thunder piercing the ears, as if it all broke out right in his head. The 2nd and 3rd master of the 13 bandits stood not far from Hu Yifeng. As they witnessed the staggering Hu Yifeng, their pupils shrank. Brother! The 2nd master stepped forward and caught the falling Hu Yifeng. The 2nd master was bewildered when he grabbed hold of Hu Yifeng, after which a rich waft of wine fragrance hit his face. Is the elder brother drunk? What the hell, down with 1 cup. The 2nd master and 3rd master exchanged glances and detected the puzzling look in each other's eyes. Their brother did not have a poor tolerance for liquor. A case of him passing out with 1 cup was simply unthinkable prior to this. What did you do to our dear brother? The 2nd master, still in disbelief, stared daggers at Bullet and Fang. It must be the brat before his eyes who tampered with the wine nectar. How else could his brother be knocked out cold after one cup? Bullet and Fang twisted his head and with his deadpan face looked back at the scowling, burly fellow, before remarking coolly, "As you can see, this chapter is down with one cup." The third master stood up in a fury. "You're a liar. We know how well our brother can handle his liquor. You lad, don't even think about hoodwinking us. Spill, what did you do to our brother?" "As I have said before, he is drunk. If you don't believe that, drink a cup yourself," Bullet and Fang said evenly. The third master was taken back for a moment, but immediately began hollering, "Then hit me with a cup fast. 500 crystals per cup. If you don't believe me, look at the menu behind you." Bullet and Fang thought it would be better to be clear on the price ahead of time. "What? 500 crystals? Why don't you just go ahead and rob me right here?" The third master almost bit his tongue in shock when he heard Bullet and Fang's words. 500 crystals for a cup of wine, has he gone crazy over his desire for crystals? "If you're not ordering, then leave the store. You know the consequences if you try to cause trouble." Bullet and Fang remained unperturbed. The third master clenched his fist, peered at his drunken brother lying within the second master's arms. Seeing his flushed face and incessant spewing out of rich, intoxicating wine fragrance, the third master's heart hardened. 500 crystals, damn it! "Brothers, lend me some crystals to expose the true colors of this lying, cheating, black-hearted owner." The third master gritted his teeth and turned to borrow crystals from his brothers. The second master shoved his crystals to the third master without a word. The rest also handed up their crystals, albeit a little hesitant. They were not Hu Yifeng, which meant they did not have a lot of crystals on them. However, scraped together, the 12 brothers were able to pool 500 crystals easily. With a bam, the third master slammed the crystals on the table. Bullet and Fang then poured a cup of wine for him. Having carefully inspected this magnificent cup of wine, he couldn't contain his urges and drained the cup with one swallow. This was his habit when it came to wine drinking. He differed from the learned, refined nature of people like Hu Yifeng. Instead, he was merely a burly brick, and doing shots was the common way to go. But this wine was no common wine. Bullet and Fang even stared in astonishment at the third master, who had drained it in one shot, before blinking his eyes. Having drunk the wine with one swallow, the third master's face became instantly distorted. The amalgamation of fire and ice burst forth on top of the explosion from the three moires. Such rupture of sensations had the third master completely hooked. In short, he was on cloud 9. Sure enough, the third master's face also flushed red. He pointed to Bullet and Fang as his eyes rolled, but he toppled over and hit the floor before taking out a single step, descending into a deep sleep. Another case of down with one cup. The rest of the 13 bandits were shocked out of their wits. This wine really could make one pass out after one cup, damn it, that was truly enticing. They couldn't wait to jump at it and give it a try. But not after long, they scurried out in dejection having learned of the skyrocketing price. The seventh master couldn't decide what to do. When he stepped into the store earlier, he was still clouded with a lingering fear. It was in this very place that he was stripped mercilessly and then had to sprint back to the inn stark naked. It was a complete disgrace to his reputation. He was back in the same spot, now with a completely different state of mind. Evidently, he did not have any crystals left. He had lent all of his to the third master. His pocket was completely empty at this point. "My apologies, this store does not allow anyone to leave it on the tab. So please leave if you do not have any crystals." Bullet and Fang was simply ruthless. The seventh master ground his teeth in anger, as fumes of rage rose from his body. He only wanted to drink a cup of wine. Why was this so difficult? Whitey's plump figure could be faintly seen inside the kitchen. The seventh master's heart sank. His mind replayed the all-too memorable scenes from before, and so he instantly chose to exit the store without a second thought. Making trouble in the store? What a joke! He did not want to relieve the streaking. And so, the 13 bandits came in a formidable flood, but left carrying 2 weaklings, who were knocked out cold after one cup of wine, back to the inn. This was infuriating, some of them didn't even get to taste the wine. The 13 bandits carried their 2 brothers and walked out of the alleyway, only to bump right into Yan and a sleepy Ye Xiling. Such a strong wine scent, are they drunk? Yan twitched her nose and murmured. Afterwards, she pulled Ye Xiling before Bullet Fang's store. However, there was a long line in front of the store. The rich wine fragrance that drifted out of it made Yan's heart itch. Ye Xiling was unaffected though, since she hadn't developed any concepts about alcohol yet. This owner Bulletin is quite intriguing. Last time when I visited the store I complained that his wine wasn't good enough. This time he had already issued a new wine. Could it be that he wants to compete with the Dragon's Breath? Yan felt exhilarated. This was the first time she came across a wine that could possibly be compared to the old drunkard's Dragon's Breath. The two didn't try skipping the line, and instead honestly stood behind Fatijin and his crew. In front of the gate of peaceful tranquility of the imperial city, two figures slowly sauntered out. Ji Chinsu was dressed in a brocade robe, with a jaded crown on his head. A smile hung on the corners of his mouth as he walked out of the palace. Besides him, there was a eunuch also wrapped in a brocade robe. He was the long-absent, aged Lian Fu. "Uncle Lian, let's go to owner Bulletin's store, or else we'll miss the fine wine." Ji Chinsu beamed. Lian Fu pinched his orchid-shaped fingers, nodded his head, and cleared his throat before saying, "Your Majesty, your wish is my command." Chapter 204, Your Cup of Wine, Free of Charge. Liang Xiaoi skipped down the road and entered the small alleyway in shock, gaping at the long queue lined up ahead. In the queue, she saw a couple of familiar faces. Some were regular customers of the store, others were unknown strangers. "No wonder I didn't hear your snores this morning. Turns out you guys sneaked here, to the smelly boss store, for a booze." Liang Xiaoi immediately recognized three familiar, thick-set figures once she stepped into the store. Who else could they be but her three idiot brothers? The three barbarians of Liang twisted their heads to look at Liang Xiaoi. Their faces scrunched up, as traces of utmost grief creeped over their complexions. Liang Xiaoi was instantly startled. "Brothers, can you stop terrorizing people in broad daylight? Owner Bulletin's wine costs an arm and a leg." The elder, Liang Zhen, pouted his lips, extremely upset. The three brothers couldn't afford even one cup of wine with all of the crystals on them. It was simply damning. Who would have thought that Bulletin Fang's newly brewed wine was not only exorbitant, but also sold in terms of cups? How much was there in a cup? It wasn't even enough to fill the slits between one's teeth. "Xiaoi, my dear sister, could you lend your brother some crystals?" Liang Wu moved closer to Liang Xiaoi brazenly, causing the latter to heighten her vigilance. Liang Xiaoi opened her eyes wide and peered at the menu in bemusement. She ran her eyes down the menu and discovered the newly added dish at the bottom. "Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew, 500 crystals per cup." Liang Xiaoi was dumbfounded. 500 crystals, a cup? This must be a mistake of the smelly boss? What kind of wine could be worth 500 crystals a cup? The Ice Heart Jade Urn wine wasn't even 1/10 the price of this new item. No wonder her three brothers had to borrow crystals from her. "My dear sister, Xiaoi, this wine is too enticing. If your brother doesn't get a taste, he won't be able to sleep tonight. I'd feel weak all over even when I walked." Liang Di put on a long face. He looked in pain. Three hefty, burly fellows pouring out their woes to a little lowly, with their snots and tears, certainly made an entertaining scene. Liang Xiaoi patted the faces of her three brothers, took out crystals from her sachet, and handed them to her brothers. As the gem of the Liang family, she was never short of crystals. "Thanks, little sister." Liang Zhen was wild with joy as he received the crystals. On top of what the three of them had, they finally pooled 500 crystals, enough to buy a cup of wine. As Bulletin Fang's bamboo tube scooped, the sound of flowing wine nectar reverberated through the entire store. Such wine fragrance gradually diffused, intoxicating the three Liang barbarians. "Here, your Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew." Bulletin Fang carefully passed the blue and white porcelain cup to Liang Zhen, who received it with the utmost caution. Such behavior came off as both attentive and comical. Liang Zhen held the wine cup, on which Liang Wu and Liang Di glued their eager eyes. The three of them convened by a corner and deliberated. "There is only one cup of this wine. The three of us each takes one sip. Nobody is allowed extra." Liang Wu and Liang Di promptly nodded. Wei Angshen instantly narrowed his eyes, lifted up the cup, and took a small sip. He drank precisely a third of the wine. After a taste, he fell utterly into a state of inescapable intoxication. Wei Angwu received the wine cup from his hands, deeply inhaled the wine aroma, and also took a sip. An exploding wine aroma bursted forth within his mouth, causing his hairs to stand on their ends. Lastly, Wei Angdi got hold of the wine up, and tipped into his mouth whatever was left in the cup. The scene of three burly fellows meticulously divvying up one small cup of wine was, needless to say, pitiable. The sight became all the more bleak and desolate at this moment in time. Nevertheless, after drinking up this cup of wine, the complexions of all three underwent dramatic transformations. Their pupils widened, and the true energy within their bodies was actually fluctuating. They didn't pass out after one cup, since the three of them shared a cup. That's why they weren't completely drunk, but only tipsy. After devoted training, the cultivation levels of the three Wiang barbarians had just recently, around the Spring Festival, made a breakthrough to 5th level Battle King. Now, with this cup of wine down the stomach, they felt the true energy within their bodies circulating at full speed, as if the true energy was boiling inside. With flushed complexions, the three walked out of the store, and directly sat down cross-legged in the small alleyway to undergo cultivation. They could hear the indistinct whispers of path understanding notes flowing through their ears. Going along with the path understanding notes, they seemed to feel the many questions arising from cultivation training were readily and easily solved. The queuing crowds gazed in astonishment at the cross-legged three brothers sat upon the ice-cold bricks of the small alleyway. The energy on their bodies was fluctuating, and continued to build up. It looked as if they had consumed elixirs. The eyes of many people instantly sparked. A cup of wine surely couldn't induce one to reach breakthroughs? Was it really true? A cup of wine had the effects of elixirs? Ni Yan's eyes shone even brighter. The fire in her heart burnt more fervently. Not only Ni Yan, but many others had discerned the effects of this wine. Everyone was instantly amazed. It could help one reach breakthroughs? This wine was truly badass. However, as these people stepped into the store and witnessed the exorbitant price, long faces were put on. The colors on their faces were drained into ashen tones. Most people simply couldn't afford it, or did not bring this many crystals. There were also people who rummaged up and down, finally getting together 500 crystals, and bought a cup. Sure enough, everyone passed out after one cup. Those sprawled on the floor were subsequently taken home by their acquaintances. Fatty Jin and his lot were not there for the wine, but for the food instead. It was, however, pretty obvious that Bullet and Fang did not appear to have time to cook their dishes. They were not impatient, and instead sat there in good spirits, fascinated at the rare sight of wine selling. Bullet and Fang gazed at the half-drained white jade wine jar, and scrunched his brows into a slight frown. He lifted up his head and announced to the crowd, "Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew, only 5 cups left for sale today." 5 cups? Ni Yan blanched. She never thought that this wine was not only sold by the cup, but also freaking limited in quantity. But so be it, it was her turn anyway. The corners of Ni Yan's mouth curled as she stepped before Bulletin Fang. Her red lips formed a playful grin as she asked, "Owner Bulletin, how did you think of brewing such good wine?" Bulletin Fang peered at Ni Yan's breathtakingly beautiful face, one lovely enough to cause the downfall of cities and countries, and knitted his brows into a slight frown. He did not answer her question, but instead took in a deep breath as he eyed the Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew in the jade white wine jar. "Your cup of wine, free of charge." Bulletin Fang scooped up a cup of wine and handed the blue and white porcelain cup to Ni Yan. Ni Yan, Wiang Xiaoi and also Ye Xiling who stood behind Ni Yan, were all taken back. Everyone was rather dumbfounded. What did it mean? What was the meaning of this? "Owner Bulletin, you shouldn't forego your principles just because this lady was attractive. Why is it free?" Ni Yan took the wine cup Bulletin Fang offered her without reservation. Her red lips glistened mesmerizingly as they curled, with her eyes narrowed into slits. She knew Bulletin Fang wasn't the type tempted by a beautiful face. If he gave her a drink for free, she'd be damned if he wasn't up to something. "You've drunk dragon's breath, right? Then, give this cup of wine a good taste. Afterwards, give an assessment of which is better, the Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew or Dragon's Breath." Bulletin Fang studied Ni Yan solemnly and said soberly. Wine match? Yan froze. She never guessed that Bulletin Fang treated her to wine for the purpose of a wine match, and also that the target of comparison was Dragon's Breath. Could it be that her innocuous comment last time about how the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine couldn't compare with Dragon's Breath stuck with owner Bulletin? Owner Bulletin shouldn't be so bored as to care about such trivialities. Maybe, the making of Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew was merely a coincidence. Yan thought assertively in her head. But Bulletin Fang really did make the Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew just for the sake of competing with Dragon's Breath. If Yan learned of Bulletin Fang's true intentions, she definitely wouldn't know whether it was more appropriate to laugh or cry. With Bulletin Fang's comment, Yan's heart was all the more curious. It seemed like owner Bulletin was very much confident in this wine. Her jade-like, long pale fingers clasped the blue and white porcelain cup. Her nose edged closer to the cup and sniffed gently. A waft of wine fragrance drifted up her nose, absolutely enchanting. Her baby pink tongue licked her rosy lips, both beguiling and seductive. She lifted up the wine cup and took a small sip. Chapter 205, A Breakthrough by Wine Drinking, How Incredible! Master Wu, time to get up. Let's go find Bulletin Fang. The sound of knocking echoed in the inn. Wu Yunbei, dressed in a white robe, held a hand behind her back as she knocked. After a lengthy flurry inside the room, Master Wu finally walked out, nodding to Wu Yunbei and smiling timidly. "Miss, up so early this morning?" Master Wu remarked. "Early my ass. It is already late in the morning. Come on, let's go find Bulletin Fang." Wu Yunbei rolled her eyes at Master Wu and led the way to the inn's door. The two left the inn, squinted their eyes to detect the right direction, and walked toward the location of Fang Fang's little store. Since they'd already inquired the inn clerks, they didn't get lost on their way. The two walked for a while and arrived at the remote alleyway. According to the inn clerk, Fang Fang's little store was located within this small alleyway. The two of them were filled with curiosity, as the alleyway was not as quiet or secluded as they expected. Instead, it was bustling with noise and excitement, and an uninterrupted flow of people walked out of the small alleyway, carrying drunk bodies that emanated a rich wine aroma. From afar, two figures strolled forth, one of which had a handsome and youthful complexion, a gentle smile, and emitted an overbearing pressuring aura. The elder next to the youth had a fair complexion, but looked quite odd. His torso twisted as he walked, his thumb and middle finger pinched together to form orchid-shaped fingers. This peculiar combination caused Wu Yunbei to wrinkle her brows. Her face became grave. It was because she could clearly detect that the cultivation level of this sissy elder next to the youth was very high. At least stronger than that of Master Wu, judging by his subconscious emanation of pressure. Nowadays, the imperial city is muddled with all sorts of people. Battle saint warriors can be seen everywhere. Wu Yunbei murmured, and then stopped paying attention as she took Master Wu along to enter the alleyway first. "Uncle Lian, do you happen to know those two people?" Ji Chinsu glanced at the back of Wu Yunbei, and softly asked Lian Fu, who stood beside him. Lian Fu pinched his orchid-shaped fingers and lightly waved them as he responded, "It's apparent that they don't belong to our Lightwind Empire. I would not know. Then it should be battle saints from other places. Is their target the Five Stripes Path Understanding Tree as well? This item is actually this alluring." Ji Chinsu muttered. "Oh gosh, my majesty, the Five Stripes Path Understanding Tree is a treasure that can assist 7th level battle saints reach 8th level war god. Never mind other battle saints, even your old servant, I cannot contain myself." Lian Fu flicked his orchid-shaped hands and remarked. Ji Chinsu nodded his head. Being able to help 7th level battle saints reach 8th level war god, the Five Stripes Path Understanding Tree was naturally priceless. However, back when the seed was still in the palace, they had used countless methods and planted it for a long time but still failed to make it germinate. Why was it that it successfully and rapidly grew once falling into owner Bulletin's hands? A possible explanation was that Bulletin Fang had some kind of special soil that could grow this treasured seed. Or perhaps this Five Stripes Path Understanding Tree was destined not to belong in the palace. "Come on, let's go take a look at owner Bulletin's new wine. About that, this sovereign is extremely excited." Ji Chinsu laughed and walked forward with big strides. The light cyan wine nectar flew in Yan's baby red lips, through her jade-like white teeth, and into her mouth. A flame-like burning sensation burst forth in her mouth, adding a layer of red flush on her pale face. Her delicate tongue licked her lips as she let out a breath. As the wine nectar glided down her throat, a sudden iceberg-like shock froze her entire body. The momentary transition from heat to cold made her face blush, and she couldn't help but emit a moan. As the third explosion burst in her stomach, the sensation caused Yan to lift up her head. Her hair streamed loose, teeth bit into her lips, and eyes blurred with drowsiness. Good wine. With another sip, the wine rushed to her head, where she felt a numbing throb. Besides her ears were whispers of peculiar path-understanding notes. Path-understanding notes? Yan entered a focused state of mind, concentrating on the stirs of this path-understanding sensation. Having gulped down the last of the wine nectar from the blue and white porcelain cup, Yan felt a sense of paralyzing comfort. Ye Xiling, who stood behind and carefully scrutinized Yan, caught her in her arms and asked worriedly, "Sister Yan, are you okay?" Dragon's breath, sealed at the bottom of an ice mountain, supposedly stunning all beneath heaven once excavated, ha ha ha. You old drunkard, see how pleased you are with yourself. But owner Buletin's wine here, tastes better than your dragon's breath. Better than, your dragon's breath. Yan's flushed face broke into a chortle, with her fair, long arms waving wildly in the air. Ye Xiling felt rather awkward. She had no idea what Yan was saying, but a drunk Yan was stripped of her goddess-like image. To be more accurate, she never truly upheld that reputation. Ye Xiling was lost over Yan's words, but Buletin Fang certainly made sense of it. He heard Yan's evaluation of the two wines in her drunken state. Without a doubt, given Yan's assessment, the Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew clearly emerged victorious. Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary task. The Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew you created yourself has surpassed the Dragon's Breath. The task rewards will be granted now. The solemn voice of the system rang in Buletin Fang's head. Beyond all questions, his Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew has outshone the Dragon's Breath, meaning he had completed the temporary task. Buletin Fang let out a light breath, much like he was just relieved of a great burden. The completion of this assignment made him feel rather rejoiced inside. Ye Xiling supported Yan, who suddenly shook in her arms and flicked open her eyes. A sense of panic-stricken fright appeared in her eyes, her pretty brows knitted into a frown. With a wave of energy, Ye Xiling was pushed away. Yan stood erect and fell into a deep meditation. Boom boom boom. This fluctuating waves of muffled sound reverberated in the air. Those in the queue were instantly alarmed and gazed toward the three Wiang barbarians, who sat cross-legged on the ice-cold bricks of the small alleyway. The levels of energy on the three brothers rapidly rose. On top of their heads emerged small funnels of spirit energy vortexes, enabling spirit energy to rush into their bodies and transform into true energy. With a ring-alike bursting open a stratum, the energy of the three brothers of three Wiang barbarians immediately elevated by a large degree. In that instant, they reached the peak of 5th level Battle King. The bystanders in the crowd became all the more terrified at this scene, since before this the three brothers were merely at the initial stages of 5th level Battle King. In fact, their levels of energy were even rather unstable. Yet, after sharing this cup of Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew, the three brothers actually simultaneously reached the peak of 5th level Battle King. Was this a joke? What would that make of breakthroughs in cultivation, if it was no different from eating food or drinking water? Those in the crowd took in a chilled breath, since they knew that the three brothers' breakthroughs were inseparable from the Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew. Those who drank it previously had not reached breakthroughs. Seeing that they passed out after one cup, none had the chance to regulate the rich spurt energy contained in the wine nectar. However, they should be able to experience breakthroughs soon enough. This wine nectar was truly capable of assisting people reach breakthroughs. At that, those left in the crowd felt heated with anticipation within. If it could help reach a breakthrough, 500 crystals was not a bad deal. The remaining 4 cups of wine were sold without a struggle. Once the 4th cup was sold, Buletin Fang instantly sealed the jade white wine jar. Only half a jar of wine nectar was left. There were a total of 3 jars of this Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew. Buletin Fang did not plan on brewing this spirit wine again in the future. Not only because the process was complex, but also because the ingredients needed were precious and rare. Plus, the brewing of this spirit wine required way too much energy. 3 jars of frost blaze path understanding brew, were enough. Once it was all sold, it would be plainly out of stock. The 3 Wiang barbarians had completed their breakthroughs. The drunken drowsiness had vanished from their faces. The 3 stepped into the store to thank Bulletin Fang, only to discover that the bystanders' gazes had not fallen on them. Instead, they were looking at the breathtakingly beautiful woman sitting there cross-legged. The woman's long hair fluttered with the breeze of true energy. Amidst the fluctuation of her true energy, there were signs that she may reach a breakthrough. This woman, the 3 Wiang barbarians recalled, was a 7th level battle saint. Chapter 206, Where was the lotus? The lotus you promised? On the streets of the imperial city, street vendors were peddling their goods, hollering at flows of pedestrians. A bald young monk dressed in a black linen garment carried a portion of steaming buns, stuffing the meat bun into his mouth as he walked. The white meat buns emanated hot steam, yet the young monk was unaffected. He picked one up with one hand and gave it a good bite, causing sauce to splatter everywhere. The aroma of the meat buns pervaded the air. Not long after, the portion of buns was quickly devoured as he walked on. He carelessly threw the empty food container onto the road and wiped his greasy mouth with his linen garment. Then, the young monk tugged off the gourd hanging from his waist and poured wine into his mouth. There was a satisfied look on his face. There's wine and there's meat, now that is the life. The young monk grinned broadly, and walked toward Fang Fang's little store with large strides. Suddenly, his steps froze as he cast a solemn gaze toward the small alleyway. This was because he could feel ferocious forces of true energy gushing from the direction of the store. He took another swig of wine, with his face as grave as ever. Which absent-minded 7th grade battle saint is putting on such a great pageantry of cultivation training in the imperial city? The young monk burst out into laughters. There were countless 7th grade battle saints in the imperial city nowadays. Consequently, every battle saint had their hands tied, afraid to do anything too flashy. This was a critical period, as there may be a lot to lose by sticking out one's neck. Whatever, who cares if he has the cultivation of a battle saint? My objective is just to gather some information, hee, and to get a look at the legendary 5 Stripes Path Understanding Tree at the same time. The young monk chuckled, lightly tapped his bald head, and stepped forward. Bulletin Fang carried the white jade wine jar into the kitchen, hid it well, and walked out again. He caught sight of a few familiar shadows just as he was leaving the kitchen. Bulletin Fang studied the figures and instantly froze. Wu Yunbei saw Bulletin Fang and her eyes sparkled. Sure enough, it was him, they were in the right place. However, Wu Yunbei did not move imprudently, as she saw the cross-legged 7th grade battle saint seemingly about to reach a breakthrough. A battle saint's breakthrough, now this was no joke. Creak creak, the sound of footsteps echoed once again. 2 shadows appeared by the entrance, standing right behind Wu Yunbei. Ji Chinsu's pupils shrank as he peered at Ni Yan, who sat in the center of the store. He felt grim inside. Was this woman about to achieve a breakthrough? Breaking through at such a sensitive timing. Lian Fu was filled with emotions as he glanced at the store. Ever since accompanying the late emperor here last time, he had never set foot into the store again. Suddenly hit with the cozy atmosphere, he couldn't help but recall old memories. He pinched his orchid-shaped fingers and sniveled. Ni Yan's breakthrough did not last too long. Though the forces of energy on her body were rising, they stopped short at breaking into the echelon of 8th grade war god from the peak of 7th grade battle saint. The true energy within her gradually receded, and Ni Yan opened her eyes helplessly. After drinking a cup of wine, the sounds of path understanding notes buzzed by her ears, enabling her to nearly reach a revelation. Yet it was truly onerous to arrive at such state, thus Ni Yan merely improved by 1 level on her cultivation as a 7th grade battle saint. To reach the echelon of 8th grade war god was too difficult. The true energy that filled up the store dissipated. Ni Yan stood up and stretched, revealing her perfect body shape that attracted many pairs of eyes. Too bad, Owner Bulletin, your wine is quite something, but it was still an inch away from helping me reach a breakthrough. Just this last layer is as impenetrable as a natural barrier. Ni Yan's voice carried a trace of glumness, but it was fine. She didn't feel too dejected. Though the breakthrough was unsuccessful, her cultivation level still witnessed an improvement. Owner Bulletin, long time no see, how have you fared lately? Has business been booming? Ji Chinsu laughed as he walked through the door and brought his hands into a greeting gesture. Bulletin Fang cast Ji Chinsu a surprised look. How was this busybody free to visit his store today? Wasn't this guy off being the emperor? Business has been good, Bulletin Fang replied calmly. Wu Yunbei cast an irritated look at the young man who had interrupted her encounter with Bulletin Fang, even though by the tone of their voices it sounded like they were old acquaintances. Owner Bulletin's restaurant is floating with the aroma of food as always. Ji Chinsu exclaimed. Suddenly, the tone of his voice changed into a chuckle. Owner Bulletin, last night the wine you brewed stirred quite a commotion. The wine fragrance enveloped half of the imperial city. It certainly shocked everyone. I have no idea what kind of wine you brewed. Is it possible to give this young master a taste? Bulletin Fang peered at Ji Chinsu, but shook his head, and said, You're too late. Today's Frost Blaze Path Understanding brew has been sold out. No more will be for sale, you'll just have to order something else. Sold out? Ji Chinsu blanched, then rubbed his chin and nodded his head. Bulletin Fang's store was bound to be different from the others, even in terms of sale modes. It has been a while since he last had a drink in Bulletin Fang's store, to the point he had almost forgotten Bulletin Fang's style. Haha, the fault lies with this young master. Then, could owner Bulletin give me an order of, the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine, and a red braised meat? Owner Bulletin's red braised meat is the best among the entire imperial city. Bulletin Fang nodded, then turned back to head into the kitchen, ready to start cooking. But a sound behind him caught his attention, causing him to twist his head. Wu Yunbei walked closer to Bulletin Fang and knitted her brows into a frown, saying, Bulletin Fang, I don't suppose you've forgotten all about me. Bulletin Fang looked at Wu Yunbei with a deadpan face, curled the corners of his lips, and responded, I have not forgotten, just didn't expect you to actually show up. You still owe me the lotus, of course I'd come, this is a matter of whether I can reach the breakthrough. Wu Yunbei said seriously. Huh? Bulletin Fang turned pale, the lotus. Reminded of the lotus, Bulletin Fang instantly batted his eyes, cast them at Wu Yunbei, but kept silent. Bulletin Fang's expression drained the colors from Wu Yunbei's face. Could it be that this guy had already spoiled the lotus? It was a 7th grade spirit herb, how could it just go to waste like that? Snapped, Wu Yunbei lifted her long pale finger and shakily pointed it at Bulletin Fang. You didn't spoil the lotus, did you? I wouldn't say spoil, just that it has been used. Bulletin Fang coolly replied, calm and undaunted. Seeing Wu Yunbei inadvertently struck up some other memories in Bulletin Fang. It had been a month, so why hasn't that serpent man visited yet? If that serpent man wanted to live, he definitely needed to seek for the elixir cuisine from his store. Could it be that they encountered some unexpected obstacles on the journey here? Typically speaking, they should have arrived by now. That they haven't appeared yet signified they probably got into some trouble. Bulletin Fang sighed silently. How could you use the lotus? What about my breakthrough? What did you do with the lotus? Tell me now. Wu Yunbei was livid. Here she was, having finally arrived at the imperial city, yet this brat had already used up the lotus. For wine brewing. Nothing is left. Bulletin Fang answered. Wine brewing? The lotus could be used to brew wine? Wait. Wu Yunbei suddenly remembered something, and glared at Bulletin Fang with her large eyes. The so-called wine mentioned by this guy, could it be the wine with an aroma that engulfed half of the imperial city last night? 7th grade spirit herb used for wine brewing. Dear brother, can we not be so extravagant? There was a stabbing pain in Wu Yunbei's heart, a heartache that almost stopped her breath. Then where's the wine? Give me a taste. Maybe, there's still some leftover herb effect. Wu Yunbei put on a long face and said with the last of her hopes. Oh, that wine has been sold out today, so please come back again tomorrow. Bulletin Fang glanced at Wu Yunbei gravely and replied. That sober complexion came off as extremely infuriating, giving Wu Yunbei the urge to kick his face. Outside, the echoes of footsteps rang in the air. Silhouettes of figures appeared one after one. The gushes of energy emanated from a 7th level battle saint just then had attracted the attention of many battle saints in the imperial city. These battle saints all poured into the little store to keep the 5 stripes path understanding tree from being snatched. Chapter 207, Owner Bulletin. Do you know this serpent woman? The wine, there definitely weren't any left today. The gaze that Wu Yunbei cast toward Bulletin Fang was filled with grief. Still, it was useless, no matter how distressed she was. There are plenty of other gourmet delicacies in the store. You can give those a try. If you want to order anything, just tell this lassie. Bulletin Fang calmly patted Wang Xiaoi's head, advertised his dishes, and then turned around to head back into the kitchen. Ji Chinsu walked around in familiarity and found a spot near the Five Stripes Path Understanding Tree. A fresh sense of spirit energy drifted in the surrounding, alongside a touch of mystifying energy waves. Ji Chinsu held his hands behind his back and carefully inspected the Path Understanding Tree with glistening eyes. Outside of the store, intrusive glances and forces of energy hidden in the dark had withdrawn. The Battle Saints had clearly detected that the incident this time was unrelated to the Five Stripes Path Understanding Tree, and hence left one after another. The Path Understanding Tree had yet to ripen and bear fruit, so they didn't want to get involved at this point. Wu Yunbei ordered a few dishes. Even though the prices of these dishes were hard to swallow, as a mysterious young villa master who instilled fear in the Celestial Arcanum sect, she was not short of crystals. Since she couldn't obtain the lotus from Bulletin Fang, she vented out a stomach full of anger on the food instead. Nian left with Ye Xiling. Nian was in a hurry to head back to the inn and consolidate her recently strengthened cultivation, whereas Ye Xiling merely tagged along with Nian. The store became quite deserted at this point. The queue was gone and the three Wiang barbarians scuttled away merrily. Having made some gains, they were eager to pass on the wonderful news to their father. The rich aroma of food quickly drifted out of the kitchen. Such familiar scent broke off Ji Chinsu's gaze at the Five Stripes Path Understanding Tree and stirred his emotions. Owner Bulletin's cooking skills have improved. The fragrance of his dishes is all the more alluring. Ji Chinsu took in a deep breath and sighed. Lian Fu pinched his orchid-shaped fingers and sat on the side, still immersed in nostalgia. This store, once contained the late emperor's energy. Even though it was long gone, Lian Fu still couldn't help but feel certain illusions and dive in a sea of blues. Evoked of memories from the past by these familiar sights, he pinched his orchid-shaped fingers and sniffled quietly. Ji Chinsu peered at him helplessly. The rich scent of meat fragrance rapidly spread in the air. Wiang Xiaoi energetically carried the red braised meat to Ji Chinsu's spot and placed it in front of him. Bulletin Fang also walked out of the kitchen, carrying a jar of ice heart jade urn wine. Ji Chinsu's eyes sparkled and couldn't refrain from licking his lips. It has been a long time since he last drank owner Bulletin's wine and ate his dishes. He had such a craving. So fragrant. Ji Chinsu edged his nose near the red braised meat and inhaled, looking completely intoxicated as he remarked. Bulletin Fang's red braised meat was extremely aromatic, even attracting the attention of Wu Yunbei, who angrily sat afar. He picked up a piece of glossy, flushed red braised meat that steamed with heat and fragrance and placed it into his mouth. As he chewed, he could sense the tangy friction between his teeth and the tender meat, making him feel elated inside. A piece of meat down his stomach and a swig of ice heart jade urn wine, he felt jubilated all over. Bulletin Fang noticed the satisfied expression on Ji Chinsu, curled the corners of his mouth, and turned to head back to the kitchen. The bald long monk stepped into the alleyway with a smile on his face. As he charged toward the store, a big black dog lying by the entrance hit his eyes. The young monk's eyes glistened and he licked his lips. What a chubby dog! It must be very tasty. The cat-napping Blackus suddenly felt shivers down its spine, as if it detected an ill-willed gaze fall upon it. It opened its doggy eyes and caught sight of the greedy ogle of a monk. What was up with this look? The black dog glared its eyes. This was the first time someone dared to gaze at this lord dog as if it was a delicacy. Was the bald donkey seeking death? The young monk patted his baldy head, and the muscles on his face lumped into a smile. Red braised dog meat? Should be pretty good. It is hard to come by such a fat dog in the imperial city. But never mind, let me finish off that old fox, Zhao Mushin's assignment, first. The young monk smacked his mouth. What a pity. He glanced at Blackie with a trace of regret and walked into the store shaking his head. Blackie was dumbfounded. This bald donkey was up to no good? What was up with your regretful expression? Blackie rolled its doggy eyes and lay back down to resume its nap. Meat fragrance. Having stepped into the store, the young monk's eyes glistened even brighter. It looked as if an egg was mounted with sparkling diamonds. There was wine, there was meat, this store was not bad. The young monk's gaze rested on Ji Chinsu at a distance, who was just about to stuff a piece of juicy, aromatic red braised meat into his mouth. Then, he shifted his glance toward Wu Yunbei, who had bitten into an oily, glossy golden shumai. He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. The fragrance that pervaded within the store stimulated his appetite. The portion of bun that gave him a full stomach was immediately forgotten. This was the location where that old fox Zhao Mushan had a task for him? The young monk couldn't refrain from chuckling. What would you like to order? The menu is behind you. You can tell me the dishes once you've done deciding. Wiang Xiaoi explained skillfully to the odd monk who had just entered the store. The young monk was taken back and twisted his head. Seeing the exorbitant dishes on the menu, the corners of his mouths instantly twitched. Please give this humble monk an order of the sweet and sour ribs, and also a jar of ice heart jade urn wine, the young monk said to Wiang Xiaoi carefully. Wiang Xiaoi was stunned. Since when could monks start drinking wine and eating meat without any reservation? What was the deal with this guy ordering wine and meat with such a straight face? The sweet and sour ribs and ice heart jade urn wine. Wiang Xiaoi responded with a question. Yes, dear benefactor, once the wine and meat had passed through the intestines, us votaries should not be subjected to the judgment of the common society. Eat whatever we want, and drink whatever we please, as long as the Buddha lives in our hearts. The young monk pushed his palms together, coming off as extremely sincere. All right, please wait momentarily. Wiang Xiaoi was dazed. Dear benefactor, this humble monk has another tiny request, which is seeing owner Bulletin, of this restaurant. The young monk grinned. His complexion showed nothing but gentleness. You want to meet the smelly boss? Can you wait for a bit? He isn't available now. Wiang Xiaoi frowned. She still felt like there was something peculiar about this monk before her eyes. The young monk was not in a rush, and found a seat for himself. Wiang Xiaoi walked to the window of the kitchen, and relayed the order of the young monk to Bulletin Fang. This sweet and sour ribs and ice heart jade urn wine was ordered by a monk. Wiang Xiaoi said with an odd tone, and he said he wanted to see you. See me? Bulletin Fang was startled, and then he put a dish at the window. Wiang Xiaoi carried it away and placed it down in front of Wu Yunbei. These two ordered a lot of dishes, buried their faces with food, and couldn't even stop. They had never expected that Bulletin Fang's dishes actually tasted this good. As Bulletin Fang walked out of the kitchen, he carried a richly aromatic sweet and sour ribs in one hand, a jar of ice heart jade urn wine in another, and stopped by the young monk. The young monk squinted his eyes. Seeing Bulletin Fang, he brought his palms together as his nose twitched. Your sweet and sour ribs and ice heart jade urn wine. Please enjoy, Bulletin Fang said calmly, and then glanced at this monk with a composed manner. The young monk stood up, his face formed a smile. I have heard much about the great owner Bulletin. This humble monk, Shangda, has a long-standing admiration for Fang Fang's little store. I've come to pay my visit today. Bulletin Fang did not respond to him, and continued looking at him with a deadpan face. The young monk Shangda snickered, stroked his bald head, and gave it a light tap. Owner Bulletin's cooking skill is indeed impressive. This aroma has fully intoxicated this humble monk. However, this young monk came with a purpose today, and has some questions for owner Bulletin. Go ahead, Bulletin Fang responded coolly. The young monk's face became grave. With his palms pressed together, he bowed lightly toward Bulletin Fang. Us votaries have benevolent, merciful hearts. This humble monk came across a young serpent woman on the streets of the imperial city. As it goes, to rescue one person from death is better than building a 7-storied pagoda for the god. This humble monk came to her aid, but she quickly lost consciousness since she was heavily wounded. This humble monk felt rather helpless. However, the serpent woman shouted out owner Bulletin's name before she fainted. And so this humble monk came here to inquire whether owner Bulletin knows this serpent woman. Chapter 208, King Yu of the Imperial Mausoleum. The young monk Shangda pressed his palms together. His complexion was filled with gentleness and traces of smile. All the muscles on his face squeezed into a beaming grin as he looked directly at Bulletin Fang. Yet, his gaze was as sharp as the blade of a sword that emitted a blinding glare. Serpent woman? Bulletin Fang was startled, but kept his cool under the young monk's fierce glance as he curled his lips. Yes, I do know. Bulletin Fang calmly replied, remaining at ease without any apparently change to his composure. He was wondering why those serpent men haven't visited him yet. It turned out they did indeed run into trouble on the way. But then again, that wasn't a surprise at all, the imperial city nowadays was in the eye of the storm. Just last night, a group of top-notch warriors crowded by his store. Serpent men were already an exotic breed. For them to encounter the unexpected when stepping into the human realm, was easily anticipated. But what exactly did this monk want to express? Bulletin Fangs gave the young monk Shangda a questioning glance, and then, "Do you need me to do something?" The young monk felt pleased at first when Bulletin Fang confirmed his inquiry, but was now stupefied by Bulletin Fang's question. He had no idea how to respond to this remark, since it was that old fox, Zhao Mushan, who captured the serpent men. "If you can't help them out, then bring them here." Bulletin Fang flickered a glance at the bald head, then turned around to head back to the kitchen. He had agreed, back in the illusory spirit swamp, that as long as they came to his store, he would lend a helping hand. However, this did not mean Bulletin Fang felt obligated to track them down if they got into trouble on the way here. The young monk rubbed his head and broke into a grin. "All right, this owner has got quite a personality." But he couldn't answer this question, so he'd leave the head-splitting puzzle to Zhao Mushan. The young bald monk returned to his seat and gazed toward the sweet and sour ribs on the table. The tangerine red sweet and sour ribs emitted hot steams and a rich meaty aroma. It reinvigorated his appetite. Never mind the portion of meat bun he ate on the way here, his stomach was rumbling with hunger once more. He picked up his chopsticks, lightly tapped them on the table, and snatched up a piece of tangerine red sweet and sour ribs. The ribs' meat was rather tender. One could feel its springiness once the chopsticks landed on it. Having licked his lips, the young monk first glided his tongue over the ribs sauce. The sweet and sour taste of the sauce instantly made his eyes sparkle. Stuffing an entire piece of sweet and sour ribs into his mouth, the young monk felt his eyes light up. The intense meaty fragrance burst forth, and the tender, juicy meat tapped at the inner walls of his mouth. So delicious. The young monk continued to chew. His eyes protruded as he let out an odd laugh. This rib was so damn tasty. Gulp, the piece of rib was swallowed. The young monk smacked his lips, as the entire mouthful of meaty aroma left him intoxicated. As a carnivorous monk, his obsession with meat was one unfathomable to the common person. He ate all sorts of meat. One of the biggest reasons was because he once lived alone in a boundless, desolate desert that was devoid of plants or spirit fruits. It only had endless supplies of a furry spirit beast. To survive and keep himself alive, he ate the beast's flesh raw and drank their blood. The flavor of that spirit beast's meat was seriously not worthy of any compliments. Ever since he returned, the young monk Shangda developed an addiction to meat, and swore to try all gourmet meat dishes in this world. He poured himself a cup of ice-heart jade urn wine. The clear, spring water-like wine nectar emanated a rich wine aroma, tingling the young monk's nostrils. With a slurp, the wine nectar was down his throat, in perfect combination with the meaty aroma. The young monk couldn't help but lightly yelp in delight. From afar, Wiang Xiaoai fixated her big eyes on this bald monk drinking wine and eating meat without reservation. She felt like her foundational knowledge about monks had completely collapsed. Isn't it recorded in the books that monks don't drink wine or eat meat? Wiang Xiaoai twitched her mouth. How was this young monk Shangda, with his greasy mouth, anything like the conventional monks recorded in the books? These writings were all lies. The young monk kicked up his foot and placed his leg on a stool. His foot jerked up and down as he placed another piece of sweet and sour ribs in his mouth. The young monk seemed to have discerned Wiang Xiaoai's gaze, and nodded at her with a beaming smile. Wiang Xiaoai humphed and turned her gaze away. Ji Chinsu had finished his meal and laid down his chopsticks. He was filled with joy. It had been a while since he last tasted owner Bulletin's gourmet delicacies. Today, he finally ate to his heart's content. "Uncle Lian, let's go," Ji Chinsu said to Lian Fu, who sat beside him and had just finished an order of egg fried rice. Lian Fu curled his orchid-shaped fingers, and lightly consented. He stood up but felt reluctant to leave. This store was filled with memories. As the emperor, it was unsuitable to leave the palace for too long. Ji Chinsu stopped by today to get a sense of the Five Stripes Path understanding tree coveted by numerous battle saints. And, on top of that, to try owner Bulletin's new wine. Though it was a shame he didn't get a chance to taste it, it was still satisfying to be reminded of owner Buletin's spectacular cooking. The two of them left, whereas Wu Yunbei and Master Ah Wu continued on. They had ordered many dishes and were fully immersed in this feasting journey. Imperial Mausoleum of the Imperial City. Tiny pieces of snowflakes softly drifted down. A cold breeze brushed past, touching upon all in the surrounding. The leaves emitted crumpling sounds as they rubbed against each other. The Imperial Mausoleum was located on top of a steep mountain, at a high altitude. With the light snow, the temperature there was still a lot colder than the Imperial City, which was regaining its warmth as spring season arrived. From a thatched house made of twitch grass, a man dressed in a modest linen garment slowly sauntered out. The man had a broom in his hands, and stepped unhurriedly into the gloomy but dignified Imperial Mausoleum, within which were erected numerous gravestones. He swept away the fallen leaves that had landed on the tombstones with his broom. The crinkling noise from sweeping reverberated within the deadly still Imperial Mausoleum, adding to it an ominous echo. Tisk tisk, the once awe-inspiring King Yu of a generation, badly defeated in the battle over the throne, and now finds himself in this deplorable, wretched state. Has the glory of yesteryears been washed away into tepid streams of water? Oh, how pitiable, how lamentable! The tranquil Imperial Mausoleum suddenly rang with laughter, and crispy taps of footsteps followed suit. The man with a broom in his hands instantly froze. He held his body erect and narrowed his eyes at the sniggering man. His gaze was deadly, as if made of grey ashes, and his face was deadpan. Zhao Ruge was dressed in a white robe and held his hands behind his back. Besides him were a couple of guards wrapped in black robes, with faces concealed that couldn't be easily discerned. The levels of energy on these guards were terrifyingly strong, and had already suppressed the guards of the Imperial Mausoleum. Zhao Ruge strolled around the entrance of the Imperial Mausoleum with large strides. As an outsider, he didn't dare step into the Imperial Mausoleum of the Imperial household. He had absolutely no idea what might be the consequence of trespassing onto the Imperial Mausoleum. Ji Chenjiu studied Zhao Ruge for a bit, then lowered his head and resumed sweeping off dead leaves from the tombstones. His movements were sluggish, much like those of an enervated elder. The once bold, spirited demeanor of King Yu was nowhere to be found. Your Highness King Yu, surely you don't want to be stuck in this Imperial Mausoleum for the rest of your life? Think about Ji Chensu sitting upon the throne right now. Are you not filled with unreconcilable anger? Zhao Ruge's gaze stared daggers as he continued, why should you, King Yu, guard the Imperial Mausoleum like some watchdog, while he, Ji Chensu, sits comfortably on the throne? Why him? Ji Chenjiu's eyes turned, his ashen pupils revealed a trace of wan smiles. Zhao Ruge, what have I got left to fight against Ji Chensu at this point? Everything has been settled already. Father chose him, that makes me, a sore loser from head to foot. A loser? That's not the King Yu in my mind. Zhao Ruge snickered. Ji Chenjiu shook his head, ignored Zhao Ruge, and turned to another tombstone. It was the tombstone of Emperor Changfeng, one that was awfully plain and unlike anything one would expect of an emperor's gravestone. Unadorned, it came off as rather shabby. Ji Chenjiu hung his head lower, kept his face obscured, and continued languidly sweeping at the fallen leaves. Ji Chenjiu, I, Zhao Ruge, came here today just to tell you that you aren't without a chance to turn the tides. As of now, Lianfu is in the Imperial City, which gives you a window to extricate yourself. If you don't want to leave, I have nothing more to say. But if you feel the slightest unwillingness to take your defeat lying down, then I, Zhao Ruge, and my father, Zhao Mushan, will provide you with all the resources you need. Zhao Ruge then asked, what will be your choice? A winter breeze brushed by and blew at the snow floating in the air. Snowflakes landed on Zhao Ruge's face, but were instantly melted by his body temperature, and turned into droplets of water. His gaze fixated on the shadow within the Imperial Mausoleum. He believed that Ji Chenjiu wouldn't just give up like that. Sure enough, the silhouette of a figure slowly walked out with a broom still in his hands. His eyes were still clouded by a deadly grey hue, but this time a stroke of hope burned amidst the deadly ashes. Zhao Mushan? That old fox, is truly vexing. Ji Chenjiu lifted the broom onto his shoulder, and tugged apart the velvet hair tie on his head. A headful of hair instantly sprang out and hung loose. Zhao Ruge peered at him while the corners of his mouth curled. In the dead of night, two crescent moons intertwined as they hang high above in the sky. In a courtyard within the Imperial City, Zhao Mushan stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze was gentle yet distant, and the energy on his body slightly fluctuated, as if they were streams of moving water. Suddenly, a figure covered with the stench of alcohol appeared within the courtyard. One could even occasionally hear burps. Zhao Mushan knitted his brows into a frown and turned toward this shadow. Shangda, you were drinking again. Votaries shouldn't drink alcohol to begin with, but now you've gone from bad to worse. Hehe, head elder, Shangda knows you understand why votaries shouldn't consume wine. But once the wine and meat had passed through the intestines, this monk only seeks indulgence. Shangda said to Zhao Mushan with his flushed face and alcohol breath. All right, I don't care how much liquor you drink, as long it doesn't hold things up. Zhao Mushan frowned and sighed as he responded. If this were any other monk from the Mahayana island before him, he would have slapped the wits out of him already. But as for Shangda, sigh. Head elder, I have the intelligence you ordered me to gather. That owner Bulletin admits that he knows these serpent men. Shangda's eyes were drowsy and he could barely stand up straight without toppling over. He leaned against a tree, and remarked, that owner Bulletin said. So what if I know them, what should we do? The muscles on Zhao Mushan's face squeezed into a light smile, so what if I know them? Things are much easier as long as he does know them. Bulletin Fang, Bulletin Fang, this old fellow would like to see whether you'll fold your hands and watch them die, ha ha ha. Chapter 209, Dragon Blood Rice and Donbarai. On the streets of the Imperial City, in a quiet alleyway. A gentle beam of light flashed in the pitch-dark alleyway. By the entrance of Fang Fang's little store, Blacka lay quietly on his stomach, breathing evenly in a deep sleep. The shutters of the store were firmly shut. From the kitchen came the crispy, melodious sounds of knife chopping against a board. Bulletin Fang's slender fingers were soaked by splatters of water. With knife in hand, he diced up the carrot on the chopping board with a steady rhythm. The knife moved at an amazing speed, almost dazzling one's eyes. Bulletin Fang carried forth in an orderly manner, without any changes to his composure. It was evident that, for him, this was not yet an impressive speed. Finally, the last of the carrots had been chopped up. Then, Bulletin Fang twirled the knife in his fingers, after which the knife began to twirl like a windmill. Afterwards, Bulletin Fang flung the kitchen knife, sticking it back into the knife holder. Bulletin Fang stretched his body and yawned with his parted lips. Whenever he had time, he would practice his cutting and carving techniques. As someone who aspired to become a chef at the highest level of the food chain, the god of cooking in the fantasy world, he couldn't slack off. He must treat his training seriously to perfect a chef's essential techniques. Having wiped off the water spots on his hand, a glint of excitement flashed across Bulletin Fang's cool eyes. His state of mind connected with and entered the system. The temporary task is completed. Your reward has been issued. The prize of this assignment is Dragon Blood Rice, and a 10% advancement in true energy cultivation level, well done. Bulletin Fang smacked his lips and felt a jolt of joy inside. The progress on his cultivation had not been slow. If anything, the speed of his breakthroughs was as fast as wind in comparison to the others undergoing cultivation. For Bulletin Fang, his focus on cultivation was not the combat capacity associated with it. For him, the purpose of cultivation breakthroughs was to develop a stabler true energy, thereby enabling him to provide for the true energy dishes he cooked. Even though he was a 5th grade battle king at this point, much of his true energy was consumed during the cooking process. The current supply of his true energy was near exhaustion, and this was certainly bad news for him. On top of that, it was difficult to use the golden dragon bone knife for too long given his present cultivation level. Just imagining how the golden dragon bone knife would degrade, halfway, into a black lump knife due to true energy depletion the next time he hunts for ingredients, was too embarrassing. The rewards of the system had already been released, adding a smile to Bulletin Fang's lips. Following the system's instructions, he bent down, opened the lower kitchen cabinet, and took out a ceramic pot. To Bulletin Fang's surprise, this pot was quite heavy. The dragon blood rice could be found inside. Placing the pot on the table, Bulletin Fang unscrewed the lid of the ceramic pot. What gushed out was a slightly pungent scent of rice fragrance. The smell of the ingredient was not bad, and instead gave one the urge to inhale deeply. Bulletin Fang's eyes glistened as he observed the plump grains of rice within the ceramic pot. The rice presented a vermilion shade. At first glance, it evoked a dark and gloomy sensation. After a while, though, one would discern a bewitching hue of blood red radiating from the rice. So this is the dragon blood rice? Seems like it's worth the fuss. Bulatin Fang pursed his lips, picked up a grain of rice with 2 fingers, and leaned closer to study it. The dragon blood rice is watered by the blood of a 7th-grade spirit beast, the viper dragon. It absorbs the vitality and blood essence of the viper dragon, and is harvested into rice under harsh environments. Its grains of rice are plump, exude a dark red tint, and are rich with vitality energy and spirit energy. To some, it is an exceptional, rare ingredient. The system reported with a solemn voice. Having heard this, Bulatin Fang was taken back. He couldn't help but feel it was a pity that this dragon blood rice was irrigated by the blood of viper dragon instead of a true dragon. That distinction made a huge difference to the rank of the ingredient. However, Bulatin Fang did not fret over this, since the system at this point only provided 7th-level ingredients at best. Retrospectively, it may be due to the fact that his capabilities were limited. Once he achieved another breakthrough in cultivation, he could perhaps obtain ingredients of higher quality. Bulatin Fang rubbed his chin as he gazed at this pot of dragon blood rice. The system had yet to provide the latest recipe for the dragon blood rice. Hence, Bulatin Fang would have to rely on himself to experiment with the cooking of this dragon blood rice. He grabbed a fistful of dragon blood rice. Pitter-patter, grains of rice slipped through the cracks of his fingers and sprinkled into the ceramic jar. Sensing the surge of spirit energy and vitality energy that passed through his palm, Bulatin Fang curled his lips. A plan was in place. There were many ways to cook with rice. For example, egg-fried rice was a very basic-level gourmet cuisine using rice. As for his egg-fried rice, it was simultaneously simple and difficult. For the typical chef, this was definitely a rudimentary dish and could be picked up in a few days. However, to truly master it was rather tough. Bulatin Fang had no intentions of cooking egg-fried rice with the dragon blood rice. Certainly not because egg-fried rice was an inferior dish, but because Bulatin Fang could not find an egg worthy of this dragon blood rice. In the making of egg-fried rice, the importance of rice was undeniable. However, the demand for quality egg was also non-negligible. He emptied half of jar of the dragon blood rice into a ceramic bowl, then poured in the spirit energy-infused Heaven Alps spring water to wash the rice. After a while of rinsing, the water was dyed into a shade of red. Every grain of the dragon blood rice sparkled with a glossy plumpness. Then, the water used for rice cleansing was poured into the flower pot that held a burgeoning 5 stripes path understanding tree. It was due for a good dose of nourishment. Bulatin Fang returned to the kitchen, poured the dragon blood rice into a steamer, placed it into a metal pot on the burner, and began the cooking. While waiting for it to cook, Bulatin Fang began preparing the other dishes and took out a fatty piece of wandering dragon cow meat. A wisp of smoke twirled around his hand as he summoned the dragon bone kitchen knife. His hand whirled and instantly diced up the wandering dragon cow meat. The fire was turned on, wok heated, and cooking oil added. With a sprinkle of seasoning, everything was sautéed, releasing a gush of penetrating scent. Now, Bulatin Fang placed the wandering dragon cow meat into the wok and immediately released a surge of true energy that enveloped the metal wok. Then, the stir-fry commenced. Flames burned high and splashes of oil splattered everywhere as Bulatin Fang jiggled the wok. The sound of ladle clashing against the metal wok reverberated within the entire store. Not after long, a rich meaty aroma drifted out and pervaded the air of the little store. A mixture of cornstarch and water was poured into the wok, and the rosy, glossy wandering dragon cow meat instantly quavered with a gurgle. Rich, fragrant juice bubbled in the wok. The lid was placed. It was time for the wandering dragon cow meat to be braised. During the waiting time, Bulatin Fang found himself a circular plate and took out a white radish. With a twirl of the dragon bone kitchen knife, a delicate flower-shaped radish was completed. For Bulatin Fang now, carving out a flower was a piece of cake. Having placed the flower on the circular plate, Bulatin Fang approached the steamer that had already begun emitting a rich rice aroma. Lifting up the lid of the steamer, hot steam sprang up, causing both the rich vitality energy and fragrance to drift outwards. Bulatin Fang took in a deep breath and felt slightly intoxicated. The aroma of the rice contained a hint of refreshing sweetness, shooting a pleasant sensation of coolness through one's body. A large spoonful of well-cooked dragon blood rice was scooped onto the center of the circular plate. The rosy, glossy dragon blood rice occupied half a circle, and stimulated one's taste buds and appetite with its concentrated yet invigorating scent. Finished with the steamer, Bulletin Fang returned to the wok. Gurgling sounds and meaty aroma incessantly emitted from the wok. The stove was turned off, and the wok unlidded. Suddenly, hot steams gushed out and burst forth like a bomb of aroma. Within the wok, thickening sauce dripped out of bursting bubbles. The sparkling, fragrant wandering dragon cow meat was covered with shimmering sauce. Bulletin Fang skillfully juggled the wok again and scooped out the wandering dragon cow meat with a spoon. He slowly poured the wandering dragon cow meat next to the fragrant dragon blood rice. The mixture of both scents was so alluring that one would be instantly hooked. A spoonful of thickening sauce was poured onto the dragon blood rice and wandering dragon cow meat. It trickled down and emitted hot steams. Under the light, the thickening sauce almost beamed with a lustrous glow. The wandering dragon cow meat sitting amidst the sauce quivered due to the hot steams. The sauce seeped through the pockets of air between the dragon blood rice, loosening up the grains of rice and unleashing the intense aroma it contained. Bulletin Fang snapped his fingers and curled his lips. This simultaneously simple and difficult dish was finally completed. Dragon blood meat donbari, accomplished. Chapter 210, Get there early, or else there will be a queue. The Imperial Palace of the Imperial City, the main halls. Ji Chinsu was dressed in his imperial robe, hands held behind his back, eyes squinting, and he carried a merry smile as he strode down the halls. He was in a good mood, since he had finally tasted owner Bulletin's dishes after all this wait. With his stomach satisfied, his state of mind was naturally uplifted. In fact, it felt like he floated in the air as he walked. The numerous eunuchs within the halls, witnessing Ji Chinsu's giddy, certainly incessant paces, couldn't help but cover the smiles on their lips. Now that Ji Chinsu was the emperor, he had generally retained a stern composure and dignified majesty before others ever since his inauguration. Yet, his behavior today was a rare scene, easily amusing the eunuchs, who scrambled to conceal their smiles. Ji Chinsu suddenly felt as if the air around him changed as he took a few more steps. With his brows arched, he glanced around to find blushing, simpering eunuchs covering their mouths. He was slightly taken back and realized that his prior actions may have triggered the eunuch's laughter. A faint hint of awkwardness creeped across his face. With a light cough, Ji Chinsu regained an austere complexion and said gravely, "What are you giggling about? Haven't you seen this sovereign's after-meal exercises?" Having heard that, the eunuchs hung their heads even lower as chuckles escaped their lips. Ji Chinsu couldn't help but crack up himself. He really was in a good mood tonight. Having arrived in front of the throne, Ji Chinsu lightly tossed up the ends of his imperial robe and sat down comfortably. Suddenly, a shadow flew through the main halls at the speed of lightning and appeared on his knees before Ji Chinsu. This startled Ji Chinsu quite a bit, causing him to emit a light cough. Reporting, Your Majesty. A change of events at the Imperial Mausoleum. Ji Chinjiu has been taken and is nowhere to be found. The messenger kneeling upon the main halls reported this incident solemnly. What? Any trace of jubilation on Ji Chinsu's face was wiped clean. Ji Chinjiu was demoted to the Imperial Mausoleum by Emperor Changfeng himself. Surely he didn't dare to escape without authorization? But his cultivation should have been sealed, he couldn't possibly have the capability of fleeing? At this point, Lian Fu also emerged within the main halls, pinching his middle finger and thumb together, twisting waist, and a somber expression. I leave for a few days, and King Yu ends up being seized? Could it be a premeditated act of crime? Lian Fu frowned as he remarked. Ji Chinsu's brows have been knitted into knotted rope. Agitation stirred inside of him. Ji Chinsu's identity was very sensitive, but the unusual circumstances within the imperial city induced him to bring in Lian Fu. He certainly did not expect things to take such a turn. Leaving the imperial mausoleum means blatantly defying the late emperor's orders. One would think King Yu has already lost the urge to rebel, but no, he finds in himself the guts to run away. If I ever see King Yu again, I will bring him to justice in honor of the late emperor. Lian Fu swung his sleeves, pinching his fingers together. His shrill voice carried traces of wrath. Ji Chinsu sighed. Could it be that King Yu wanted to make a victorious comeback by escaping the imperial mausoleum? He was still weighed down by the seal Emperor Changfeng placed on him under the spirited dragon array. No, even a typical 7th grade battle saint could break that seal, let alone a commoner without cultivation like him? I originally spared your life for the sake of father. Hopefully you won't make foolish decisions. Ji Chinsu closed his fingers into a fist, and his gaze hardened as he muttered quietly. Bulletin Fang carried a circular plate out of the kitchen and placed this dish on the table. After washing his hands, he sat down in eager anticipation. The circular plate was quite large, within which was the donbari made out of dragon blood rice. The dragon blood meat donbari was made of dragon blood rice and the tenderloins of a 7th-grade spirit beast, the wandering dragon cow. Just these ingredients themselves were enough to garner much attention. Searing hot steams poured out, concentrated with coats of unfading aroma from the well-cooked meat and rice. Bulletin Fang picked up a blue and white ceramic spoon and scooped up a spoonful of dragon blood rice. The grains of rice were plump and full, appearing as moistened due to the rising hot steams. The red-toned rice was certainly eye-catching. Even though the dragon blood rice was nurtured by dragon blood, it was free from any raw, unpleasant odor and instead emitted the delicate scent of cooked white rice. The refreshing fragrance felt like a stream of milk flowing through the heart, adding a faint sweetness that burst within. Having sent the spoonful of dragon blood rice into his mouth, Bulletin Fang arched his brows. As he chewed lightly, the grains of dragon blood rice sprang apart and bounced between his teeth and tongue. The dragon blood rice was firmer in texture relative to the ordinary rice, adding more chewiness to its consistency. Bouncing within the walls of the mouth, it gave one an exceptional sensation. Once sent into the mouth, its rich spirit essence instantly burst forth, surging out of Bulletin Fang's mouth and washing over his entire body. Even though this spirit essence couldn't compare with that of the blood-crowned black swamp boa, it was still quite decent. Then, he scooped up a spoon of the sauce made of the wandering dragon cow meat and poured it into his mouth. The simmering sauce mixed with the dragon blood rice in his mouth. Plump, chewy wandering dragon cow meat also swam on his tongue, sending shivers down Bulletin Fang's spines. Bulletin Fang's mouth quivered as it blew out incredibly hot steams. But the scorching sensation was part of the fun in eating this donbari. The sweltering feeling was simply irresistible. As the rich fragrance effused within one's mouth, that cross between wanting to, but not daring to swallow it down, was out of this world. Bulletin Fang was immersed in this sensation of walking on air. Needless to say, it was like a wonderful, joyful misery. Finally swallowing the dragon blood rice soaked with steaming sauce, Bulletin Fang felt a satisfaction that opened up every pore on his body. Yes. Bulletin Fang let out a hot breath. A delightful sense of relief always followed once one gulped down a spoonful of steaming donbari. He licked his lips and discovered that his tongue was slightly numb from the burning sensation. Actually, the wandering dragon cow meat sauce would taste even better with a pinch of chili pepper. Bulletin Fang mumbled with the ceramic spoon in his mouth as he mulled over this idea. However, Bulletin Fang was never the biggest fan of chili peppers. Most of his dishes did not fall into the spicy category, though peppers actually made for very good seasonings. Guess we'll just make adjustments based on the customer's preferences from now on. Bulletin Fang curled his lips. He was stocked with chili peppers, since the abyssal chili sauce was still kept in the system's storage space. No longer giving this a thought, Bulletin Fang began to concentrate on enjoying the dragon blood meat donbari. He was immersed in great pleasure, and covered his mouth from time to time as he breathed out hot air. It truly looked like an amalgamation of joy and misery. But before gourmet delicacies, he really couldn't contain himself. Once he had finished the entire plate of donbari, beads of sweat covered his entire forehead. Bulletin Fang patted his bulging stomach and sprawled over a chair, feeling so lazy he didn't want to move a bit. After resting for a long time, he finally stood up, cleaned the table, and returned to the kitchen. This could count as a new dish. Bulletin Fang personally enjoyed it a great deal. Dragon blood meat donbari, both nourishing and delicious. Having tidied away everything, Bulletin Fang stretched himself and yawned. He went upstairs to take a steaming hot shower, then lay on the bed and shut his eyes. Having ate and drank to one's heart's content, it was time for a nap to recharge the body. Early in the morning, the sun had crawled out. It exuded brilliant beams of light, enveloping the earth with its gentle radiance. Fang Fang's little store, located in the alleyway, had also opened for business. The shutters had been removed, revealing a sleepy-eyed Bulletin Fang. His elongated fingers clutched a ceramic plate, within which there was an aromatic sweet and sour ribs. Bulletin Fang patted Black's head after placing the plate of sweet and sour ribs before him. He yawned and took out a chair, enjoying the cooling breeze wafted by as he sat down. On the streets of the imperial city, street vendors had already opened business for the morning market. A troop of figures wrapped in black clothing carried a sedan chair and stopped by the entrance to the alleyway. A shadow arrived before the sedan chair. This figure had a black piece of cloth covering his face and was dressed in a black warrior's robe. Clearly, he wanted to keep his identity a secret. However, the shiny head and the multiple scars on it were quite revealing. Bulletin Fang would have recognized him in a split second. The young monk drew back the curtain on the sedan chair, and lifted out a figure with one hand. "God damn you, Zhao Mushan! You deprive this monk of a good sleep and make him perform such basic, incompetent duties this early in the morning." The young monk cursed as he took a few steps and swung the figure in his hand onto the floor. He flicked a glimpse at that silhouette, stamped on the long snake tail, and said with his body bent downwards, "Listen, good serpent man, if you want to rescue your companions then go find owner Bulletin. Don't say this monk didn't give you a fair tip." Ani, who struggled in agony on the floor, glared at this bald man with a face full of anger. "Get there early, or else there will be a queue." The young monk rubbed his head and burst out into laughters. Then, he turned to leave with the sedan chair bearers, leaving behind the serpent man Ani, who gnashed his teeth in anger. Chapter 211, Maybe you were all family thousands of years ago. Ani curled up his snake tail. His upper torso was covered with scars, wounds that looked savage and hideous. To hell with that guy! Ani's eyes snapped with burning rage, but his heart was filled with bleakness. He had never realized how big the world was before leaving the illusory spirit swamp. Back in the Serpent Men tribes, his cultivation level of a 6th grade battle emperor was already considered matchless. Rarely anyone dared to challenge him, and even when there were the occasional spirit beasts, he could easily slay them. However, he was met with excruciating defeats ever since stepping into the human realm. The tribe elder was right in saying the human realm was much more terrifying than the illusory spirit swamp. That group of folks held Yu Fu and Serpent Man Yu Feng hostage but left him here. This was clearly a conspiratorial scheme. Do they want me to go seek out Senior Bulletin? This group of people is surely up to no good. If the senior, with all the kindness of his heart, tries to go rescue Yu Fu, he will definitely fall into their trap. I cannot bring harm to Senior Bulletin. Ani clenched his fist with a dark and gloomy face. However, if he didn't go find him, Yu Fu and Yu Feng would be in grave danger. This was a difficult decision to make. Hun? Serpent Man! A curious mutter suddenly interrupted Ani's indecisive thoughts. Ani looked back in shock only to find two familiar shadows. He recalled these two figures clearly, since they had also appeared in the tribe for the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus but left empty-handed. I thought you guys got here a long time ago, turns out you just arrived? But why are you all alone? If my memory hasn't failed me, the one needing owner Bulletin's remedy isn't you, Wu Yunbei asked calmly. She was dressed in a white robe and eyed the wounded Ani, very much intrigued. Ani's eyes flashed. He couldn't determine if Wu Yunbei could be trusted. Come on, let's discuss this in owner Bulletin's store. Wu Yunbei saw through Ani's unease, scrunched her brows, and charged ahead. Master Wu took a look at Ani and walked forward. The three of them arrived at Bulletin Fang's store. Wu Yunbei came especially early today. She was still vexed about not getting to taste the lotus-made frost blaze path understanding brew yesterday, and so got up extra early and hauled along Master who was dead asleep. Bulletin Fang was slouching on the chair before his door. His eyes flashed when he saw the three figures approaching. Bulletin Fang was dazed to catch sight of the serpent men he hadn't seen for a long time. The young monk from yesterday had just mentioned the serpent man, and here he was today. That young monk yesterday was clearly troublesome. Owner Bulletin, do you still remember this serpent man? Wu Yunbei arrived at the store, and first glimpsed at Blackie, who was happily gulping down sweet and sour ribs, before asking Bulletin Fang her question. Master Wu's also gaped with eyes unmoved. The dozens crystals worth of sweet and sour ribs was discarded to feed the dog. Now that was throwing God's gifts to the winds. Blackie paused his feast of the sweet and sour ribs and lifted up his doggy head to glower at the ogling Master Wu. He snorted with his doggy nose, then turned around, facing his butt at Wu before refocusing on his meat in the ceramic plate. His tail wagged in an adorable way. Senior Bulletin. Ani came face to face with Bulletin Fang. His heart was filled with sorrow. He had finally met up with him. It had been a month since leaving the illusory spirit swamp, with the specific purpose of finding Bullet Fang. Now that he had finally tracked him down, a myriad of emotions burst in his heart. Seeing Anai so rattled, tears, snots and all, Bullet Fang's eye twitched. "Dear brother, must you be so worked up? Come on inside," Bullet Fang responded. He left his seat and entered the store. Wu Yunbei inhaled deeply, then strode into the store. As soon as she stepped in, her complexion changed. The spirit energy within the store had gotten even richer compared to the day before, and the mystifying waves of energy were also more distinct. It was as if peculiar path understanding notes buzzed incessantly by one's ears. The path understanding tree. Wu Yunbei's gaze fixated upon the 5 stripes path understanding tree growing by the corner in a earth yellow flower pot. The leaves on the path understanding tree had matured, having no longer the fresh, gentle color from before. Undoubtedly, the path understanding tree was beginning to ripe. Master Wu was most affected, since he was a 7th grade battle saint and could make out the path understanding notes with higher clarity. He felt a stirring inside, and had the urge to sit down cross-legged for cultivation training. After all, it was not every day that one would encounter a ripening 5 stripes path understanding tree. This path understanding tree is about to mature. Owner Bulletin's flower pot is quite unusual. It probably has the ability to accelerate time, or else why would the tree grow so quickly? Master Wu observed solemnly. As a 7th grade battle saint, he was well aware of the circumstances in the imperial city nowadays. Once the 5 stripes path understanding tree ripened, the unsettling equilibrium within the imperial city would break instantly. Why don't you two see what you want to order? As for the serpent man, where are the others? How come it's just you? Bullet Fang turned around and asked. A cold shiver ran down Anai's spine when he heard Bullet Fang's words. He was still hesitant to respond, since he suspected that the bald man was untrustworthy and purposefully sought to lure in Senior Bulletin. I must not drag Senior Bulletin into this. Anai's heart sunk. Go ahead, don't be afraid. I say no to most requests. Speak your mind freely, Bullet Fang said evenly. He could detect the struggle from Anai's eyes, and hence recognized his degree of anguish. Say no to most requests, Wu Yunbei was quite speechless at Bullet Fang's remark. But indeed, owner Bulletin was inflexible in his own way. If he had sold her a cup of Frost Blaze Path Understanding brew yesterday, she wouldn't need to pay a visit here this early in the morning. The serpent man Anai felt an instant rush of relief and poured out everything. Wu Yunbei and Master Wu listened with their ears perked. This serpent man's adventure was certainly more entertaining than their bland, eventless journey. Zhao Mushan. Bullet Fang glanced at the serpent man and asked calmly. Yes. That abominable man is called Zhao Mushan. He captured us with a dishonorable ploy. Anai gnashed his teeth in anger, fuming with a bitter resentment. Bullet Fang gave it a thought, and recalled the man who attempted to battle the simulacrum of the dragon he conjured at the double calamity dragon head array. He didn't expect this guy to enter the picture again, and this time redirecting the target at him. Senior Bulletin, that Zhao Mushan has definitely set up a trap for you. Please don't risk your safety for us. In the name of moral justice, I really do not wish for you, Senior Bulletin, to go to the rescue, but then again, Yu Fu and Uncle Yu Feng are my family. Anai's complexion was clouded with conflicting emotions as he rambled on. Bullet Fang was dumbfounded and gazed at this babbling fellow, completely tongue-tied. He lifted up his hand to cut off the blathering Anai, and remarked coolly, sorry for the slight interruption, I did not agree to going to the rescue. Anai was struck dumb, and Wu Yunbei was also startled as they both gazed at Bullet Fang. I am only responsible for treating your Uncle Yu Feng. As for what happens on the way here, it is irrelevant to me, Bullet Fang explained solemnly. Anai trembled, shaking uncontrollably. If Bulletin Wang was unwilling to come to their aid, then how could he ever save Yu Fu and Uncle Yu Feng? Just as Anai was about to open his mouth, the sounds of footsteps drifted from the alleyway. Another big crowd was forming by the store. Well, as you can see, my restaurant is pretty busy. As for rescuing hostages, I don't have the time for that. Bullet Fang threw his hands in the air. He gazed at Anai, then glimpsed at Wu Yunbei, before suggesting, Hi, you can always ask her for a helping hand. After all, you are both from the illusory spirit swamp. Even though you're from different species, you two could well have been a family thousands of years ago. To hell with the same family thousands of years ago theory. Wu Yunbei did not know whether to laugh or cry. But Wu Yunbei caught sight of the depressed, desperate Ani, and exhaled a light breath. Serpent man, seeing that we were from the same family, PFT. Seeing that we know each other pretty well, how about if we come to the rescue? However, there are strings attached to our offer. We are hoping that you can introduce us to someone after returning to the illusory spirit swamp, the Serpentine Sovereign. Wu Yunbei's eyes instantly sparkled, beaming in radiance as she stared at Ani. Chapter 212, This Lady's Sword, is Thirsty for Blood. Miss, you mustn't. Master Wu's eyes almost popped out after hearing Wu Yunbei's proposal. Oh gosh, my dear lady, why would you go stick your foot into a problem like this? In the Imperial City nowadays, a slight action may trigger an entire chain effect. We don't want to become a thorn in the flesh for the rest of the battle saints. That would truly be troublesome. Even though White Cloud Villa was quite powerful, at the end of the day, there were only 2 of them in the Imperial City of the Lightwind Empire. Wu Yunbei completely ignored Master Wu's objection, with her eyes still fixed on Ani. The high and almighty Serpentine Sovereign was a legendary figure who managed to single-handedly build a Serpent Man tribe powerful enough to counterbalance the White Cloud Villa. Wu Yunbei grew up reading the legends of the Serpentine Sovereign as recorded by the White Cloud Villa. Even though she had lost count of which generation was the current Serpentine Sovereign, it did not diminish her enthusiasm toward the Serpentine Sovereign at all. Ani was dumbfounded, his brains suddenly stopped functioning. What was up with this human being before him? Why would you be so obsessed with the Serpentine Sovereign? Could it be that they really were from the same family thousands of years ago? The thought of that sent shivers down Ani's spine. I grew up listening to the legendary tales of the Serpentine Sovereign. I have always yearned to see for myself what this mythical figure looks like, seeing that he was able to heavily wound my Herculean father, who wasn't able to recover until 3 years later. The sense of excitement faded from Wu Yunbei's complexion as she flicked a glance at Ani and explained coolly. This story sounded like it had taken a turn down the aisle of tragedy. Could it be that her fixation on the Serpentine Sovereign derived from the injury he caused on her father? Ani felt his mind running all over the place. Just give me the word, will you or will you not introduce us? Wu Yunbei crossed her arms, lifted her chin, and asked Ani. Yes. If you really can rescue Yu Fu and Uncle Yu Feng, I'll do whatever it takes to plead with the head elder to arrange this meeting. Ani uttered with clenched teeth. Only once a year in the Serpent Men tribe could one have an audience with the Serpentine Sovereign. This opportunity was truly rare. Consider this a done deal. Wu Yunbei was very satisfied. She chuckled lightly and snapped her fingers. Master Wu, who stood behind her, had tears streaming down his face. My dear lady, can we please not act capriciously and unrestrained? If you wanted to see the Serpentine Sovereign, why couldn't you simply ask the Villa Master once you return to the White Cloud Villa? Owner Bulletin, you must have Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew available today. Give this lady a cup. Wu Yunbei was over the moon at this moment. She waved her hands around boldly. My dear lady, can we give this a second thought? Master Wu coaxed. However, Wu Yunbei completely ignored him, with her gaze landing on Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang nodded expressionlessly, then turned around to head back into the kitchen. Once he stepped into it, the sounds of footsteps echoed and traveled from the main entrance. Numerous figures had squeezed into the store. Among the first crowds was the Wiang family. It was evident that the breakthroughs of the 3 Wiang barbarians from yesterday came at a shock. Hence, they hurriedly charged toward the store this morning. Wiang Xiaoi stuck out her head, her eyes peering toward the kitchen. If owner Bulletin wasn't in the store at this time, he must be in the kitchen. Let me know if you want to order anything. Wiang Xiaoi began tending to her duties, which included keeping the order of the store. Today's Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew is limited to 5 cups for sale. Bulletin Fang's calm voice drifted from the kitchen, after which he himself appeared with a white jade wine jar in his hands. His complexion was cool and indifferent. Even though the crowd was displeased that the available amount of the wine had yet again decreased, they didn't voice any objections. This was a wine that could assist one to reach breakthroughs. When the fruit was the scarcest, its taste was the sweetest. That was the way of life. Bulletin Fang placed the white jade wine jar on the table and took off the lid. There was still 1/3 of the wine nectar left within the white jade wine jar. A rich wine fragrance instantly burst forth from the wine jar, intoxicating everyone. In the early morning, a wine aroma wafted out of the small alleyway, engulfing the space around it. Sploosh splash, Bulletin Fang scooped up a cup of light cyan-colored wine nectar with a bamboo tube. Stripes of cloud-shaped moires hovered above the wine cup, with its rich concentration of spirit energy faintly quivering. Your Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew, please enjoy, Bulletin Fang said as he handed the wine cup to Wu Yunbei, who was unable to hold herself back. Wu Yunbei received the cup with her eyes absolutely glued to the wine nectar. She licked her ruby lips, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and took a sip of the wine. A burning, pungent flavor instantly rushed into her mouth, sending chills down her body. Her eyes lit up as she raised her head and took 3 more sips. With 3 gulps down her throat, the cup of wine was completely devoured. Bulletin Fang caught the cup that Wu Yunbei flung across dizzily, and placidly turned to look at her. Wu Yunbei's entire face became pink-red, her flushed cheeks made her look adorable. After a light burp, Wu Yunbei took a step with her body shaking back and forth and her head spinning. Not before long, she landed flat on the floor. Miss. Master Ah Wu was astounded and quickly stepped forward to support Wu Yunbei, yet the latter had already sunk into a deep drunkenness. This 1 cup of Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew had an alarming amount of strength. The so-called pass out with 1 cup was obviously not a joke. Owner Bulletin, please excuse us. Here is 500 crystals, we'll be on our way. Master Ah Wu was speechless at the young lady who had just vowed to come to the rescue but ended up knocked out cold after 1 cup of wine. My lady, aren't you a tease? Bulletin Fang accepted the crystals and nodded his head. Master Ah Wu said no more, supporting Wu Yunbei as he walked out of the store. He also summoned for the very much lost Ah Ni to follow along. The 3 of them quickly disappeared from the store. Bulletin Fang tapped the white jade wine jar with a bamboo tube and successfully caught everyone's attention. He announced coolly, only 4 cups left. The crowd was immediately stirred up, their scramble for the goods caused a commotion. After the last 4 cups of Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew have been sold, Bulletin Fang packed up the white jade wine jar and took it back to the kitchen. After the wine sale, the store resumed its regular business operations. The Wiang family left carrying a passed-out Grandpa Wiang. Xiao Xiaoyang also had to support Xiao Yu, who lay on the floor smacking his lips, to find his way out of the restaurant. What a pity, there is a new dish today, but nobody wants to give it a try. Bulletin Fang curled his lips and muttered as he witnessed one customer leaving after another. Hey oh, owner Bulletin, the store has been bustling with business these mornings. Now it is hard to squeeze even if we get here early. The big-bellied fatty Jin stepped into the door with his heavy-set troops as he remarked casually. It was yet another couple of unexciting yet pleasant business hours. Xiao Ai, serve the dish. I. Wu Yunbei lay sprawled on the bed motionless like an octopus. All of a sudden, her body trembled. She pulled blindly at everything around her, making a mess of the bedspreads. She crawled up from the bed, pouted her lips, the expression on her face changing constantly. She rubbed her throbbing head and peered at the nightfall through the windows. Her eyes suddenly narrowed into a squint. She emitted a light breath, which was still rich with the smell of alcohol. Wu Yunbei was startled, and then began to inspect herself to see whether the Monarch Lotus made Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew, one she did not have the chance to feel for herself after passing out, has helped her reach a breakthrough. This, oh my god! Wu Yunbei was simply dumbstruck. Within her energy core, a spinning lake of spirit energy was incessantly emitting true energy. If one could compare her true energy vortex from yesterday to a small pond, then today it has transformed into a huge lake. Who would have thought that a cup of wine could help her reach a breakthrough whilst in a deep sleep? The true energy vortex was as if a lake, setting off large waves as it circulated. This signaled that she had officially stepped into the echelon of 7th grade battle saint. Wu Yunbei's eyes widened, and her ruby lips cracked open to form a laugh. She stood unmoved, felt a tug at her heart and subsequently a force of energy rushing down to her feet. Her entire body elevated in the air. She walked on void space as she took a few steps all tipsy. With that, Wu Yunbei could not contain her excitement. Elevated steps, only 7th grade battle saints could achieve that. There really is a breakthrough. And all accomplished soundless and without a stir. Even though it was dependent on my personal foundations, Owen Bulletin's wine nectar was undeniably magical. I was worried that passing out from the wine would cause me to lose the best window for a breakthrough. Who would have thought that I could directly attain an upgrade? Wu Yunbei clenched her fists excitedly, and couldn't suppress the mirth in her heart. She walked out of her room and caught sight of Master Ah Wu all stretched out, snoring loudly in his sleep. Serpent Man Ah Ni also sat on his rolled-up serpent tail with his eyes shut. Standing before this scene, Wu Yunbei narrowed her eyes. A trace of gentleness flashed across her eyes before opening her mouth to howl. Master Ah Wu! Master Ah Wu instantly jumped up in fright, with his drowsy eyes widened. Serpent Man Ah Ni also opened his eyes, very much confused. Come on, let's go rescue the hostages. This lady's sword has been thirsty for blood since long ago. Wu Yunbei threw her arms up in the air in a heroic manner. Chapter 213, A Moonless and Windy Night, to Butcher a Dog. Miss, what did you just say? Master Ah Wu's heart quivered. He couldn't believe that the young miss just made such a lofty and heroic statement. Wait. But before Master Ah Wu could open his mouth to dissuade Wu Yunbei, his eyes suddenly widened as he stared at her in a daze. Wu Yunbei true energy stirred and kept rising, which led to his heart palpitating with excitement. Miss! You broke through to become a battle saint. Master Ah Wu entered into a state of excitement and his mental tiredness totally vanished as his eyes shone like a bright star. On the side, the serpent man Ah Ni's heart also leapt into his mouth. How did this cross-dressed girl suddenly attain a breakthrough to become a battle saint? She was still so young. In reality, Wu Yunbei did, in fact, look very young. In other words, around the age of 20, and yet, her cultivation level had already exceeded most of her peers. As expected of disciples of the White Cloud Villa. They truly deserve their reputation as a mysterious and gigantic faction. Maybe, they really had a fighting chance to save both Yu Fu and Uncle Yu Feng. Ah Ni's originally faltering heart filled with hope again. Wu Yunbei's mouth curled into a smile as she nodded her head to acknowledge. As she released her true energy, an even larger pressure emerged from her body, forcing the serpent man to retreat a few steps back. It's really the aura of a battle saint. Wonderful, if the villa master finds out that the young miss has achieved a breakthrough, he will be thrilled. Master Ah Wu said as he danced in excitement. Owner Bulletin's Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew really is the good stuff. Not only was the essence of the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus Seed absorbed into the wine, it even combined all the other precious spirit herbs into one. With that scorching sensation. Its medical effect is definitely not weaker than the 7th grade Ice Soul Monarch Lotus. It deserves its price of 500 crystals. Wu Yunbei exclaimed. Was it really worth exchanging a mere cup of wine for the chance for a battle emperor to break through to battle saint? Yes, it was definitely worth it. Master Ah Wu, let's hurry and rescue them now. Since we promised that serpent man that we would do so, we have to live up to our words. Such a moonless and windy night is perfect for taking action. Besides, I want to try out the strength of a battle saint. Wu Yunbei broke into a beaming smile, tinged with excitement. Master Ah Wu's face stiffened up. To be honest, he was wary of taking part in this rescue mission. Given the current state of the Imperial City, even if one were a battle saint, they weren't entirely safe from danger either. Furthermore, his goal here was to ensure the safety of Wu Yunbei. Naturally, he didn't wish for her to be embroiled in such a risky endeavor. However, after seeing the strong determination of Wu Yunbei, he had no choice but to give in to Wu Yunbei as he changed into dark clothes and prepared to set out. On that moonless night, as the chill wind blew, it stirred the sand on the ground. A streak of shadow emerged from a corner. A figure with a bald head with multiple scars on it could be seen jumping from wall to wall at an incredible pace, with almost no sound being produced at all. With a flip off the wall, the bald figure landed at the entry of an alleyway. As the bald figure lifted his head, a pair of avarice-filled eyes revealed themselves. Peeking out, he turned his gaze onto the way of Bulletin Fang's squarish little restaurant. There, a plump black dog could be seen snoring away. It's such a rare sight to see such a plump dog. Tonight, on this wonderful moonless night, I can have a good feast. The man tried to stifle his laughter. He remembered that the wily fox, Zhao Mushan, mentioned to him before that a scary spirit beast resided in the tiny restaurant. However, nobody knew what its cultivation level was. Hence, he needed to be careful in this snatch the dog mission, in case the spirit beast which Zhao Mushan is wary of would notice him. That would truly be dreadful. This humble monk is just here to snatch a watchdog. That supreme beast should not be too bothered by that. After snatching the dog, I will immediately run away without looking back, there shouldn't be any problem there. Baldy formulated what was, in his mind, the perfect plan. Turning his thoughts back to the plump, juicy black dog, he couldn't help but reminisce about the delicacies he could experience. That dry grilled dog meat, red braised dog meat, honey glazed dog meat. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't wait to take action. This humble monk is known as the Terminator of dogs. Big black dog in front, here I come. Baldy snickered. As he moved cautiously toward the front, he took care not to stir up any large movements, to avoid being noticed by the supreme beast protecting the restaurant. Baldy moved agilely like a swallow. It even seemed as thought he was flying toward the restaurant. With each step he took, his pace grew even faster. His sight fell on the black dog lying on the ground, that thoroughly fattened black dog, chock full of meat. That's good. I cannot feel the pressure of any spiritual beast. It looks like that incredibly strong supreme beast didn't notice me. Baldy heaved a sigh of relief, but he still remained on alert, fearing that the savage monster would lock on to him. The black dog remained on the ground, with its nose twitching ever so slightly as it remained blissfully asleep, without any signs of awakening. Baldy let out a sound of delight as he looked at the dog. As his hand made a small movement in the air and flicked his wrist, a frigid cold glint of a dagger appeared and rested on his hand. The dagger shone, becoming a frightening sight in the moonless night. Such a plump dog, it's perfect for dry pot dog meat. Baldy licked his lips as the dagger ferociously lunged at the big black dog. In order to snatch away the dog without so much as a squeak, he had to be ruthless and precise. With one stroke, blood must be spilled and the dog silenced forever without a chance at even barking. He had practiced this maneuver countless times before, and even the location he planned on striking was one he sussed out after numerous experimentations. There was no better location than this to drain its blood. Screech! An ear-splitting screech, one so jarring that it gave those who heard it goosebumps, sliced through the dead of night, amplified to deafening proportions by the deathly silence of this tiny alleyway. Baldy was stunned. He couldn't believe that the dagger, which he used to savagely stab the dog, not only failed to leave a single scratch on the dog, but it bent as well, as though it was stabbing a piece of rock. Is this possible? His eyes narrowed as he kept the damaged dagger and took out another sharpened dagger to stab the dog again. I stab. I stab. I stab again. I'll stab your ass. Baldy fell on his butt in disbelief after the 3 stabs, with his eyes glued on the now bladeless dagger in his hand. In his heart, a foreboding sense of unease began to wrap around him like vice. He looked at the dog again. The black dog finally opened its drowsy eyes, slowly turned its head around, and with twitch of its mouth, stared back in an almost human-like fashion. Damned bald donkey, what are you doing tickling this lord dog in the middle of the night? Is it fun or something? It was a man's voice, calm and affable. However, the voice carried the force of thunder as it blasted toward Baldy and left him trembling as he stepped back. His face was white, as if he had seen a ghost. This plump dog, can freaking speak. Blackie rolled its eyes. Even though it didn't understand what was this donkey doing stabbing him in the middle of the night, and even though that dagger didn't hurt it in the slightest, this dunce had clearly disturbed this lord dog's sleep. Unforgivable. Under the dazed stare of the bald man, Blackie actually stood up on its hind legs, nearly causing the bald man's eyes to pop out of their sockets. Eyes hanging by a mere thread, he gawked at the fat dog approaching him while doing the catwalk. On the second floor of the restaurant, Bulletin Fang was still sleeping soundly without knowing what was happening outside, in the alley. However, even if he knew about it, all he would do was frown. Coming in the middle of the night to provoke Blackie, this bald donkey should have seen it coming. At the same time, within the doorway of a resplendent courtyard in the imperial city, 3 shadows wearing black clothing proudly stood at attention. So, this is the place? Wu Yunbei couldn't help but ask as she stared ahead at the courtyard. Snake Man I nodded his head. With regards to this place, he was sure that both Yu Fu and Uncle Yu Feng were locked up inside. Miss, this isn't some ordinary mansion. Are we really going to go in? Master Awu knitted his eyebrows as he looked at the manor. He had this sense of uneasiness, as if it was dark bottomless pit, waiting to swallow them all. What's there to be scared of? Master Awu, do not forget, this miss is finally a battle saint and can wield the semi-divine tool, the cloud sword. Wu Yunbei said with confidence. Hearing that, he paused for a moment before relaxing. That's right. The young miss was a lady who possessed a semi-divine tool, a 7th grade battle saint. An ordinary battle saint wasn't even a match for her, so perhaps he was really worrying too much. Let's go, to save them, Wu Yunbei said in a serious tone. Even with an hidden trump card, one must still exercise caution with the current state in the imperial city. The true energy of the three people surged forth as they rushed toward the manor. Chapter 214, Humble Monk only envied Lord Dog muscular juicy body. On the imperial city's street, in a quiet alleyway, outside Fang Fang's little store. As the cold moonlight radiated down and covered the ground, it illuminated the alleyway where a plump, big black dog could be seen striding like a cat, casting a long shadow. The big black dog emotionlessly looked toward the bald donkey in front of it, a bald donkey who dared to use a dagger on the Lord Dog. At the current moment, in his heart, Shangda felt as though 10,000 black big dogs were galloping toward him. How could this plump big black dog in front of him actually open its mouth and speak? What was going on? Barely containing the terror in his heart, Shangda got off the floor. Thinking of 100 possibilities, the severity of the situation suddenly dawned on him. A dog which can speak. I'll be damned. I hope this dog is not the spirit beast Zhao Mushin is referring to. In an instant, his confusion was cleared up as if a bolt of lightning had streaked across his mind, banishing the darkness clouding it. Turning to look at the dog, his face turned as pale as a sheet, as if he had seen a ghost. The spirit beast he remained on guard against for the better part of the day, through some cruel twist of fate, turned out to be the target of his skullduggery tonight. Standing there, eyes watering and face etched with indignation and grief, Shangda truly felt like cursing the heavens for his misfortune. But how could such a powerful spirit beast be a plump dog? Could a plump dog even become a spirit beast? As Blackus strode forward, with its smug look seemingly intending to taunt his opponent, which caused Shangda's heart to tremble with fear. He thoroughly regretted his action. Why did he give in to a moment of desire and decide to trouble this black dog? From your body, this Lord Dog could sense a killing intent. Blackie emotionlessly spoke, its voice mild yet somehow charming. Why do you bear such killing intent toward a dog? Spoke the Lord Dog with its mild voice as he stopped in his path, looking at Shangda. Shangda's eyes widened. He grabbed his head with his hands and then slapped it. Under the uncaring eyes of the Lord Dog, he suddenly leapt into the air and with a forceful kick of both his legs, stepping onto the wall. Judging by his actions, he was planning to flee within the span on a breath. Watching the panicking bald donkey stumble to get away, Blackie extended its doggy tongue and licked its dainty little doggy paws. I'm asking you a question here. What are you running away for? Blackie muttered curtly, after which he violently swiped a dog paw onto Shangda's back. With his heart totally swept up like a tsunami, the startled Shangda only had one single thought in his mind, which was to run away as fast as possible. Although he could not sense any spiritual energy movement from that plump black dog, when he stared at the dog, his heart couldn't muster a single ounce of resistance. That sensation, it was like when he faced an 8th grade spirit beast in an endless desert before. At that time, his cultivation level was only up to Battle King, while he was facing a war god spirit beast. And, that war god spirit beast also knew how to speak. What the heck, encountering a spirit beast which could speak, there's only one word, run. Boom. Just as the thought of running crossed Shangda's mind, an incredible pressure appeared behind him. His body suddenly froze, unable to make a single movement, as the paw slammed him into the ground. Why did you, in the middle of the night, try and use a dagger on this Lord Dog? Blackie raised its dainty little doggy paws while sighing. Shangda's face was now full of fear. Even with his full-fledged muscular body, he was unable to make any movement, as though he was chained up. This threatening feeling was even scarier than the pressure he felt from that war god spirit beast in the past. Damn this dog! For some reason, this Lord Dog feels that you harbor bad intentions. Fess up, unless you wish to end up like this. Lord Dog spoke. Crash! Shangda groveled on the ground, with his whole body full of cold sweat. Glancing to the side, his pupils suddenly shrunk, as he saw that the floor paved with bricks had shattered into multiple fragments. A dog paw print could be seen superimposed on it. "Lord Dog, Big Brother Dog. Please show some mercy." Shangda felt like crying, being bullied like this. Blackie rolled its eyes at the gutless bald donkey. "Well, I humbly came in the quiet night, well, it's because I admired Lord Dog's heroic and well-toned muscular physique, so I was thinking." Cold sweat could be seen dripping from Shangda's head. Should he set it out? "And so what do you want?" Lord Dog blinked as it said. "So I was thinking, about borrowing a slice of dog meat, to taste." Shangda's heart trembled as he finally blurted out the statement he was in the midst of mulling over. He immediately shut his mouth. In his heart, he knew he was in deep trouble. True to that, at that instant, a surge of turbulent malicious aura fell on his back. "You dare say you wanted to eat dog meat?" Boom! As though a slumbering beast had just been aroused, an oppressive aura enveloped the city. At that very moment, the whole imperial city boiled over. All the battle saints who were sleeping soundly almost pissed in their pants as they opened their eyes and dashed out of the room, each of them feeling the frightening aura. That aura was just too overwhelming. At that instant, no matter who it was, there started to shiver. An Yan opened her eyes, twisted her slender body and leaped off her bed before dashing out of the room and into the sky. A delicate shadow could be seen following behind her. "Sister Yan, this pressure. Could it be a war god spirit beast?" Ye Xiling was not aware of the action of arming herself with long bow on her back, clutching tightly with her palms full of sweats. "No, there's something weird with this aura, it seems to be much stronger than a war god spirit beast, as if..." Xiling knitted her eyebrows. She found this aura familiar, as though she had felt this before. "No matter what, there's going to be trouble brewing in the Imperial City." Yan sighed. "Young miss, should we still act?" Master Awu's whole body trembled. Faced with the aura, his face turned dark. To think that within the Imperial City lay such a scary existence. This overwhelming pressure is at the same level as the Master of Cloud Villa. When did Lightwind Imperial City process such a hidden trump card? No. Let's use this chance. While everybody is stunned by this aura, we should immediately take action to rescue the prisoners. Wu Yunbei bit her lips as she said. Master Awu's face paled. It looked like there was no choice but to take action. Having made the snake man and stay at the entrance to be their lookout, two shadows could be seen leaping over the walls. Shangda's body could be seen shivering. "I told you I didn't want to speak at all, look at you, you got angry already." His heart was full of bitterness. He truly only wanted to catch a plump dog for its dog meat. To think that this dog, which was basically a pig at this point, had such a frightening power within itself. "Eat dog meat? Who gave you the gall to eat dog meat?" Blackie was furious. Its entire body covered with dog fur could be seen radiating light. Boom! Boom! The tiles on the floor started to shatter as they could not withstand the tremendous pressure. "Lord Dog! Let's speak calmly." A ray of light radiated out, engulfing him. To think that Shangda was able to break out of Blackie's pressure. A Buddha simulacrum could be seen appearing from his body as he leapt off the ground to get back on his feet. Shatter! However, before he got the chance to continue to speak, a dog paw covering the sky cruelly patted down, and the Buddha simulacrum shattered like glass into many fragments. Like a falling star, he felt as if his whole body was bursting into flames as he fell from the sky. With his night clothes in tatters and multiple slashes on his skin. His whole body was flattened, while he vomited blood non-stop. Boom! Boom! A loud explosion could be heard throughout the Imperial City in the night, with sound waves cascading through, followed by the deep silence that came next. On the outer walls of the Imperial City, a deep crater was carved into its stony walls, from which bricks could be seen falling down. A shadow struggled to crawl out of the crater. With his whole body bloodied, he barely managed to stand up. From his chest, pieces of Buddhist relics could be seen falling into pieces. That damned dog! Such a misfortune! Shangda was truly covered in blood. Were it not for those precious Buddhist relics helping him to take on most of the damage, he would likely have become a meat patty already. After eating dog meat for so long, finally he was beaten by a dog. All he could say was that he totally deserved this. With his injured body and his heart feeling desolate, he slowly made his way toward Zhao Mushin's manor. Blackus sniffed his nose indignantly. Still angry, he glared at Shangda's broken figure, sighed and lay down at the restaurant entrance. Upstairs, Bulletin Fang leaned against the window. Seeing that the alleyway floor was destroyed again, he crinkled his mouth into a smile. I already asked Blackett to be more gentle on the stone pavement, yet it got destroyed again. Looks like there was no choice but to ask someone to come and repair the pavement on the following day. Bulletin Fang sighed as he closed the window and climbed back into bed, preparing to sleep. This night, however, would most likely be a sleepless one for the battle saints of the Imperial City. Chapter 215, The Wind Whistled and Misery Came. A resplendent courtyard, throughoutly surrounded by pavilions and terraces, and partitioned by a miniature stream that ran right down the middle. All that framed within the picturesque backdrop of a false mountain from which the courtyard's river drew its lifeblood from, round and round, meandering through its stony crags. As the moonlight shone over the entire courtyard, it reflected off the stream, turning it into a river of stars. In a certain corner, two figures gently descended onto the plush greenery, ever so gently, so as not to be heard by others. With a face stiff with anxiety, Master Ah Wu closely kept pace with Wu Yunbei as she traversed the courtyard. This was the courtyard Ah and I had told them about, the one where the serpent man was held captive within. It was also the one where Zhao Mushin resided in. Young miss, be careful, since this Zhao Mushin was so insistent that owner Bulletin paid him a visit, there's no way he wouldn't leave traps behind or perhaps an ambush of sorts. Master Ah Wu prudently noted. Wu Yunbei nodded her head. She knew of that as well. There was simply no way Zhao Mushin wouldn't make any preparation when dealing with owner Bulletin. Standing within the courtyard, they couldn't help but feel a little spooked by the serenity and almost death-like solitude of the courtyard, barely broken by the intermittent whooshes of the flowing water. Let's move, we still have to find where the snake man is being held prisoner, Wu Yunbei said. With a zip, the two figures disappeared into the distance ahead, ever so quietly. Zhao Mushin stood within a certain room, with his hands behind his back. At his side was a table on which rested a cup of tea still fresh from the teapot, which billowed its aromatic fragrance throughout the room. Suddenly, his lips curled into a smile as he raised the cup to his lips and took a sip. Eyes closed, he took a moment to savor the fragrance before slowly leaving the room. Stepping out, he couldn't help but blow a breath of hot air in response to the slight chilliness outside. Mere moments later, a rush of mental energy surged out of the man who took but one step forward and flew into the air. Back within the courtyard, the roar of a wild beast could be heard crashing through the silence of the courtyard, deafening those who heard it and nearly destroying the courtyard in the process. From within, came a multitude of tyrannical laughs that echoed thunderously in the air. Boom! Boom! As flows of true energies clashed, the resulting shockwaves tore through the resplendent courtyard, turning it into a horrific battleground in just the blink of an eye. At that, Zhao Mushin grinned. So, he finally took the bait. Dashing through the air, he came to a stop above the courtyard only to see a chaotic battle already in progress beneath. There, he saw a multitude of figures surrounding another group of figures. It's not Bulletin Fang. He paused for a second upon realizing that it wasn't Bulletin Fang who the experts below were surrounding. Haha! Zhao Mushin, so these two fellows are the targets this time? Once we capture them, we will get the 5 stripes path understanding fruit tree. Came a boisterous yell from below. It was a topless brute seated atop an equally fierce-looking cheetah, that issued that thunderous laugh. Surrounding him were 3 other experts who also commanded a beast of their own. These were the men who surrounded Wu Yunbei and Master Ah Wu. As Master Ah Wu stood there, hand clasped tightly around a serpent man, his face couldn't be any paler nor graver even if he wished it. That Zhao Mushin really did set up a trap for Bulletin Fang, and to think it was such a terrifying one as well. 4 7th grade battle saints along with 2 6th grade beasts. Such a team was basically invincible within the imperial capital. Such a showing for a mere 5th grade battle king, that Zhao Mushin must have really taken the threat of Bulletin Fang seriously. Standing in the midst of said trap was Wu Yunbei, with her brows knitted together and true energy surging. Men from the 3rd godly temple of the wildlands, huh? To think the esteemed 3rd godly temple of the wildlands would stoop so low as to collude with the insignificant Mahayana island, your faces aren't worth much, I see. Wu Yunbei coldly declared. 3rd godly temple of the wildlands wasn't a faction foreign to her. It was, after all, a power that could rival the White Cloud Villas. However, these two factions were located in different regions, with the White Cloud Villa occupying illusory Spirit Swamp while the third godly temple of the Wildlands occupied the central regions of the Wildlands. While she said they were colluding, the only one who could dispatch so many battle saints had to be the third godly temple of the Wildlands. A mere Buddhist sect like the Mahayana Island couldn't provide such a showing even if they tried. Oh? A pretty little thing like you actually knows about us? Seems like your background isn't that bad either. Sneered the brute seated atop the cheetah, as he threw a look at Wu Yunbei. Zhao Mushan descended upon one of the false peaks and with a frown, called out to Wu Yunbei and Master Ah Wu, "Why is it you two rescuing the serpent man? Where's Bullet and Fang?" Hearing that, Wu Yunbei merely threw him an impudent look and said nothing. "Forget it, since you two are willing to risk yourselves for Bullet and Fang, your relationship with him shouldn't be that simple either. Capturing you two for a negotiation with him should yield the same results as well," Zhao Mushan emotionlessly declared before turning to look at the battle saints below him. "Capturing them will give you a chance at the 5 Stripes Path Understanding Fruit Tree. Men, for the fruit tree, what are you all waiting for? Hey, Zhao Mushan, I hope you aren't lying here, for your sake as well as mine, otherwise you'll regret it." The brute glanced at Zhao Mushan and laughed coldly, after which he whistled. Immediately, the cheetah beneath sprang into action. Rumble! Within the Imperial City, a chain of explosions rocked the city without rest. All around, a frightening blast of wind swept through everything in its path. Amidst the storm of dust, a figure could be seen dashing out, hands wrapped around a snake man. The figure touched the floor outside of the courtyard where Ani, who had been waiting outside all this while, immediately reacted. "Move! We're leaving first. The young miss will act to cover our backs, quick!" yelled Master Ah Wu, with a face as dark as the night and just as cold. Hearing that, a chill gripped the heart of Ani, but he didn't say a word. Summoning his true energy levels, he flew off after the distant figure of Master Ah Wu. Back within the courtyard, the explosions continued with no signs of abating. In fact, they grew even more intense, with sword energies peppering the air around the courtyard. By now, this furious battle had long since made its presence known to the entire imperial capital. Multiple battle saints were already quietly observing the earth-shaking battle with their consciousness. Amongst them was a figure clad in a fiery red robe who silently swayed in the air as he toyed with his slender fingers. "Mushan, that idiot! Stirring up such a scene at a time like this, aren't you just asking for trouble by sticking out like that? The pressure from that 8th grade beast had just dissipated not too long ago and you are already causing such a ruckus." A disdainful Mu Lingfeng frowned. The fact that the little restaurant which possessed a path understanding fruit tree seemed to possess an 8th grade watch beast was undoubtedly a piece of bad news for him. Such a beast was strong, and with it guarding the store, he would have to pay a steep price in order to attain that tree. "Looks like I have to request an elder's aid, the 5 Stripes Path Understanding Fruit Tree. I must have it." Mu Lingfeng's eyes narrowed as he twisted his finger. An instant later, a fiery bird appeared within his hand. Lowering his head, he muttered several words to the little bird, after which it chirped and flapped away. By the time the elder arrives, that 5 Stripes Path Understanding Fruit Tree should be ready to bear fruit as well. By then, it will be time to act. Mu Lingfeng breathed deeply and then turned his attention back to the battle raging below. He quietly scolded the fool once more before flying away. The corner of Wu Yunbei's mouth were stained with blood. As her chest heaved, the cloud sword in her arm both trembled. Even though she had the cloud sword with her, facing off so many experts alone was still a tough task. Thankfully, she still had the White Cloud Villa's jade talisman with her. Activating it, she finally managed to escape that deadly trap. Had it not been for that trump card of hers, she would have probably lost her life back there. After all, those experts from the temple clearly weren't going to show her mercy. Gripping the semi-divine tool in one hand, she painfully clutched at her wounds with the other while speeding off into the distance. Suddenly, her face froze as she looked into the distance. Right there was a disheveled bald man dressed in rags, hobbling toward her while clutching injuries of his own. "What's a beggar doing loitering around the streets in the middle of night?" she muttered to herself as she swallowed a gout of blood. Amidst her confusion, her eyes suddenly narrowed as she finally recognized who that man was. "It's you. Obviously, she recognized who that bald monk was, especially given the undisguised killing intent in her eyes right now. Isn't that bald man the guy ferrying news to Zhao Mushan? As for the bald man, the look he had on right now could only be described as thunderstruck. In order to savor a piece of dog meat, he nearly got himself killed by a slap from a dog. Truly, his luck he couldn't get any worse. Yet, just as he finally managed to drag himself to the doorstep of Zhao Mushan's manor, he found himself face to face with a sword-wielding pretty face with the word kill written all over her face. Exactly what did he do to deserve such a fate? Damn donkey! Die! With a furious yell, the cloud sword, clad in piercing sword light, swung right at the bald monk. Puchi! A spurt of blood later, the bald monk was sent flying away, blood raining in his wake. Still clutching her wounds, she felt a resounding thud echo from behind her, after which she threw the bald donkey a final look and a harumph before disappearing into the night. The wind whistled and misery came. Eyes filled with tears, the bald monk stared at the moon hanging high above him and swore to never eat dog meat again. At the break of dawn, the first rays of the morning peeked through the windows of a tiny restaurant and bathed its owner's face in a warm soothing light. Stirring from his deep slumber, Bulletin Fang wrinkled his nose and opened his eyes. It's the start of another beautiful day. Bulletin Fang leaped out of bed and after freshening up, came to the kitchen to begin his daily knife work and carving practice. After finishing his routine, he then prepared a serving of sweet and sour ribs and walked out of the store, ribs in hand, to Blacka's sleeping spot. Blacka, it's time for breakfast. Bulletin Fang gently called out. However, the reaction he received stunned him. Normally, this black dog of his would fall head over heels for a plate of ribs, and yet Blacka didn't seem the least bit interested today as he lazily sauntered over after throwing the plate of ribs a disdainful glance. Looks like this plump dog of his must have really been pissed off by last night's incident. Seeing that, Bulletin Fang couldn't help but wonder exactly what did that fellow do to provoke such lasting ire from his dog. However, since Blacka didn't seem to want to talk about it, he naturally had no way of finding out either. Walking back to his restaurant, his nose was greeted by a tantalizing fragrance that faintly lingered in the air. Bulletin Fang turned his gaze to the path-understanding fruit tree he kept in the corner and stared wide-eyed. This tree of his actually bore 3 adorable little green fruits for him. That was where the fragrance originated from. So the 5 stripes path-understanding fruit tree was finally going to start bearing fruits? Chapter 216, Miraculous Dawnberry. Bulletin Fang knitted his eyebrows as he slowly made his way toward the 5 stripes path-understanding fruit tree. Sniffing the scent, it brought a sense of refreshment and clarity to one's thought. As the leaves of the 5 stripes path-understanding fruit tree swayed, the patterns became animated, with every thread of the patterns ever so conspicuous. Within the lush leaves, 3 round and green fruits appeared. While the fruits were not large and fully ripened, they had a faint cloud pattern etched on them. It bore some resemblance to the 3 stripes path-understanding fruit. When he extended his hand and gently stroked a fruit with his fingers, a slight amount of spiritual energy undulated outwards, scattering a chill fragrance. As it spreaded through his body, it gave Bulletin Fang a sense of comfort. Great, judging from its appearance, it is going to ripen soon. Bulletin Fang curled the corner of his mouth, and his heart rejoiced. Bulletin Fang witnessed the 5 stripes path-understanding fruit tree's growth from a single seed to maturity. His heart had grown fond of it. He stood up and sighed. Taking a final look at the 5 stripes path-understanding fruit tree, he turned and walked back into the kitchen. As the restaurant continued its daily operation, the fragrance of dishes scattered throughout the store, intoxicating the diners. Wiang Xiaoi could be seen hopping around joyfully. It had become a daily habit of hers to come over to the small restaurant to work. It was much better than rote cultivation at home. Even though she helped out every day, her cultivation speed did not suffer at all. The cultivation atmosphere in the shop was most ideal thanks to the 5 stripes path-understanding fruit tree scattering out the path-understanding notes, which were highly beneficial to cultivation. Xiaoi, serve the dish. Bulletin Fang's emotionless voice drifted from the kitchen. Wiang Xiaoi came to the front of the window and took an egg fried rice which was emanating a mesmerizing aroma. Having worked as a waitress for a long time, she had grown accustomed to the fragrance, although, occasionally, she would still lose herself in the aroma. She was more resilient than most people. This was one of the difficulties any restaurant waitress must conquer. Serving the egg fried rice to a customer, Wiang Xiaoi smiled as she retreated a few steps back. Suddenly, she noticed multiple shadows entering the store entrance as she tilted her head toward them. "Where is owner Bulletin? Hurry, ask owner Bulletin to come over." With her face white as a sheet, Wu Yunbei staggered into the restaurant. Behind her was Master Ah Wu. He looked worried. Ah Ni and Yu Fu could be seen behind them, supporting an unconscious serpent man. When Wang Xiaoi saw the serpent men, her heart was filled with curiosity with regards to the strange serpent man race. "You guys wait here. My smelly boss is currently in the kitchen," said Wang Xiaoi. After following owner Bulletin for some time, her way of speaking had become simple yet concise. "Master Ah Wu, don't be so anxious. Let's find a seat to sit down first." Wu Yunbei's voice was a bit weak, her face white and lips drained of their rosy color. Master Ah Wu nodded his head as he pulled a chair out for Wu Yunbei to sit. Yu Fu was a bit fearful when she looked at the restaurant's interior. "This is Senior's restaurant? After going through so many hardships, at last, we have arrived." Yu Fu's pretty face was full of scars, there were many rib scales on her tail, which was covered in injuries. After a long time, Bulletin Fang wiped the grime off his hand. He came out of the kitchen, nodded his head at Yunbei and her group after seeing them. His glance fell on the serpent woman Yu Fu, and after seeing the unconscious serpent man Yu Feng, he knitted his eyebrows. That serpent man's breath was much weaker than before. It was obvious that during the journey here he suffered some serious injuries. "You are injured." Bulletin Fang emotionlessly spoke as his gaze finally fell on Wu Yunbei, who was also covered in injuries. "Just some small injuries, nothing too serious." Wu Yunbei maintained her stance, even though her face was white. "Owner Bulletin. I already said that there were some issues with Zhao Mushan. He insisted for you to go over intending to kill you. If yesterday you were the one who went instead, I'm afraid you would have died multiple times already. Luckily, young Miss broke through to Battle Saint last night, or else the mission would have most likely ended in failure," Master Ah Wu said in indignation. That Zhao Mushan was truly a despicable man, to think that he colluded with the people from Godly Temple of the Wildlands. If the master was here, Zhao Mushan would have been beaten to death by a single palm. However, the moment Wu Yunbei was injured, Master Ah Wu used a scroll rune to send a secret message back. White Cloud Villa dispatched one of their 4 commanders, Commander Zhang Kong. When the time came, Zhao Mushan would still be beaten to death by a single palm. After all, Commander Zhang Kong was an 8th grade war god. "Oh, your luck is not bad." Bulletin Fang wasn't too surprised after listening to Master Ah Yu. Zhao Mushan definitely would make some preparations since he dared to trouble Bulletin Fang. After all, he did suffer in the hands of Bulletin Fang before. However, Bulletin Fang was curious exactly what this godly temple of the wildlands was made of. "Since you are injured, I would recommend ordering the restaurant's new dish. Perhaps it will be of some help to your injuries." Bulletin Fang spoke in a serious tone to Wu Yunbei as he looked at her. Wu Yunbei was startled. Her injuries were grave, and thus any ordinary elixir would be ineffective, yet a simple dish would work? However, as she thought about Bulletin Fang's expertise in elixir cuisine, her eye shone. "Right, this chef in front of me is not an ordinary chef, perhaps he does really has a way. New cuisine." Wu Yunbei had some anticipation as she turned behind to look at the menu. After scanning around, her eyesight locked onto the new dish which had just been added. Dragon blood meat donbari. Wu Yunbei paused for a while, as she felt some novelty to this cuisine name. 200 crystal, it's quite expansive. Wu Yunbei sighed. "The taste is not bad, and it should help your injuries," said Bulletin Fang seriously. "Let's order a set. Crystals are not an issue, what's most important now is to heal Miss injuries." Master Ah Wu anxiously urged him before Wu Yunbei could speak. Bulletin Fang nodded his head before he turned to make his way into the kitchen. As he passed by the feeble serpent man Yu Fu, he added, "Wait a while, till the restaurant opening hours are over." Ni was speechless as he saw the back of Bulletin Fang entering the kitchen. He could not utter a single word. Back in the kitchen, Bulletin Fang took out some dragon blood rice from a clay pot. After washing, he passed the water used to wash the dragon blood rice to Wang Xiaoi, for her to water the 5 stripes path understanding fruit tree. After putting the dragon blood rice into a steamer, Bulletin Fang started to prepare the handmade beef barbecue sauce. He took out a tenderloin portion of the wandering dragon cow. Spinning the kitchen knife in his hand, flowery patterns started to appear. As Bulletin Fang carried the dragon blood meat donberi out of the kitchen, the aromatic fragrance of the beef barbecue sauce and dragon blood rice diffused into the surroundings and the people sniffed the air in delight. Your dragon blood meat donberi, please slowly enjoy it. Bulletin Fang spoke as he placed the dish in front of Wu Yunbei. Yunbei's eyes twinkled as she looked at the donberi dish, however, her eyes soon revealed a flash of disappointment as it did not meet up to her expectation of an elixir cuisine. Since it wasn't an elixir cuisine, would it have any effect? Yunbei was clueless. However, she still used a porcelain spoon to scoop some dragon blood rice to put into her mouth, under the envious stares of the other patrons. Scalding. Fragrant. Those were the first impressions the dragon blood meat donberi gave, as the scalding yet thick fragrance overpowered her taste buds, leaving them slightly numb. The dragon blood rice was chewy while the beef barbecue sauce was thick with flavor, even though it was not known what sort of spirit beast meat was in the beef barbecue sauce. It had a delightful mouth feel. After chewing for a while, Wu Yunbei's pale face regained its rosy color. It could be due to the surging hot energy or due to the recovering of her injuries. As she stretched her neck and gobbled down on the rice, her eyes sparkled. The spoon in her hand never stopped moving, as chunks of rice were continuously fed into her mouth. Bulletin Fang was satisfied with Wu Yunbei's eating manner. With regards to delicacies, one should eat without constraints. That liberating way of eating was how you showed respect to any delicacy. Eating in a ham-fisted manner only meant that the food wasn't enticing enough. Wu Yunbei widened her eyes as she continued. As the dragon blood rice entered her stomach, she felt a hot sensation rising from her stomach. Her energy core became like an oven as turbulent spiritual and vitality energies gushed, enveloping her entire body. At that very moment, her injured body was filled with energy. Through the activation of her cultivation method, her spiritual energy was turned into true energy as it circulated the entire body and pulse. As energy gathered at the place of injuries, they were healed. Her body, battered in grave injuries, was healed at an incredulous pace, visible to the naked eye. Wu Yunbei's heart was surprised and shocked. To think that a bowl of the dragon blood meat donberi was powerful enough to heal her injuries. It was simply miraculous. Chapter 217, an elixir cuisine that manifests vitality energy. A donberi was quickly brought before Wu Yunbei and was devoured just as quickly by her, with nothing left behind, not even a grain of rice. She had just finished her meal and yet it didn't take long before her face managed to regain of some its rosy hue, as if a mass of dense vitality energy was circulating within her right now. Belching, she released some of the stored up energy. Feeling that warming burn in her energy core, her face brightened up. Owner Bulletin truly lived up to his name, with just one bowl of dragon blood meat donberi, her wounds actually recovered this much. Although they weren't completely healed up, they were at least much better than before. Owner Bulletin, this beef of yours seems a little different. Why is it so packed full of energy? That rice too, the mouthfeel of it was rather chewy, but once I swallowed it, my body was filled with vitality energy, like I had just eaten some miraculous medicine. Wu Yunbei exclaimed, mouth sputtering with praises in every word. Bulletin Fang grinned slightly as he took in her praise. That rice she just ate wasn't just any old rice grain, it was dragon blood rice. Although it was just rice watered with a pseudo-dragon blood, its effects were vastly superior to that of ordinary rice grains and even better than certain breeds of spirit energy rice. In short, not only was it a delectable ingredient, dragon blood rice was also a medicinal ingredient. As for the beef, was there even any doubt that it was special? Carved from the 7th grade wandering dragon cow, there was no way it wouldn't be brimming with spirit energy. The taste was vetted by Bulletin Fang himself. It was superb. Born of these two ingredients, it was only natural that the finished dish possessed such an unparalleled taste. Right now, Wu Yunbei's body was filled with a surging mass of spirit and vitality energy. She needed a place to cultivate so as to digest this energy and recuperate at the same time. Thus, Master Ah Wu and her swiftly bid their farewells to Bulletin Fang and left. Before leaving, she threw Ah Ni a glance that was steeped in meaning. I hope you won't forget about your promise. Ah Ni nodded before bowing respectfully to express his gratitude for her aid in this mission. Wu Yunbei accepted the gratitude silently and then left with Master Ah Wu. Owner Bulletin, is it about time we begin the emergency treatment of my uncle, Yu Feng? Ah Ni anxiously asked. Yu Fu, equally anxious, threw the owner an expecting look as well. However, Bulletin Fang merely swept his eyes over them blandly before saying, "Be patient, I already said that once our opening hours are over, I will personally brew some elixir cuisine to save him. Naturally, I won't go back on my words, so just rest easy and wait. Don't rush me." As calm as can be, he then returned to the kitchen. At the side, Wang Xiaoi cozied up the 5 stripes path understanding fruit tree and sat down in a comfy spot beneath, one eye closed while the other remained open. While it wasn't strictly considered cultivating, basking in the scent of the fruit tree was enough to aid one's cultivation. Like that, a day of operation ended in a flash, during which this little restaurant was graced by a number of acquaintances who left after enjoying some small dishes. For the most part, they were here to observe the growth status of the fruit tree. As 2 slightly obscured crescent moons rose over the darkened horizon, the restaurant finally closed up for the day. Walking out of the kitchen, he wiped off the stains on his hand, pulled up a chair for himself to sit, and then turned to look at the trio, all in a calm and orderly fashion. On his previous trip to the illusory spirit swamp, he managed to retrieve some seeds from the Ice Soul Monarch lotus. That lotus originally was one of the Serpent Man tribe's heavenly treasures. Having taken such a valuable ingredient, Bulletin Fang naturally needed to show them some sincerity. That was why he elected to save that Serpent Man, Yu Feng. Truth be told, it was a form of equivalent exchange. Due to the extenuating circumstances then, the wandering dragon cow meat kanji was only able to slightly alleviate that Serpent Man's condition. Now that they were all in the imperial capital, it fell on him once more to brew up another batch of elixir cuisine. Given that he had promised them before, he naturally wasn't going to skimp on the effort now. Calmly, he plopped himself down onto the chair and began chatting with the Serpent Man Ani. Having spent an entire day in the kitchen, even Bulletin Fang needed some time to relax. However, Ani and Yu Fu were clearly too anxious for that right now. Given a choice, they would rather have Bulletin Fang immediately start working on the brewing. Finally, after getting enough rest, Bulletin Fang stood up and, under the expecting gaze of the 2 snake men, walked back into the kitchen to begin his brewing. Previously, in the Serpent Man settlement, he only had the most primitive of cooking implements to work with. Using those crude tools, the wandering dragon cow meat kanji he boiled had barely a tenth of its original medicinal power. Now that he was in his own personal kitchen, such a problem naturally didn't exist. Blood crown wandering dragon cow meat kanji? Some changes are needed here. Standing before his stove, his deep contemplations were only interrupted by a few sporadic blinks of his eyes. First, he retrieved from his system's inventory a gigantic slab of the blood crown he sliced off from the head of that 7th-grade black swamp boa. That blood crown was where the black swamp boa stored its vital energy, thus it was the main ingredient for this batch of elixir cuisine. Perhaps adding in some dragon blood rice might improve the efficacy of the elixir. He murmured to himself while stroking his chin. The more he thought about this change of his, the better it sounded to him, and his eyes brightened up in response. Green smoke coiling about his hands, he summoned forth his golden dragon bone kitchen knife and with a quick flourish, sliced off a chunk of the blood crown. In order to process the blood crown, one needed to use the golden dragon bone knife. No other knife would serve here, as they wouldn't be able to seal the opening caused by the cut. Unless that opened was sealed up, the energy within would constantly leak out, turning the blood crown worthless within moments. The golden dragon bone kitchen knife was imperative in brewing elixir cuisines precisely because of its ability to preserve the vitality and spirit energy within the ingredient even after it had been sliced. Bulletin Fang grabbed a handful of dragon blood, though not much. It was merely half of what he used to prepare that donbari. Retrieving a casserole from the kitchen cabinet, he then tossed the washed dragon blood rice into the kitchenware and poured in a generous serving of Heaven Alps Spirit Lake water provided by the system. After being chopped up, the blood crown was tossed into the casserole as well. Next came the wandering dragon cow meat. This time, he sliced off the bottom round of the beef. Naturally, he used the golden dragon bone kitchen knife as well, perfectly sealing the spirit energy within. Tossing all the ingredients into the casserole, Bulletin Fang turned on the stove and started the slow brew. As the ingredients stewed within, he put a single hand over the lid of the casserole and continually channeled his true energy through it. The brewing of elixir cuisine was, in a lot of ways, a test of the brewer's degree and quality of control over his true energy. Furthermore, the brewer must know the combined effects of each and every ingredient within his dish like the back of his hand. That was why brewing elixir cuisines was such a exhausting and challenging task for the vast majority of chefs. Even Bullet Fang had to expend a decent amount of true energy in order to brew a good batch of elixir cuisine, especially this particular batch of blood crown cow meat dragon rice congee. Because the ingredients used were all extraordinary, the spirit energy reaction between each was a lot more complicated and minute. Such details required a greater degree of true energy control, and this increased the overall difficulty of the task. For roughly half an hour, Bullet Fang maintained his infusion of true energy. By now, his forehead was drenched in sweat, and yet he merely trudged on with brows furrowed, not daring to loosen his focus for even a second. With regards to the culinary arts, Bullet Fang had always adopted the highest of standards. It was his hope that every dish he put out was the best. Thus, he put his heart and soul in every dish he cooked, just so that it wouldn't disgrace his art. Soon, a rich and uniquely fragrant congee smell began to escape from the lid of the casserole. It had an exquisite feel to it, as if it was an extremely fine thread that weaved its way through your nostrils ever so smoothly like pure silk. That's the smell. Even though it's slightly different from that time, that's definitely the smell. I remember it very clearly. Raved a visibly excited Yu Fu, arms clutching Anai's own as he took in the fragrance wafting out of the kitchen. Seeing that, Anai couldn't help but nod and smile ruefully. However, while he might have acted as such, his heart was just as excited as his companions. The fragrance itself was in the midst of being brewed. First it had a reserved quality to it before bursting forth in an intoxicating wave. The moment the two serpent men noticed a lean figure walking out of Bullet Fang's kitchen, they immediately straightened their backs. From within, he brought out a piping hot casserole that steamed with a fine, silken fragrance. Blob blob. Even after it was placed on the table, the bloody congee within was still boiling hot. As the bubbles burst, a waft of fragrance was released into the room. Blood crown cow meat dragon congee. This should be enough to fully treat your father's ailments, so go ahead and feed it to him. Bullet Fang explained to Yu Fu as he massaged his stiff fingers. The serpent woman nodded her head, with excitement written all over her face. Walking up to the casserole, she eyed the boiling hot congee and chewed on her lips. She pulled out a celadone bowl and ladled a spoonful of congee into the waiting bowl. As she did so, the vitality energy within almost seemed to materialize and hiss at her like a serpent. This. She found herself at a loss for words. For vitality energy to manifest such a phenomenon. How terrifying! If nothing goes wrong, this elixir cuisine should be able to treat his ailments, Bullet Fang said with a calm nod of his head. As his serious gaze fell upon the excited daughter, his gaze softened slightly. Chapter 218, How about I serve as the guardian of this small restaurant? Yu Fu ladled a spoonful of piping hot dragon blood congee into the waiting celadone bowl, where the vitality energy within soon surged and coalesced. Using a porcelain spoon, she carefully scooped up a bit of the congee and cooled it with a blow. As she did so, that dragon-like vitality energy dissipated, leaving behind a rich fragrance. This was a bowl of dragon blood congee and not some dessert congee. Because wandering dragon cow meat was added into the mix, the congee was slightly salty, and that was reflected in the fragrance that wafted across the room. The slightly red congee was carefully fed to the unconscious Yu Feng, and after 2 small bowls of it, the snake man's countenance began to show some visible improvement. Instead of that deathly pale hue he had before, there was an increasing redness in his cheeks. Unlike the previous time, the effect of the elixir cuisine was a lot more pronounced. The moment the 3rd bowl was finished, Yu Feng suddenly opened his eyes, revealing what looked like vitality energy swirling within his pupils. A surge of energy waves rushed out of his body and blew away Yu Fu, who was in the midst of preparing another spoonful of congee. As if a ripple of energy was roiling about within him, Yu Feng's entire face turned blood red like it was on the verge of bleeding. An instant later, he spat out a mouthful of black fluid that filled the area with a pungent stench. Previously, the serpent man's reaction wasn't so pronounced. The fact that he acted this way had exceeded Bullet Fang's expectations, though it didn't cause him much panic in the end because it was precisely the kind of effect he was looking for. This single bowl of congee was packed full of ingredients which contained vitality energy. Just that blood crown alone was enough to cause Yu Feng to awaken. Adding in dragon blood rice to supplement its effect made the efficacy of the elixir even more pronounced. Yu Feng's aura surged for a moment before finally stabilizing a while later. As his inky black hair dryly slapped against his face, his contaminated sweat continuously rolled down his face, following the curve of his lower jaw till they finally dripped onto the floor. These droplets contained within them the impurities of his body. Upon replenishing his vitality energy, his metabolism recovered as well, signifying that he had completely recovered. "Father!" Yu Fu cried out, excited to the point of weeping. This journey of recovery was truly a dangerous one, fraught with so much hardship that almost made her lose her life multiple times. Looking at the recovered Yu Feng, there was nothing that could have pleased her more right now. Yu Feng's eyes had a certain depth to it now. Reigning in his aura, he threw his daughter a loving look before nodding at a visibly excited Ai standing right beside her. Finally, he turned his eyes to Bulletin Feng. With a wave of his snake tail, he came up to Bulletin Feng and shook his hands while sincerely thanking him. "My gratitude, Owner Bulletin, for the elixir. Such a massive favor is one Yu Feng will never forget." Narrowing his eyes for a moment, Bulletin Feng eyed the snake man who had recovered thanks to his miraculous elixir cuisine, with admiration and jubilation filling his heart as he accepted the serpent man's gratitude for his hard work. "There's still a bowl of dragon blood congee left over there. Once you finish it, your injuries should be completely healed up," Bulletin Feng said. The serpent man nodded his head and thanked Bulletin Feng once more before slowly finishing up the last bit of congee. While that bowl of congee was medicinal in nature and filled with overwhelming vitality energy, it was also a rare delicacy to be savored. As the snake man downed the congee, a sense of satisfaction filled his heart. By the end, he almost swallowed his own tongue by mistake as he slurped up the last bit of congee. Owner Bulletin's culinary skills are truly a marvel. Once more, I extend my gratitude for Owner Bulletin's aid. I'm not sure if we will ever be able to return this massive favor." As he said that, the serpent man looked Bulletin Feng right in the eyes. Bulletin Feng, on the other hand, merely brushed it off with a wave of his hand. "I don't need you guys to do anything for me. My Ice Soul Monarch Lotus was obtained from your tribe and thus I promised your High Elder that I would save you. This is an equivalent exchange between us. There's no need to harp on it." Even though he said that, the serpent man, Yu Feng, still knew deep down in his heart that this act of saving him wasn't something a mere Ice Soul Monarch Lotus could compare to. Although it was a valuable ingredient, Yu Feng knew very well that this bowl of congee contained at least 2 other ingredients that were just as valuable as said lotus. If Owner Bulletin doesn't mind, how about this one acting as a guard for him? In a vast city like the imperial capital, it must be hard for Owner Bulletin to run his business. While this one might not have too many skills, his cultivation is at least decent. Offered the serpent man after a moment of contemplation. For a top 7th grade battle saint of the serpent man tribe to act as a chef's bodyguard, that should be more than enough to repay the favor he was shown. And yet in the face of this request, Yu Fu and Ai displayed a rather curious expression. Stunned, Bulletin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the moment. "It's alright, being a bodyguard and all, Does Owner Bulletin not look favorably upon this one? This one's cultivation might not be considered the top within the Snake Man's capital, but dominating the imperial capital of Lightwind wouldn't be a problem at all." Yu Feng declared with absolute confidence in himself. At the side, Yu Fu and Ai couldn't help but roll their eyes at him. Where did he think this was? This was the renowned restaurant of Owner Bulletin. It was precisely this tiny, unassuming restaurant that threw the entire imperial capital into the turmoil it faced right now. Who knew how many battle saints had tried to pry into the restaurant's secrets and who knew how many experts struck out at it due to a lack of self-control? Even so, look what had happened so far. The restaurant was still happily opening for business every day. This restaurant truly wasn't lacking in protection, especially not from him. Our restaurant isn't lacking in bodyguards, so there's no need for your esteemed self to be worried. Since your esteemed self has recovered, this one has fulfilled his promise. In that case, seeing as our operating hours have passed, it's time for this one to close the shop. Everybody, if you don't mind me not walking you all out." Not interested in wasting any more time on this, Bulletin Feng replied with a placid look on his face. The inside was already guarded by Whitey and the exterior had the plump dog, Lord Dog, guarding it. To either of them, a battle saint at the peak of the 7th grade was merely a toy. Alright, since Owner Bulletin doesn't need this one's services, this one won't insist. However, this one will remain in the capital for a year. Should this restaurant face any trouble, this one will do his best to help. Should owner Bulletin need this one's help, please feel free to ask for such. Having said that, Yu Feng left the restaurant with Ani and Yu Fu without even waiting for Bulletin Feng's response. Helplessly looking at the trio leave, a strange look crossed his face. That serpent man, why is he so stubborn? Was it because I was too indirect with him? Sigh, if I knew it would turn out like this, I would have just said so already. A mere 7th grade battle saint, really isn't qualified to be our guard. He pursed his lips and couldn't help but laugh a little to himself. Closing the door boards, he cleaned up the celadone bowl and the casserole before returning to the kitchen and practicing on a few dishes. Having done that, he returned to his room to turn in for the night. Back in the hall, the 5 stripes path understanding fruit tree exuded an even richer fragrance. Looks like the little tree was growing up hale and hearty. Yu Fu, who was it that inflicted such serious injuries on you? As Yu Feng slithered slowly out of an alleyway, his face couldn't help but darken while he eyed Ani's and Yu Fu's injuries. He already wanted to ask this question back in the restaurant, but out of deference for owner Bulletin, he held back. Now, however, there was nothing holding him back anymore. That was his daughter, to think the day would come where she ended up covered in injuries like that. Clearly, a great deal had happened while he was unconscious. Hearing that, Ani grew a little agitated himself. Now that Yu Feng had recovered, it was as if they had gained a support to rely on within this city where the battle saints ran amok. Ani proceeded to recount all that had happened to them while Yu Feng was unconscious, including how Yu Fu was captured by Zhao Mushan and was tortured. He also mentioned how he promised Wu Yunbei something in exchange for rescuing Yu Feng and Yu Fu. That brazen old cur! He actually dared to injure my daughter. He's clearly looking for death. Having heard all that, a flash of murderous intent made its way across Yu Feng's eyes. With a burst of light, an inky black long spear appeared out of nowhere within his palms. Immediately, a burst of bloodthirsty aura rushed out of the ominous black spear. Ani, lead me to that old cur, I swear I'll skewer him to death with this spear. Howled a furious Yu Feng. However, Ani knew exactly how frightening that manner of Zhao Mushan's was. Even with 2 battle saints like Wu Yunbei and Master Wu, they barely managed to avoid death. No matter how strong Yu Feng was, rashly breaking into that manner would probably end in misfortune. Thus, he worked in concert with Yu Fu to placate the serpent man's anger and then suggested that they paid a visit to Wu Yunbei first. Calming down, Yu Feng nodded his head. He knew just as well as the other 2 which was the more prudent choice. However, that didn't stop him from adding Zhao Mushan to his must-kill list. Oh right, Ani, I want you to purchase an apartment near owner Bulletin's restaurant. We'll live there for a year. Since I promised that I would protect his restaurant for a year, I must keep to my words. Giving it some thought, he said that while handing over several crystals to Ani. Clearly not prepared for that, Ani accepted the crystals with a dumbfounded look on his face. Chapter 219, 8th grade experts, arrived. Outside the majestic gates of the imperial city, verdant sprouts reared their tender heads as the end of winter heralded the arrival of spring. Having been covered in snow for an entire season, the soils around the capital finally began to show signs of revival. All around, a burgeoning aura of life washed over the lands. Along the wide main road just outside of the capital, a crisp clip-clop could be heard echoing over the horizon. From a distance away, a figure slowly loomed into view. It was an old man dressed in a full-bodied robe, riding an ashen-grey donkey while holding a gigantic wine gourd in his hand. As he made his way toward the capital, he would take a swig from his wine gourd from time to time, all the while swaying right and left. With a satisfied look on his face, the old coot would hum a small ditty between each swig of wine. Standing beneath those majestic gates of the imperial capital were 3 figures with their backs perfectly straight as they stood there watching while the chilly winds ruffled their coats. As Tang Yin laid eyes on the looming figure of a donkey-riding old man, his eyes lit up. Master, the senior has arrived. Tang Yin couldn't help but quip to Ni Yan, the woman standing beside him. Ni Yan nodded her head and pursed her lips. That old drunkard sure had a sense of humor, to think he actually chose to ride a donkey here all the way from Wolyang Mountain. Could there be anything more comical than that? So this is the senior whom Master always talks about. Longbow strapped over his back, Ye Xiling opened her eyes wide to get a closer look at the old senior who came riding a donkey. If you're trying to say that your master always talk about an old drunkard, then yes, that's him. Yan smiled and gave Ye Xiling a jovial pat on the back. Once more, the rhythmic clip-clop of the donkey cut across the quiet of the icy air. Suddenly, within the mere moments it took for their hearts to jump in surprise, what was originally a distant figure actually appeared before them in an instant. Still reeling from the surprise, Yan gasped. But that donkey was just... Why was its trotting speed so quick? You damned brat, an old bag of bones like me can't take this kind of shock anymore. If this old man doesn't see this 5 stripes path understanding fruit tree, then you can forget about ever touching his wine ever again. The old man snapped, mouth wide open, after which he took another swig of wine. Hearing that, Yan immediately griped to herself, as if anyone would think about that dragon's breath of yours when they had owner Buletin's frost blaze path understanding brew over here in the capital. The old drunkard flipped himself over the donkey's back, secured his wine gourd to his waist and then pulled up his pants before flashing Tang Yin and Ye Xiling a roguish smile. With donkey in tow, he proceeded onwards toward the imperial capital. So this lass is that old witch's disciple. Well, isn't she a pretty one? The old drunkard smiled once more after giving Ye Xiling a throughout look. Immediately, she returned the old coot an alarmed look. Like that, the 4 of them continued their light-hearted banter as they walked toward the gates. Yet, just as they were about to enter the capital, a thunderous bestial howl echoed in the distance. Yan and the others promptly whipped their heads in the direction of the howl. As for the old drunkard, he made sure to take another swig of his wine before turning around as well. All they saw in the distance was a giant black dragon with its wings fully extended, bellowing as it flew in their direction. As it did so, its body let forth a surge of mighty aura that could have only come from a pseudo-dragon like itself. Oh, a 7th grade spirit beast, Black Hell Dragon. The old drunkard chuckled. Unlike the senior, Yan and the others were all suffering under the pressure of that mighty dragon. Suddenly, their eyes narrowed as they noticed a figure standing aloft on that dragon's back. It was a hunched-back old man with an aura as steadfast and heavy as a mountain. That's an expert from the godly temple of the wildlands. Yan murmured. So an 8th grade expert from the godly temple of the wildlands had finally joined the fray. Within a small courtyard in the imperial capital, the ghost chef Wang Ding was in the midst of dissecting a 5th grade spirit beast with a few flourishes of his cleaver. His hands were so nimble that the cleaver almost seemed to dance in his palms. With every flourish, a slice of spirit beast meat came flying off. In mere moments, an entire spirit beast was stripped clean by his practiced slices. Storing the cleaver, the ghost chef wiped his hands clean before shakily making his way back to a tiny house within the courtyard. There, he sat down on a rocking chair and slowly rocked himself. Just in front of the rocking chair was a gigantic black wok. The wok was bubbling with a white steam that gave off a strange odor as it wafted around the room. After sitting there for a while, the ghost chef stood up and brought in a giant bucket. Within the bucket was the meat he had just dissected not too long ago. Lifting up the lid on the wok, a rush of steam shot out and into the sky. With an inscrutable look in his eyes, Wang Ding stared at the bubbling in the wok. His lips curled into a slight smile, after which he tossed all of the meat within that bucket into the wok. Crackle! The meat began threshing about in the wok at a rapid speed. Hands quivering, the ghost chef retrieved a tiny jar from his tunic and flipped open its lid. From within, he fished out a dark purple pill with 2 of his nearly dried-up fingers. Laughing creepily, he crushed the pill between his wizened fingers and poured the powder into the wok before covering it once more. That's the 35th 5th grade spirit beast, another 2 more and the essence meat broth should be ready. By then, the fight for the path understanding fruit tree should have started. The ghost chef shakily made his way back to his rocking chair and plopped himself down comfortably. As he did so, he covered his legs with a plush fur blanket before resuming his rocking. Over the past few days, the tiny restaurant had seen increased traffic. A number of battle saints had long since lost their patience and had to see for themselves how far the 5 stripes path understanding fruit tree had grown. Of those that came, a number had been thoroughly conquered by the small restaurant's chef after having a taste of some his dishes. From then on, they became daily customers. After all, being able to savor such delicacies while basking in the path understanding notes of the fruit tree honestly wasn't a bad deal at all. Within an earthen flower pot, tucked away in a corner of the restaurant, the 5 stripes path understanding fruit tree grew. Its leaves had taken on a dark green hue and were riddled with a profoundly complex set of veins. There were 5 of them that coiled around it like a tiny snake. Hidden amongst the leaves were 3 spirit fruits, the size of an infant, hanging tantalizingly off the tree's branches. As they barely hung onto the branches, 4 light blue clouds could be seen engraved onto their peel. Those present knew that the moment the 5th cloud appeared, that meant the fruit had completely ripened. Today, however, there were only 4 cloud engraved, it was still 1 short of the magical 5. Xiaoi, serve the dish. The faint voice of Bulletin Fang echoed from the kitchen. A moment later, a bowl of piping hot fish head tofu soup was placed onto the windowsill of the kitchen by Bulletin Fang. Wiang Xiaoi weaved around the dining hall along a path she'd taken multiple times before, dish in hand, till she finally came up to the table of a man dressed in a red robe. Your fish head tofu soup, please enjoy, Wiang Xiaoi said in her usual bubbly voice before winking at the handsome man dressed in a set of red robes. For the past few days, this man visited them on a nearly daily basis. Each time, he would order a different dish and after finishing it, would leave right away, unlike the other battle saints who loitered around for a long time, like flies. Many thanks. The man smiled warmly at Xiaoi before turning his attention to his soup. By now, Mu Lingfeng had been thoroughly conquered by the delicacies of this tiny restaurant. The first time he had a taste of its heavenly dishes, he received the shock of his life. Every pore in his body quivered from delight and his heart practically leapt out in joy. He wasn't the only one either. Around him, a number of battle saints had grown accustomed to this daily routine of finishing a dish or 2 and leaving right after. Such a pity. Once this fruit tree matures, this tiny shop will turn into a battlefield. I doubt it will survive then. I wonder if I will ever get the chance to savor such delights again. Mu Lingfeng lightly sighed to himself. Just as he took a few sips of his soup, his consciousness stirred. He promptly took out a jade talisman, it seemed to be sending a message of some sort. Elder Bian is already here. Mu Lingfeng gasped in surprise, with one hand still ladling the fish soup with a blue and white porcelain spoon while the other operated the jade talisman. Pui! Suddenly, Mu Lingfeng couldn't help but spit out the mouthful of fish soup he drank. His eyes suddenly widened as he accepted the message within the jade talisman, with a look of incredulity on his face. Truly, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sheng Mu, that moron, he actually called for Elder Xia? He's even rushing here right now with the elder in tow. What exactly is he up to? Is he trying to make a move right now? Mu Lingfeng had a dumbstruck expression on his face at the moment. In fact, the 3 godly temples of the wildlands weren't as united as they seemed, each temple often competed with each other. Mu Lingfeng, himself, belonged to the Imperial Beast Hall. The elder Bian he mentioned earlier was an expert of said godly temple. As for Sheng Mu, he belonged to the Ferocious Divine Hall. Like the name suggested, he was all bronze and no brains. Elder Xia was an elder of the Ferocious Divine Hall and was a famously stupid but destructive man. With the 5 stripes path understanding fruit tree so close to maturity, the fact that this bunch of people were rushing here right now, wasn't it a bad thing? Chapter 220, So What If I Beat You Up? Not an extra shadow could be found in the splendid and magnificent main halls of the palace inside the imperial city. Everyone, including the eunuchs and palace maids, was sent away by Ji Chensu. He sat on the throne all alone, with his eyes lightly shut. He was not sleeping, but in deep contemplation. At this point, the circumstances of the imperial city had gotten out of hand, particularly beyond his control. Even though he was technically the emperor, he couldn't help but feel helpless and powerless. Xiao Meng had sent a new intelligence. From such reports he learned of many news. The imperial city nowadays was no longer one that fell under his command. Even 8th grade war gods have begun to appear. They were a kind of existence that eclipsed even the most powerful forces of the imperial city, which meant that the Lightwind Empire itself could not even put up a good fight. In the past, there were only 7th grade battle saints. With Xiao Meng at the peak of 7th grade battle saint, he was still able to awe the crowd and subdue any opposition. But before an 8th grade war god, he was rather insufficient. These 8th grade war gods whom one rarely hears of had suddenly appeared in the imperial city. Their target was the 5 stripes path understanding tree, which was located in owner Bulletin's store. Given that, owner Bulletin's store was destined to suffer. Rubbing his brows, Ji Chensu opened his eyes and sighed. Never mind, there's no point in beating myself over with this as I can't come up with any good solutions. Owner Buletin will be on his own. Perhaps he has a trump card, given that supposed supreme beast on guard. Maybe, it won't be that easy for these 8th grade war gods to go in and destroy everything. Wu Yunbei studied the man standing before her, who wore casual clothes and a silver mask covering half of his face. She instinctively recoiled, taking a step back. Brother Zhang Kong, why are you here as well? Wu Yunbei said with a slightly awkward expression on her face. That masked man, in a guarded manner, scanned the floor that Wu Yunbei lived on with his eyes and wrinkled his brows. Wu said you were heavily wounded, but given how you look, it doesn't seem that bad. His voice was charming, but with an added hint of rigidness and aloofness. Commander Zhang Kong, she was indeed deeply wounded a couple of days ago. But with the help of someone in particular, she had fully recovered. Master Wu responded with great reverence. The ice-cold man before him was no simple figure. This was one of the 4 greatest commanders of the White Cloud Villa. His cultivation level was at 8th grade war god and his combat abilities were forbidding. He had once ripped apart a 7th level spirit beast with his bare hands, and showered his body with its blood. Who hurt you? Zhang Kong's eyes spun behind the mask and fell upon Wu Yunbei, as he asked softly. None of your business. I'll avenge myself, Wu Yunbei replied stubbornly. Zhao Kong gazed at Wu Yunbei calmly and suddenly walked toward the room. He extended his hands and patted Wu Yunbei's head. Wu, come with me. Tell me, who hurt her, and who saved her? Yes. Wu was startled, but quickly followed him. Wu Yunbei bulged her cheeks as she gazed at the back of this towering man. She humphed to herself before catching up to them with stomping feet. The Mahayana Islands, Buddhist sect. Zhang Kong flicked a puzzling glance at Wu. A force of influence so paltry dared to provoke someone from the White Cloud Villa? But he didn't ask much more, as he only needed to know who wounded Wu Yunbei. Then, who rescued her? The owner of a small store. The store very much hyped recently in the Imperial City as it has possession of a 5 stripes path understanding tree, Wu answered respectfully. Oh? That store? On my way here I bumped into an old bird of the ferocious divine hall. His target seemed to be the store. If I guessed right, it should be the same as the one you just mentioned, Zhang Kong remarked. Wu Yunbei's complexion changed. An old bird of the ferocious divine hall? A fellow able to grab hold of Zhang Kong's attention must be an 8th grade war god. Could it be that the ferocious divine hall had begun making their move on the store? They finally got tired of waiting? Zhang Kong. Say no more. I know what you want to suggest. But I have my own plans. Rest first. The water of the Lightwind Empire's Imperial City is too muddled right now. My objective this time is to simply to bring you back to safety, so as to fulfill the Villa Master's orders. So, you better behave yourself. Zhang Kong simply cut off Wu Yunbei's words, stood up, and walked out of the room with his hands behind his back. Wu Yunbei was furious, such a conceited, insolent man. Wu, watch her well. Do not let her out of the room before I return. Zhang Kong glimpsed at Master Wu, who was standing nearby, as he instructed. Wu felt his heart tremble and a chill running down his spine as he nodded in a hurry. Afterwards, Zhang Kong no longer took notice of them and left the inn entirely. Zhang Kong stood on the streets of the Imperial City, one that bustled with pedestrians. His eyes flashed a sense of calmness, and as he took a step forward, everything surrounding him flashed by at the speed of light. In an instant, the step was complete, and he found himself standing before a luxurious courtyard. He peered at this courtyard, with his eyes dimming with apathy. Simply the trivial Mahayana Island, a piece of trash without even an 8th grade war god, dares to hurt the junior villa master of our White Cloud Villa. Here's an idiot who had acted recklessly and blindly. Zhang Kong shut his eyes beneath the silver mask. The corners of his eyes quivered as he curled his lips. No big movements were to be seen. Zhang Kong simply raised a hand, grabbed at the air, and a full gush of spirit energy instantly gathered at his palm. Within that space, an enormous spirit energy palm had surfaced. That palm was gigantic yet delicate. One could see the fine lines that covered it. A formidable force of energy spread upon the palm. Zhang Kong tilted his head, gazed at the spirit energy palm hovering over the luxurious inn, and pressed it slightly downwards. In that moment, the winds and clouds shook, causing the buildings within that luxurious courtyard to shake uncontrollably. Within the courtyard, a cross-legged Zhao Mushan sitting in a secret chamber snapped open his eyes. Terror flashed across them. I wonder which warrior has arrived. Zhao Mushan has failed to receive and welcome you, I apologize for that. With a howl, Zhao Mushan broke out with the most terrifying force of energy that he could muster and rushed out to the courtyard. He floated midair within the courtyard, and just as he finished speaking, he lifted his head. Witnessing the giant palm that had effectively covered the sky, his pupils shrank and his heart trembled. Zhao Mushan? You came out at just the right moment. As you've hurt someone from our White Cloud Villa, you shall face your death. Zhang Kong peered at the floating Zhao Mushan coldly and his lips curled. Without another word, he pressed down with his palm. Bam! After a thunderous sound, Zhao Mushan felt that incredible force of pressure fall on his body. All the bones in his body were crackling due to the pressure. Damn it! Zhao Mushan's eyes were filled with infinite terror. This daunting force of pressure was unmatchable. The one before his eyes turned out to be an 8th-grade war god. The spirit energy palm continued to press down, causing the grounds to shake. Zhao Mushan was sent sprawling onto the floor, and in that very moment, the magnificent courtyard around him was turned into a pile of ruins. If someone inspected all of this from above, he would see that the grounds of the courtyard had sunk in. All that was left was a huge handprint. What followed was an earth-shattering shock that extended outwards, causing the entire imperial city to shake. This tremendous noise caught much attention within the imperial city. Xiao Meng, resting in the Xiao quarters, felt his heart jumping to his throat. He could sense the terrifying force of pressure, and couldn't help but emit a long breath. An 8th-grade war god has finally made a move. Boom boom bang! Rocks exploded and splintered. A bloody Zhao Mushan burst out from this explosion. He glared at Zhang Kong harshly. Zhao Mushan did not say another word, but turned around and stepped up his feet, with intentions to leave. However, Zhang Kong's eyes beneath the mask were cold and ruthless. His garment crinkled as he stirred again. Behind him emerged a magnificent pair of wings formed by the convergence of vapor energy. In a split second, he appeared next to Zhao Mushan. Did I say you are allowed to leave? Zhang Kong asked placidly. Don't take this beating to the extreme. Zhao Mushan bellowed. Little did he expect an 8th-grade war god to make a move on him. He was not prepared at all to almost face his death. So what if I beat you up? You think you have grounds to talk when you've injured my people? Zhang Kong retorted coolly. His body twirled and out came a kick that landed directly on Zhao Mushan's body. That formidable strength almost ripped apart the air. Zhao Mushan spit out a large mouthful of blood. He appeared aged and fragile as ever in that moment. He staggered and then found his balance as he stood amidst the air. He wiped off the blood dripping by the corner of his mouth as a hideous look flashed across his complexion. He crushed a blood-colored jade pendant into pieces, and instantly a shining gold Buddhist silhouette manifested around him. The Buddha's palm struck fiercely towards Zhang Kong, and as it swung down, the golden Buddha transformed into a blood-red and ferocious form. Zhang Kong took a deep breath, leaped up, and after a 360-degree swirl, directly teared that blood Buddha apart. The gigantic blood Buddha dissipated, leaving behind only blood-red streaks of light. Very good. I thought it would be a battle to the death. Turns out he used a distraction to run away. I guess that's what they call getting wiser as you grow older, but whatever, merely a branch off of a Buddhist sect, there's nothing to worry about. The wings on Zhang Kong's back had faded as he landed smoothly on the floor. He adjusted his shirt as he murmured to himself. With hands behind his back, he turned around to leave. Behind him, what used to be a courtyard was now merely a pile of debris. On the streets of the imperial city, a couple of fearsome, burly blokes dressed in leather garments dashed through recklessly. The one in the lead was a man with muscles bulging like small mountains. His force of energy was heavy and majestic. As it fluctuated, it emitted a thunderous roar. Suddenly, his ears twitched. He gazed at the swirl of smoke rising from afar and curled his lips. Someone actually made a move first before me, Xia Da very well, I can't fall behind. Sheng Mu, that store is there. Let's go faster. I can't wait to get this moving. Xiao smiled coldly. The muscles on his face had scrunched up into a terrifying look. Shang Mu rode on a cheetah. He laughed and pointed at the alleyway ahead. Elder Xia, a left turn ahead and we will reach the store. I was previously collaborating with that fool Zhao Mushan. That bonehead said it would be easy to obtain the 5 stripes path understanding tree. I can't believe I was stupid enough to believe him. We wasted so much time and got nothing in return. That's why I had to seek guidance from you, the elder. Haha. You are such a moron. If we are here to seize it by force, what's the point of beating around the bush? Just directly charge over there. This elder will show you what absolute dominance looks like. All those from my ferocious divine hall should never flinch or recoil as they tread through this world. Just go ahead and do it. Don't have the jitters, just go ahead. Chapter 221, There are countless people seeking treasures from me, who do you think you are? Bulletin Fang walked out of the kitchen, stretched his body, and dried his hands. Then, he pulled out a chair to rest for a bit. Having stayed in the kitchen all morning, he had finally finished making the dishes that his customers had ordered. It was certainly nice to steal a moment of leisure from the rush of business and take a catnap. Mu Lingfeng sat afar, drinking his fish soup while observing Bulletin Fang emerging from the kitchen. He had been to the store for many days now, and this owner Bulletin gave him the impression of maintaining his composure even before an erupting volcano. However, Bulletin Fang's cooking skills were superb, and could easily be considered top-rate among the gourmet delicacies he had tried himself. If it weren't for the 5 stripes path understanding tree sitting in this store, Mu Lingfeng would love to come here often for a small meal or a drink. What a pity, as the saying goes, the precious stone may land its possessor in jail. To possess a treasure as prized as the 5 stripes path understanding tree meant this store was destined to meet a tragic end. He knew that, not after long, this store would be wiped out in a split moment. That fellow Shang Mu is bringing Elder Xia to the store. What a shame. Mu Lingfeng took a sip of the ice heart jade urn wine and emitted a light sigh. A group of burly men trod the streets of the imperial city, and finally arrived at the tranquil alleyway. Is it here? As Elder Xia flicked a glance at Shang Mu, the muscles on his ferocious face quivered as he inquired. Yes, that store is located in this plain, unremarkable small alleyway. Shang Mu stroked the head of the black cheetah on which he rode and chuckled lightly. Elder Xia instantly knitted his brows, with sneer smearing over his lips, it is in an awfully remote area. Could the 5 stripes path understanding tree really rest in such a cornered little store? However, he didn't say much more and led his crew right into the small alleyway. It did not matter whether this store was located in a remote area or in the small corner of an alleyway, as his sole target was the 5 stripes path understanding tree. As for the store, it was not among his primary concerns. For all that matters, he could simply wipe it out if it got into his way. Standing before the entrance of the store, Elder Xia twisted his neck. All the muscles in his body began to shake and throb, as a stirring dragon. Shang Mu squinted his eyes, hopped off from the back of the cheetah, and turned his head to face Elder Xia. Elder Xia, are we going in or not? Come on, let's check out that 5 stripes path understanding tree first. Is it really as you've described? To be honest, I still don't believe your words. How could gems like the 5 stripes path understanding tree appear in this random corner of an alleyway? Xiao twitched his mouth. Shang Mu was taken back and wasn't sure how to respond. However, he quickly laughed it off and led the crew into the store. Stepping into the store, he was hit by the cozy atmosphere within, which caused his complexions to change. As a 7th grade battle saint, he was especially sensitive to spirit energy. The rich food aroma and spirit energy that filled the air as well as one's stomach were both marvelous and incredible. The atmosphere inside versus outside of the store were drastically different. Once in a while, the path understanding tree spread path understanding notes that penetrated one's spirits and heart. The 5 stripes path understanding tree really does exist. Shang Mu's eyes lit up. He turned to look at Elder Xia, who had also stepped into the store. The expression of the latter had become somewhat odd. For dining, please consult the menu behind you. Let me know what you want to order. Seeing numerous strong men entering the store, Wang Xiaoi wrinkled her brows. The store was pretty small, and with these new additions, had begun to seem crowded. Dining? Haha. You little lassie, I am not here to eat, I'm here for the treasure. Shang Mu guffawed. Wang Xiaoi was startled, and for a moment, didn't know what to do. Bulletin Fang, who sat on his chair, wrinkled his brows and gazed at these hefty men. Get me the store owner. Tell him to hurry his ass if he still wants this cornered little store to survive and stay open. Sheng Mu was fierce and ruthless. Bulletin Fang stood up, shielded Wang Xiaoi with his body, and walked before this crowd of people. I am the owner of the store. Is something up? From a distance, Mu Lingfeng shook his head. Sure enough, these warriors of the ferocious hall, with their well-developed limbs but heads of a moron, had found their way here. However, he didn't bother moving himself, and merely remained in his seat whilst enjoying the delicious fish soup. Something's up? Sure there is. Didn't you hear what I said before, that I've come to the store in search of the treasure? Don't play possum with me. The 5 stripes path understanding tree, fork it over. Sheng Mu formed a fist, and with the muscles on his face quivering, laughed viciously. Bulletin Fang glanced at him without any facial expressions, curled his lips, and then opened his mouth. There are countless people seeking treasures from me, who do you think you are? Sheng Mu was absolutely dumbstruck. He glared back with bulging eyeballs and summoned up a deadly force of energy. However, before he had the chance to make a move, he stopped abruptly in astonishment. That was because he felt a swift and fierce force of energy gushing through the doors and directly locking him down. Who is making trouble in this store? Outside, a cold voice rang in the air. The shadow of a figure had appeared. The bystanders, including Bulletin Fang himself, peered outside of the door in curiosity. They realized quickly that the fellow out there with such bellicose utterances turned out to be a serpent man. Bulletin Fang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Serpent man Yu Feng was really there protecting his store. Who would have thought that he'd actually dare to show up? The crowd before him emitted powerful forces of energy, so where did he gather the courage? Hey ho! You intend to defend this store? Sheng Mu broke into a chuckle. Was this 7th grade Battle Saint Serpent Man the store's trump card? If so, it would really take the fun out of it. Owner Bulletin, I have promised you that I will look after the store. I live up to my words. The Serpent Man Yu Feng remarked solemnly. A long, black spear appeared in his hands. It swept across the air and pointed directly at the warriors of the ferocious hall standing within the store. Bulletin Fang wanted to say something, but Sheng Mu and his crew had already walked out of the store and into the alleyway to face the Serpent Man Yu Feng. Bulletin Fang rolled his eyes, completely at a loss for words. Though he couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry at the current circumstances, he still felt a touch of warmth inside. Serpent men are actually appearing in the imperial city of the Lightwind Empire? How interesting! Amidst the crowd, Xiada curled his lips into a smirk. Seeing the Serpent Man Yu Feng, he couldn't help but laugh. The fame of the Grand Serpentine City, located in the illusory spirit swamp, has spread even to the hidden dragon continent. The Serpentine Sovereign had single-handedly built a magnificent grand city even under the difficult circumstances in the illusory spirit swamp. For that, he had gained the respect of countless people. I wonder if you yourself is from the Serpentine Sovereign's Grand Serpentine City? Xiada asked coolly. The Serpent Man Yu Feng was slightly taken back, after which he wrinkled his brows, with the long spear still waving about, and replied, even though I myself am not a serpent man from the Grand Serpentine City, I was fortunate enough to meet the Serpentine Sovereign in person. When he divulged this, Yu Feng felt a sense of pride. As he came from a branch of the Serpent Men tribe, it was already the utmost honor to meet face to face with the legendary Serpentine Sovereign. Oh, so you have met the Serpentine Sovereign? Then for the sake of the Serpentine Sovereign, I'll let you scram. Beat it. Xiada flicked a glance at the Serpent Man Yu Feng, waved his hand, and snickered as he replied. The nearby crowd, consisting of Sheng Mu and the crew, also burst out into laughter. The Serpent Men were a species they looked down upon, as they were equivalent to man-beasts. Deep into the wildlands, man-beasts proliferated and lived as the lowest level of species, garnering no respect whatsoever. Yet now, this Serpent Man stood before them vowing to defend the store. It was simply ludicrous. Bulletin Fang leaned by the door frame and observed this standoff calmly. Before he knew it, Fat Ol Whitey had already emerged behind him, standing like a piece of stiff wood, and its mechanic eyes flashed beams of red. How presumptuous! The Serpent Man Yu Feng did not recognize this strapping, muscular fellow before him. However, he could certainly discern this brute's insulting and disdainful tone. That was absolutely unpardonable. Scram? Your audacity is laughable. Yu Feng's eyes flashed. His serpent tail swung, and waves of true energy surged out of his body. The long, black spear began spinning and piercing towards the brazen man. In that moment, it felt like the air was almost ripped into shreds. Rat-a-tat, such sounds rang continuously. A furious torrent of true energy rose up like tides, instantly distorting the atmosphere within the small alleyway. As expected, a warrior at the peak of 7th grade battle saint summoned a terrifying force of pressure when he made a move. The faces of Sheng Mu and the crew had changed colors. This serpent man had a truly impressive cultivation level. No wonder he had the guts to stand out. None of the 7th grade battle saints currently present could take him down without a struggle. Unfortunately, this serpent man had no idea of whom he was in presence, nor what kind of an unimaginable existence they represented. Xiada remained in his spot with squinting eyes. The mighty spear was just short of a meter away from his body when Xiada finally decided to sluggishly lift up his brawny palm. Crack! An ear-splitting sound reverberated in the air. The serpent man Yu Feng's pupils shrank. This human before him had managed to catch the long, black spear he had hurled, and only with one hand. Bulletin Feng, still leaning by the doorframe, was also taken back. To be able to resist the strike of a 7th grade battle saint with a single hand, this burly brick before his eyes must have a stunning cultivation level himself. No wonder he dared to provoke the store, did he feel assured with the addition of superior combat abilities. Bulletin Feng twitched the corners of his mouth and murmured quietly. Of course, not a single trace of anxiety had flashed across his heart. He patted Whitey's chubby stomach, perfectly unflustered. Chapter 222, Guardian of the Store, a demon who strips others. Just like that, the burly man Xiada easily snatched, with one hand, the cold, black spear which exuded a concentrated scent of blood. Xiada simply seized it with his palm without having to use his true energy. His muscular body was strong enough to resist the waves of true energy that the serpent man Yu Feng had sent his way. Yu Feng's pupils shrank and his heart shuddered. Able to catch that terrific spear merely with his hands of flesh. This human before his eyes had a body built magnificently, one that was even stronger than that of the typical spirit beast. Xiada noticed the astonishment on serpent man Yu Feng's face. His lips curled, showing off a row of sparkling white teeth, and he chuckled, "This spear is not bad." Afterwards, Xiada hurled a mighty force, and an overpowering force of energy burst out of his hands. Yu Feng, with the spear in his hands, was instantly propelled into the air and forced to glide towards Xiada. Damn it! What kind of force is this? Yu Feng was panic-stricken inside. Even with his strength as a 7th level battle saint, he simply could not resist this terrifying pull. His long serpent tail shook violently, as if a sharp blade cutting through the air, and sliced scathingly towards Xiada. A serpent man's tail was normally their strongest weapon. Those who have trained solely with their serpent tails found it to be much more powerful than the typical man-made weapons. However, Yu Feng's flinging serpent tail was once again caught by Xiada. The immense pain from a ripping sensation caused Yu Feng to howl. With a clatter, his long spear fell onto the ground. Xiada laughed coldly and scornfully. A gigantic, rock-like fist came rushing down and smashed mercilessly onto Yu Feng's body. Suddenly, serpent man Yu Feng, who was at the peak of 7th grade battle saint, found himself knocked into the sky by the smack of a fist. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out as he crashed hard into the walls of the alleyway and knocked off a pile of bricks. Someone who acts blindly without thinking about the consequences. I told you to scram, yet you insist on sticking your foot in. Xiada clenched his fist. The sound of his knuckles cracking was akin to branches snapping in half. Xiada carried his monstrously large body, and edged closer one step at a time toward Yu Feng, who was struggling desperately on the floor. A formidable force of pressure surged out of his body, one that caused the hearts of all the 7th grade battle saints present to sink and tremble. This was an 8th grade war god, like a warrior simply without a rival. Serpent man Yu Feng had blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. His serpent tail continued to sway as a sense of horror smeared across the eyes he used to glare at Xiada. Damn it, who would have thought this was an 8th grade war god? He suddenly felt so humiliated. He had promised to defend the store, yet the first time he made a move, he was almost beaten up like a dead dog. I wanted to let you off the hook for the sake of the Serpentine Sovereign. But since you are clearly seeking death, you can't blame me for the rest. Xiao was like a towering mountain that sat majestically with all its grandeur. He peered down upon Yu Feng, who was sprawling on the floor, and slowly lifted up his foot. The muscles on his feet were just as sturdy as those on the rest of his body. With a single trample, this serpent man would be off to meet his maker. Yu Feng's pupils shrank. A gush of true energy burst from his body as he sought to flee in a scurry. Yet, Xiao merely laughed coldly and stepped down on his serpent tail. With that, the true energy within his body had completely dissipated. Spat, out came another mouthful of fresh blood. Yu Feng landed hopelessly on the floor. Serpent men will be serpent men. An inferior species at the end of the day, and no different from the man-beasts living in the wildlands. Xiao taunted with a light smile. His rock-like fist rose once again, this time targeting the serpent man Yu Feng's head. If this fist landed, Yu Feng's head was bound to explode, regardless of his cultivation as a 7th-grade battle saint. Hey, let go of that serpent man! The air suddenly froze. Those from the ferocious hall merely looked at that serpent man as if he were a joke. Not a trace of pity could be found in their eyes. Since he dared to ruffle Elder Xia's feathers, he had to prepare for death. But alas, a calm voice cut through the deadly still atmosphere. Everyone was taken back, and gazed toward the source of that utterance. Xiao also paused the fist ready for launch, twisted around his head, and glanced at the slim figure leaning by the door frame. You want to save this bonehead? Sure, trade you with the 5 stripes path understanding tree. Xiao stood up straight and smiled at Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang didn't return the smile, and continued to look at him coolly. Suddenly, Shang Mu, who had stayed quiet all this time, stepped toward Bulletin Fang with a chuckle. Elder Xia, I'll take care of this fellow for you. Merely a 5th-grade battle king, yet with the guts to act all tough in front of us. I've found him to be an eyesore for a while now. With a loud bellow, Shang Mu immediately appeared in front of Bulletin Fang. His eyes widened, sniggering coldly, as his hands clawed toward Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang was still leaning by the doorframe, his complexions unchanged. Troublemaker, you will be stripped as an example to others. Behind Bulletin Fang, Whitey's robotic voice boomed. Its mechanic eyes flashed red, and such beams scanned across Shang Mu, blinding his eyes. Bang! Shang Mu's clutch landed on Whitey's stomach, yet did not leave a single scratch. What is this random thing? A puppet. Shang Mu wrinkled his brows, and conjured up another force of energy with his hands. This time, his claw aimed to tear through the puppet. But no matter how much force he exerted, Whitey remained unshakable. Afterwards, Whitey lifted up a palm and smacked down. Shang Mu felt a crisis coming his way. A burst of true energy enveloped his entire body. Boom bang! With a bam, Shang Mu was sent flying from Whitey's slap. He was hurled ferociously against the walls. The others from the ferocious hall felt their hearts beating with fear. Shang Mu was knocked into the air without even able to strike back. Why was this puppet so powerful? Whitey's mechanic eyes flared, and then extended an arm to pick up Shang Mu from the pile of rebels. Rib! A crispy sound reverberated in the air. Shang Mu found his garments torn into shards, instantly revealing his muscular, burly body. Bang! After stripping him clean, Whitey threw the bare-naked Shang Mu onto the floor. A demon who strips others. Someone from the ferocious hall exclaimed out of terror. It turned out that this puppet was the guardian of the store, a demon who strips others. I'm going to kill you! Shang Mu roared. He took out another piece of garment from the spatial spirit beast tusk hanging by his neck and clothed himself. His eyes flashed fury blazes of rage. Whitey's mechanic eyes whirred, with its red beams once again landing on Shang Mu. That ray of red flickered, with a slight tint of purple shine crystallizing. Serpent Man Yu Feng, who was laying nearby, simply stared aghast with his mouth hanging ajar. What the hell? What just happened? What was I doing? What was the point of me getting all beaten up? How he wished to drill a hole through the ground in that very moment and bury his head. Who would have thought that the store's defense capacity was so solid? And yet there he was, boasting shamelessly about being the protector of the store. Owner Bulletin must have laughed at his overconfidence when he suggested it. Though Owner Bulletin had already turned down his offer, he still decided unilaterally to come to the store's defense. And the result was being pounded like a dead dog. It was beyond an imaginable level of humiliation. Back off first! Xiada stopped Shang Mu ready to strike again. His face showed a trace of fascination as he gazed toward Whitey and curled his lips. That glance was much like one a hunter emitted whilst studying his prey. You puppet, have got quite the strength, why don't you come at me? Xiada was not short of brute force, and he certainly took pride in his impressive strength. Eyeing the chubby puppet, Xiada bawled and stomped his feet. The floor tiles in the alleyway instantly cracked and were fragmented into bits. Boom! A tremendous force of pressure appeared before Whitey. Rock-like fists rained down on Whitey's plump stomach. A muffled ring echoed through the entire alleyway. Whitey was steady like an unshakable mountain. Its robotic head lowered, the red beams from its mechanic eyes continued to flash, and rested on Xiada's body. Xiada scrunched his brows. How could there be no effect whatsoever? Fine. Your store dares to possess this 5 stripes path understanding tree, so it is unsurprising you've got something to depend on. Then today, I'll test if your source of reliance is tough enough. Xiada's pupils shrank. Waves of true energy circulated within his body and his entire person swelled up. This expansion made him even bigger than Whitey's figure, as if he had truly transformed into a brooding mountain. Bang 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 bang! Xiada lifted up both of his fists and, like an unstoppable motor, showered an unmoving Whitey with a torrent of smacks. The entire alleyway shook violently, as if it were hit by an earthquake. Grey sprinkles of dust floated into the air and covered the alleyway with smokes of haze. Bulletin Fang stopped leaning carelessly by the door frame. He adjusted his stature and scrutinized the ferocious, beastly streams of light flashing amidst the dust storm. He had absolute faith in Whitey. But the fellow this time was like a mad dog. His rain of fists was like hammers plummeting down. For an average 7th grade battle saint, every one of those blows would be fatal. Within the store, the red-clothed Mu Lingfeng also watched soberly. Xiada was as large as a beast. He was well known within the 3 godly temples of the wildlands and had once ripped a 7th grade spirit beast into 2 halves with his bare hands. He was a disturbing and fearsome kind of existence. With someone like this giving his all, this store was perhaps near its end. Chapter 223, Purple-Eyed Whitey, Rampage. The thunderous tremor continued to pound, causing the entire alleyway to shake and pieces of gravel to shoot through the sky. Dense ashes formed a dust storm, from which resounded beast-like howls. Boom boom! The invisible forces of energy finally diffused. From his position in the store, Bulletin Fang could feel rolling waves of energy blasting on the roof, but then subsequently scattered by an unseeable force within the store. His face displayed a sense of astonishment. Ha 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 ha! I finally blew you up! A last explosion followed the deafening roar of laughter, and the floor of the alleyway was instantly reduced to a pile of ruins. Blackie was lying by the entrance of the store. He twitched his doggy nose and glanced lethargically at the center of the ashes. Through his eyes, he could see everything within the smoke and dust cloud limpidly. The bystanders standing from a distance of the alleyway drew in chilled breaths. This was an 8th grade war god, one able to bring about such a magnitude of wreckage by the sheer force of his body. Demolishing a small alleyway was something they could accomplish themselves, but only with the application of true energy. Without true energy, their bodies of flesh, though still strong, could never yield such destructive forces. Shang Mu, that puppet should have been blown up right. A battle saint had excitement written all over his face, with both of his eyes beaming. How the hell would I know? But since Elder Xia made a move, that puppet must have been ripped into shreds. His label beast in human form isn't a meaningless saying. Shang Mu's eyes burned like flames. Suddenly, a gigantic figure leaped out of the smoked ashes and landed on the floor. His chest heaved, and his mountain-like fists still emitted hot steam. In the next moment, Xiada lifted up his head as his eyes fixated on the storm of dust. A light breeze brushed past and dispersed the fumes in the air. Xiada focused on the flying sparks of dust and squinted his eyes. All the muscles on his ferocious face quivered. Bulletin Fang also stared intently at the smoke dust, but straight away, the corners of his mouth gently formed a curve. Beep beep! A rattling sound echoed. Amidst the ashes, a silhouette materialized, and its shape became progressively clearer. It was the same old chubby, white figure radiating with a metallic gleam. The red beam from its mechanic eyes continued to flash, also at a rather alarming speed. What the hell? This is still not freaking smashed into smithereens? This puppet! Somebody who noticed Whitey's scratch-free body yelped in astonishment. Shang Mu also took in a chilled breath. The crazy punches launched from Xia Da's exceptional body were enough to end the life of a 7th-grade spirit beast. Yet this puppet was intact and unmarked. Bloody hell, did it have to be so extraordinary? Xia Da's pupils also shrank. Afterwards, his chest pumped out a huge puff of air as he bellowed with laughter. He stomped ferociously with one foot, crushing the rock beneath him into bits. His entire body sprang up as he swung his rock-like fists straight at Whitey yet again. If it couldn't be crushed with 1 or 2 attempts, then tens, hundreds of times it shall be, surely it couldn't survive after all of that. Bang! However, his fist didn't even reach Whitey this time. The red beam from Whitey's eyes froze. Its palm batted down like a fan and slapped Xia Da, who had just sprinted a few steps, right onto the floor. Damn it! Xia Da was enraged. This puppet's attack caught him by surprise. Bang! Whitey's mechanic eyes aimed at Xia Da, and its palm rose and smacked down once again. With a loud boom, Xia Da's body literally sank into the grounds, sending tiles flying everywhere. The floor was now effectively and utterly destroyed. The cracks in the ground extended to Black's resting spot but stopped short, as if blocked by an invisible force of energy. Blackie yawned and continued to watch with enthusiasm as the chubby Whitey tortured the poor fellow. Bang! Whitey's every whack appeared so calm and composed. However, for Shang Mu and his crew, it was almost as if the smacks landed on their own chests. Their hearts trembled with fear. You abominable piece of shit! Now I'm pissed! With a holler, a rich wave of true energy surged up before Whitey. This rush of true energy shot straight to the sky and spread through the entire imperial city. Numerous people felt its force. The force of pressure from an 8th-grade war god had finally and wholly burst forth in this very moment. Whitey's swinging palm was caught by Xia Da, now covered from head to toe with an armor of true energy. Xia Da gradually lifted up the palm as his eyes stared daggers at Whitey coldly. He had long forgotten when was the last time he had suffered such a huge loss. But being knocked onto the floor ruthlessly, now this was a first. It has always been him tormenting others. Never had there been someone who dared to treat him this way. The armor created by true energy shone brilliantly and lustrously, as if made of tangible materials. This was the uniqueness of an 8th-grade war god. Once one reached the breakthrough to the realm of war god, one could generate matter through the force of energy vortex in one's energy core. Then, by nourishing it with true energy and an infinite supply of vigor, one could then transform it into an actual weapon. Your puppet here sure has something up its sleeves. Just you wait, once I tear this puppet apart, you'll be crushed into pieces next. Xia Da's glance suddenly shifted toward Bulletin Fang. As the owner of the puppet, Bulletin Fang was the ultimate culprit in bringing about his utter humiliation. The clear intent to kill rushed from Xia Da's body, and fed into his growing might. The force of pressure that had spread through the air made it hard for Shang Mu and the crew to breathe evenly. Whitey's eyes, which had thus far targeted Xia Da, suddenly blasted with a brightening red ray that nearly blinded others. Sensing the troublemaker's intent to kill the host. Shifting mode, prepare for extermination. The red beam burned so fiercely that it had reached its peak, suddenly dulled, and transformed into an odd shade of purple. That tone of purple caused both Xia Da's body and heart to shiver. He definitely had a bad feeling about this. Purple-eyed Whitey switched on. Bam! Whitey lifted up a foot, at a speed that Xia Da was unable to discern, and landed a kick swiftly on Xia Da's stomach. Snap! With a crackling sound, Xia Da's entire body was thrust into the sky by Whitey's kick. The armor of true energy before his abdomen had fractured, and fell off piece after piece. Xia Da's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but heave uncomfortably. There was nothing but wrath on his face, and his intent to kill had just amplified. With a loud bang, the small alleyway brimmed with brilliant rays of light. Standing before Whitey was a colossal silhouette of a demonic god with 3 heads and 6 arms. Go to hell! Xia Da covered his stomach, and the fragmented armor of true energy gradually repaired itself. He lifted up a clenched fist, and simultaneously the silhouette of a demonic god also raised its gigantic fist and punched toward the purple-eyed Whitey from below. Whitey's purple eyes beamed, and its entire figure instantly vanished like a lightning. What a complete juxtaposition to its previously sluggish manner. Everyone lifted up their heads instinctively, only to see the chubby puppet floating in the sky. Its raised palm easily withstood the punch of the enormous demonic god silhouette. Everyone stared aghast as Whitey's robotic palm transformed into a sharp knife covered with mystifying markings. The blade of the huge knife glistened, as sharp as ever. Swoosh! The blade flashed by like a beam of light, and slashed through the arm of the demonic god silhouette. With a crack, it was smashed into pieces and dissipated into true energy that had scattered into the air. Xia Da's heart trembled violently and, with a howl, he released a black cascade from the mouth of demonic god. That stream fluctuated with destructive waves of energy, as if determined to finish off Whitey. Whitey remained unmoved, and even the purple beam of light from its eyes froze. A massive black hole appeared before its chubby stomach and completely consumed the black-colored cascade, crashing onto Whitey's body. Oh my god! What kind of monster is this? Xia Da's pupils shrank. He was well aware of the capabilities of that black cascade, which had the power to demolish an entire city. Yet today it was easily absorbed by this puppet. Could it get scarier than this? Whitey's hand, having transformed into a giant knife, swiped through the air and sliced down from the head, completely butchering the true energy demonic god. Xia Da spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his entire figure staggered backwards. His gigantic stature was like a leaking balloon, and quickly reduced to its original size. The armor of true energy that had shielded him also began to crack, and continued chipping off piece by piece. After that one slash, he had met his defeat. Bam! Whitey landed on the floor with a deafening boom, a sound which reverberated through the alleyway, and swung its knife again. Its imposing manner caused Shang Mu and his crew to become limp with fear. They could barely stand straight. A puppet had basically vanquished their elder, an 8th grade war god. That was, dog fucking unbelievable. A mere puppet, how could it be so powerful? A 7th grade battle saint trembled with horror and couldn't help but curse. Whitey had truly scared them out of their wits. From a distance, a black dog lifted open an eye and gazed at the 7th grade battle saint who had just spoken. Last time it was a young monk who wanted to eat dog meat, this time it was a dumbass who wanted to screw a dog? When the hell did dogs offend you people? Blackie humphed derisively and curled his doggy lips to show a row of pearl white teeth. Afterwards, he lifted up his doggy paw and lashed at the air. Swoosh! The 7th grade battle saint who had just swore felt his heart thud. In an instant, he was hit with a blackout. Shang Mu goggled as the 7th grade battle saint besides him was turned into a pile of ashes that dissolved into the soil. His heart almost stopped beating that very moment. Terror, panic, desperation, all sorts of negative feelings had poured into his mind. That puppet was virtually the devil. He attributed this battle saint's death to Whitey, as the purple-eyed Whitey before him looked like a terrifying demon. Nobody noticed that a black dog lying by the entrance hummed delightfully and gradually lowered its delicate doggy paw. Xia Da struggled badly and finally pulled himself up from the floor. Both of his eyes were bloodshot. However, Whitey's enormous knife was not merciful. With a swoosh, a deep gash appeared across Xia Da's body, and blood spurted out of that wound. This puppet was out to kill him. Xia Da's ferocity had evaporated, and all that was left was infinite horror. Buledin Fang, who stood by the entrance of the store, breathed with relief. Whitey will be Whitey, always living up to the reputation of the store's safety guarantee. With Whitey here, what was the worth of, even an 8th grade war god? Whitey's mechanic eyes flashed a purple gleam, and stomped down with heavy steps. It was almost as if each step directly landed on the hearts of Xia Da and his crew. This group of warriors of the ferocious hall were frightened to death. Suddenly, both a rumbling roar and a long spear shot from the far side of the sky. The spear was flung from the hands of a figure and pierced through the air. It traveled at a speed so fast that sparks of fire almost spurted out of the spearhead. With a loud boom, the long spear was thrust before Whitey's body, and burning flames rushed up like a torrent. Inside the store, the red-clothed Mu Lingfeng's face suddenly darkened. He had kept a close watch on the sequence of events outside and finally rose to his feet. This was a move made by Elder Bian of their Imperial Beast Hall. Mu Lingfeng left his spot and strode toward the exit of the store. Bulletin Fang, still standing by the door, cast him a perplexed look. Mu Lingfeng suddenly stopped course and peered at Bulletin Fang, who was still by the entrance. An inexplicable beam of light seemed to be circulating in his eyes. Only a 5th grade battle king, oh my dear owner Bulletin. Suddenly, a wave of path understanding notes suddenly poured out of the store. The path understanding notes were like invisible ripples and disseminated from the insignificant corner of this store to the small alleyway outside. Not after long, it had spread to the entire imperial city. Chapter 224, What on earth was this monster? The buzzing was not loud. It rang like a gentle breeze passing by and jiggling the bells. The sound had a soothing effect, fluttered like ripples and caressed the mind. It cleared one's head and led one's true energy to circulate smoothly inside. This was the path understanding notes. An unusual aroma wafted out of the store. The originally faint fragrance was becoming richer. If it was akin to a light milky scent previously, it has now turned into dense, silky streams of milk. The two stages were completely different. Bulletin Fang was at a loss, and so was Mu Lingfeng. They both turned and looked towards that ordinary corner of the store. A sapling, one a little higher than a man, was shaking slightly as it bloomed. Mystifying runes floated around the sapling, making it lush and full of spirit energy. The earthen yellow flower pot had also completely changed in appearance. In replacement of its dustiness was a delicate sheen of glazed jade. The earthen yellow surface peeled off, revealing the essence inside. 3 fist-sized, lime fruits were hanging from the path understanding tree. 4 lines of cloud-shaped moires suspended about, with the last flickering stripe coming into shape. It seemed like it was about to materialize right away. Once all stages were completed, the 5 stripes path understanding tree would have matured and bore fruits, which meant its path understanding essence would have reached the peak. When that time came, even an 8th grade war god couldn't help but burst with greed. The shimmering flame in Mu Lingfeng's eyes instantly brightened. The path understanding fruit on the path understanding tree had finally ripened. Bulletin Fang was also eyeing the lime-colored fruits on that path understanding tree with great interest. He had seen 3 stripes path understanding fruits before, but the one he came across was not in a very good condition. It had been placed in the vault of the Lightwind Empire for too long and more than half of its essence was lost. That one was no comparison to the glittering, crystal-clear fruits on this tree, which were surrounding by cloud-shaped moires as they shone brightly. Owner Bulletin, did that path understanding tree bear fruits? Mu Lingfeng, dressed in red, turned to look at Bulletin Fang as he uttered these words in a meaningful tone. Nonetheless, he quickly became dumbfounded as he noticed that Bulletin Fang took no notice of him and was instead staring blankly at the lush path understanding tree with shaking twigs. The system has detected that the 5 stripes path understanding tree has borne fruits. Temporary task: the host needs to protect the 5 stripes path understanding tree and invent a dish with its fruits. The dish needs to pass the system's evaluation review. Task reward: the recipe of maple lightning tofu. The moment Bulletin Fang had cast a glance at the 5 stripes path understanding tree, the system's solemn voice went off in his mind, even startling him a little. He did not expect the system to chime in at this time, let alone suddenly announcing a temporary task. Invent a dish with the 5 stripes path understanding fruits. Bulletin Fang felt the corners of his mouth twitch. Now that the 5 stripes path understanding fruits had matured, it had lured a bunch of warriors to gather by the door. In announcing such a task at this very moment, the system was clearly butchering the hopes of those battle saints outside. The 5 stripes path understanding fruits were naturally necessary to develop a dish. He also knew immediately, without having to give it a hard thought, that it would not be easy to pass the system's evaluation. There were only 3 5 stripes path understanding fruits, which was too scanty a supply for Bulletin Fang. Owner Bulletin. Mu Lingfeng frowned slightly as a trace of discontent flickered across his fine, refined face. Bulletin Fang dared to completely ignore him. However, another idea struck through his heart. He took a look at the metallic puppet battling the wild crowd alone outside, and then gazed at the matured 5 stripes path understanding tree inside the store. Standing right before him was Bulletin Fang, merely a 5th grade battle king. If he caught Bulletin Fang, did it mean that the path understanding fruits would belong to him? A long spear burning with furious flames struck right in front of Whitey, whose mechanic eyes were shining in a shade of purple. It sent shattered bits of rocks exploding everywhere. Everybody looked up at the sky in shock only to see a figure so huge it had obscured the sun and sky suddenly emerge. It was a giant black dragon, on the back of which rode a small-figured elder with a hunched back. Though this elder was rather petite in size, his energy was frighteningly strong. Bian Chang Kong. Xiada, who was covered in blood, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the spear in front of him effectively blocking the terrifying puppet's further attack, he felt his heart skip a beat. The hunchbacked elder stepped out, with hands behind his back, and appeared to be physically strolling on air. The black dragon folded its wings, and with the beckon of the elder, disappeared into a flash of light after a loud howl. Bian Chang Kong, elder of the Imperial Beast Hall, was a war god and was unusually strong. As an elder of the godly temples of the wildlands, you have allowed yourself to be beaten like a dead dog. You have utterly marred the reputation of the godly temples of the wildlands. Bian Chang Kong flicked a glance at Xiada, who was covered in blood and had barely escaped being cut into two halves, as he sneered derisively. He raised his hand and the spear flew back into it. A huge wave of pressure repressed the crowd as he waved his hand. Bian Chang Kong looked toward the purple-eyed whitey with a grave complexion. Xiada was an elder of their godly temples of the wildlands. He couldn't just watch him die here, so he chose to step in. A dense aroma drifted out, with the rings of the path understanding notes nearly reverberating throughout the entire imperial city. One by one, the battle saints residing within the imperial city began exerting their strong forces of energy. They could no longer sit still. The path understanding notes permeated the air, alerting them that the Five Stripes path understanding tree had matured and borne fruit. Needless to say, their hopes of advancing to the echelon of war god relied on that. Swoosh! 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 Countless shadows of figures rushed through the imperial city at the speed of lightning and one by one, converged at the small alleyway. Zhang Kong returned to the inn just in time to catch Wu Yunbei trying to sneak out. His lips curled and his face broke into a roomy native smile. No rush. Let's go together. I'll secure a path understanding fruit for you. Once you reach the peak of 7th grade Battle Saint, I will assist you to achieve the breakthrough. There was a rare trace of tenderness in Zhang Kong's words. Wu Yunbei was dumbstruck. Master Ah Wu, standing next to her, could only blink to ease the awkward expression on his face. In Xiao's quarter, Xiao Meng draped on his silver armor. He carefully combed his jet black hair, took a spear, and stepped out of his residence. He was headed for Fang Fang's little store. Having guarded the capital for such a long time, he felt he deserved to seize the chance to do something for himself. He wouldn't want to miss this opportunity to advance into 8th grade war god. A flash of sword cut into the sky along with the blooming, fierce energy of the sword. In the sky, an elder with white brows and hair was flying on the blade of a sword. He was heading rapidly toward an alleyway he desperately wanted to erase from his memories. The hairs on Tian Su's beard bristled. Even though he had a nightmarish experience in that alleyway, he couldn't bear giving up the 5 Stripes path understanding fruit and lose the chance of reaching 8th grade war god. Ha ha ha! The imperial city sure is lively today. Everyone seems to be going for that 5 Stripes path understanding fruit. Tisk tisk! The donkey's hooves stamped on the grounds of the imperial city and echoed a crispy sound. The old drunkard rode on the back of the donkey, laughing as he poured wine into his mouth. Nian and Ye Xiling rolled their eyes at this old fellow. They both rushed past him and soared away as swift as 2 swallows. Whitey's purple eyes flickered. The shining shade of purple was ice cold and released with it an intention to kill. Everyone who sensed it felt chills run down their spine and goosebumps creeping over their skin. One of Whitey's arm became a huge blade, bringing about a sharp breeze of wind even with the slightest wave. Xiada looked at Whitey in fear, with his heart trembling and shuddering. This puppet was way too frightening. Bian Chang Kong pointed his spear at Whitey and spoke with a hoarse voice. This fellow is a warrior of our godly temples of the wildlands. Could you kindly show some mercy and spare his life? Xiada's face was flushed red. He felt like his chest was blocked by a suffocating heaviness that couldn't be lifted. He was in a state so pathetic that he needed this old fellow to beg for his mercy, that was simply excruciating. Whitey's robotic head turned and its purple eyes were still glistening as it announced, anyone with the intent to kill the host will be exterminated. Bam! Then, Whitey directly stomped down, sending bits of rocks flying about as the ground beneath it shattered. Whitey moved at a speed so fast it was hard for the human eye to detect. Bian Changkong's pupils shrank as he bellowed thunderously. If so, please pardon my offense. True energy started to gather around Bian Changkong, one that seemed even stronger than that of Xiada. The spear pierced through the air like a flying dragon. Suddenly, there emerged the silhouette of dragon, waving its claws and grinding its teeth. Strong wind hustled and scattered rocks rained down. The force of pressure was simply terrifying. This hurl of the spear stifled all of the nearby battle saints. Whitey kept charging forward to counter this strike. Its purple eyes flickered. Then it raised the blade on its hand and lashed. Sploosh splash! Boom bang! A loud explosion echoed and the dragon-shaped spear shattered into pieces, much like a collapsing bridge. The ferociously howling dragon silhouette was sliced into two halves by the blade. Bian Changkong's hand trembled. He felt like his entire figure was engulfed by a strong, hostile sense of killing intent. His body stiffened as if he had fallen through the cracks of an iced pond. Damn it! What on earth was this monster? Chapter 225, The Dainty Yet Terrifying Doggy Paw. This was the first time Bian Changkong had sensed such an intimidating force of pressure. He had nearly forgotten what a palpitating heart feels like, but it evoked sentiments that were buried deep inside. The puppet lump before his eyes did not emit a flood of true energy which he found irrepressible, but it did give him a clear sense of unwavering, peerless quality. In terms of true energy, the puppet was unable to make him feel subdued, yet when it came to sheer momentum, he was forced to admit defeat. When the gigantic knife came slicing down, the true energy from his long spear was like a winter's day ruined by a flaming bonfire, ice melting into water. In short, it did not awe the puppet at all. Bian Changkong suddenly froze from head to toe. The single slash of knife terrified him so much that it felt like he had just fallen through the hole of an iced lake. The true energy within his body circulated with great difficulty, a phenomenon that was unthinkable. He, a superior existence even in the three godly temples of the wildlands, was now stricken with dread. With his spear knocked out of his hands, Bian Changkong suddenly felt a sharp pain between his thumb and index finger. He remained dumbstruck as he subsequently sensed a strong wind brush past. Swoosh! So fresh and crisp was the sound of knife meeting flesh, sending goosebumps down one's body. The speed of this purple-eyed puppet before him was alarmingly fast, as a light breeze that had swept past him with a giant knife. Afterwards, a hideous wail rumbled behind him. Bian Changkong instantly felt his chest heavy. His entire figure trembled as he began drawing in sharp breaths. At this very moment, the alleyway had become awfully still. A rubber ball-like material bounced onto the floor, emitting a loud thud. Everyone's heart shuddered as they gazed at the person behind Bian Changkong with petrified eyes, their bodies literally shivering with fear. The wail came and went quickly, as if smothered by a hand strangling one's neck. Bian Changkong slowly twisted his head. His aged eyes shrank as chills ran down his spine. Whitey's also mechanically rotated its neck. The purple ray from its eyes flashed once again but then reduced into a shade of red. The ominous glare that targeted all of heaven and earth with a killer's instinct had also dissipated with this switch of light. At once, the crowd felt a lessening tension in their hearts and began to breathe rapidly. Before Whitey's body knelt a massive shadow of a figure. This gigantic body was covered with bulging muscles akin to stirring dragons, yet its head had been completely severed. Fresh blood continued to spew out like a fountain, spreading a pungent bloody odor throughout the small alleyway. The great knife in Whitey's hands turned back into a fan-shaped robotic palm. It twisted its head around and targeted a dumbfounded Bian Changkong with a red glow of light. An 8th grade war god, just got beheaded? In this unremarkable little corner of the Lightwind Empire, an 8th grade war god had fallen. Bian Changkong's aged face shook violently. His hunched back slouched down even more. All of a sudden, his entire body was showered with coldness. He lifted up his head and locked eyes with the red gleam emitting from the metallic lump puppet. The intent to kill that he had worried about was no longer present, but he still had an indescribable bad feeling. Troublemaker, you will be stripped as an example to others. Whitey announced mechanically after flashing its red-beamed eyes and scanning it across Bian Changkong's body. Owner Bulletin, I really need this 5 stripes path understanding fruit. I am wondering whether you might bear the pain to give up this beloved gem. Mu Lingfeng's eyes glistened as they shifted onto Bulletin Feng. He simultaneously began summoning the force within his body. This force of pressure produced by his cultivation as a 7th grade battle saint spread and inched toward Bullet Fang. A 5th grade battle king was no different from an ant in the eyes of a 7th grade battle saint. Simply by releasing a force of pressure with one's true energy, a 7th grade battle saint could send a 5th grade battle king down to their knees like a dead dog. That was the discrepancy of their power. Even though Mu Lingfeng recognized deep down that this was somewhat immoral, he suddenly craved to witness the stony owner Bulletin sprawling over the floor like a dog. Just envisioning this fascinating image filled his heart with excitement. The store's primary buffer was currently preoccupied with an 8th grade war god outside. Though he didn't know how that turned out, he didn't expect there to be any suspense left. After all, the number of 8th grade battle saints outside definitely exceeded 1. Are you threatening me? Bulletin Fang's mind had just snapped back from receiving the system's orders and immediately noticed Mu Lingfeng edging closer and closer to him with a body fully charged of true energy. An expression that clearly harbored malicious intentions belied Mu Lingfeng's elegant, gentle complexion. His gaze was clouded by a strangeness. Neil, could it be that I haven't released enough forces of pressure? Mu Lingfeng muttered quietly inside as he took a step forward. He shuddered, however, when he detected Bulletin Fang's perplexed look. Taking another stride, Mu Lingfeng increased his pressurizing by another degree, one which any typical 6th grade battle emperors would find unbearable, let alone a mere battle king. Bulletin Fang blinked his eyes and watched as a flushed face Mu Lingfeng closed in on him. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. This one here, was he an idiot or what? Why hasn't he knelt down yet? Why has he managed to stay perfectly calm under my force of pressure? Impossible. Mu Lingfeng's pupils shrank as he finally affirmed that his power was simply incapable of suppressing Bulletin Fang. With that, a trace of loathsome hatred filled his eyes. Since he had already made a move on owner Bulletin, there was no point in recoiling now. Bam! Mu Lingfeng stopped applying his force of pressure, and instead summoned up a wave of true energy as he clawed at Bulletin Fang. Owner Bulletin, sorry for the offense. The 5 stripes path understanding fruit has a huge impact on my good fortunes, and I mustn't forsake it. Mu Lingfeng exclaimed coldly. From afar, Wiang Xiaoi had already backed away in reaction to Mu Lingfeng's terrifying aura. She had sprang back and recoiled to the corner of the path understanding tree. With the path understanding tree as a shield, she managed to minimize the influence that Mu Lingfeng's force of pressure had on her. Wiang Xiaoi's petite face blanched as she cast a worried look toward Bulletin Fang. Would the smelly boss die? As for this fellow before her eyes, who had turned against them with the snap of a finger, he was truly detestable. Bulletin Fang did not fear any kind of forces of pressure, and therefore remained unaffected by Mu Lingfeng's attempts. But seeing that Mu Lingfeng decided to make a move, he couldn't help but wrinkle his brows. Though his cultivation had much improved, he was still miles away from tackling a 7th grade battle saint. Whitey was currently held up outside. As for that lazy dog, huh? Lazy dog. Bulletin Fang's eyes flickered and witnessed a large black dog walking toward him like an elegant cat. Mu Lingfeng's eyes were filled with elation. As soon as he captured owner Bulletin, he would become the new owner of the store. Hence, the 5 stripes path understanding fruit would naturally fall under his possession. After he consumed this 5 stripes path understanding fruit, he could finally enter the echelon of 8th grade war god. 8th grade war god was a serious obstacle and a state of being he had wanted to achieve even in his wildest dreams. Becoming an 8th grade war god, outshining the other competitors from the godly temples of the wildlands, and finally becoming its future successor. Ha ha ha! Finally all of this was about to come true. Mu Lingfeng felt so satisfied that he wanted to break out into laughter. However, in the very next second, a black dog walking cat steps barged into his sightline and blocked his way. It lifted its doggy head, opened its doggy mouth and yawned loudly. What's up with this dog walking cat steps? A dog thinks it can stop me. Mu Lingfeng cracked up. His hands, wrapped with horrifying waves of true energy, continued to claw down, this time with intentions to tear through the dog as well. However, just as he stepped closer to the dog, the jade pendant before his chest began to scorch. The burning sensation sent alarming signals down his body. The jade pendant emitted a ray of beam, from which a fiery red shadow surged out and hovered overhead. The fire lion's massive figure instantly occupied a huge chunk of space, making the store seem rather crowded. Blacka gazed at the fire lion floating above his head, then curled his doggy lips and humphed contemptuously. He lifted up a dainty little doggy paw and patted at the fire lion, ready to launch towards him with all its mighty fury. The fire lion was a 7th-grade spirit beast, one extremely ferocious and powerful. Its sudden emergence was accompanied by foul wind and a rain of blood, striking terror into the hearts of many. Even Bulletin Fang felt his heart beating with fear. Lil Fire! Mu Lingfeng flinched and took a step back. He couldn't understand why his fire lion, originally resting happily in the Imperial Beast rune, had suddenly popped out. However, he froze the very next second. A fierce lion's roar echoed, but it was a wail carrying an infinite amount of terror and grief. Bang! After a loud boom, Mu Lingfeng's terror-stricken eyes watched as the fire lion simply exploded into a confetti of minced flesh. Sploosh splash! Blazing hot streams of blood splattered over Mu Lingfeng's whole body, but his heart had never felt as bitter and cold as it was now. Shredded flesh and streams of blood showered the store, but then quickly and visibly dissolved into ashes that scattered into the air. A 7th-grade fire lion, all because a coquettish dog walking cat steps lifted its paw, had just perished without leaving behind a corpse. Who would have thought that the store had a trump card like this? The many rumors about a supreme beast residing in this store turned out to be true. Blacka laid down his paw, his doggy eyes gazing coolly at a Mu Lingfeng so scared out of his wits that he had fallen, but first, onto the floor. Blacka's doggy nose wrinkled. Bulletin Fang curled his lips, rubbed Blacka's smooth, immaculate fur, and then turned around to walk towards the 5 stripes path understanding fruit. He didn't even bother flickering a glance at Mu Lingfeng, who was still shaken over Blacka's paw. Bulletin Fang's frostiness filled Mu Lingfeng with despair, as this meant Bulletin Fang was no longer concerned with his life or death. Instead, the one he had to face would be a terrifying supreme dog. This was a wretched, depressing situation, yet it was a tragedy that Mu Lingfeng had brought upon himself. Blacka's doggy lips widened, showing off a row of sparking white doggy teeth. He cast a glance at Bulletin Fang's back, then snorted before lifting up, once again, his doggy paw. The target this time was the simply terrified Mu Lingfeng. Chapter 226, Gather Around, the path understanding fruit finally unveiled. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Sounds of sky ripping apart echoed through the imperial city. One after another, countless warriors with weapons on their backs galloped by and rushed toward the location of the ripe 5 stripes path understanding fruit, Fang Fang's little store. These people were not all fierce 7th-grade battle saints, with some only 5th-grade battle kings or 6th-grade battle emperors. However, they had the same target as these battle saints, and came precisely for the 5 stripes path understanding tree. As the saying goes, obtaining rare treasures rested on a pinch of good fortunes. What if a bystander happened to be blessed by a stroke of luck and got a 5 stripes path understanding fruit? That lucky bastard would have a wonderful life ahead, advance to the level of battle saint, then break through to war god. By then, one may very well start fantasizing about reaching the echelon of supreme being. The shadows of figures converged rapidly at the alleyway in which Bulletin Fang resided, much like a swarm of flies. The 13 bandits of Mazhu, each full of power and energy, rushed toward the alleyway carrying their eye-catching, specialized weapons. Although the store evoked nightmarish memories, they still couldn't resist the temptation of 5 stripes path understanding fruits. Nian and Ye Xiling arrived at the alleyway almost at the same time. Both of their pupils shrank when they witnessed the big scene before them. The narrow alleyway was already filled with a crowded bunch. The forces of energy on these folks were stable and strong, even distorting the atmosphere nearby. It was apparent that none of these bystanders had a weak cultivation level, and that they consisted mostly of 7th-grade battle saints. However, none of them dared to act recklessly. The ordinarily tranquil alleyway had been demolished into rubbles. Its walls thoroughly cracked and its pavement covered with shattered pieces of rocks. Whitey's chubby figure stood still in the alleyway like a gigantic mountain. Not far from Whitey was a massive beheaded figure kneeling on the floor. Swish! Nian and Ye Xiling stared with their mouths agape. A naked elder flew by and crashed into the floor right next to them as he landed on his face. Another one stripped. Bulletin Fang's demonic stripper has really lived up to its name. Nian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She hurriedly covered Ye Xiling's curious eyes. Denied of the urge to peep, the latter was rather dismayed. Nian glimpsed at the naked old man with repugnance. Bian Changkong's aged face quivered non-stop, but he dared not to object loudly. The puppet was way too strong, and he was simply no match to it. No wonder a 5 stripes path understanding tree would appear in their remote little store. With such a terrifying warrior on guard, any absurdity that had occurred here now seemed understandable. Extracting another robe from his spatial sprit ring and clothing himself, Bian Changkong finally felt a little better. But this satisfaction did not last long, as on a second thought, he snapped right back into anger. He was a mighty elder of the 3 godly temples of the wildlands and had already reached the level of 8th grade war god. For someone like him to be stripped and flung onto the street was incredibly humiliating. "What are you looking at, young lady?" Bian Changkong was in a fit of rage. As he put on his robe, he caught sight of Yan Ni and Ye Xiling staring at him with curious eyes. His face darkened immediately as he scolded them. Now Ni Yan was no pushover. She proceeded to pull a long face as she rebuked him coldly. "How does an old fellow like you who strips down and streaks have the nerve to open his mouth? Do you really think your frail physique is somehow charming? How shameless!" Ye Xiling also stepped out and glowered at him. Bian Changkong was so enraged that he almost coughed up blood. The true energy within his body began to circulate as he prepared to smack these 2 audacious girls to death. However, just as a stream of true energy surged out of his energy core, he felt chills running down his back. He suddenly remembered there was still a terrifying puppet standing from a distance. Clip-clop clip-clop. The sound of donkey hooves hitting the pavement echoed. A donkey sauntered into the small alleyway, and on it rode a figure. The old drunkard filled his mouth with wine. With a flushed face, he smiled. "Who the hell dares to make a move on the 3rd elder of our celestial arcanum sect?" The old drunkard clutched a huge gourd filled with wine as he cast a tipsy glance at Bian Changkong. He suddenly raised his eyebrows and laughed pleasantly. "Oh, it's you, old fellow. You." Bian Changkong instantly knitted his brows into a frown. The old drunkard of the celestial arcanum sect was very powerful. His arrival at the imperial city of the Lightwind Empire was surprising. Could it be he was also here for the 5 stripes path understanding fruits? That was very much possible, seeing how this man was obsessed with brewing fine wine, and the 5 stripes path understanding fruit was a rare spirit fruit, one cut out to be a superior ingredient. A long howl resounded through the air. The shadow of a burly figure leaped out and emerged from the sky. This was a fellow with half of his face covered by a silver mask. Strong forces of energy projected from his body. "The 5 stripes path understanding fruits have ripened. I am not greedy and only seek for one piece," Zhang Kong said plainly as he hovered in the air majestically and peered down at the store beneath him. "Another 8th grade war god." The old drunkard took another sip of wine and narrowed his eyes. Bian Changkong also shot Zhang Kong a meaningful glance. 8th grade war gods were indeed strong. But right in this very alleyway, a war god had just fallen. Zhang Kong wrinkled his brows into a frown upon realization that nobody had responded to his request. He took another stride forward, leaping over a large distance, and stopped right in front of the store. Suddenly, a different sensation hit his heart, prompting him to peer inside the store. Bang bang! After a chain of explosions, and alongside the mournful wails of a spirit beast, a red-clothed figure stumbled out of the store in fright and desperation. Zhang Kong could sense that this fellow was a 7th grade battle saint. The color drained from Bian Changkong's face. "Oh no! Why is Lingfeng in that store?" Aware of Mu Lingfeng's terrified state, Bian Changkong charged right toward him without further hesitation. "Elder! Elder Bian, help me!" Mu Lingfeng rushed out of the store, and seeing Bian Changkong dashing toward him, felt like there was still a last glimmer of hope. He bawled miserably. Dead, all dead. Lil Fire, Lil Water and Lil Thunder had all perished. It was the doing of that scary black dog. A 7th grade spirit beast couldn't cope with the force of his paw. 3 of his 7th grade spirit beasts were now mercilessly slaughtered by a dog. He was in so much pain and anguish, but on top of that, it was a sense of fear that dominated him. That dog was a demon. Bian Changkong's face was filled with bewilderment. This was the first time he had ever witnessed Mu Lingfeng this petrified. He pulled Mu Lingfeng to his side and immediately sensed an aggressive force emerging from the store. Huh? A doggy paw of true energy. Bian Changkong was baffled. A small, delicate doggy paw could frighten the mighty young master of their imperial beast hall out of his wits? Watch out, Elder Bian. Duck. Mu Lingfeng saw how Bian Changkong was foolish enough to try resisting the doggy paw, and that really scared the living daylight out of him. One could replace the 3 7th grade spirit beasts they lost. But if the elder of the godly temples of the wildlands died, the consequences would be freaking dire. Bian Changkong was taken back, and his face became even grimmer. He conjured up a delicate true energy armor that enveloped his body. A beam of light then flashed within his hands, and a small black serpent appeared wrapping around his arm. Hiss, hiss. The serpent flicked its tongue, and with it spread a terrifying force of pressure. This was also a 7th grade spirit beast. Bian Changkong directly flung the small serpent at the doggy claw. This 7th grade black water snake was a precious treasure of his. It had a terrifying combat capability, and the average careless 8th level war gods couldn't escape its attack. The small serpent ferociously stretched open its mouth, flaring its fangs as it spewed out poisonous venom. In the very next moment, with a loud bang, the doggy paw merely trampled over it. The serpent simply exploded and dissipated into a bloody fog. Holy shit! Bian Changkong trembled from head to toe. Fear rushed into his eyes like an uncontrollable flood of water. A 7th grade spirit beast was smashed into a smoke of blood with a single strike. Could this doggy paw be any more terrifying? Without needing to think twice, Bian Changkong was determined to take flight. But was he able to make a break for it? He blocked Mu Lingfeng's body as the doggy paw came charging at them again. Bang! With nowhere left to hide, Bian Changkong was forced to summon his spear and attempt to withstand this strike. Spat! Out came a mouthful of fresh blood, and the bones in Bian Changkong's body crackled like fried beans. The long spear in his hand instantly shattered into pieces. His entire body was tossed through the air and crashed onto the walls of the small alleyway. The armor of true energy wrapping on him had also fractured into bits and pieces. The mere strike of a doggy paw had nearly finished off an 8th grade war god. Mu Lingfeng fell on his butt as he slumped onto the floor. He felt like his entire world has turned into a shade of gloomy grey. The muscles on Zhang Kong twitched as he quietly coughed. He withdrew his palm awkwardly. That doggy paw evidently also threw him off his game. The small alleyway became deadly still in that moment. Sounds of warriors ripping through the sky to land in the alleyway rang once in a while. But having detected the grave atmosphere within the alleyway, nobody dared to make a noise. Tap tap tap. A series of footsteps echoed from the store, finally breaking the silence. Then, a slim figure emerged from the shadows. Bulletin Fang clutched in his hands the 3 5 stripes path understanding fruits infused with rich spirit energy. He approached the door with a big black dog walking cat steps on his right and a little lowly following suit on his left. This bizarre combination quickly drew everyone's attention. Seeing the 5 stripes path understanding fruits in the slender fingers of that youth, everyone began to breathe heavily. The protagonist had finally appeared. Chapter 227, saying that I misappropriated. How shameless can you get? In a small courtyard within the imperial city. Ghost Chef Wang Ding walked toward the big wok in front of him. As the lid opened, a steaming hot stream of dense spirit energy immediately surged forth. The spirit energy collided with his wrinkled face, filling the air around it. Taking a breath, his nostrils felt as though they were on fire, forcing him to retreat a step back and knit his eyebrows as the burning sensation became unbearable. The essence of 37 5th grade spirit beast boiled into the essence meat broth, plus an elixir found in ruins during my trips throughout the continent. This essence meat broth is the cream of the crop. Ghost Chef's eyes shone as his entire body jittered in exhilaration. 5 stripes path understanding fruit. I must definitely get it. The water is muddy enough. I wonder if the little restaurant has been destroyed or not. Rumor has it there's an 8th grade expert residing there, however, that little restaurant should have become a wasteland by now. Ghost Chef mumbled to himself as he stirred the broth, bringing forth a rotten smell. A porcelain jar, with the size of a fist and a round shape, was brought out. Opening the lid, Ghost Chef filled the jar with the boiling meat broth from the wok, enough to fill the entire jar. With this essence meat broth, even against an 8th grade war god, I still have a fighting chance in a battle. It's a pity, the side effect of the broth is too great. I must get my hands on the 5 stripes path understanding fruit. Tightly clasping the jar of scalding hot broth in his hand, Ghost Chef put on a set of black robes and left the small courtyard. Outside, Two guards who were on duty noticed the ghost chef coming out. Their eyes widened, but before they could utter a single word, ghost chef sliced their throats within a flash. A cold expression could be seen gleaming from the ghost chef's eyes. These were people sent by Ji Chinsu to monitor him. Of course, he was aware of it. It had just been too troublesome for him to act before. Now, with the 5 stripes path understanding fruit ripening, naturally he wouldn't be soft-hearted. With regards to the ghost chef's character, the fact that he was able to roam the continent and survive attested to the point that he wasn't a soft-hearted person. A cynical expression appeared in the ghost chef's eyes. Still clasping the jar, he took large strides forward with a short flash. As the masonry around him broke, sands flew around the alleyway. A dense number of experts crowded around, heavily breathing could be heard, with eyes tinged with redness, glaring closely at the tiny store hidden in an alleyway. Outside the restaurant entrance stood a strange combination, a skinny youth, a lovable young girl and a plump dog. In Bulletin Fang's hand were 3 5 stripes path understanding fruits which had just matured, emerging colorful and full of vigorous spirit energy. Their aura continued to fill the surroundings, daring the alleyway full of experts to make trouble. The 3 5 stripes path understanding fruits in Bulletin Fang's hand could be their window of opportunity. Getting one of the fruits would be the ultimate opportunity for them, offering the chance to have a breakthrough, something they always dreamed of. For those war gods floating in the air, it was slightly beneficial for them. Although the 5 stripes path understanding fruits were precious, it was only of immense use to the battle saints. In the eye of an 8th grade war god, the effect was weaker. However, being able to get their hands on it would not be bad at all, still a heavenly treasure. After all, he had promised Wu Yunbei to get his hand on one of the 5 stripes path understanding fruits. Bam! Within the ruins of a wall, a disheveled figure could be seen crawling out. This person's appearance was miserable, with his whole body covered in fresh blood and sporting a vicious look. Cough, cough. Bian Changkong coughed out blood with eyes full of dread. To think that a dog's paw would bring him so much more fear than the Iron Man puppet he encountered. This little restaurant is truly inconceivable. Elder Bian. Mu Lingfeng hurriedly ran along the alley to Bian Changkong's side. His eyes fell on the man's body, draped in blood, while supporting him up. Mu Lingfeng could not bear the sight and heaved a cold sigh. The one in front was an 8th grade war god, yet he was still beaten so miserably. This dog, could it be the legendary Supreme Beast? Supreme Beast, even in the deepest area of the wildlands, the existence of such a being was a taboo. To think that in this city and in this very alleyway existed such a terrifying being. Owner Bulletin, I'm Zhang Kong, one of the commanders from White Cloud Villa. Today, I come seeking a 5 stripes path understanding fruit. Faced with the strong battle forces of the restaurant, Zhang Kong finally chose to compromise and performed a fist and palm salute to show respect to Bulletin Fang. Seeing that it was one of the commanders from White Cloud Villa, people from the surroundings started to whisper to each other. White Cloud Villa was one of the powerhouses in the illusory spirit swamp. Although the people present could not recognize it, Elder Bian did, and his face started to change. With his position as an elder, naturally he understood the strength of White Cloud Villa. It was a force on the same scale as the 3 godly temple of the wildlands. He eyed Zhang Kong's dignified face. Owner Bulletin, I'm Bian Chang Kong, one of the elders from the 3 godly temples of the wildlands. I also come seeking a 5 stripes path understanding fruit. Far away, the old drunkard started to laugh, yet he did not come forward for his self-introduction. He took a sip of wine, wiping his mouth afterwards in delight. The surrounding people's gaze fell on Bulletin Fang, waiting in anticipation. Bulletin Fang stood at the restaurant entrance, emotionless as his eyes swept through the surroundings. Looking at the damaged alleyway, his eyebrows knitted together. I know the reason why you guys have come today, the 3 5 stripes path understanding fruits that are in my hands, said Bulletin Fang as he lifted his hand out. The 3 5 stripes path understanding fruit attracted their gaze. However, soon he retracted his hand to stow away the 3 fruits. He curled the corner of his mouth while emotionlessly saying, however, I don't plan to give the 5 stripes path understanding fruits to any of you. Everyone present was stunned. Soon and at the same time, they became agitated. Bulletin Fang didn't plan to surrender the 5 stripes path understanding fruits? Was he planning to keep all 3 of the heavenly treasures? That statement had made everyone dissatisfied. They had traveled a long distance to reach the imperial city of the Lightwind Empire, all for the sake of the 5 stripes path understanding fruits. To think that Bulletin Fang wanted to keep the fruits for himself. Such a selfish act tempted the anger of the crowd. Zhang Kong's face wasn't pleased. He had never expected Bulletin Fang to issue such a strong statement of rejection. Owner Bulletin, in front of so many people, you boldly misappropriate all 3 fruits for yourself. That is not very nice, said Zhang Kong coldly. His words reflected the feelings of everybody present, as they continued to glare angrily at Bulletin Fang. What irritated the crowd more was that under everybody's gaze, Bulletin Fang's facial expression did not change at all. Bulletin Fang shook his head and doubtfully looked at Zhang Kong. Misappropriate? You say I misappropriate? I won this 5 stripes path understanding seed fair and square, by winning the first prize from the Imperial City's 100 Families Banquet. Since I won it, that means the seed belongs to me. I planted the seed in my restaurant and looked after it from germination to final maturity. You say I misappropriate, how shameless can you be? Bulletin Fang's voice wasn't loud and held no anger. It was his daily emotionless way of speaking, and yet it stunned everyone. That was right. The 5 stripes path understanding tree belonged to Bulletin Fang. He was the rightful owner of the heavenly treasure. There was no reason for him to hand over the 5 stripes path understanding fruits. After listening to Bulletin Fang's words, a laughter came from the old drunkard. As he brought forth the wine gourd to his mouth to take a sip of wine, the wine fragrance scattered forth. But there are 3 5 stripes path understanding fruits and yet you want them all for yourself. This will anger everybody. Heavenly treasure is a golden opportunity. You. Within the crowd, somebody unwillingly yelled. Right. This heavenly treasure cannot be monopolized by one person. If this old man is unable to gain this heavenly treasure today, I will fight it out with you. Whoever denies this old man the chance of having a breakthrough will be my enemy. The voices of admonishment started to surge, and as they got louder, the crowd became even more excited as they scolded Bulletin Fang. The killing intent started to surge. As Bulletin Fang hugged the 5 stripes path understanding fruits, he threw a glance over the crowd and became impatient. He must complete the system's temporary mission. 3 fruits were simply not enough for himself, so how could he share them with others? He curled his mouth as he turned to make his way back to the restaurant, feeling lazy to argue with the crowd. Owner Bulletin, I will use crystals to buy the 5 stripes path understanding fruits. The silent Bian Changkong opened his mouth while staring at Bulletin Fang. Right, crystals are not a problem. Mu Lingfeng nodded his head as he realized that. Since Bulletin Fang turned back and faced Bian Changkong, they thought that he was considering selling the 5 stripes path understanding fruits. At once, Bian Changkong was delighted. I am willing to pay 5,000 crystals for a single 5 stripes path understanding fruit. Is owner Bulletin interested? 5,000 crystals for a single 5 stripes path understanding fruit. To be honest, the price was quite fair. After all, a 5 stripes path understanding fruit increased the chance for a 7th grade battle saint to break through to war god, although it was not a 100% chance of a breakthrough. So, paying 5,000 crystals for it still carried a risk. I'm willing to pay 7,000 crystals. Zhang Kong reported a higher number as he gave a look at Bain Chang Kong. Haha. I like this sort of peaceful solution. There's no point in meaningless killing. This old man is willing to come out with 9,000 crystals. After all, 5 stripes path understanding fruit should be a suitable ingredient to brew wine. Old drunkard finally spoke with a laugh. Bian Changkong stared furiously at the 2 other men, gritting his teeth. This old man will pay 10,000 crystals. 10,000 crystals. At once, everyone in the crowd sighed. They were talking about crystals, not gold coins. 10,000 crystals was a price as high as the heavens. Just to buy a single 5 stripes path understanding fruit. It might not be worth it. The entire wealth of a battle saint probably was around 10,000 crystals. Hence, everyone in the crowd felt that Bulletin Fang would accept the deal. After all, the amount was simply too irresistible. Naturally, Bulletin Fang was tempted. 10,000 crystals, if he was able to convert them to his cultivation, it would spare him of a lot of work. System, if I sell the fruits, will the crystals be considered as the store's earning? He asked the system after deliberating for a while. Within a moment, the system replied in a serious tone, it will not be counted. The cultivation level of the host depends on the sale of the restaurant. Hence all sale must be from the dishes cooked by the host. If the fruits are sold, any crystals gain won't be counted in the increment of cultivation level. Bulletin Fang was expressionless. Of course, he knew the system would not give him any shortcut. The anticipating glances of everyone clearly showed that they assumed that Bulletin Fang would sell the fruits. Bulletin Fang's heart ached. Still, he gritted his teeth and replied to Bian Changkong in an emotionless expression, "Do I, owner Bulletin, look like the sort who lacks crystals? No matter how many crystals are offered for the 5 stripes path understanding fruit, I will not sell them." "What?" Bulletin Fang's words incited a lot of gasps. Bian Changkong was in a daze, with fires surging within him. He was pissed off. Owner Bulletin did want to misappropriate for himself after all. Get him! This opportunity belongs to everybody, how can he take them all for himself? Kill! Snatch the fruits! Damned! For an opportunity to break through, everyone with me! Bulletin Fang's words were like a knife which severed the hopes of everyone present. The crowd finally couldn't resist taking action. When there were enough benefits laid out in front of the masses, all fears of Whitey and the Supreme Beast were gone. The crowd of experts, all releasing their true energy, rushed toward Bulletin Fang's restaurant with a look of avarice on their faces. As everybody rushed forward, the ground seemed to tremble from the terrifying momentum. Even Zhang Kong's face started to change. Even now, Bulletin Fang's eyes still had that same cold expression. Glancing at all these greedy people, he sighed. Since everyone is eager to seek their death, so be it. Chapter 228, Lord Dog made a move. Within the Imperial City, a large wave of true energy surged and spread toward the sky. As it reached the clouds, it scattered in all 4 directions, covering the entire city. Within the surge of different forms of true energy, a flood of angry voices followed. At this point, the entire small alleyway was filled with chaotic shouting, all for the sake of the 5 stripes path understanding fruits. The crowd could not hold it in any more. Ni Yan's face whitened. Hearing the shouts from those experts with their fuming facial expressions, she pulled Ye Xiling toward her to prevent her from getting lost among the crowd. She glanced toward the direction of the small restaurant, as more experts surrounded the building. Ni Yan could not understand why Bulletin Fang did not accept the deal to sell the stripes path understanding fruits. If he had agreed, this situation would not have occurred. If he agreed to the sale, the crowd would not have turned violent. After all, anyone who could purchase one of the fruits would be of a certain strength. For example, both Zhang Kong and Bian Changkong were 8th grade war gods, and nobody would dare harbor any desire to rob them. Yet, Bulletin Fang still held on to the 5 stripes path understanding fruits. This gave the crowd the chance to rob him. That was the ultimate reason why all that tension was created. Sister Ni Yan, will owner Bulletin be okay? Ye Xiling doubtfully asked, turning to face Ni Yan only to see her biting down on her lips, as she seemed to decide. Her true energy started to circulate. Immediately, Ye Xiling was shocked. Sister Ni Yan, you want to join in the fight? Fight? What fight? Be a good girl and stay at the old drunkard's side, I will go and help owner Bulletin. Ni Yan snapped and knocked on Ye Xiling's head. Ni Yan knew that Bulletin Fang had a terrifying puppet, Whitey, and a black dog. However, the opponents in front of him were just too many. Even the flow of the alleyway was jammed due to the large crowd, with their colliding true energies enough to collapse the walls of the alleyway. With a large number of 7th grade battle saints present, their combined strength could even compete with an 8th grade war god. Now is not the time for an idle chat. Ni Yan strained her eyes, causing the true energy from her body to surge forth. With her snow-white legs revealed, she dashed forward a few steps to block the path of 2 incoming shadows. All of you, get lost! Ni Yan gave the ground a mighty kick and true energy overflowed from her shoulders. She reached out and grabbed 2 nearby battle kings before viciously throwing them backward towards the crowd. Bam bam! Swatted away by the oncoming crowd, whose heads had been clouded by greed, the 2 battle kings vomited blood from their severe injuries before letting forth a miserable howl. Ni Yan was truly a domineering sight to be seen, as 3,000 green threads danced in the air, each strand powered by her surging true energy. Her face was one of seriousness and tempestuous anger. As she continued to toss away multiple waves of experts, a sinking feeling hit her. She had already blocked many experts, but there were just too many in the crowd. An arrow fast as lightning glided across the crowds, with a large sonic wave trailing it. Several people were pierced, gravely injuring them. Sister Yan, I will help you. Since everyone is eager to seek death, so be it. Bulletin Fang's voice wasn't loud, yet it transmitted throughout the entire alleyway. As the crowd heard it, those anxious experts did not feel afraid at all, but instead their eyes became redder in anger. Kill. If you don't hand over the 5 stripes path understanding fruit, we will thrash your restaurant and then kill you. Somebody in the crowd shouted. The shout of kill could be heard echoing from the crowd. Whitey, with its large belly, blocked the entrance of the restaurant. Its red mechanical eyes flickered, turning to purple. Whoever wishes to harm the host must be eliminated. Thump. The chopper reappeared in Whitey's hand. With a downward stroke, it split open the heads of the 2 most front battle emperors. As the thick blood oozed, not only did it not force the crowd to retreat, rather, it increased the bloodthirstiness of the crowd. Nian and Ye Xiling started to retreat as they continued to battle, till they reached the front of Bulletin Fang. Their 2 appearances were a mess. Owner Bulletin, are you crazy? Going against so many people? Nian tone was slightly angry as she spoke. She did not understand Bulletin Fang's thinking at all. Those who were familiar with Bulletin Fang also helped to block the encroaching crowd as they retreated to the restaurant entrance. The appearances of Xiao Meng, Wu Yunbei and the rest were disheveled. As Bulletin Fang's eyes swept over the people who helped him, his gaze warmed. However, as his glance turned toward the greedy crowd, his eyes turned cold. Lazy dog, these people, you do not need to hold back, Bulletin Fang coldly spoke. For the first time, his voice contained a killing intent. As the little black dog's mouth and nose started to twitch slightly, its eyes revealed a sense of excitement. Don't need to hold back? Great! Its tongue stuck out as it licked its lips, revealing razor-sharp white teeth. Greed is the root of all evil, all these reckless humans. A calm male voice echoed throughout the entire alleyway. Within the crowd, Zhang Kong suddenly halted from the impending sense of danger that was strong enough to cause his heart to beat wildly. Run! Without a single thread of hesitation, Zhang Kong turned his body and retreated out of the restaurant's surroundings. A few shadows dashed out of the crowd and floated in the sky, hearts pumping wildly. One of them was the old drunkard riding a donkey. To think that the old man's donkey could float in the air too. Bian Changkong dragged Mu Lingfeng away as he retreated from the surrounding. Within the crowd, there were many who were able to sense the impending danger. Those in the sky looked with fear as they stared downwards. Blacka strode out of the restaurant like a cat while Bulletin Fang asked Ni Yang and the rest to retreat into the restaurant. Blacka came to a stop beside Whitey, which by now was totally covered in blood. Whitey, after all, was a puppet not able to generate any true energy. Even though it possessed the battle strength to go against 9th grade experts, when faced with the large crowd, it had its hand tied up. At this moment, Lord Dog came to assist. A 6th grade battle emperor with eyes full of anger released a shout as his body was enveloped with true energy. The axe in his hand was pointed toward the black dog, preparing to slash downwards. Prepare to die. Faced with the shadow of the axe coming down on it, Blacka let out a bark as it raised its dog paw and patted down. Boom! The axe disintegrated along with the battle emperor who became a puddle of blood. While the fall of an expert brought a slight chill to the heart of the crowd, they angrily pressed forward. Boom! A terrifying pressure surged from Blacka's body, blocking the crowd of experts' advancement. The herd of shouting came to a stop. Under the crowd's panic-stricken eyes, the black dog body changed to a humongous size, without a trace of its former naive appearance. In a short moment, it became a 2-meter-tall black hound enveloped in burning black flame. Sizzling! The surrounding air seemed to burn. Everybody in the crowd had a sense of being suppressed, as they couldn't help but kneel on the floor to the presence of the dog. Battle kings, battle emperors, and even battle saints all collapsed to the ground. As the giant hound took a step forward, the ground started to shake. It blinked its eyes as it sighed. Space seemed to rip as it disappeared from its original position. Zoom! The giant hound sprinted forward, leaving a path of blood behind it as it stopped at the center of the crowd. As the giant hound's sight swept across the surroundings, its mouth twitched, revealing razor-sharp shiny teeth. Tilting its head upwards, a heaven-scattering howl swept across the city. Boom! With a single sound, the entire floor of the alleyway caved in. The crowd of kneeling people all screamed in agony as blood seeped out of their orifices. Their only desire was to escape out of the alleyway. However, before they could even take a few more steps, they became blood puddles. While the battle saint held on for a while longer, the final outcome remained the same as they exploded without leaving behind a single intact limb. As those experts hovering in the sky witnessed the gruesome scene, their hearts felt like it had been seized by a formless dog paw. All it took was a single squeeze and then, squish. Ninth grade, Supreme Beast. At this point, Mu Lingfeng was certain that the dog before him had reached the realm of 9th grade Supreme Beast. Cold sweat could be seen dripping on the foreheads of the people floating in the sky. They all felt fortunate knowing that they weren't down there right now. In their eyes, the alleyway had become hell. Blood mist and explosions occurred non-stop, each signifying that an expert had fallen. Everybody had misjudged the true strength of the restaurant. The trump card of the restaurant wasn't the puppet at all, but rather this existence which no one noticed, a terrifying 9th grade Supreme Beast. Chapter 229, The Path Understanding Blossoming Flower. Bang bang bang. Miserable howls kept on resounding within the small store. Every miserable howl signified an expert being turned into a blood mist. That was practically hell. It was frightening to the point of making one feel their heart tightening the moment they saw the scene. Whitey had already reinstated back to its red eye mode. The bloodstains on its body had also been automatically purified. Once again, it was turned back into its original white and plump appearance as it stood behind Bulletin Fang. Nin and the others were in shock. Their complexion had turned deathly white due to the frightening scene. They had never even once seen such a gruesome scene before. Even Xiao Meng, who was accustomed to slaughtering, also felt his heart shuddering. His pores had widened up and his back was drenched in cold sweat. Ye Xiling widened her eyes while her lips turned deathly pale. She was originally an obedient girl who stayed within the 100,000 mountains. Even though her cultivation was pretty decent, she had never even witnessed any bloody scenes of a battlefield before. Let alone this shocking scene that was in front of her right now. Looking at the big black hound which was standing in the middle of the alley barking, at that moment, everyone couldn't help but feel some reverence within their hearts. Bulletin Fang complexion was also slightly pale. However, he still tried his best to control himself. The ferocious barking did not resonate throughout the imperial capital as it was shrouded by Black's true energy, causing the barking to only resonate within this alley. Therefore, outside of this alley, the imperial capital was still the same as before, auspicious and peaceful. So much that there was not even any trace of the frightening energy. The alley floor had finally been shattered and was tainted by the fresh blood. Some of the people had fled from the alley but their spirit had long been repressed. They did not even dare to turn around to take another glacé as they tried to frantically escape from the alley. Those who had managed to escape are basically those who possessed a cultivation level of Battle Saint and above. These Battle Saints all had a set of uniquely life-saving methods. Therefore, they were able to survive from this calamity. The ferocious howling had finally come to a stop. The large hound had also lowered its head, which had been perking up. Its eyes apathetically swept around its surrounding once as he looked at the spacious and empty alley. It harumphed once while its body started shrinking. Ultimately, it returned back to the form of the plump dog, Blackie. Striding in its graceful cat steps, Blackie returned to the store. The frightening imposing pressure had also finally dissipated from the valley. They heaved a sigh of relief and loosened up the tension that had been building up in their bodies. It was as if the boulder which had been in their hearts had finally fallen off. Blackie opened his mouth and yawned. That lazy appearance, it was as if Blackie was asking for a beating. However, Xiao Meng was actually looking at that black dog in reverence and did not even dare to manifest his awe-inspiring prestige at all. Bulletin Fang patted Blackie's head. He raised his head and looked at those people who were hovering in the sky above the alley and said indifferently, "Do any of you still want the 5 stripes path understanding fruit?" Want? Want your sister? Everyone was cursing in their heart. Indeed, they wanted it, but would they still have the courage to? Such a frightening dog, it was not something they could contend against. Even if a war god were to face this dog, they believed that war god would also be powerless against it. There is not a need for all of you to be discouraged or disappointed. Bulletin Fang looked at those people who were hovering in the sky and said seriously. The reason why I am not selling the 5 stripes path understanding fruit is because I needed this fruit and would use it to make dishes. You might not be able to obtain the path understanding fruit, but you can still choose to buy the dishes made from it. I believe those dishes would certainly not make any of you feel disappointed. Make dishes with it. Using the 5 stripes path understanding fruit? Everyone hovering at the sky felt somewhat comical, as if they were overwhelmed by Bullet and Fang's decision. 5 stripes path understanding fruit was a heavenly treasure. And you are freaking telling us that you want to use it to make dishes? Zhang Kong and Bian Changkong complexion was also somewhat dumbfounded. On the contrary, the old drunkard grinned and felt that it was very interesting. He had wanted to use the 5 stripes path understanding fruit to brew wine, but Bullet and Fang actually wanted to use it to make dishes. The line of thoughts from both sides were just using a different method that would lead to the same result. The old drunkard immediately started laughing heartily. He picked up the wine gourd and poured a cup of wine for himself so as to keep his surprise under control. After that, he pulled the stubborn donkey down to the middle of the alley and started walking toward the small store. Ultimately, that donkey was forced to stay within the alley by that old drunkard, outside the store. I am looking forward to Boss Bulletin's dishes that were made using the 5 stripes path understanding fruit. The old drunkard smiled. Bullet and Fang looked at that old man in surprise. Bullet and Fang nodded his head and did not say anything. In the sky, Zhang Kong and his men frowned. Finally, they also chose to descend, and then entered the small store. The disturbance had finally come to an end. No one knew how many experts had died in this unremarkable alley in the imperial capital. There were battle saints who had managed to escape from this alley. They all had rushed out of the imperial capital fanatically and did not even bother to turn their head back. They were all frightened to death by that dog. Above the streets of the imperial capital, Ghost Chef Wang Ding slowly advanced over. In one of his hands, he was carrying a porcelain jar and his appearance was very placid. Where did all the fluctuation go? Could it be that I have arrived late, and the battle has already ended? Ghost Chef was somewhat puzzled. According to what he had understood, it was impossible for this small store to be able to contend against all the onslaught from those experts. Arriving at the alley entrance, he looked inside. The secluded alley was extremely spacious and empty. There was not a single person there. However, there was a heavy reeking of blood assaulting his nostrils. This caused the Ghost Chef to feel as if he had been thrown into an ocean of blood. Ghost Chef deeply sucked in a breath of air. His complexion carried faint traces of grave as he entered into the alley. The moment his foot touched the ground, he felt that the sole of his foot had submerged down. He was startled. He lowered his head to take a look. The floor of the alley had actually been covered by a layer of chisel powder. Inside this alley, what exactly had happened? Ghost Chef's heart suddenly started thumping as he felt a sense of uneasiness. It's so quiet. Could it be that it has really ended? But why hasn't this small store been destroyed? Ghost Chef slowly strode over and arrived in front of the small store. Unexpectedly, the store was actually filled with people. Could it be that this small store had been invaded and occupied? It seemed possible. It's definitely possible. Ghost Chef's heart was certain about it as he deeply breathed in a mouthful of air. He no longer hesitated as he opened up the porcelain jar lid. The dense fishy stench drifted out, causing the Ghost Chef to slightly wrinkle his eyebrows. The smell was really too smelly. By the entrance of the store, the Ghost Chef drank all the broth from the jar in a shot. In an instant, he felt that his whole body meridians had started to swell. Crash! The porcelain jar fell onto the ground and shattered into pieces. It immediately caught the attention of everyone inside the store. All of them looked out and were surprised to see an old man with disheveled hair kneeling down on the ground fighting against his convulsion. After convulsing for a while, that old man stood up. That supposedly aged facial features had unexpectedly become a lot younger. The Ghost Chef Wang Ding twisted his neck and felt the insurmountable strength within his body. He endured the urge to laugh heartily. Was this the strength of a war god? Sure enough, it was able to let one be attracted by it. Next, it's time for me to seize the 5 stripes path understanding fruit. Ghost Chef smiled sinisterly as he lifted up his head. His gaze fell onto those curious eyes that were staring at him. Bullet and Fang grabbed onto the 5 stripes path understanding fruit and returned back to the kitchen. He placed the spirit fruits, which were covered in brilliant lights and vibrant colors that emitted rich true energy, onto the cooking bench. He stared at the 3 fruit and wrinkled his eyebrows. No one knew what he was thinking about when he touched his chin while contemplating. The current mission was to use this 5 stripes path understanding fruit to make a dish. Only by passing through the system's evaluation would the quest be counted as completed. But the problem was, what kind of dish should he make? This was the main problem, which still remained unsolved for Bullet and Fang. Use the smash cucumber salad method to handle this 5 stripes path understanding fruit so as to restore back the original feel of the spirit fruit. Bullet and Fang murmured. However, the idea was being dismissed by him very quickly. If he were to really handle it this way, he would definitely not pass the evaluation. After all, according to the craftiness of the system, it would never allow Bullet and Fang to complete his mission so easily. After giving much thought to it, Bullet and Fang took one of the 5 stripes path understanding fruit and a green smoke appeared around his hand, after which a pitch black, simple and unadorned dragon bone kitchen knife appeared on his hand. Bullet and Fang took out a chopping board. After brandishing the knife, he sliced the 5 stripes path understanding fruit into 2. Immediately, a rich fruity smell pervaded out and unexpectedly brought along faint heat with it. After slicing it into half, the pulp inside it started to leak out the thick fruity juice, that also carried a mild and humid heat with it. After sizing up the 5 stripes path understanding fruit, Bullet and Fang muttered to himself for some time before started to cut the 5 stripes path understanding fruit very quickly. Da-da-da. He chopped the spirit fruit into portions of equal size. Bullet and Fang decided to cook a dish to test it out first. Bullet and Fang took out an egg from the cupboard. This was a 5th grade spirit beast egg. There was still a disparity if he were to match it with this path understanding fruit. After cracking the egg into the bowl and beating it up, Bullet and Fang ignited the fire and started warming up his pan. He waited for the pan to reach a suitable temperature before pouring oil into it. After the oil had started boiling, he poured the neatly sliced path understanding fruit which was pervading the air with its aroma and spirit energy into the pan. Immediately, sizzling sounds resonated. The oil splattered in all directions. Bullet and Fang controlled his true energy and directed it into the pan. He controlled the spirit energy direction so as to prevent destroying the spirit energy in the spirit fruit. After stir-frying it for a while, Bullet and Fang poured the egg liquid into the pan. At the same time, he also poured in the neatly sliced path understanding fruit into it. Both items were mixed together. Immediately, rich aromas burst out, causing one to feel intoxicated by it. Bullet and Fang sniffed the aroma and felt that his brain had become clear and sober. Extremely refreshing. It's so fragrant. He praised. Subsequently, he started to stir-fry it very quickly. It was only for a moment and the egg liquid started to solidify. Because of the mixture with the path understanding fruit juice, the solidification did not look as tender and yellow as it was supposed to be. In contrast, it was somewhat glittering and translucent, as if it was frozen. Bullet and Fang covered the pan with a lid so as to steam it for a moment. He controlled his true energy to pull out the spirit energy within the pan, causing the spirit energy of the dish to attain a kind of equilibrium. Finally, Bullet and Fang opened the pan lid. The heat burst forth as it brought along the dish aroma and rushed out of the kitchen. Bullet and Fang took a white round porcelain bowl and poured the dish into it. With his professional arranging skills, the plate retained the brilliant glow and vibrant colors, with heat being emitted out of the path understanding fruit. In the middle of it, it was decorated with the glittering and translucent scrambled egg. The scrambled egg spirit energy bubbled up while the spirit energy of the spirit fruit burst forth. Clouds emerged on top of the dish, forming a moire. Path understanding fruit scrambled egg. This name is too crude. Let's call it path understanding blossoming flower. It is a lot more classier. It would make it appear to be more decent. Bullet and Fang spun the dragon bone kitchen knife around his hand, and the knife turned into green smoke and vanished. He looked at the plate with the dish, was shrouded by cloud lines in its magnificent golden color, and the corner of his mouth rose. System, is this dish able to pass the evaluation process? Bullet and Fang questioned the system. If this dish was able to pass the evaluation, then it would save Bullet and Fang a lot of efforts from innovating again. Therefore, he was somewhat looking forward to the answer. Nevertheless, the solemn and conscientious tone of the system resounded inside Bullet and Fang's mind very quickly. Dish name, Path Understanding Blossoming Flower. Chef, host, Bullet and Fang. Amount of spirit energy contained inside the dish, 70%. Path Understanding Factor Measurement, 70%. The final usefulness evaluation. After a battle saint had consumed it, it would be hard for him to rely on this to successfully break through to a war god. Therefore, the dish is a failure. Chapter 230, The Ghost Chef Who Failed at Showboating and Ended Up Getting Thrashed Instead. As expected, Buletin Fang failed the evaluation test, and then he confirmed that passing the evaluation would not be as simple as it seemed. The main criteria of the evaluation was the amount of spirit energy retained and path understanding factor accumulation. Buletin Fang murmured to himself while touching his chin. He used the golden dragon bone knife to slice the fruit, so the spirit energy should have been well preserved in that point. As to why that much of spirit energy was wasted, it was because during the cooking, he did not control the movement of the spirit energy well. Then, this dish was wasted. As Buletin Fang looked at that cloud-shaped mist diffusing, he felt a sudden pain in his flesh. For the host, who wants to become the top chef in this fantasy world, if his dishes fail the evaluation, they will not be allowed to be put for sale. Words that were strict and conscientious echoed from the system. If the failed dishes were allowed to be sold, it would mean disrespect to both the customers and one's own culinary skills. When a chef presented a dish, it had to be a successful dish, one that was better than a chef's previous dishes. Buletin Fang let out a sigh. Whitey appeared beside him unnoticed. He touched its fat belly, and those sharp eyes gleamed as its round and plump stomach opened up, like a bottomless pit. This was the hole that Whitey used to collect waste. Buletin Fang lifted up the dish, frowned, and although he felt it was a waste to throw it away, he resisted this feeling and threw it into Whitey's belly. This signified that the first 5 stripes path understanding fruit was now wasted. After handling the first failed dish, Buletin Fang did not rest but instead went into deep thought for a while, thinking about ways to create the dish in a way that could ensure that the spirit energy and path understanding factor could be preserved. The system did not provide a recipe, but Buletin Fang was already used to such a situation. Many of his dishes were created by himself, and this was very important for a chef. This was what was called creativity. Buletin Fang had an idea and took out a few ingredients from the system's storage space. Wandering dragon cow meat, illusory spirit swamp fat fish, and some spirit fruit and herbs. These were all the ingredients that Buletin Fang had, and the system did not provide many ingredients. There were 2 path understanding fruits left. If Buletin Fang wanted to complete this mission, there was no room for any errors. He stared at the few ingredients he had and stopped at the wandering dragon cow meat and the fat fish. Which amongst the 2 ingredients should he choose? Tap. He snapped his finger. Buletin Fang had an idea. Surprisingly, he did not choose to use the 7th grade wandering dragon cow meat, but instead the mysterious illusory spirit swamp fat fish. These fat fish were collected by Buletin Fang from the serpent men. Its meat was succulent and fleshy, and its taste when grilled was delectable. This time round, Buletin Fang was not planning to grill the fish, because he was sure that grilling was not compatible with the 5 stripes path understanding fruit. Firstly, he cleaned the fat fish, then cut open the fish stomach. Gripping onto the dragon bone knife, he used the back of the knife to pound the flesh of the fat fish. True energy flowed from the dragon bone knife directly into the flesh, causing the flesh of the fish to glow up. He then carved some patterns on the body of the fish. Buletin Fang then started to handle the 5 stripes path understanding fruit. He cut the fruit into 2, ensuring that its juice was kept in a porcelain bowl, before further cutting it apart. The dense spirit energy started to dissipate around the entire kitchen, causing one to feel extremely alert. After extracting the juice, Buletin Fang carefully and meticulously spread the juice on the fish meat. He made sure that the entire fish was coated with the juice. The juice quickly seeped into the fish meat. He took the blue and white porcelain bowl, retrieved 2 pieces of the path understanding fruit pulp and insert them into the mouth of the fish, blocking the air passage of the fish. Then, he took the remaining fruit pulp and spread it on the fish, covering it. He opened the pot, started the fire, and placed a steamer into the pot. Buletin Fang put the fat fish that he prepared into the steamer. Undoubtedly, this time the dish he chose to cook was steamed fish. However, steaming was not any easier than boiling. Buletin Fang had to always ensure the flow of true energy and control the change of spirit energy of the fish. The higher the grade of the ingredient, the higher the level of true energy control required of the chef. The 5 stripes path understanding fruit was of a very high grade, containing a highly concentrated amount of spirit energy and path understanding factor. To not destroy the spirit energy and path understanding factor, Bulletin Fang must make use of true energy to control it. This could be considered as a type of true energy cooking, and such method really tested the cultivation level of a chef. Bulletin Fang concentrated, and the true energy emerged from his energy core, constantly spreading from his hands and covering the steamer. Ghost Chef had a smug on his face when he entered the premises of the store. In his mind, he was thinking that the people in this store were definitely sharing the 5 stripes path understanding fruit, and he had to obtain one of this fruit at this moment. After drinking the secretly made meat broth, the Ghost Chef achieved godlike culinary cultivation level. He also regained his youth, strength, and confidence. However, after entering the store, his expression changed. The people in the shop looked at him suspiciously, not knowing what this authoritative man wanted there. Ghost Chef raised his eyebrows and turned toward the corner, where the path understanding tree was, and then he froze. The 5 stripes path understanding tree leaves were thriving. They were greenish, radiant, and overflowing with spirit energy. It was growing very healthily, but the 5 stripes path understanding fruits had disappeared from view. It was clear that they had completely divided up among the people. Damn it, I was indeed too late. Ghost Chef cursed softly before turning his gaze toward the other people in the shop. Did you divide up the 5 stripes path understanding fruit? I will spare the lives of the people who hand over the fruit. Ghost Chef was anxious, as he really needed the fruit. He had even been prepared to use the highly effectively, secretly made meat essence broth to get the path understanding fruit. For the 5 stripes path understanding fruit, he couldn't care less anymore. There was a large number of people seated in the store, waiting for Bulletin Fang's 5 stripes path understanding fruit dish, but instead, there was one random person who appeared and demanded them to hand over their 5 stripes path understanding fruits. Damned be your sister! We also want to have the 5 stripes path understanding fruit. Zhang Kong and Bian Changkong looked toward that Ghost Chef with a hostile look. They planned to pay a fortune, but were unable to buy over owner Bulletin's 5 stripes path understanding fruit, and this weird random guy in front of them actually threatened them to hand over the fruit. Who did he think he was? Zhang Kong stood up and was in a sulky mood as owner Bulletin had vented his emotions on him. At this moment, both parties felt like venting their frustration on each other. Bian Changkong also stood up. After consuming an elixir previously, he had mostly recovered at this point. The two of them walked with gloomy faces toward the door, where the exasperated Ghost Chef was at. The old drunkard laughed heartily and gulped down a mouthful of wine, merrily preparing to watch this show unfold. Are the both of you looking for death? The Ghost Chef threatened in a gloomy tone as he narrowed his eyes. He now had the power of a war god. In his impression, that was the highest level that one could attain. Were the two ants in front of him looking for death? He feeling very egoistic at the moment. Who do you think you are threatening? Bian Changkong coldly opened his mouth and swung a slap toward Ghost Chef as he whistled. Ghost Chef was visibly stunned and angrily rebuked, looking for death. Bang! Ghost Chef was stunned. He blocked Bian Changkong's slap but was unable to defend himself from Zhang Kong's. His face immediately swelled. Holy Mother! What kind of situation is this? How could I, someone with a cultivation level of a war god, be hit in the face? Ghost Chef raged, and the increased power in his body surged out as true energy. Bang! There was another slap by Zhang Kong. He had not shown any mercy and displayed a stern facial expression. However, beneath the silver mask, Zhang Kong's face hid a mocking expression. Who do you think you are to threaten the commander? Zhang Kong replied coldly. He could not defeat that black dog in a fight, but how would he lose to this random dude? Damn it! Go to hell! Black smoke started to gush out from Ghost Chef's body as he shouted in an angry and anxious tone. Bang! However, without even waiting for the black smoke to completely gush out, Bian Changkong kicked the Ghost Chef out of the shop and into the ruins of the small alley. What a retard! Bian Changkong and Zhang Kong looked at each other and laughed before successively dashing out of the shop. At this moment, they felt depressed and wanted to vent their frustrations. Where did this retard come from? It was timely, as it allowed them to vent their frustrations. Blackie, lazily lying in front of the store's doorstep, sleepily gazed at this one-sided domination and then yawned. Ghost Chef's miserable cries sounded endlessly. He had believed that he was going to demonstrate his lofty skills. However, he did not expect that he would be beaten up by two dudes. With no ability to retaliate, he knew in his heart that these were truly two war gods. Xiao Meng leaned against the door of the store, looking at the miserable and pathetic ghost chef. Xiao Meng felt a flash of happiness. Ask your slave to spread the news. You made the whole imperial city fall into a turmoil, and now you finally got beaten. A person like you definitely deserves a beating. Xiao Meng gloated at his misfortune. Suddenly, an aroma came from the kitchen, bringing with it an unusual implication. Everyone was stunned and turned toward the kitchen with expectancy as it looked like owner Buletin's dish was about to be completed. Chapter 231, Elixir Cuisine, Dragon Gate Leap. The flow of true energy in his body was almost depleted. Buletin Fang's face became pale as sweat dripped down his forehead. Buzz! There was a strange fluctuation from within the steamer. Buletin Fang's eyes brightened up and he removed his hands from the lid of the steamer, cutting off the input of true energy. He took a step back and breathed deeply. It's finally done. My true energy was almost depleted. The requirement of true energy cultivation is really too high, Buletin Fang mumbled. His cultivation was only at the level of Battle King and this was far too low. When cooking dishes with true energy that had some ingredient of higher grade, he would be fully exhausted. However, fortunately, Buletin Fang predicted that his recent turnover was reaching the breakthrough point to become a battle emperor, and thus his true energy capacity would increase significantly. When the time came to display his true energy culinary, he would have lesser problems when dealing with ingredients of a higher grade. Looking at the steamer that was overflowing with warm energy and giving off a strong aroma, Buletin Fang could not help but lick his lips. This tempting aroma made people want to starting feasting. As the lid of the steamer was removed, the water vapor gushed out and dispersed, giving off a strong aroma and the same fluctuations as before that had a mind-clearing effect. With a flick of a hand, the water vapor diffused into the air, and Buletin Fang fixed his gaze onto the steamer. A brilliance surfaced from within the steamer. This brilliance was not too overwhelming, but a little obscure instead. A dish that can glow. Buletin Fang smirked, feeling a sense of accomplishment. He heaved a sigh of relief as the dish that was taken out from the steamer remained hot. As the dish was displayed on the stove with the lights in the kitchen shining brightly on it, its brilliance was evident. The blue and white porcelain bowl contained a fat fish that looked as realistic as ever. It almost seemed alive. A strong feeling of vitality along with that strange fluctuation flowed throughout the whole fish. There was a slight movement by the fish within the hot mist, as if it was flying within the clouds. Cloud-shaped moires gathered on top of the dish. The fish looked as though it was a dragon swimming among the clouds in the air. This was a spectacular dish, at least to Buletin Fang, who was definitely amazed by it. This was the charm of culinary. Who would have thought that the final product would look like this? This dish is beyond my wildest imagination. It's too beautiful, Buletin Fang whispered. He then started to brainstorm on the name of this dish. Steamed path understanding fish? Well, this seems a little too straightforward. How about Dragon Gate Leap? Not bad. It sounds good. Buletin Fang pleasingly and confidently decided on the name of this dish, to call it Dragon Gate Leap. A fish that leaped through the dragon gates after eating the path understanding fruits sounded pretty symbolic. System, how do you find this dish? A hopeful Buletin Fang asked. This time, the system did not give Buletin Fang a quick answer. It took it some time before it said sternly, name of dish, Dragon Gate Leap, chef, host Buletin Fang, spirit energy level of the dish, 90%, path understanding factor, 90%, final evaluation, after a battle saint consumes this dish, he will definitely break through to become a war god. Hence, it passes the evaluation. Bang! As the system finished its sentence, Buletin Fang started to smirk and snapped his finger, expressing his joy. Indeed he passed the evaluation, while the process of making this Dragon Gate Leap looked easy but every step really tested the skills of the chef, be it how the flesh was treated at the start or the handling of true energy during the steaming process. The requirement of every step was very strict and there was no margin for error. Once there was a mistake made, the efforts previously would have been wasted. To control the spirit energy level of the dish, Buletin Fang used the steaming method. This method was the easiest to preserve the ingredient's spirit energy. As for retention of the path understanding factor, Bulletin Fang firstly spread the juice of the path understanding fruit onto the flesh of the fish. This allowed the path understanding factor to be retained well during the steaming process. Taking a deep breath, Bulletin Fang controlled the happiness he felt in his heart. System, since this dish has already passed the evaluation criteria, does this mean that this temporary mission has been accomplished? Then this dish. Can I choose to sell it? Congratulations to the host for completing the mission in time, using the 5 stripes path understanding fruit to create a dish that passed the system's evaluation. The reward for completing the mission will now be released, and the sale of the dish will be allowed. The system is currently determining the price of the dish. This time, it did not take too long for the system to come up with a price for the dish. Dragon Gate Leap, Elixir Cuisine, the price will be 5,550 crystals. Bulletin Fang was stunned. 5,550 crystals for one dish. This was the most expensively priced dish ever by the system. There was a gurgling sound, and Bulletin Fang got excited. If this dish went for sale, his business volume would reach the requirements for advancement straight away. Lifting up the Dragon Gate Leap, Bulletin Fang slowly moved out of the kitchen. In the presence of everyone's eyes, and from the shadows of the kitchen, a tall and thin silhouette started to emerge slowly. With both hands, Bulletin Fang held a bright and shiny dish that radiated heat and an aroma. The dish was beautiful, looking similar to a cloudy fog, causing people to be bewitched by it uncontrollably. Zhang Kong and Bian Changkong clenched their fists as they came into the shop, and their facial expressions revealed that they felt comfortable. In the alley, the ghost chef felt extremely miserable, with his head swollen to the point that it looked like a pig head, and he could not stop coughing up blood. He was about to run out of breath. His eyes were filled with rage, but were even more filled with fear. Bulletin Fang placed the dish on the table, and a rich aroma dissipated and slowly filled the entire store, causing people to feel pleasant and comfortable. Owner Bulletin, is this the dish made using the path understanding fruit? The old drunkard asked as he laid down his wine gourd, with his eyes widening as he stared at the dish. Bulletin Fang nodded and faced everyone, saying, this dish was made using the 5 stripes path understanding fruit and it can definitely help battle saints break through to the rank of war god. Tisk tisk tisk. The moment Bulletin Fang said that, everyone gasped coldly. Even the 5 stripes path understanding fruit could not guarantee that battle saints would attain a promotion to the rank of war god, but Bulletin Fang actually dared to say that this single dish could help battle saints achieve that breakthrough. To think he had so much confidence. Owner Bulletin must be joking. How is it possible for such an amazing dish to exist? The old drunkard could not believe it, and the others were also suspicious. Bulletin Fang got a chair and sat on it, taking a deep breath. Creating the Dragon Gate Leap had caused him to use a lot of his energy and experience. Well, this dish will only be made once, and even if anyone wants it in future, they might not have the opportunity to eat it, therefore this dish is very previous. As for the effectiveness of this dish, you can eat it first, and if it is not 100% effective, you do not have to pay. Bulletin Fang's tone was very calm yet confident. But that calmness was filled with confidence in the dish that he had made. Everyone turned to the Dragon Gate Leap and looked at it seriously, as their attention was pulled toward the dish. May I know how much this dish is selling for? Zhang Kong asked as he frowned. This was the question that many others were curious about, and they turned to look at Bulletin Fang for his reply. Bulletin Fang touched the corner of his mouth and raised his fair and long fingers, pointing to the menu behind them. Everyone was stunned and turned toward the back. After taking a careful look, they let out a sound of surprise. 5,550 crystals for one dish. My god, why is this dish so expensive? Owner Bulletin, this is simply extortion. Everyone was simply uncomfortable with the high price of Dragon Gate Leap. 5,550 crystals. The price of the dish was comparable to the entire wealth of a battle saint. However, in the eyes of the strong, like Zhang Kong, this dish was not considered expensive and could be said to be cheap instead. If it could really help a battle saint become a war god, then it was really cheap. There is only one of this dish, whether you choose to buy it or not, you only have one chance to do so, this shop will never make this dish again, Bulletin Fang said. Owner Bulletin, I am buying this dish, Zhang Kong said unhesitatingly. He had promised Wu Yunbei that he would attain a path understanding fruit, and since he could not attain the fruit, he had to buy this dish. I also want to buy this dish, Bian Changkong said. Both of them had competed non-stop for the path understanding fruit, and this time they would compete with the price of the fruit. Owner Bulletin. Xiao Meng would also like to buy the dish. Xiao Meng said excitedly as he looked at the dish with high emotions. Bulletin Fang did not reply him. There was only one portion, and yet so many people wanted it. The outcome of who would get the dish had to be determined by who was willing to pay the highest price. They discussed their bids. The old drunkard gulped a mouthful of wine, laughing heartily as he banged his wine gourd on the table, saying, "I will buy this dish for 10,000 crystals." Chapter 232, The Downfall of the Ghost Chef. The old drunkard's bold words left Zhang Kong and Bian Changkong at a loss for words. He had made a show of not lacking money earlier when they were fighting over the path understanding fruit, and thus they were long prepared for such a possibility. But now, they were beginning to hesitate, unsure whether or not they should continue bidding. None of them knew whether the path understanding fruit, when made into a dish, would have the same effects as the 5 stripes path understanding fruit, even though Bulletin Fang had said multiple times that it would definitely allow a battle saint to break through and reach the echelon of a war god. As 8th grade war gods themselves, they were the definite authorities on what it took to reach that level, and how difficult it was to do so. To claim a mere dish had a 100% chance of achieving a breakthrough sounded very much like pure fantasy. 10,000 crystals might seem like a lot for a 7th grade battle saint, but for a 8th grade war god it was still within reasonable limits. However, they just couldn't believe that a mere dish could have such an effect. When a 5 stripes path understanding fruit was cut open, it would mean the dispersion of most of the spiritual energy within. What effect could it still have in such a state? Are you going to call a price? If not, this dish here will be mine. The old drunkard placed a hand on his wine gourd, which rested on the table. He looked at Zhang Kong and Bian Changkong, knowing full well that they were the only 2 people who could actually contest him. Xiao Meng was greatly conflicted. He really did want to buy that dish, for he was well aware of how effective the owner Bulletin's dishes were, but he didn't have that many crystals to spend, or rather, he didn't dare to spend that much. That was because he did not only have to account for himself, but also for the Xiao family, and the expenses of the daily cultivation of the Xiao family's few hundred guards. All their livelihoods depended on him. Bulletin Fang was unconcerned with how much they were bidding. Considering how the system worked, he would only be able to get the fixed sum of 5,550 crystals in the end, regardless of how much those people spent. The 5 stripes path understanding fruit is, more or less, a spirit fruit of the 8th level, so it's quite normal for the price of a dish made from it to cost a bit over 5,000, Bulletin Fang thought. The Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew was made using 3 types of 7th grade spirit herbs, in a highly complex process, and yet it still sold for merely 500 crystals a cup. The system's pricing would usually not be too much higher than the value of the ingredients used, and that was something Bulletin Fang knew well. Since the recipes supplied by the system were all made with highly valuable ingredients, it was reasonable for them to be sold at high prices. Bulletin Fang sat upon the chair, slowly circulating energy through his energy core, dispersing true energy within throughout his body to recover his physical and spiritual condition. He scanned the crowd, and upon seeing that nobody else seemed to be bidding, he narrowed his eyes. Well then. Since you're all not going to name a price, looks like he'll be the one taking this Dragon Gate leap. Bulletin Fang spoke those words solemnly, slamming his hands together with a loud sound and quirking his lips slightly as he announced who the valuable elixir cuisine was going to. The old drunkard stroked his shaggy beard and grinned. Zhang Kong and the others all sighed, feeling some regret. At the entrance, a hand suddenly slammed onto the door frame. The muscles of that hand were twisting strangely and tearing apart, with blood dripping from the skin. The ghost chef jerked his head up, and there was madness in his eyes. The agonizing pain all over his body made him well aware that he didn't have much time left. If he did not eat the 5 stripes path understanding fruit, his body would be completely crippled and wasted away as a result of the essence meat broth's side effects. He had been taking a gamble all along, just so that he could drink the soup at the very last moment. It was his final trump card, and the basis of his confidence in being able to obtain the 5 stripes path understanding fruit. But he had been mistaken. The 2 fellows who had rushed out from the little shop had beaten him within an inch of his life, and within an inch of despair. Sizzling. The ghost chef's skin began to wither and break apart all over his body as if it was being burnt, and blood was seeping out and making his entire appearance terrifying and hideous. There was only madness in his eyes as he stared at the dragon gate leap which sat upon that table, emitting hot steam and spiritual energy. He could detect the scent of 5 stripes path understanding fruit from within that dish. He craved for that dish, for it was his final hope. Bang! The ghost chef Wang Ding made a desperate attempt and flew toward the dragon gate leap at such a speed that he appeared like a black shadow. Everyone was still too stunned to react, as the ghost chef's appearance had thrown them all for a loop, including Bulletin Fang. What the hell is this? Bulletin Fang said, shocked by the ghost chef's visage, which was as terrible as a demon from hell. The stench coming from the ghost chef's body brought a frown onto his face. The old drunkard narrowed his eyes, displeased that the hell knows what thing wanted to lay its filthy fingers on the dish he had just spent 10,000 crystals on. With a glare and a shake of his white beard, he let out an angry roar. It was the first time the old drunkard had made a move to attack. The wine gourd was picked up, and it rapidly expanded in size to become as large as a person. There was no curbing the madness in the ghost chef's eyes, as all that remained in his mind was the dragon gate leap. It was the only thing that could save him, to prevent him from becoming completely crippled. Boom! The wine gourd came crashing down on the ghost chef's body, with a frightening wave of true energy pouring out from within it. The ghost chef gave a shrill screech while clawing at the gourd with wild eyes. You think a piece of trash like you, who only reached the 8th grade with the help of drugs, is worthy of fighting with me? The old drunkard gave a scornful laugh and grinned, as the wine gourd began spinning. He placed a palm upon the gourd and an unstoppable force exploded outwards, blasting the ghost chef right out of the shop. Boom! The ghost chef's body rolled in the air and landed on the ground in the alleyway, right behind the butt of the old drunkard's donkey. The ghost chef's whole body had basically been smashed to bits, and his skin began to flake off. The donkey smelled a great stench coming from behind it, felt a chill, and was greatly startled. It brayed, then lifted its hind legs to give a great kick which landed squarely on the ghost chef's raised head. That was a donkey capable of flight, and its kick very nearly burst the ghost chef's head open like a watermelon. The ghost chef lay collapsed on the side, spasming uncontrollably, and with his entire body spewing blood. The crowd came out of the little shop and stood by its entrance, frowning at the pitiful appearance of the ghost chef. Xiao Meng heaved a sigh upon seeing the miserable end that the ghost chef had come to, yet at the same time he also felt a great weight lifted off his chest. The unforgivable evil known as the ghost chef had finally been punished for his many sins. Zhang Kong looked at the breaking skin all over the ghost chef's body and the face behind his silver mask became rather grave. This damned thing must have taken some drugs, but their side effects are rather bone-chilling. Don't you too think that the side effects it suffers are very similar to the methods used by that faction? Bian Changkong drew in a deep breath and asked while his expression darkened. The old drunkard and Zhang Kong paused for a moment, then their expressions changed. You mean the medicine taken by this fellow, rather, this damned thing, has something to do with the Shura sect, which plagued the northern territories a few thousand years ago? The old drunkard asked darkly. Shura sect was a terrible faction which had lain buried for many years. I've only read about a type of medicine called the soul-devouring pill in the records of the godly temple of the wildlands. They state that it was able to temporarily activate one's potential and give them a great but temporary boost in their abilities. The side effects, however, were brutal. This damned thing we see now must have used some special methods to consume the soul-devouring pill. Bian Changkong hunched his back and, watching as the ghost chef's broken skin began to rot, became increasingly disgusted. Zhang Kong drew in a deep breath with a grave expression. Then, cupping his hands to the old drunkard and Bian Changkong, he spoke, if this person is really connected to the Shura sect, then I must take him away. There is some history between Shura sect and my White Cloud Villa, of which you two are likely aware. Bian Changkong and the old drunkard both nodded. While they might not be the most powerful ones among their respective factions, they were well informed. Since they knew Zhang Kong's words to be truth, neither made any protest. Zhang Kong thanked the two of them, and looked at the ghost chef with eyes that were steadily growing colder. With a flash of light, a pitch-black chain appeared in his hand. He bound the ghost chef with the chain, which glowed with seal symbols, and locked it such that he could not move an inch, even though the ghost chef had already fallen into a daze after being kicked by the donkey. Bulletin Fang drew his legs up and leaned back in his chair to get more comfortable. He eyed the old drunkard, who was still squeezed in the doorway with the others, and said, "So are you eating this dish or not?" Don't blame me for not reminding you that if it gets cold, the effects might just get weaker. Chapter 233, A Stirring State of Breakthrough. Lass and I, go ahead and eat this dish. You have been saying every day that you would attain the rank of war god, but I have not seen you actually achieve it, the old drunkard said to Nian as he drank from his wine gourd. Nian was stunned. She did not expect that the old drunkard would buy the dish for her. Bulletin Fang stood at the side, eyebrows raised, but did not say anything. Aren't you going to eat it? If not, I will go ahead and do it, the old drunkard said as he laughed. If the path understanding fruit had not been used to create the dish, perhaps he would not have given the dish to Nian, as he would have needed the fruit to brew wine. However, the 5 stripes path understanding fruit was used by Bulletin Fang to create a dish, therefore the opportunity was lost to use it to brew wine. When the old drunkard bought this dish that could induce a state to attain a breakthrough, he was definitely doing so to give it to Nian. Nian was touched. Although she and the old drunkard would bicker and squabble daily, and that she would sometimes also steal his dragon's breath to drink, their relationship was very good. Nian did not have to spell out anything unnecessary. She turned and said to Bulletin Fang, Owner Bulletin, please bring a cup of the Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew for him. Although the Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew was not as expensive as this dish, to the old drunkard, using wine was a better way of expressing one's gratitude. Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew? The old drunkard was stunned. Bulletin Fang glanced at Nian and nodded. He stood up and went into the kitchen. When Bulletin Fang came out of the kitchen, he was holding a pale blue jar of the Path Understanding Brew. The rich fragrance of the wine filled the entire area, causing some to feel a little intoxicated. This wine fragrance. The old drunkard just stared as his heart was filled with an inconceivable possibility. Lass, you weren't being genuine with me. To think you did not tell me earlier about such good wine. The old drunkard was obsessed with wine up to the point of craziness. To him, a cup of good wine was more alluring than a beautiful lady. Nian smiled without saying a word. Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew was a newly introduced wine, and although she had not told the old drunkard, it shouldn't be too late to tell him now. The old drunkard received the wine that Bulletin Fang passed over, closed his eyes, and hid in a corner to taste it. Nian, however, fixed her eyes on Dragon Gate Leap. The fins of the fat fish gently flapped about on the porcelain plate, as if it had came to life. The mist surrounding it gave off an even more mysterious feeling. She picked up her chopsticks and sat opposite to Bulletin Fang. Her alluring appearance when surrounded by the mist looked absolutely stunning. Bulletin Fang looked at her through the mist and was shocked by her beauty. This woman really was a little too beautiful. The smell of Dragon Gate Leap was actually not too strong. When compared to other dishes in Bulletin Fang's store, it was considered mild. However, the value of this dish surpassed other dishes by far. The ingredient alone was already worth much more than the other dishes. She gently prodded at the fish skin, pulling it apart to reveal a layer of succulent white flesh beneath. A small amount of water vapor could be seen coming out from the fresh and tender meat, and it looked like a bright and transparent jewel. The piping hot fish gave off that faintly sweet fragrance found only in the freshest of fish meats, and after going through Bulletin Fang's own proprietary techniques, the usual fishiness associated with such a dish was completely removed. The dish now gave off a slightly fruity and meaty smell, as rich as milk and just as refreshing. As she grabbed a piece of the meat, the juicy piece trembled a little as it left the body of the fish. Cloud-shaped moires surrounded the piece of fish meat, and it looked gorgeous. It drew all the attention of the people around. Many a stomach rumbled as they voiced their craving for that tantalizing piece of meat. The fair-skinned Nian blushed a little due to the heat, making her look even better. She opened her red lips, revealing her pure white teeth, painting a picture that was simply irresistible. As the meat entered her mouth, she was overwhelmed by the taste of the fish. It was as if the fish meat melted in her mouth, and as she swallowed it, she could feel the warmness of the meat in her stomach. The taste of the fish was retained in her mouth, and every breath she took was filled with the wonderful smell of the fish. Nian moaned tenderly. Her face showed that she was still totally immersed in it. She stuck out that small tongue of hers and gently caressed her rosy red lips, savoring every last bit of fish juice left on them. That sight was simply gorgeous. The people around stared in awe. It was impossible to tell if they were attracted to the delicious cuisine or the alluring beauty. Bulletin Fang could not help but to pinch his own nose. This woman, couldn't she be less charming? Delicious. Yan came back to her senses and gasped. She then placed another piece of fish into her mouth, totally enjoying it. The taste of steamed fish came from its delicate flavor. It did not have the same impact as spicy boiled fish, neither did it have that strong alcohol taste of Ali's fish. It relied on that special taste of the fish fats. This was also one of the reasons why Bulletin Fang chose to use this fat fish as ingredient. Although the grade of the illusory spirit swamp fish was not high, it was still a pretty good ingredient. Snake Man Yu Feng's jaw dropped as he looked at that delicious fish. He ate that fish for many years and could recognize it straight away. But could it really be so delicious? Uncontrollably, his throat wavered a little. Once one started eating Bulletin Fang's cuisine, he would have a hard time stopping, be it the egg fried rice or the sweet and sour ribs, and even now the Dragon Gate leap. Having grabbed a chopstick full of meat, Yan instinctively reached for a second. Except for the time interval where she was immersed within the fish meat taste, her chopstick was practically always reaching out for the fish meat. Very soon, the fish meat was almost fully eaten and the target of Yan started to change. She started aiming for the path understanding fruit inside the fish's mouth. Everyone's eyes glowed up. They knew it was time for the main act. The reason why they looked forward to this dish was because of the path understanding fruit. The precious part about this 5 stripes path understanding fruit was that it could help a person to achieve a breakthrough. However, after making it into a dish, no one knew if it would still have that effect. Kaka. Yan grabbed a piece of fruit and took a bite. Amazingly, the fruit didn't turn mushy from being cooked but instead retained its crispy texture. The path understanding fruit had a slight sour and sweet taste, just like a plum, and was oh so mouth-watering. After swallowing it, Yan went for yet another piece. Her energy core started revolving at a blistering speed. Like a roaring furnace fire, the energies within churned. The true energy in her body operated so fast that her meridians started to feel hot. She took a breath and finished the last piece of fish meat. At this moment, Yan's face was already red. Biting her lower lips, her eyes looked a little blurry. She could not hear a word. The path understanding notes in her ears were like thunder. This sound was like musical notes revolving around her body, forming an image in her mind. Every tremor she felt signified that she was getting closer to entering the war god echelon. At the end, she felt that she was just a step away from it. Bulletin Fang looked at the overwhelming true energy around Yan and the unique implication to her body. He knew, this woman was experiencing an epiphany. Once she was at that stage, she was very close to achieving a breakthrough. She was already immersed in epiphany, so how worthless would she have to be to not break through? Epiphany, it was a state everyone dreamt about, yet some would never meet its requirements even with a lifetime of trying. Xiao Meng looked at Yan with envy as she sat there cross-legged and immersed in an epiphany. He knew that owner Bulletin's dish was working effectively, and if possible, he had really wished that it was him who ate that Dragon Gate leap. The others may still doubt Bulletin Fang, but Xiao Meng was one who deeply understood Bulletin Fang's store. It had many more dishes which were more effective than elixirs. Zhang Kong's eyes narrowed and his face revealed a look of astonishment. How could this chopped 5 stripes path understanding fruit still be so effective in helping people achieve a breakthrough? Additionally, it looked as if it was even easier to break through. Could what owner Bulletin said be really true, that eating this dish would definitely allow one to break through? Inconceivable. How did Bulletin Fang do it? When the spirit fruit was chopped, the spirit energy would be lost. Its essence would be very volatile, with its effectiveness being reduced to less than 10%. This was what Zhang Kong was worried about. But after Yan had eaten the dish, it proved to be even more effective than eating the 5 stripes path understanding fruit. This was clearly a slap on his face. Zhang Kong now knew that he was wrong. This dish's effectiveness was really outstanding. He let out a long sigh, knowing that it was too late to regret now. Fine wine. This is a really exquisite wine. How is it possible that such fine wine exists? It is even better than my dragon's breath. Impossible. The old drunkard said in a tone that revealed his surprise and discontent, as everyone's attention was drawn toward Yan, who was focused on achieving her breakthrough. The old drunkard looked at Bulletin Fang and said, "One more cup." A wine that was even tastier than dragon's breath. This made the old drunkard excited to the extent that he was shaking. Bulletin Fang calmly looked at the excited old drunkard and said, "We will only sell 1 cup of Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew today." The old drunkard's facial expression stiffened, and he seemed to be eager to argue with Bulletin Fang. However, before he could even say anything, Ni Yan, who was immersed in that state, looked up. Her whole body exuded true energy that rippled outwards in waves. The facial expression of the old drunkard, as well as everyone else's, changed. A majestic pressure was gushing out of Ni Yan's body, and this pressure was far greater than the one from a battle saint. This girl is about to reach the rank of war god. Chapter 234, Owner Bulletin, what happened to your stony demeanor? What did a breakthrough to 8th grade war god look like? Many folks were extremely curious since this was unknown territories for them. Zhang Kong, Bian Chang Kong, as well as other 8th grade war gods were certainly not interested. However, Xiao Meng, Wu Yunbei and the other 7th grade battle saints stretched out their necks eagerly to observe, hoping to gain some revelations themselves through carefully studying Ni Yan's breakthrough. At the end of the day, a breakthrough was a big matter. Though the old drunkard was intoxicated by the Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew, he wasn't careless enough to forget about the real deal. His figure flickered as he arrived near Ni Yan's side. Everyone, a breakthrough is such an important event in life, so even the slightest mistake is intolerable. One blunder and one may risk slipping into mental and spiritual distortion. Everyone should be clear on this. This old man asks to have the little store to ourselves for a while so as to protect this young lady from potential danger. The old drunkard, with his face fully flushed, burped drunkenly and said with a grave tone. Bulletin Fang gazed at the old fellow in surprise. So far, he was the first one who hadn't passed out after drinking the Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew. Everyone present was rather reasonable. Although they wanted to know what a breakthrough to 8th grade war god looked like, they agreed unanimously that distractions were fatal to the moment of breakthrough. It could easily lead to a disaster of a mental and spiritual distortion. This was the very reason why many warriors sought a quiet place to break through a rank. The crowd began to disperse from the store. Their faces were filled with regret and disappointment as they kept on looking back when they stepped out. "Everyone, please try to understand my difficult situation," the old drunkard remarked as he looked at them. Bulletin Fang rubbed his chin, peered at the crowd afar, and opened his mouth. "There is no need to be too disappointed. If anyone can obtain more 5 stripes path understanding fruits, you are welcome to bring them to the store. I can cook Dragon Gate Leap for you, though it would require extra fees." Everyone's eyes flickered when they heard Bulletin Fang's words. Zhang Kong and Bian Changkong both looked at Bulletin Fang with meaningful glances. This Dragon Gate Leap could guarantee the 7th grade battle saint's breakthrough to 8th grade war god, and had much stronger effects than consuming the 5 stripes path understanding fruits just on their own. The owner of this little store deserved more attention in the future. Plus, the trump cards of this little store were simply too frightening. An invincible supreme dog, a powerful puppet, and a chef with amazing skills. Any single one of these should be taken seriously. With the crowd leaving the store, it immediately cleared up the space inside. The old drunkard, with his hands behind his back, came to Bulletin Fang's side. He grabbed a chair and sat down. He peered at Ni Yan, who was fully concentrating on her breakthrough, then cast a glance at Bulletin Fang. He narrowed his eyes and took in a deep breath. "Owner Bulletin, the Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew is undoubtedly a top-notch fine wine. However, my own wine is not bad at all. This is my very own Dragon's Breath. Owner Bulletin, you can give it a try." The old drunkard raised his hand majestically and focused his mind. After a flash of light, a small purple gourd appeared in his hands. Bulletin Fang was baffled, then uttered with bewilderment, "Dragon's Breath? This old fellow turned out to have Dragon's Breath on him? Could it be that this old fellow was the same elder who brewed the Dragon's Breath, as mentioned by Ni Yan earlier?" Bulletin Fang was immediately hooked as he gazed the purple gourd, all intrigued. The gourd was not big in size and was glazed with a radiating gleam. With just one look, one could easily tell this was nothing ordinary. "Yes, this is the Dragon's Breath that I created painstakingly all by myself." The old drunkard laughed as he waved his hand casually, summoning the purple gourd to fly toward Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang easily caught the gourd of wine, but then the expression on his face changed. He had to apply some force with his arms to hold it steady. This delicate gourd appeared light and insubstantial, but turned out to be rather heavy. Just as he unplugged the purple gourd, a dense aroma of wine wafted out, much like a small serpent twisting around before Bulletin Fang's nose. Sensing the rich aroma of wine, he couldn't help but lick his lips. The corner of Bulletin Fang's mouth curled with great interest. He raised the gourd toward the old drunkard as a friendly gesture, and then poured the wine into his mouth in a rush. Gulp gulp. The wine nectar flooded out of the gourd and filled his mouth. The strong, piquant sensation immediately turned Bulletin Fang's face red. One sip down his stomach and he felt like he had burst into flames. Bulletin Fang felt as if his throat was badly burned by boiling water, opening up every single pore on his body. As one exhaled, one could practically spew out flames. This prickling, burning sensation could not be easily forgotten. Dragon's breath. One sip and one could practically breathe fire. This strong wine is the finest and most exquisite wine I have ever come across. A flushed Bulletin Fang stuck out his tongue as he praised. After the scorching sensation in his stomach had ebbed, it was as if the spring winds brought everything back to life again. It birthed a faint sweet tint, one that was infinitely intoxicating. After the numbing sensation on his tongue had faded, Bulletin Fang couldn't help but lick his lips. He was not yet ready to part with the aftertaste of this wine. The dragon's breath was extremely impressive, and it evoked Bulletin Fang's memory of drinking an exceptionally strong alcohol, the erguotou, in his last lifetime. Only its taste was much more subtle and indescribable than the erguotou. Ha ha ha. This dragon's breath is a product of many years of observing other fine wine. What a pity, it is still miles away from owner Bulletin's Frost Blaze Path Understanding brew. The old drunkard rubbed the purple gourd as a trace of pride smeared across his face. However, one look at Bulletin Fang, and that confidence was washed away. He had been developing this wine for so many years, yet owner Bulletin had created a wine as spectacular as Frost Blaze Path Understanding brew, and at such a young age, he felt like he was utterly defeated. Bulletin Fang curled his lips as the alcohol rushed to his head. He exhaled a drunken breath, stood up and walked to the kitchen, then came back with a jar of Ice Heart Jade Urn wine. He placed down 2 more ceramic cups, one before the old drunkard and one before himself. Then, he filled both cups with wine and remarked, "Even though this wine here cannot compare with Frost Blaze Path Understanding brew or Dragon's Breath, it is still of good quality. Having tasted your Dragon's Breath today, I suddenly felt like 1,000 cups are not too many when you drink with a soulmate. Come on, cheers." Huh? Cheers? The old drunkard subconsciously mimicked Bulletin Fang's movement and clinked glasses with him. Then, Bulletin Fang tossed up his head and drained the cup. He exhaled a breath with the utmost satisfaction. His eyes also sparkled as he drained down the wine just like Bulletin Fang. In that instant, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. 1,000 cups were not too many when you drink with a soulmate, excellent. This elder and young lad, drinking one toast after another, somehow befriended each other. On the other hand, Yan's breakthrough was reaching a critical point. True energy surged through her body and burst out, enveloping her entire figure. Creak. It was as if Yan pushed open a great old gate. Her entire body was engulfed in the energy that could enable her to metamorphosize. Her eyes firmly shut as she sensed the gush of energy alongside her quick pulse. In her energy core, a valiant and heroic armor, around which mystifying moires were floating, was coming into shape. It beamed radiantly. On the armor were faint stripes of cloud-shaped moires, both mystifying and beautiful. Bang! Finally, Yan opened her eyes. The spirit energy funnel hovering over her head began to fade away and finally dissipated. Her breakthrough was completed in this state of tranquility. Yan's eyes flickered faintly. Her soft mouth slightly opened, letting out a tainted breath that contained all the impurities in her body. Clang! The sound of porcelain cups clinking echoed in the air. Yan, who had just finished her breakthrough, raised her head to seek the source of the sound. Absolutely dumbstruck, she witnessed an eye-blinding sight, causing her pupils to shrink. What she saw was a flush-faced old man wrapping his arms around the neck of a young fellow, with his head pressed against the young lad's face, as he laughed hysterically. They clinked the glasses in their hands and then tossed up their heads to drain the cups. "Say, Owner Bulletin, this old fellow is enraged. I loathe myself for not meeting you earlier. 1,000 cups are not too many when you drink with a soulmate. But for us, even 10,000 cups won't ever be enough. Come on, cheers." Bulletin Fang's complexion remained unperturbed, but the corners of his mouths twisted upward. The redness on his face betrayed what he had on his mind. Nin was completely shocked. Was Owner Bulletin smiling? What the hell? This was her first time seeing a smile on Owner Bulletin's face, yet it was freaking directed to another man. Owner Bulletin, the stony, elegant demeanor you've upheld in my heart had just instantly collapsed. How could you have so much fun chatting with this old drunkard? Just how bored are you? Hey, lassie Ni, you've completed your breakthrough? Come here, let me introduce Owner Bulletin to you. From this day on he is like a brother to me. When you see Owner Bulletin in the future, bloop, don't forget to call him Uncle Bulletin. The old drunkard's face flushed red as he informed Nin delightfully. Bulletin Fang peeked at Nin and curled the corner of his mouth. His face was also crimson red. Nin stared at these two fellows blankly. Uncle Bulletin. What the hell? You old drunkard, your task is to safeguard me, yet you freaking end up getting me a new uncle? Chapter 235, The Gourmet Map of Another World. In the main halls of the Imperial Palace, Ji Chinsu was dressed in golden imperial robes. With hands held behind his back, he paced around the main halls, with his chest puffed and his face clouded by anxiety. He slowed his steps once in a while, then lifted his head to peer into the distance. His brows were tightly knitted. It was hard to tell what he had on his mind. Suddenly, the sharp voice of a young eunuch resounded from outside of the main halls. Your Majesty, General Xiao Meng seeks your audience. This shrill voice reverberated within the main halls. A trace of joy suddenly smeared across Ji Chinsu's face, and he quickly responded, please let him in. Xiao Meng was dressed in full body armor. He stepped in from outside of the main halls with a helpless expression and a bitter smile. Seeing Ji Chinsu taking big strides to receive him, he quickly erased the bitterness from his face, and bowed deferentially to the sovereign. Though Ji Chinsu was many years his junior, he felt it important to uphold the ceremonial protocol. After all, Ji Chinsu had assumed the throne and was his emperor. General Xiao, with regards to the little store, has everything been adequately resolved? Ji Chinsu asked in agitation. This was a matter that demanded his attention, especially since it had occurred within the imperial city and now even involved 8th grade war gods. God forbid any of these warriors from becoming infuriated by a defeat in vying for the treasure, then vent off anger by stirring up a mess in the imperial city. That would truly bring about a disastrous chaos. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Owner Bulletin has the store's affairs under control. Both his solid background and trump card have been simply beyond my expectations. Xiao Meng drew in a deep breath and explained. When it came to what Bulletin Fang had up his sleeves, he still couldn't help but shudder inside. That metallic lump puppet which could only break even with him back then now had the capability of seriously wounding an 8th grade war god with a slice of the blade, that was plainly frightening. As for that dog, the fat one lying sluggishly by the door all day long, this was the first time Xiao Meng witnessed this dog making a move. His maneuvers were shockingly menacing, nearly invincible. He had always wondered whether this dog was a supreme dog. Today, his speculations were finally corroborated. This big black dog was indeed a formidable, majestic supreme beast. Ji Chinsu's eyes instantly lit up. He was confined within the palace and had no idea what happened in the small alleyway. At this point he was finally able to gather some intelligence from Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng laughed slightly bitterly and recounted to Ji Chinsu every little detail of the occurrences in the alleyway. Within the main halls, Ji Chinsu listened to Xiao Meng's description with gaping eyes and a dropped jaw, once in a while drawing in a chilled breath. Strong warriors left the imperial city one after another. The capital, at one point flooded with war gods, had finally restored its peace and tranquility. Wu Yunbei and Master Ah Wu were taken away by Zhang Kong. Before their departure, Wu Yunbei found Serpent Man Ah Ni and reminded him of the promise he made her. Serpent Man Ah Ni and Serpent Man Yu Fu, alongside his daughter, planned to officially bid farewell to Bulletin Fang before leaving. Because of that, they decided to stay in the imperial city for a few more days. Zhao Mushan was badly injured by Zhang Kong's smack and had already fled the imperial city. His whereabouts nowadays was a mystery. Not getting to participate in the dreadful confrontations within the small alleyway turned out to be a blessing in disguise. If Zhao Mushan was present at the battle of the alleyway, he may have found himself seriously wounded, if not reduced altogether to a pond of blood. After having achieved her breakthrough, Yan dragged the tipsy old drunkard out of Bulletin Fang's store. Her absolute repugnance at both of them caused even Bulletin Fang to feel dumbstruck. The battle at the alleyway of the Imperial City ended in a silent denouement. That clash of forces was incredibly horrendous. Just how many warriors had fallen before the doors of the store? Even the pavement of the small alleyway was stripped an even layer as a consequence of the fierce duels. Now that was simply appalling. The brothers of the 13 bandits were lucky survivors of that battle. If they hadn't scurried off fast enough, they would have also been rendered mists of blood by the terrifying Black Dog's aura. These 13 fellows were so traumatized they took flight overnight and returned to their hometown, the Mazhu province. The water is too deep in the cities, we'd be better off retreating to the countryside. These words probably ran through their minds at that moment in time. The night had fallen. A light breeze brushed by, adding to the chill in the air. 2 crescent moons hang from the sky, radiating magnificently to flaunt their splendidness. Surrounding the 2 full moons was a thick spread of stars twinkling, evoking the image of a vast, boundless sea. Such endless horizons filled one with infinite wonders. The Imperial City, Fang's little store. Bulletin Fang shook his head, clearing up the dizziness that had rushed to his head, before pulling together the shutters and closing business for the day. He directly retired to his room instead of setting foot in the kitchen first. After a hot shower, he had washed off the strong scent of alcohol from his body, and then stepped out of the steaming bathroom with squinted eyes. Bulletin Fang draped a robe over his body, with his chest left bare, and walked out of the bathroom. He inhaled deeply and tossed his head full of damp hair, instantly sending splashes of water flying everywhere. He felt much more clear-headed after the shower. He sat by the window and patted his slightly numb face. As a light breeze brushed past, his moist strands of hair became somewhat chilled as they slapped across his face. Accompanied by the slightly cool night winds, Bulletin Fang's eyes became hazy as his mind focused. The solemn voice of the system began ringing within his head. "Host, the system's reward has been issued, please observe." The system's temporary tasks were always eccentric and unanticipated, such as using the 5 stripes path understanding fruits to create a dish this time. It was undoubtedly challenging given Bulletin Fang's current cooking abilities, and in completing the task his cooking improved a great deal. Every temporary task had proved beneficial to advancing Bulletin Fang's cooking skills. Alas, the objective of the system was assisting Bulletin Fang to stand at the top of the food chain and become the god of cooking in the fantasy world. To become a figure standing at the top of the hierarchical ladder, Bulletin Fang had to undergo numerous trainings. The system provided Bulletin Fang with a chance to cultivate different skill sets with each task. As Bulletin Fang's own rank advanced, the difficulty of these temporary tasks would also increase. Bulletin Fang smiled knowingly and continued to keep his mind focused. Host, Bulletin Fang. Gender, male. Age, 21. True energy cultivation level, 6th grade, achieved the state of true energy materialization. As a man committed to becoming the god of cooking in the fantasy world, the host will face a difficult road ahead, filled with difficult challenges. Work hard, young man. Cooking talent, 2 stars. Skills, level 2 meteor knife technique, 60/100, level 2 big dipper carving technique, 0/100. Instrument, golden dragon bone kitchen knife, god of cooking set. God of cooking cumulative rating, primary level chef, cooking abilities have finally begun to shine. Talent has also been stimulated. Gaining mastery of cutting and carving techniques. The path to becoming the god of cooking has opened for you. System level, 6 stars, conversion ratio at 90%. Host is allowed to capture ingredients. Host is allowed to take in cooking apprentices. System reward, recipe for dragon liver popsicle and a fragment of the god of cooking set, 2/3. System's reminder, the gourmet map of another world has been activated. The host must visit a location on the map every week, study the local gourmet dishes of another world, and further complete the system's temporary tasks. Please expose yourself to the various local customs and practices, grasp the diverse types of gourmet delicacies, and fully experience the culture of fine foods. The doors to becoming the god of cooking at top of the food chain have opened for you. Bulletin Fang snapped back into reality and instantly wrinkled his eyebrows. Having advanced to 6th level Battle Emperor, Bulletin Fang's abilities were truly enhanced. Yet, at the same time, it seemed like the system's demands were also increasing. The gourmet map of another world? What is that? Bulletin Fang asked in puzzlement. The gourmet map of another world is a map the system has created specially for the host outlining the various gourmet delicacies across the realm. On it are also details of the various local customs and practices as well as descriptions of diverse culture of fine foods, the system replied solemnly. Bulletin Fang was taken back. A gourmet map. But given the system's account, it sounded like he would need to travel across the entire Hidden Dragon continent. As of now, the host's cultivation level only enables access to the map of the Lightwind Empire. As for that of the larger southern lands, the host must reach another breakthrough to retrieve. The system clarified. Bulletin Fang nodded his head. His cultivation level had only reached 6th grade Battle Emperor. If he were to encounter a fierce warrior, such as an 8th grade war god, he would have a slim chance at defending himself. Alright, system, what did you mean by allowed to take cooking apprentices? Bulletin Fang wrinkled his brows again and asked perplexedly. After activating the gourmet map of another world, the host will be absent from the Lightwind Empire intermittently for short periods of time. The store will need helpers in the kitchen, and so the host will need to take on cooking apprentices. The host must teach him or her a signature dish of the store within a set amount of time. Bulletin Fang tugged the corners of his lips. What the hell, what is the set amount of time? To be determined by the system's evaluation of the apprentice's talent, the system responded solemnly. Bulletin Fang suddenly felt pain shooting up his ass. Take on apprentices, only the system could come up with something like that. But then again, it had its upsides. If he were to take a leave of absence from the imperial city of the Lightwind Empire, the store didn't have to shut down business. The crystals earned from opening business directly affected his cultivation level, and in this sense it was convenient to have an apprentice. However, the apprentice selection would be the next big problem. Temporary task: the host must find 2 cooking apprentices and teach them the signature dishes of the store, egg fried rice, sweet and sour ribs, and red braised meat. Task reward, recipe journal. Bulletin Fang wore a deadpan face. As expected, the system issued yet another temporary task. Couldn't one even catch a breath around here? Chapter 236, You are outstanding, but you are too young. Early morning next day, the sun shone beautifully. Bulletin Fang got up, washed up, and stepped into the kitchen to begin his daily carving and cutting training. Both his cutting and carving techniques have reached second-level capability and he had got quite proficient at this point. He was able to twirl the knife in hands, and with a dazzling swirl of the blade, chop up ingredients at the speed of light. However, Bulletin Fang wasn't on top of his game today. His tightly knitted brows indicated that his mind was preoccupied with something else. After practicing his cutting and carving techniques, Bulletin Fang began cooking Black's favorite dish, sweet and sour ribs. Not after long, an intoxicating aroma of the sweet and sour sauce drifted alongside the meaty fragrance, and dissipated from the kitchen into the entire store. Bulletin Fang carried the sweet and sour ribs, opened the shutters to the store, and placed the blue and white ceramic bowl before a snoring Blackie. The doggy nose of this fat dog suddenly twitched. It opened its eyes, stared excitedly at the sweet and sour ribs, and couldn't help but stick out its tongue. Sweet and sour ribs, the Lord Dog's favorite. Watching the tail wagging Blackie wolf down the contents of the blue and white ceramic bowl, Bulletin Fang curled his lips. It was hard to imagine how this gluttonous fat dog was a horrific supreme beast that scared the wits out of an entire crowd yesterday. After rubbing Black's smooth and immaculate fur, Bulletin Fang returned to the store. He pulled out a chair, placed it by the entrance, and lay down comfortably. With squinting eyes, he peered toward the sky out of the window. The small alleyway was already filled with workers Jichinsu had sent down to repair the broken walls. The pavement of the alleyway was shattered into pieces, and the walls were also badly tattered. There weren't too many of these workers, but they speedily fixed up the alleyway. Fatty Jin and his heavy-set troops flooded in with great vigor. They stayed away for the past few days, since Bulletin Fang's store was too unsafe given the encirclement of strong warriors. It forced Fatty Jin to hold his breath and walk with heavy steps whenever he passed by. Having heard that the entire affair was officially over, he immediately gathered his friends to head for the store. They were prepared to satisfy their great longing for fine food. Morning owner Bulletin, long time no see. Fatty Jin greeted Bulletin Fang warmly. With his eyes squinted, only a thin slit was left. Bulletin Fang's body, still resting on the chair, suddenly stirred. He blinked his eyes as he stared at Fatty Jin. He studied him from top to bottom. Such a scrutinizing glance threw Fatty Jin off. What was up with owner Bulletin? Was there something irritating in his eyes? Fatty Jin's face presented an utter bewilderment. Why was owner Bulletin behaving in such an odd way? Bulletin Fang gaped at Fatty Jin and couldn't help thinking about the system's temporary task. As for recruiting apprentices, he wondered whether this Fatty Jin might be qualified. Given Fatty Jin's heavy-set physique, he may certainly have great potentials. As a foodie, he might also be interested in cooking? Bulletin Fang thought to himself, and suddenly an obscure look flashed across his face. The muscles on Fatty Jin's face trembled. Damn! Owner Bulletin's expression was terrifying. What the hell did he want? Why was he staring at this young master with such flirtatious eyes? What would you like to eat? Bulletin Fang dropped his probing glance, stood up from the chair, and asked calmly. Fatty Jin finally exhaled with relief. Now this was the owner Bulletin he was accustomed to. Whatever happened before must be his hallucination. Bulletin Fang took down Fatty Jin and his crew's orders, then turned around to head into the kitchen. As he started cooking, rich aroma quickly drifted out of the kitchen and lingered around the noses of his customers. It was absolutely intoxicating. Bulletin Fang carried the dishes out of the kitchen and placed the red braised meat that Fatty Jin had ordered in front of him. Then, he pulled over a chair and sat directly across from Fatty Jin. Fatty Jin was just about to dig in but suddenly froze as he peered at Bulletin Fang, utterly confused. Owner Bulletin, do you want something from me? Fatty Jin asked with a soft voice. Bulletin Fang curled his lips and retained his composure as he gazed at Fatty Jin and asked, Old Jin, how is the taste of this red braised meat? Excellent. Anything made by owner Bulletin's hands is beyond delicious. Fatty Jin smacked his lips and extended a thumbs up as he praised profusely. Bulletin Fang's eyes instantly sparkled. Say, would you like to eat this red braised meat every day? Fatty Jin's eyes widened as they stared at owner Bulletin excitedly. What exactly does that mean? Learn cooking from me, then you get to eat this red braised meat every day, Bulletin Fang replied seriously. After hearing Bulletin Fang's words, the thrill on Fatty Jin's face instantly froze, gradually faded and was then replaced by a helpless look. Owner Bulletin, this can't do. I am a rough fellow. Cooking requires delicate work and attention to details, not something I can accomplish. It'll suffice for me to come in every day and enjoy the dish at ease. Bulletin Fang was taken back. He didn't expect Fatty Jin to turn him down so quickly. Didn't he like eating the red braised meat? Then why not become a chef? Just as Bulletin Fang was caught off guard, Wang Xiaoai merrily skipped into the store. She put away the things in her hands and began preparing for today's work. It was all a familiar routine to her now. Since Fatty Jin wasn't interested in learning how to cook, Bulletin Fang began diverting his attention elsewhere. His gaze landed on Wang Xiaoai, who had just arrived at the store. This lassie also had great potential, since she has basically been exposed to the wonderful atmosphere of the store on a daily basis. Xiaoai, come here. Bulletin Fang waved his hand at Wang Xiaoai, who lifted up her head, glanced at Bulletin Fang with confusion, and walked toward him. Smelly boss, what do you want from me? Wang Xiaoai asked. Young lassie, would you like to drink fish head tofu soup every day? Bulletin Fang asked with a solemn voice and a grave face. Hearing fish head tofu soup, Wang Xiaoai's eyes twinkled. She couldn't help but smack her lips. The delicious fish soup was her absolute favorite. Of course. Then, learn cooking from me, afterwards, you can drink fish head tofu soup every day, Bulletin Fang responded seriously. Learn cooking. Wang Xiaoai's eyes lit up even more. Owner Bulletin wanted to teach her cooking? This was simply unbelievable. Yes, are you in or not? Bulletin Fang asked coolly. Yes, of course, why not? Wang Xiaoai squinted her eyes and stuck out her tongue. As a little foodie, she considered it a huge satisfaction to make gourmet delicacies with her own hand. Friendly notification, the system has evaluated Wang Xiaoai's talent. For the host to teach Wang Xiaoai egg fried rice, it will require a month's time. The system's solemn voice rang in Bulletin Fang's head and offered him the alert. Swoosh, it felt like an invisible arrow shot through Bulletin Fang's heart. A month, learning egg fried rice would require an entire month, and under the conditions that he was teaching her himself. How bad exactly was the cooking talent of this young lady? Looks like this lassie was not fit to becoming a chef's apprentice. If he really selected her, he would end up exhausted. Lassie, I gave it a second thought. You are still too young right now and not yet suitable to become a chef. Why don't you continue along the path of a pretty little foodie? Bulletin Fang coughed lightly and blinked his eyes as he told Wiang Xiaoi. Smelly boss! Are you messing with me? Wiang Xiaoi was furious. What was the meaning of this smelly boss? Did he look down on this young lady? Bulletin Fang stood up, his lips slightly curled, and patted Wiang Xiaoi's head, before explaining, No, you are outstanding, but you are too young. I don't care, you said you would teach me. Wiang Xiaoi pouted her lips angrily. She had high hopes for her cooking down the road and planned on making the fish head tofu soup herself. For all she cares, she could make 2 bowls, drink one, and throw the other one away. Since she made it herself, she had all the rights in the world to be unrestrained. How about this, why don't you make a portion of egg fried rice when you go home, then bring it back tomorrow for my examination. If you pass my inspection, I'll take you in as a chef's apprentice, and teach you how to cook. Wiang Xiaoi pinched Wiang Xiaoi's nose, causing the latter to humph with discontent. Remember what you just said. Don't go back on your promises. Wiang Xiaoi remarked with exhilaration. Yes, I'll live up to my words, Bulletin Fang replied calmly. He remained unperturbed. Given the system's evaluation of Wiang Xiaoi's talent, it would simply be preposterous for her to present an edible egg fried rice. With that, his heart was at ease. A great number of customers began filling the store, so Bulletin Fang had to return to his kitchen. The excited Wiang Xiaoi could barely contain herself. How she wished badly to go home right now and whip up an egg fried rice that would shut this smelly boss mouth and conquer his taste buds. Bulletin Fang, on the other end, continued to beat his brains out. Who should he choose as an apprentice? Chapter 237, Wiang Xiaoi's Egg Fried Rice. The winter had gradually passed, leaving behind a spring breeze to embrace the imperial city. Spring rain splashed down ceaselessly, like thin strokes of hair fluttering between heaven and earth, reinvigorating the soils that had hibernated throughout the snow season. In the small alleyway, both father and daughter Serpent Man, alongside Ani wagging his serpent tail, headed toward Bulletin Fang's store amidst the delightful spring rain. They were instantly hit with the rich aroma of food once stepping into the store, leaving them intoxicated. Bulletin Fang's store was always filled with such irresistible fragrance, and owner Bulletin's dishes were so exquisite that they captivated their consumers. However, the object of their visit today was to bid farewell to Bulletin Fang. Yu Feng originally had plans to become the guardian of the store, but after having experienced the horrifying events of yesterday, he quickly grasped just how ludicrous was this notion. Bulletin Fang didn't need his protection at all. Or, in other words, what he could offer as defense couldn't possibly reach Bulletin Fang's level. No matter that mysterious metallic lump of a puppet, or the black supreme dog scaring people out of their wits, none could Serpent Man Yu Feng consider a possible match. Therefore, simply put, his proposal of guardianship was delusional and impractical. Since the store didn't need his protection, they had no reasons to stay any longer in the Imperial City. The Imperial City was foreign lands to them, and what they longed was to return home to the Serpent Men tribes. Bulletin Fang walked out of the kitchen and instantly caught sight of the 3 serpent men standing in his store. The father and daughter, as well as Ani, expressed their sincere gratitude toward Bulletin Fang. If it weren't for Bulletin Fang this time, the serpent man Yu Feng would probably never wake up. Yet Bulletin Fang merely waved his hand. Rescuing the serpent man Yu Feng was something Bulletin Fang had promised the great elder. A deal was a deal, so he didn't think too much about it. He squinted his eyes and scanned the 3 serpent men. Bulletin Fang directly skipped past the blockhead serpent Ani, who had well-developed limbs, albeit 3 instead of 4, but the head of a moron. His gaze rested on the father and daughter combination, more precisely, serpent woman Yu Fu. Bulletin Fang's scrutiny made all 3 serpent men feel restless. Yu Fu, in particular, sank into deep puzzlement. She had no idea why Bulletin Fang was looking at her this way. Owner Bulletin, is there something stuck to my body? Yu Fu peered down at herself in bewilderment. Everything seemed normal enough. Bulletin Fang twitched his mouth and met Yu Fu's glance with his eyes. System, how is the cooking talent of this serpent woman? Bulletin Fang asked the system in his mind. The system remained silent for a while, and then responded, given the system's evaluation, serpent woman Yu Fu's cooking talent is up to standard. Teaching her egg fried rice will require the host 1.5 days. 1.5 days. Bulletin Fang's eyes lit up. It seemed like this serpent woman Yu Fu was rather qualified. She could definitely live up to the role of the store's apprentice. Ahem. Yu Fu, I'm wondering if you are interested in learning cooking at all? Bulletin Fang asked. Once Bulletin Fang uttered these words, all these serpent men were dumbstruck. What did owner Bulletin mean by this? Bulletin Fang didn't want to give any further explanations and simply looked at the three in a calm manner. Of course, his gaze mainly focused on Yu Fu. Yu Fu suddenly became agitated, and her beautiful face turned rather red. She felt very much uneasy under Bulletin Fang's fixated scrutiny. Could I do that? Yu Fu felt all jumpy and jittery inside. Reminded of the gourmet delicacies in Bulletin Fang's store, each so exquisite in taste and enchanting in smell, the serpent woman Yu Fu couldn't help but pucker her ruby red lips. Yes you can. But to become my chef's apprentice you'll need to pass a test. Tomorrow noon, make a portion of egg fried rice and bring it to me for taste testing. If it reaches the standards in my heart, I will teach you cooking and allow you to become the store's apprentice, Bulletin Fang replied solemnly. Yu Fu sensed Bulletin Fang's seriousness. Her petite face instantly froze, then she shook her serpent tail and gravely nodded her head. Ani widened his eyes. What was going on? Did Yu Fu just become the chef's apprentice of this store? Did this mean that in the future Yu Fu would be able to cook gourmet delicacies as delicious as those offered by the store? Just thinking about this caused Ani to drool. Owner Bulletin, how about me? Can I learn cooking from you? Ani patted his muscular chest and shouted. Bulletin Fang flicked a glance at him as the system's voice rang in his mind. Ani's talent couldn't even compare with Wang Xiaoi's, this big bloke should stick with eating gourmet delicacies. Yu Feng never thought Yu Fu could encounter such good fortunes. He ran this through his mind quickly. There was a supreme beast and a mysterious puppet in the store, therefore her safety was definitely guaranteed. Once back to the Serpent Men tribes, he had plans to start avenging himself. By then, the Serpent Men tribes would fall into chaos, and leaving Yu Fu here instead could serve as a kind of protection for her. Yu Feng squinted his eyes, but he already had a clear answer in his heart. The Serpent Men left and returned to their inn. Father, should I stay? Yu Feng widened her eyes and looked toward Yu Feng. She understood clearly that if she stayed, she would have to part ways with Yu Feng and Ani. There weren't too many strong warriors in the Serpent Men tribes, and so Yu Feng and Ani couldn't be absent for too long. My child, these are your good fortunes. Owner Bulletin is no ordinary person. To learn cooking from him is truly a blessing for you. Yu Feng smiled and patted Yu Feng's head. Yeah, Yu Fu, if it weren't for Owner Bulletin giving me the cold shoulders, I would follow him till the end of the world. With Owner Bulletin, there'll always be meat to feast on. Ani scratched the back of his head and chuckled. Yu Fu suddenly didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Yu Feng became more serious as he glanced at Yu Fu and said, So, my lassie, you should diligently learn cooking from Owner Bulletin. Perhaps you may become the first grand chef of the serpent people. Having gained father's encouragement, Yu Fu instantly nodded her head with a serious expression across her face. Therefore, under Yu Feng's supervision, they borrowed the kitchen from the inn owner and got ready to make egg fried rice. Since this was to be tested by Owner Bulletin, Yu Fu took this task very seriously. In terms of other selections for the apprentice, Bulletin Fang had more names in his mind. This included Wan Er, who loved making egg tarts, and Ai Yan, who often made dishes for his evaluation, the gentle and refined Xiao Yunyu, as well as the foodie Xiao Long. These were all possible choices. It was a pity that business was about to close for the day, yet none of them had visited the store today. After bidding farewell to Bulletin Fang, the lowly Wang Xiaoi dashed out of the store like the wind. She blew past the alleyway and rushed toward the Wang quarters. She couldn't wait to cook up a delicious plate of egg fried rice and prove Owner Bulletin wrong. Bulletin Fang watched as Wang Xiaoi left in a hurry, and curled his lips with a knowing look. He closed the shutters of the store, returned to his kitchen, and took out some ingredients. It was time to start practicing his cooking. Wiang quarters. Tonight, the Wiang family shall not sleep. Outside of the kitchen, everyone from the Wiang family paced around in anxiety. Grandpa Wiang brushed his long white beard, with his eyes peering at the well-lit kitchen from time to time. He sighed, shook his head, and continued with his heavy treads. Great General Wiang Zongheng also emitted a long breath, imitating Grandpa Wiang's sigh as he paced on. The three Wiang barbarians stood by like frozen sculptures as they stared straight into the kitchen. "My lord, do you think Xiao Ai will succeed?" Wiang Xiao Ai's mother asked Wiang Zongheng as she clutched her handkerchief and peered into the busy shadow within the kitchen worriedly. This is Xiao Ai's first time at cooking. But that lassie has inherited this general's cooking talent. She will definitely make an egg fried rice so incredible that it will startle the universe and move the gods. Wiang Zongheng consoled Xiao Ai's mother, and then patted his own chest confidently. Grandpa Wiang flicked him a glance and laughed coldly. "What do you mean by inherited your cooking talent? She clearly got it from this old man. I remember the days this old man accompanied Emperor Changfeng on an expedition to the Yellow Celestial Sect. In that battle, we ended up short of food. His Majesty was left empty-stomached all day, causing this old man to worry about His Majesty's health. And so I went into dangerous territories with a spear to butcher a 5th-grade spirit beast. I cooked that spirit beast on the spot. That taste, tisk tisk, I still feel intoxicated just thinking about it. Not that I talk big, but that grilled meat was simply delicious. It is only, still inches away, from owner Buletin's red braised meat." Grandpa Ouyang sank into contemplation. The old man rubbed his beard as he recounted. When he got to the best parts of the story, he even waved his hand around in excitement. Suddenly, a tremendous boom caused everyone standing outside of the kitchen to jump up in surprise. The lights within the kitchen flickered, after which an odd fragrance drifted outwards. All members of the Wiang family felt their eyes darken. Creak. The doors to the kitchen finally opened. Wiang Xiao Ai's pale face was covered with streaks of black marks. She scuttled out of the kitchen like a tiny black cat, carrying a ceramic bowl in her hands and a face full of excitement. "Grandpa, father, mother, come give it a taste. This is my first time making egg fried rice." Chapter 238, That Bowl of Egg Fried Charcoal. A weird odor drifted out of the kitchen, smelling like something half-burnt and faintly bitter. It was a scent that put a frown on everyone's face. "Ah, my lassie, why are you in such a sorry state?" Grandpa Wiang felt his heart ache when he saw Wiang Xiao Ai charging out of the kitchen covered in ashes. But Wiang Xiao Ai's eyes were sparkling. They shone brightly as excitement flickered across her eyes. She wiped off the ashen marks from her face, chuckled, and then raised the porcelain plate in her hands up to Grandpa Wiang's nose. "Grandpa, come here and have a taste. This is my first time cooking egg fried rice," she said excitedly. "Ah, sure thing, let your grandpa give it a try." Grandpa Wiang patted Wiang Xiao Ai's head fondly with loving eyes. He took over the porcelain spoon handed to him by a nearby maid and glanced at the porcelain plate that Wiang Xiao Ai shoved before his eyes with hesitation. "This." On the porcelain plate sat a lump of steaming, oddly colored, rice. The grains of rice gave off a blackish hue, and somewhere amidst that were also traces of red. A huge slab of overcooked egg was mixed within the rice, coming off as rather eye-catching. What was this? Grandpa Wiang was baffled. The hand holding his porcelain spoon quivered slightly. A typical egg fried rice demands that every grain of rice comes with a certain amount of egg. You have chosen a convenient path here, an entire slab of egg with a huge lump of rice. More importantly, why was the color of this rice so peculiar? Gulp. Grandpa's long beard shook a little as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Grandpa, have a taste. Go on." Wiang Xiao Ai was somehow very much confident in herself as she egged him on. "Of course. Since this is the first time my little lassie has cooked a dish, then, Grandpa shall have a bite. Just one though." Grandpa Wiang's heart even trembled as he dug up a spoonful of rice. With a stealthy shake of the hand, nearly a third of the content fell out of the spoon. That move, alas, went unnoticed. He brought the spoon before his nose and gave it a sniff. In that very instant, a burnt, pungent smell gushed forward. Grandpa Wiang's lips trembled, he felt a dreadful sensation inside. "Lassie, Grandpa is really going to eat it now. Grandpa Wiang flared his nostril and announced. Grandpa. I'm waiting to win owner Bulletin over with this egg fried rice. Wiang Xiaoi wiped her face again and declared with the utmost confidence. Grandpa Wiang could only force a smile. Win him over? Murdering owner Bulletin was more like it. How satirical would it be if owner Bulletin, having survived an 8th grade war god, ended up poisoned to death by her bowl of egg fried rice. Eat. Wiang Xiaoi glared. Grandpa Wiang immediately poured the entire spoon of egg fried rice into his mouth. All of a sudden, the colors from Grandpa Wiang's face drained. His complexion changed 3 times in a single breath, turning from white to red, and then from red to purple, and finally from purple to black. Creak, creak. Grandpa Wiang, with watered eyes, summoned up great courage and chewed the food ferociously. Loud crispy sounds echoed from his mouth, much like the noise of hard rocks colliding into each other. In this very moment, Grandpa Wiang's heart was filled with all sorts of mixed feelings. It was much like an assortment of sauces getting knocked over and spilling everywhere. He could taste astringency, bitterness, numbness, and even a reeking stink. The only one missing was savoriness. There was simply nobody else who could cook up an egg fried rice like this. You are the one and only, my lassie. Grandpa Wiang's entire body trembled. He took several steps back, took a deep breath, and finally forced himself to swallow the egg fried rice in his mouth. How is it? How is the taste? Wiang Xiaoi asked curiously. Oh, a simply electrifying experience. It is like burning flames once down your stomach. After swallowing, I felt as if I have risen from the ashes. You have fully inherited this gift of cooking from your father. Grandpa Wiang gave his critique with a blank face. Wiang Zongheng was dumbstruck, very much puzzled at what his father just said. My lassie, Grandpa is tired. I'm afraid I'll have to go get some rest. Let your father and brothers have a taste and ask for their feedback. Grandpa Wiang wrinkled his face and suggested with an almost weeping tone. Wiang Xiaoi felt more excited than ever. It seemed like her egg fried rice turned out pretty great. Grandpa's review was uplifting. Who would have thought he could feel completely revived after eating her food? Grandpa Wiang was already nowhere to be seen when she looked up again. Xiaoi was baffled, but instantly turned her attention towards Wiang Zongheng and the 3 Wiang barbarians. This was meant to be a sleepless night. The Wiang quarter stayed brightly lit as people ran back and forth between the bedroom and bathroom all night long. A couple more small explosions erupted in the kitchen. Smoke lingered about as weird scents drifted out. The morning sun had finally shot across the horizon, exuding warm rays of light. It appeared to have resurrected the entire earth, as green grass sprouted from the fields right outside of the imperial city. After a long winter's sleep, they had finally grown with great vitality, embracing the cool spring breeze. The streets of the imperial city were bustling with pedestrians as street vendors peddled their goods with loud hollers. In the small alleyway, rested Fang Fang's little store. Bulletin Fang pulled open his doors and enjoyed the cool, comforting morning air. He couldn't help but draw in a deep breath, and then stretched out his body. Blackie, time for breakfast. Bulletin Fang returned to the kitchen and then came out with a plate of sweet and sour ribs, placing it in front of Blackie. He pulled over a chair for himself and sat by the door, gazing at the floating clouds in the sky with great leisure. Time was seemingly frozen at this moment. Bulletin Fang could only hear the faint chewing sounds of that lazy Blackie wolfing down its sweet and sour ribs. Leisure moments like these were always so short-lived. Once the first costumer stepped in, the store began its day of busy business. An aromatic, steaming hot golden shumai was carried out. Sauce trickled down the pieces of shumai, causing one to salivate. Li's fish, drenched with the fragrance of brewed wine, was also carried out by Bulletin Fang and placed on the table. This was a dish that easily stirred everyone's appetite. The fame of Fang Fang's little store had spread throughout the entire imperial city. Many people knew of this mystical store. Not only did it have tasty gourmet delicacies and spectacular fine wine, it also had impressive strength. Cheerful footsteps echoed in the alleyway, tap tap tap. Today, Wiang Xiaoi was dressed in a pink silk dress that made her look like she floated in the air while running. Her delicate face was flushing as she blinked her beautiful eyes. One could tell she was brimming with excitement. In her arms was a redwood food container. Wiang Xiaoi treated it like a precious treasure. Her gaze landed on the container from time to time in the most adorable manner. "Smelly boss, I'm here!" Wang Xiaoai shouted loudly the moment she stepped into the store. The customers of the store were already familiar with Xiaoai and all greeted her with friendly smiles. Wang Xiaoai also beamed back at them. When someone asked about her food container out of curiosity, she merely tilted her nose and wagged her fingers mysteriously. "This is a secret." Bulletin Fang walked out of the kitchen and cast a puzzled look at Wang Xiaoai. When he caught sight of the food container in her hands, his face instantly froze. Surely this lassie didn't actually go back and cook up an egg fried rice. Bulletin Fang had on a poker face. However, reminded of the system's evaluation of Wang Xiaoai's cooking talent, he suddenly had a very bad feeling. "Smelly boss! You said if my egg fried rice could conquer your taste buds, you will take me as a chef's apprentice." Wang Xiaoai squinted her eyes and giggled delightfully. This was something that needed much more deliberation. Bulletin Fang wanted to tell her this. However, he tilted his head, gave it another thought, and nodded. "My egg fried rice is in this very food container. Smelly boss, don't you want to have a bite?" Wang Xiaoai patted the redwood food container in her hands, then crooked her finger at Bulletin Fang with a smile. The customers nearby became instantly intrigued. Was this Wang lassie trying to challenge owner Bulletin's cooking? "Owner Bulletin, our orders can wait. Let's have a taste of Xiaoai's food first," someone proposed. Bulletin Fang, who was just looking for an excuse to turn her down, rolled his eyes at that customer. Alas, Bulletin Fang had to comply with her request. Wang Xiaoai's eyes sparked, and as she placed the food container on the table, she uncovered the lid under numerous pairs of curious eyes. In that very moment, an awful pungent odor drifted out of the box. The scent was extremely strong, so pervasive that even the fragrance of countless gourmet dishes in the store couldn't overpower this unparalleled smell. Now that was frightening. The customer's eyes widened. What the hell was this? Why could there be such an awful smell in the world? The faces of many customers darkened. They all stepped back and took deep breaths. Bulletin Fang's face froze. There was definitely an ugly shade spread across his complexion. However, Wang Xiaoai didn't seem to notice the bewildered facial expressions of those around her. She carefully took out the plate of egg-fried charcoal from the food container. Bulletin Fang's eyes narrowed. His heart shuddered as he gulped down a mouthful of saliva. "Lassie, judging by the looks of this dish, you are already a rising star in the field of dark cuisine or in others, terrible food. Can we stop with this nonsense?" Chapter 239, A Chef's Confidence. Serpent woman Yu Fu wagged her tail as she made her way to Fang Fang's little store. She also held a food container in her hands, though she wore an uneasy expression on her face. In the food container was the egg fried rice she had cooked. Bulletin Fang had said the egg fried rice must meet his expectations before he would take her as his apprentice. Although Yu Fu cooked from time to time back in the Serpent Men tribes, she had never been officially trained in cooking. Hence, she had no idea whether this egg fried rice could pass the test. Upon entering the store, Yu Fu sensed an eerie atmosphere. The customers of the store were all trying to conceal the snickers on their faces. That miserable expression between a laugh and a cry made them look like they were constipated. Wang Xiaoai sat on a seat nearby in anger. Her cheek bulged into a pout, clearly displaying her discontent. Bulletin Fang, on the other end, calmly walked out of the kitchen, placed a plate of aromatic egg fried rice before Wang Xiaoai, and lightly patted the latter's head. Wang Xiaoai couldn't be easily appeased as she continued to ignore Bulletin Fang out of anger. She simply grabbed a porcelain spoon and wolfed down the egg fried rice. That wrath made it seem like Bulletin Fang had just become her archenemy. Such a scene made it all the more difficult for the customers around her to hide their true emotions. "Owner! Owner Bulletin," Yu Fu called out to himself consciously. Bulletin Fang turned around. Seeing serpent woman Yu Fu, his eyes instantly sparkled. "Hey, there you are. Did you bring the egg fried rice? If so, I can give it a taste." Yu Fu's cooking talents were yards ahead of Wang Xiaoai's. That was why Bulletin Fang actually looked forward to Yu Fu's egg fried rice. As for Wang Xiaoai's egg fried rice, a lingering fear remained in Bulletin Fang's heart. That incredibly scary appearance and violently atrocious smell plunged one into a kind of ineffable sorrow. It had never occurred to Bullet Fang that someone could make such a terrible egg fried rice. In fact, one could say it was a rather formidable yet incredible talent. Truly a rising star in the field of dark cuisine. Bullet Fang naturally hoped Yu Fu's egg fried rice wouldn't be as horrifying as Wang Xiaoai's egg fried charcoal, a dark cuisine dish that made one lose the will to live. Hearing Bullet Fang's inquiry, Yu Fu nodded her head, found an empty spot, and put down the food container in her hands. The surrounding customers lit their eyes again. What was going on with owner Bulletin? Why was there yet another egg fried rice in the house? Bullet Fang pulled over a chair and sat down. He peered at Yu Fu, who nervously removed the lid from her food container. Once uncovered, the fragrance of egg mixing with rice instantly burst forth from the container. The customers immediately broke into a commotion. Simply the scent was much better than that of Wang Xiaoai's masterpiece. At least this one smelled like a normal egg fried rice. A typical egg fried rice was supposed to emit such a strong fragrance once it was done. To be able to make a dish so bizarre, it could be said that Wang Xiaoai was somewhat gifted. On the white porcelain plate was a portion of egg fried rice. The color itself wasn't that appealing and instead gave off a darkened hue. It certainly couldn't compare with Bullet Fang's almost radiating egg fried rice, but since this was the work of Yu Fu, it could be excusable. Bullet Fang's face didn't change much. He merely nodded lightly, grabbed a porcelain spoon, and dug up some egg fried rice. He brought the spoon close to his nose for a sniff. Sensing that rich aroma, he approved it quietly in his heart. Wang Xiaoai, holding the egg fried rice made by Bullet Fang, also turned to the scene, eating the food without being convinced. Bullet Fang ate a spoonful of egg fried rice. As he chewed it carefully, the wonderful aroma of egg lingered in his mouth. The taste was just right, neither too salty nor too bland. Though the quality of the rice was lacking, it was cooked to perfection. The grains of rice bounced between his teeth once they entered his lips. Although the ingredients selected are simply awful, your grasp of flavor and degree of heating are on point. Both the fragrance of egg and rice were fully delivered. Although not every grain of rice was meticulously cloaked by eggs, what you have achieved is still acceptable given your current capabilities. Bullet Fang always rambled on when it came to food critiquing. He had a lot to say and would become wordy as he went on and on. He also showed no mercy as he ruthlessly pointed out every shortcoming. Yu Fu nodded along. The expression on her face switched from anxiety to placidity, and finally to disappointment. Her egg fried rice had just been destroyed by Bullet Fang's words. Seeing it had so many flaws, there was a slim chance she could become Bullet Fang's apprentice. She had failed, no big surprise there. Be confident. As a chef, you must feel self-assured and have faith in your dishes. Perhaps your food is not the most delicious, but you have given it your all. Your devotion, concentration, and confidence will influence your dishes and give them an extra touch of flavors. Hearing Bullet Fang's words, Wang Xiaoai immediately became indignant. She stuffed her mouth with Bullet Fang's egg fried rice and widened her eyes before shouting, "I have enough confidence. I think my egg fried rice tastes. You are blindly overconfident." Bullet Fang flicked a glance at an argumentative Wang Xiaoai and interrupted her. "You turned a dish of egg fried rice into egg fried charcoal. Where the hell did you even get your self-assurance?" Wang Xiaoai was taken back. She humphed and went back to chewing the egg fried rice in her mouth. She had to admit that compared with the smelly boss's egg fried rice, hers still had some room for improvement, a lot of room for improvement. Though there are many flaws in this egg fried rice, it is still satisfactory and just managed to meet my expectations. Come back to the store tomorrow. I will start teaching you how to make egg fried rice, Bullet Fang announced. Yu Fu lifted up her head in surprise and peered toward Bullet Fang. Did this mean she could become owner Bulletin's apprentice? I feel mistreated. Wang Xiaoai was furious. She glared at Bullet Fang in fury. Bullet Fang merely patted her on the head, then stood up and headed back to the kitchen. It doesn't matter whether you find that unacceptable. When it comes to cooking, innate talent plays a big role. Bullet Fang left for the kitchen and waved his hands as he replied her. Wang Xiaoai stamped her feet angrily as she stared at Bullet Fang's back. She grunted and stuffed another spoonful of egg fried rice into her mouth. Yu Fu, on the other hand, covered her mouth as she couldn't help smiling. She was suddenly a little curious about Xiaoai's egg fried rice. Why did it get such a cold shoulder from owner Bouledin? Imperial Palace, the main halls. Eunuch Lianfu stood within the main halls, with his middle finger and thumb pinched together. Beside him stood numerous figures, including Xiao Meng, Yang Mo, Wiang Zongheng, and many other fierce warriors of the empire. Ji Chinsu sat upon his throne, chin in his hands and eyebrows firmly knitted. "Your Majesty, King Yu has fled from the imperial mausoleum and is nowhere to be found. Given the intelligence, he has been snatched by forces from the Mahayana island." Xiao Meng cupped his hands in deference toward Ji Chinsu and reported with a solemn face. Ji Chinjiu's escape from the imperial mausoleum was no trivial matter. Back when the imperial city was flooded with 7th-grade warriors, Ji Chinsu found himself preoccupied with that dangerous situation and had to neglect this incident. Now that it was over, he finally had the energy to take care of Ji Chinjiu. The sect of Mahayana Island is a real pain in the neck. At the beginning there's that mischievous Zhao Mushan, and now they have also taken King Yu. Are they seeking the aid of King Yu to challenge the Light Wind Empire? That is simply foolish nonsense, Ji Chinsu asserted coldly. Your Majesty, your old servant sees it this way. Ji Chinjiu was sentenced by the late emperor to confinement at the imperial mausoleum. His escape is equivalent to a prison break, and hence a blatant violation of the royal order. That is a serious felony and so he must be captured and punished severely. Numerous court ministers seconded this motion, deepening the frown between Ji Chinsu's brows. The Mahayana island belonged to one of the 10 oldest sects. Ruling out the Celestial Arcanum sect, this Mahayana island was the next most powerful force in town. If the imperial city wanted to get rid of this Mahayana island, it would need to pay a price Ji Chinsu wasn't willing to bear. He had just inaugurated the throne and there were still hundreds of things to do before the empire fully recovered from the devastation. His reputation amongst the people had yet to peak. In fact, he hadn't even obtained half of the support Emperor Changfeng was able to garner. He dared not mobilize an army carelessly, all for a single Ji Chinjiu. Yet, as long as he was out there somewhere, Ji Chinjiu would prove to be an unpredictable and unsettling existence. Once his cultivation was restored, and given his talent as well as reputation, he could easily summon soldiers to form an army. At that time, he would become a huge prick in the flesh. However, Ji Chinsu wasn't too bothered. No matter how strong Ji Chinjiu could become, he remained too inferior to truly threaten the entire Light Wind Empire. Without first-rated power projection, he could not harm the empire. Your Majesty, King Yu got away all because of this old servant. I am to be blamed to a certain extent, and so I ask for your permission to go capture King Yu myself. Lianfu suddenly opened his mouth, shocking everyone nearby. Ji Chinsu was astonished as well, as he had never expected Lianfu to step out. Your Majesty, please grant me permission to capture King Yu. In disobeying the late emperor's ruling, he has also insulted and disrespected the late emperor. This old servant must step forward and make him understand that the dignity of the late emperor brooks no offense. Lianfu's piercing voice resounded in the halls. He pinched his thumb and middle finger together as he declared this gravely. Chapter 240, Owner Bouledin's Kitchen. In the main halls, everyone held their breath and peered toward Ji Chinsu, who sat on the throne. They all wanted to know how he would respond to Lianfu's proposal. If he really allowed Lianfu to go capture Ji Chinjiu, this could constitute on some level as fratricide. Ji Chinsu fell into deep contemplation. He wavered, unable to make a final decision. They were brothers, after all. Making such a choice was tortuous for him. But if they left Ji Chinjiu out there, he would become an evil foe sooner or later. Once he acquired enough strength and accumulated enough power, he would surely make a comeback. He definitely wouldn't allow Ji Chinsu to sit comfortably on the throne and continue his reign. I approve. After a long time, Ji Chinsu finally muttered these words. Then, he closed his eyes and said no more. Everyone else in the halls kept their silence. The meeting at the main halls had officially ended. As the top ministers of the empire emptied out of the court, Ji Chinsu suddenly stopped Xiao Meng, leaving the general rather confused. Ji Chinsu's body stirred. He stood up and paced around the halls. A dark trace of gloominess flickered in his eyes. The spring rain washed the earth again, leaving the sky rather dull due to the lack of sunshine. Outside the walls of the imperial city, Ji Chinsu and Xiao Meng, both dressed in casual clothing, sending Lianfu on his way. Watching as Lianfu's figure faded away, they emitted a long sigh. Within the imperial household, fratricidal killings were not unusual. Only this was a case where the atrocity would not cease even after Jichinsu had assumed the throne. Jichinsu turned around with hands behind his back and walked on the long streets of the imperial city. The streets were bustling with people, all busy as bees. Now that the spring festival was officially over, the residents of the imperial city resumed their daily lives, working from sunrise to sunset. Although Jichinsu was the emperor, not everybody could recognize him. In fact, he was much like an average pedestrian roaming through the streets, passing by civilians who were swamped with work. The carefree mansion was located in a remote corner of the imperial city. Jichinsu arrived before the building but stood there motionlessly for a while. Behind him, Xiao Meng traced Jichinsu's glance and also peered at the carefree mansion. He sighed quietly in his heart. "General Xiao, let's go take a look inside." After proposing this, Jichinsu walked toward the mansion with his hands behind his back. A piece of royal token was displayed, shooing away the guards who were ready to intercept their entrance. The two of them then stepped into the mansion smoothly. The mansion was delicately decorated, further embellished by the jingling giggles of young women that drifted out of the courtyard. Amidst this circle of beautiful women was a burly figure enjoying his time. "My king, there's someone here." Suddenly, a slim beauty glanced at the faraway Jichinsu and Xiao Meng in confusion and informed a Jichingan still immersed in frolics. Jichingan, taken back, twisted his head around to inspect, only to see Jichinsu standing as straight as a longsword. He narrowed his eyes and smiled knowingly. "Just ignore them, let's continue." Jichingan merely smiled lightly. He turned around and pulled a beauty with curvy figures into his arms as he burst out into a cheerful laughter. That cackle continued to reverberate within the entire carefree mansion. "You wanted my life to be all about leisure and fun, right? Then I'll do just that." Xiao Meng sighed softly. Jichinsu's eyes darkened, but his face remained deadpan. "Let's go." Jichinsu shot a cold glance at Jichingan, who continued to dance among his swarm of ladies, and turned around to leave. Actually, becoming a carefree king wasn't half bad for a former crown prince all high and mighty. At least, he didn't need to face the cruel bloodshed amongst brothers. The next day, serpent woman Yu Fu woke up extra early. Her father and I had both left the imperial city for the serpent men tribes already. She was now alone in the imperial city, yet instead of fear, she was filled with excitement. This was because she was about to learn cooking from owner Bulletin. Yu Fu carefully dolled herself up before the mirror, hoping to display her most beautiful self. She was already an outstanding beauty back in the serpent men tribes. Putting in a bit more effort made her so attractive she could take someone's breath away. She didn't put on too much makeup since she knew owner Bulletin would disapprove it, arguing that it would ruin one's sensitivity to the natural scent of food. She came out of the inn, unfurled her oil paper umbrella, and wriggled her green-scaled tail all the way to the small alleyway. The imperial city was much more prosperous and lively than the serpent men tribes. However, the human residents here rushed through the streets in a hurry, none offering friendly greetings like warm-hearted neighbors as was the case back in the serpent men tribes. This, in particular, made her feel a little alienated. Holding on to her oil paper umbrella, she strolled through the crowded streets of the imperial city all alone. Spring showers sent droplets of rain down to the earth and occasionally down one's neck. It brought a refreshing coolness that made one invigorated. Making her way down the alleyway, Yu Fu finally reached the entrance to the store. The big black dog before the door was stuffing his face with the sweet and sour ribs in a porcelain bowl. Yu Fu smiled to herself and entered the store with her swaying tail. Wiang Xiaoai, who was taking down the orders of a customer, caught sight of her and immediately twisted her head away with a snort. Bulletin Fang walked out of the kitchen. He dried his hands and nodded at Yu Fu. "You'll have to wait for a bit. Once the store is closed for business today, I can teach you cooking. In the meantime, please help Xiaoai with the customer's orders." Bulletin Fang informed her. Yu Fu nodded obediently, wagged her tail, and appeared by Wiang Xiaoai's side. Wiang Xiaoai turned her head away in discontent. This was obvious jealousy. She was still fuming about the smelly boss choosing Yu Fu over her. Yu Fu didn't mind this at all. She had been to the store many times and was familiar with Wiang Xiaoai's temper. Knowing this girl's nature, a smile would reappear on her face in no time. Bulletin Fang glanced at them, curling the corners of his mouth, and retreated to the kitchen. Owner Bulletin, red braised meat, sweet and sour ribs and fish head tofu soup, an order of each. Yu Fu's soft, comforting voice hit Bulletin Fang's ears. Bulletin Fang was suddenly at loss and couldn't easily adjust to this change. He was used to Wang Xiaoai's reckless shouting all day long. Now this was a change of water. It was no big matter. After a momentary relapse, Bulletin Fang began focusing on his cooking again. Rich aroma wafted out. It added to the atmosphere of the store. As the sun set, the busy store was finally closed for business. Bulletin Fang pulled over a chair, sat by the entrance, and enjoyed a short break. He watched the sunset and sighed comfortably. Inside the store, Yu Fu and Xiaoai sat side by side with their heads pressed together, giggling occasionally. Wang Xiaoai's big eyes had narrowed into slits as she laughed merrily. After resting for a while, Wang Xiaoai waved goodbye to Bulletin Fang and Yu Fu. She left the store and skipped back to the Wang's quarter. Only Bulletin Fang and Yu Fu, who had become anxious and reserved again, were left in the store. Don't be nervous, take it easy. Your mood can have tremendous effects on your cooking. Bulletin Fang glanced at the agitated Yu Fu and uttered calmly. Yu Fu's body instantly stiffened. She bowed to Bulletin Fang and answered him solemnly. Bulletin Fang curled his lips, this girl. I will teach you what you practiced yesterday, egg fried rice. Only my egg fried rice is very different from what you've taught yourself yesterday. Hopefully you'll get the hang of this quickly. Bulletin Fang stood up, stretched his body, and announced. Yu Fu's body froze again. She bowed to Bulletin Fang once more and answered him with a yes in a serious voice. Chill out, I won't bite you. Bulletin Fang was a little speechless as he responded calmly. Then, he closed the shutters of the store. Bulletin Fang walked to the entrance of the kitchen, stopped, and crooked his finger at Yu Fu, who stood from afar. He instructed, follow me to the kitchen. This is the first time I've ever let anyone into my kitchen. Chapter 241, Bulletin Fang's Culinary Instructions. Inside Owner Bulletin's kitchen, Yu Fu blankly opened her cherry mouth wide and her face was filled with astonishment. It was rumored that Owner Bulletin's kitchen had always been a mysterious zone. Up until that day, no one had managed to enter it. She had never expected that today she would unexpectedly be able to have a chance to step into Owner Bulletin's small store. This was simply too exciting. Yu Fu swayed her snake tail and quickly followed suit as she walked behind Bulletin Fang. Passing through the kitchen entrance, the atmosphere of the place had somewhat changed. Within the small store, there was a kind of comfortable vibe, making a person feel insipidly intoxicated. However, the kitchen was very eye-catching with a somewhat professional vibe. The moment she entered, she was confronted with the plump machinery puppet. That puppet's red eyes flickered as it swept around her body once, causing her whole body hair to get erected. This puppet was the intimidating puppet her dad had mentioned. It seemed like it was not as fierce-looking as those people had said. Its tummy was even very pudgy, making it look quite cute. Bulletin Fang walked to the front and patted on Whitey's tummy as he introduced it to Yu Fu, who was behind him. This is Whitey. It is my mechanical assistant. You can just see it as my puppet helper. After we finish cooking our dishes, the remaining ingredients will be recycled by Whitey. Yu Fu immediately stood upright and put her hands together. She bowed to Whitey as she greeted the puppet. Whitey's mechanical eyes flickered. It raised its leaf-like hand and scratched its bald circular head. Bulletin Fang led Yu Fu past Whitey and came to the kitchen stove area. This kitchen stove was made using exquisite materials that looked like a kind of ceramic tile but was a lot more glossier than such. On top of the kitchen stove, there were all sorts of kitchen equipments arranged there. Everything that should be there actually was, making the facilities look very complete. The chopping board was manufactured using an extraordinary log. It was emitting a faint fragrance. Yu Fu widened her eyes as she curiously looked at everything in front of her. The decoration in the kitchen was totally different from the rest of the small store. The kitchen was very classy. On the walls, there was not a single unnecessary stuff compared to the small store. The kitchen surroundings were all filled with cupboards, all made using wood with a mixture of some material that Yu Fu had no knowledge about. The material was very cold when she got in contact with it. Furthermore, the interior would flicker with radiance. This is a refrigerator. It can store food inside and is used to maintain the freshness of the ingredients. Bulletin Fang introduced it nonchalantly. He opened up the refrigerator door. Immediately, a breath of cold air soared out from within, causing Yu Fu to shiver. This is an oven. A lot of ingredients can be baked or roasted. With this we are able to produce lots of delicacies. Bulletin Fang opened up the oven. Its interior was untainted by even a speck of dust, and a breath of cold air spread out from within. Lamp, black machine, grindstone, microwave oven, and etc. All these apparel were things Yu Fu had never heard or seen before. Although she was not able to understand them, she felt that all of this was very professional. This was her first time realizing that to master culinary skills was not as simple as she had imagined. It turned out that there were actually so many things that she needed to research on. This is a kitchen knife stand. On it, there are all sorts of different vegetable knives. Find one that you feel the most comfortable with when you hold it. Bulletin Fang pointed at the kitchen knife stand that was on top of the kitchen stove. Yu Fu brought forth her curiosity and measured the stand. She saw a pitch black and incomparably thick huge kitchen knife. She was immediately amazed by it. Is this also a kitchen knife? Why is it so big, so heavy? The corners of Bulletin Fang's mouth curled up, and he held onto that kitchen knife as he lifted it up effortlessly. This kitchen knife was the uniquely heavy knife he had used every day to train his knife work. It was impossible for an ordinary person to brandish it as they wished. Yu Fu tried to lift it. After great effort, her wrist started to ache, but even then she was still unable to lift the kitchen knife up. This is the kitchen knife I use to train my knife work and for carving purposes. You should change to another one, Bulletin Fang said. Yu Fu glimpsed at Bulletin Fang curiously. Is there even a need for practice for someone as skilled as owner Bulletin? There is no end to one's culinary skills. If you wish to become an outstanding chef, daily practice is essential. Only by doing so would your heart be immersed into your culinary skills so as to experience all the changes in the dishes you make. Since you want to become my cooking apprentice, you must also do the same knife work and carving training I do every day, Bulletin Fang said seriously. His culinary skills were indeed very good, but he was very clear in his heart that without his daily practice, they would not have improved so quickly. Yu Fu sighed. Afterwards, she held onto all the different kind of kitchen knives. Ultimately, she chose a kitchen knife that was around the size of Bulletin Fang's palm. Its weight was reasonable and it was very suitable for Yu Fu. Bulletin Fang nodded his head and took out a few thunderstorm pigeon eggs from the cupboard. This was supplied by the system and was specially used to make the egg fried rice. I will first teach you how to recognize the ingredients. This is a third-grade spirit beast's egg, the thunderstorm pigeon's egg. There are lots of true energy hidden inside it, Bulletin Fang said. He took out a porcelain bowl and gently knocked the egg against it, then dropped the egg yolk and egg white into the porcelain bowl. Within the egg yolk, there were faint thunder arcs zittering. If you wish to cook a proper egg fried rice, it is very important to be able to control your true energy well. You must be able to control the true energy in the ingredients and not let it leak out. This is the crux of guaranteeing the dish's taste. Bulletin Fang congealed true energy and changed it into a pair of chopsticks as he stirred the egg gently. Are you aware of how to control the true energy of the ingredient? Bulletin Fang looked at Yu Fu seriously. Yu Fu shook her head blankly. How could she possibly know of such profound stuff? Rhythm, and also use your heart to feel it. True energy is a kind of fluctuation. Once you feel the fluctuation within, try to maintain the stability of the fluctuation when you are cooking it. This way, you would not damage the composition of the true energy and allow it to leak out, Bulletin Fang explained. Thereafter, his hands started to tremble very quickly as he seasoned out the thunderstorm pigeon egg. Bulletin Fang took out his true energy chopsticks once again as he turned the egg liquid into a single thread by pulling it. Bang! Bulletin Fang's true energy vaporized. Thereafter, he squatted down and took out the pearl rice filled with true energy from the bottom cupboard. After washing it, he placed it into the steamer basket and waited for it to be cooked. Yu Fu stood behind Bulletin Fang obediently and looked at Bulletin Fang's movements meticulously. You have to remember the location I took out the ingredients from. In the future, all the ingredients are to be taken from there. You must remember them well. Bulletin Fang ignited the stove and said to Yu Fu. Yu Fu's heart shivered as she nodded her head seriously. Her face was filled with a lovable childlike expression. Sizzle! The moment the oil grease spread out, Bulletin Fang extracted out the moist and plump pearl rice from the steamer basket and then threw it into the pan. He lifted the pan and stir-fried it, causing the flames to soar up. Yu Fu, who was standing behind him, was frightened to the point of having her snake tail sway about. Clang clang clang! Rich rice fragrance was emitted out while stir-frying a pan of pearl rice. It twined on the tip of Yu Fu's nose, almost causing her to lose control as she breathed in a mouthful of air. The most important thing you have to pay attention to when cooking the egg fried rice is the heat intensity. If you are able to grasp the heat intensity well, your egg fried rice can only be counted as half complete. Bulletin Fang continued to provide guidance. His words were not plenty, but during crucial moments he would open his mouth to remind Yu Fu of something. Yu Fu was constantly nodding her head behind him. She tried to remember all the details diligently. The moment the egg liquid was poured into the pan, the egg fragrance soared out. It was incomparably rich, making one feel that their body had been wrapped up by the dense egg fragrance, as if they had fallen into an ocean of egg fried rice. The rice fragrance blended together with the egg aroma as it seduced one's desire for good food. This would cause one to subconsciously swallow a mouthful of saliva. Bulletin Fang was standing perfectly straight as he held onto the pan handle. He stir-fried it very quickly and his actions were very skilled. It appeared very natural, as if he was drawing a beautiful drawing and was extraordinarily pleasing. Yu Fu could not help but to be somewhat infatuated by it. From bowl to pan to fire, it merely took him a few breaths of time before he poured the finished egg fried rice into the blue and white porcelain bowl. The slightly sticky egg liquid wrapped around the pearl rice, giving it a glossy coating, and as the hot steam rose up, the delicious mixture emitted a rich eggy fragrance. Yu Fu stuck out her small and exquisite tongue as she licked her soft and delicate red lips. Deep in her heart, she was extremely astonished. Maybe she was the first person who had seen how Bulletin Fang cooked a bowl of egg fried rice. It turned out that the egg fried rice, which seemed to emit rays of brilliant light, was cooked this way. Have you memorized the steps? As my apprentice, the requirement for you is very high. You can finish this bowl of egg fried rice first. Only by finishing it will you have the energy to work. Bulletin Fang used a towel to wipe the water droplets on his hand and said to Yu Fu. After your meal, I will prepare for you 3 portions of the ingredients for the dish. You will be using that for practice. After using the 3 portions, I hope that your comprehension toward the egg fried rice would advance a step. In the future, you must remember that when you cook the egg fried rice, it will be brought to the store to be sold at 1 crystal. Each time, I want you to ask yourself if your dish is truly worth that crystal. Bulletin Fang poured a glass of warm water and drank a mouthful. He looked at Yu Fu unenthusiastically. Subsequently, he turned around and left the kitchen. Walking to the doorway of the kitchen, he turned around and said, "Your room is the guest room on the 2nd floor. After you have finished practicing, you can go to the guest room to have a rest." After he finished speaking, he went up and returned back to his own room. He started preparing for his rest. His teaching was just so simple and rough. As for how much she had comprehended, it would have to depend on Yu Fu herself. Yu Fu stood blankly inside the kitchen and looked at the steaming hot egg fried rice, which was still giving off that decadent fragrance. Her eyes immediately showed hints of unswerving determination. She took the blue and white porcelain spoon and scooped up a spoon of egg fried rice and placed it into her mouth. With each bite, Yu Fu made sure to savor every grain of rice in order to learn about owner Bulletin's egg fried rice. Chapter 242, and the disciple is? Bulletin Fang opened his eyes. All of a sudden, he sat up from his original position. He rubbed his drowsy eyes and yawned. After washing his face and rinsing his mouth, Bulletin Fang walked out of his room. The guest room was as usual, shut tightly. Going downstairs, Bulletin Fang arrived in the kitchen. It looked the same as usual, without a single speck of dust. It was clean to the point of making one feel extremely comfortable just by looking at it. Bulletin Fang patted on Whitey's plump tummy and curled the corners of his mouth. His mood was entirely free from worry. Bulletin Fang picked up the uniquely heavy kitchen knife and started his daily practice of knife work and carving skills. That heavy kitchen knife looked very light-weighted when in his hands, making it look rather inconceivable. Following the aroma of the sweet and sour ribs pervading the air, Yu Fu swayed her snake tail and descended unhurriedly from the 2nd floor. With just a quick glance, she saw Bulletin Fang practicing his culinary skills inside the kitchen. Immediately, Her face was filled with admiration toward him. "Good morning, Owner Bulletin." Yu Fu smiled and greeted. Bulletin Fang shot a glance at her and nodded his head faintly. His concentration had all been used on cooking the sweet and sour ribs while Yu Fu looked at Bulletin Fang's technique curiously. She was extremely curious toward the sweet and sour ribs which was suffusing an exquisite fragrance all around. Bulletin Fang skillfully cooked the sweet and sour ribs while Yu Fu studied it earnestly. The scene of them looked rather harmonious momentarily. The sweet and sour ribs was taken out from the pan and was given a generous splash of the drunken juice. Bulletin Fang took the porcelain bowl and walked out of the kitchen. "Continue practicing your knife work and carving skills. Later, I will evaluate your egg fried rice." Bulletin Fang passed by Yu Fu and said nonchalantly. Thereafter, he walked into the small store and opened up the door boards. "Blackie, time to eat," Bulletin Fang said. He placed the fragrant sweet and sour ribs in front of Blackie and rubbed against its back fur gently. After that, Bulletin Fang stood up, pulled a chair over and curled up on it at the entrance. The spring wind blew as it brought along the slight chill from the early morning. It was very slow and gentle, making one feel the urge to go back to sleep. Inside the kitchen, Yu Fu picked the kitchen knife she chose yesterday and started to cut the ingredients Bulletin Fang had prepared for her. There were a lot of them, as it was filled to the brim of the large basin. Yu Fu practiced her knife work conscientiously. Even someone as skilled as Owner Bulletin had to practice every day as well. What excuse did she have to not practice conscientiously? Not long after, the small store seemed to be bustling with noise and excitement. There were people who called out to Owner Bulletin. Afterwards, it was the call for ordering dishes. Yu Fu looked at the half-completed basin and her wrist was already feeling numb. She was somewhat flustered immediately. Bulletin Fang stepped into the kitchen and saw the somewhat panicking Yu Fu. He was slightly puzzled. "What's wrong? Didn't I say before that, as a chef, you must have confidence in the skills you possess?" I did not manage to finish cutting all the ingredients." Yu Fu's face reddened and she said with some shame. Bulletin Fang was taken aback. He took a quick look at the half-completed ingredients and the corner of his mouth curled up. He patted on Yu Fu's head and said, "I did not stipulate that you had to finish cutting all of these ingredients, they are only meant to be used for practice. Alright, let's call it a day for your knife work practice. Cook a portion of egg fried rice for me to taste." Yu Fu heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. She thought that Bulletin Fang would have scolded her severely because of that. A small cooking bench appeared beside the large kitchen table. Bulletin Fang looked at the small cooking bench while rubbing his nose. Since when did this table appear? Without a doubt, this cooking bench must have been prepared by the system. Go to that cooking bench to cook your egg fried rice. In the future, that cooking bench shall belong to you. Bulletin Fang pointed at the small cooking bench that had just appeared out of nowhere as he said to Yu Fu. Yu Fu was incessantly flabbergasted. She glanced at the cooking bench while her heart was amazed. There was no such cooking bench there yesterday. How did it suddenly appear today? It's so magical. However, Yu Fu knew that some things are better left unanswered. Therefore, she picked out the ingredients she needed and started to cook her egg fried rice. As usual, Bulletin Fang started working on the diner's dishes. His knife flickered and the ingredients were sliced very quickly. The speed was so fast that it was like a blurred image in someone else's eyes. On the other side, Yu Fu was somewhat in a daze. Owner Bulletin's knife work was simply too frightening. All kinds of fragrant dishes were placed at the window by Bulletin Fang. Wiang Xiaoi walked over with her face full of smiles as she carried the dishes away. "Owner Bulletin, the egg fried rice is ready." When Yu Fu saw Bulletin Fang finally had some spare time to rest, she said charmingly. Bulletin Fang nodded his head and walked out of the kitchen. The customers greeted out to him passionately and Bulletin Fang nodded at them in return. He pulled out a chair and sat down as he got Yu Fu to place the egg fried rice onto the table. Yu Fu's egg fried rice was emitting a rich fragrance. It was a lot better compared to the previous egg fried rice she had prepared as a test. Maybe, it was because of the ingredients used. Bulletin Fang scooped out a spoonful and placed it into his mouth. The fragrance immediately burst forth within his mouth. The egg fragrance and the sweet scent of the rice blended together as it stirred up Bulletin Fang's taste buds. His eyebrows pricked up, and he was a little flabbergasted. The heat intensity is still not good, and the control of the true energy frequency is too far off. The taste was still tolerable, but that was because of the ingredients used. You have to use your heart to cook and also to experience every change the ingredients go through. Bulletin Fang evaluation was the same as before. Straight to the point and ruthless. Yu Fu nodded her head constantly as she listened to Bulletin Fang's evaluation earnestly. Time flies, and Yu Fu had been learning from Bulletin Fang for a very long time. From her unceasing practices, a lot of dishes were finally able to taste almost the same as Bulletin Fang's. Among the dishes, her forte was still the egg-fried rice. After all, this was the first dish she had learned. And in those days, Bulletin Fang had also taught her other two dishes. The sweet and sour ribs and red braised meat. The sweet and sour ribs difficulty was extremely high. Yu Fu had practiced for a long time and was never able to meet Bulletin Fang's expectations. Every time, she would be severely criticized by Bulletin Fang for that. Bulletin Fang's evaluation was the most cruel and strict she had ever seen before. He would always look for the flaws in her dishes. Afterwards, he would analyze it in detail to her, making her feel as if her dish had become something worthless. At the entrance, Bulletin Fang lay down on his chair drowsily and looked at the drifting clouds in the sky. Yu Fu carried a plate of dish and walked out. She placed it in front of one of the customers and smiled. "This is your egg-fried rice. Please enjoy it," Yu Fu said. That diner was a regular. Previously, when Bulletin Fang had gotten Yu Fu to carry out her dishes to let the diners have a taste, this person was one of them. Bulletin Fang said that after the diner had tasted it, they could take out any amount of crystal they deemed fit for this place of egg-fried rice. After this customer had tasted Yu Fu's egg-fried rice, even though it was still somewhat lacking compared to Bulletin Fang's, he still took out a crystal satisfyingly. At that time, Yu Fu was extremely touched. This was the first crystal she had earned after those stringent practices. It's been half a month. Still lacking an additional apprentice, Bulletin Fang continued lying down on his chair while the spring wind blew. He immediately got clear-headed and frowned. Who should he choose to be the remaining apprentice? Wan Er, who loved to eat egg tart. Bulletin Fang was somewhat at a loss of what to do. During half a month, Bulletin Fang had inquired with Luo Sunayang. Luo Sunayang told Bulletin Fang in a carefree manner that in Wan Er's heart, there was only egg tart. She loved egg tarts. She would definitely not spend a lot of time learning Bulletin Fang's other dishes. This caused Bulletin Fang to be dumbfounded at that point of time. Yan had also come to bid farewell to Bulletin Fang a few days ago. He had also tried to tell Yan about accepting her as an apprentice because, no matter how he looked at it, Yan was the most suitable person for it. Unfortunately, when Yan came, she was in a rush. Bulletin Fang was able to tell that Yan was also somewhat excited about his proposal, but apparently she seemed to have something more important to do. Grudgingly, she followed the old drunkard and left. Therefore, the candidates left for Bulletin Fang to pick from got even fewer. And as the deadline given by the system grew nearer, he also got a little panicky. Bulletin Fang yawned. He stood up from his chair and stretched. Sharp and clear footsteps resounded within the small alley. Thereafter, two familiar figures stepped into Bulletin Fang's small store. "Owner Bulletin. I can finally eat your dishes again." The moment Bulletin Fang entered, a silhouette pulled open his mouth and complained. This person was the pretty boy, Xiao Long. This young fellow seemed to have grown a lot taller recently and his appearance have become even prettier. Became, even more sissy. Xiao Yunyu wore her veil in a cultured and refined manner and found a place to sit down effortlessly. Wiang Xiaoi looked at Xiao Yunyu. Immediately, she ran over joyfully. Bulletin Fang's eyes brightened up when he saw the two people. Xiao Yunyu and Xiao Long? That's right, how could he forget about this two siblings? Owner Bulletin, for these past few months, we had been thrown to the southern city by our father. To be unable to eat Owner Bulletin's dishes, was simply a painful suffering. Today, we are finally here. We must definitely gorge ourselves with food. Xiao Long licked his lips and said excitedly. Southern City. It was a big city which was located at the southern part of the Lightwind Empire. Even though it was as luxurious as the imperial capital, it was still a rather majestic big city. Bulletin Fang did not pay any attention to the intolerable Xiao Xiaolong but looked at Xiao Yunyu first as he asked her if she was interested in becoming his apprentice to learn how to cook from him. Xiao Yunyu and Xiao Xiaolong stared at Bulletin Fang blankly. What exactly had happened while they were out of the imperial capital? Owner Bulletin actually started accepting apprentices? Even though this proposal is very enticing, it's a pity. In a few days' time, we will need to set off to Southern City again. I don't think it's possible for me to have the opportunity to learn cooking from Owner Bulletin. Xiao Yunyu was regretting so much that she even had the urge of not going to the Southern City to stay there and learn how to cook. However, the matters in the Southern City were too important. She had no choice but to go over. Bulletin Fang frowned. Xiao Yunyu was not free. Xiao Xiaolong widened his eyes and stared at Bulletin Fang. His face immediately changed to become somewhat indignant. Owner Bulletin, why did you ask my sister and not me? Could it be that you do not wish to know if I am willing to learn how to cook from you? Xiao Xiaolong said indignantly. He felt that he had been ignored by Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang was taken aback and his gaze fell onto Xiao Xiaolong. System. How is Xiao Zilong's culinary talent? After the system's evaluation, Xiao Zilong's culinary talent meets the requirement. If the host were to teach him how to cook egg fried rice, it would most likely take him 1.5 days to learn it. Bulletin Fang's mouth dropped. What the heck? This glutton actually possessed this kind of culinary talent. System, is it possible that you have mistaken him for someone else? He is Xiao Xiaolong, not Xiao Yunyu. Chapter 243, The Xiao family has a beginner chef. The atmosphere inside the small store immediately became somewhat weird. Xiao Xiaolong widened his eyes and glared at Bulletin Fang while panting with rage with his fair skin turning red, which looked almost the same as a ripe honey peach, incomparably captivating. This little sissy looked even more attractive than a woman. Bulletin Fang had also widened his eyes and was speechless momentarily. He had not imagined that Xiao Zilong's talent would unexpectedly be so gifted and was not any inferior to the bustling Yu Fu in the kitchen. Xiao Yunyu's talent was also pretty good, but compared to Xiao Xiaolong, she was still somewhat inferior. This was simply too overwhelming. Owner Bulletin. What are you trying to say? Are you looking down on me, Xiao Xiaolong? Xiaolong said in grievance. Xiao Yunyu, who was at the side, helplessly watched everything unfold. She felt that the situation was very comical and could no longer hold in her laughter. She covered her mouth and started giggling. Wiang Xiaoi also started giggling incessantly. Bulletin Fang became a little awkward as he coughed lightly and said, No. I did not have any intention of looking down on you. Aren't you a gifted talent from the imperial capital? I assumed you would be a lot busier. My sister is also a great talent within the imperial capital, why weren't you concerned whether or not she would be busy? Xiao Xiaolong curled his lip. The excuse Owner Bulletin used was really too lousy. Isn't your sister going to the southern city? Why aren't you following her? Asked a puzzled Bulletin Fang. The Xiao family ancestor grounds is in the southern city. At that time, our father had followed Emperor Changfeng for his expedition. Ultimately, he decided to start afresh here. However, the Xiao family in southern city is still very reputable to the locals. We also aren't sure what have happened, but for the past few days, the elders in the Xiao family had asked one of us to return back and my dad had asked my sister to do so, Xiao Xiaolong said truthfully. Xiao Yunyu nodded her head in acknowledgement. Within her beautiful pupils were traces of regret as she gazed at Bulletin Fang. Xiao Yunyu would love to learn from Bulletin Fang if circumstances allowed it. Alright, then. Later on, when you return home, cook a serving of egg fried rice and bring it over for me to taste tomorrow. If you are able to meet my expectations, the second apprentice position will be yours. Bulletin Fang said nonchalantly to Xiao Xiaolong. Second. Oh. Let me introduce you to another person. The first apprentice I had accepted is a serpent woman, Yu Fu. Bulletin Fang introduced. Subsequently, he turned around to face the kitchen and shouted Yu Fu's name. Yu Fu was taken aback. She stopped whatever she was doing as she swayed her tail and came out of the kitchen. She stood behind Bulletin Fang charmingly. Yu Fu was a little bashful as she placed her hands in front of her waist. She slightly bowed at Xiao Xiaolong and Xiao Yunyu. Yu Fu was not as pretty as Xiao Yunyu and Ni Yan, but when compared to an ordinary female, she was still very charming. Xiao Xiaolong was someone who was very sociable and soon became familiar with Yu Fu. He ordered a few dishes and after finishing his meal, he returned back to his Xiao mansion hurriedly. Bulatin Fang looked at Xiao Zilong's leaving silhouette and the corner of his mouth was raised slightly. I have finally managed to find my second apprentice. This kind of words could only be said when Bulatin Fang have finally managed to complete the assignment given to him by the system. However, he might perhaps still have to wait till the system approved Xiao Xiaolong. Only when Xiao Xiaolong possessed a kitchen table like Yu Fu's would the mission be counted as accomplished. Bulatin Fang stood up from his chair and stretched. Thereafter, he walked into the kitchen. Yu Fu, I am going to teach you the recipe of red braised meat today. For our red braised meat, you will have to pay extra attention to the control of the true energy within the meat. The kitchen was buzzing with activity the moment Bulatin Fang started cooking. Xiao Ai was at the little store recording all the diners' order enthusiastically. Imperial capital, Xiao Mansion. Gruer and Xiao Meng strolled in the Xiao Mansion garden with the flower fragrance accompanying them. There were jokes and laughter within their conversation, pervading the atmosphere with their slight happiness. Madam, you should keep Yunyu and Xiaolong company. Tomorrow, Yunyu is going to leave for Southern City. It might be very hard for you to see her again for the next 6 months. Xiao Meng pulled Gruer fragrant shoulder toward him and said gently. The strongest person in the imperial capital would usually possess a sonorous voice. It was hard to see him speaking in such a gentle voice. Would anything happen to Yunyu after returning to the southern city? How about asking little Yu to tag along? Gruer said. It's fine. It's just that something trifling had happened in the Xiao family. Yunyu is very intelligent and she knows how to act appropriately. She should be able to solve it very easily. Xiao Meng smiled faintly. He had extreme faith in Xiao Yunyu's capability. Recently, Xiao Yu had been busy with trying to break through and it would not be appropriate to disturb him. If Xiao Yu were to successfully break through, he would become a battle saint. By then, there would be 2 battle saints overseeing his Xiao family and their position would become as steady as a boulder. Gruer smiled gently. She was originally an extremely gentle woman. Just now when little Xiaolong returned home, he went straight into the kitchen. Since when was he so fond of the kitchen? Xiao Meng was taken aback and his face immediately stopped smiling. Atrocious. Is he so bored now that he has to start creating trouble in the kitchen? This ignorant and incompetent scoundrel. If only he was half as good as Yunyu, there would be no longer a need for me to worry about him. Gruer covered her mouth and giggled. The 2 of them immediately left the garden and advanced toward the kitchen. The moment they stepped into the kitchen, they could smell the egg fragrance that was drifting out from the kitchen. The both of them glanced at each other with amazement in their eyes. Dad, Mom! You have come at the right time. Try out the egg fried rice that I cooked. It turns out that my culinary skill is actually quite good. Why did I not discover this in the past? Xiao Xiaolong was very excited as his face was flushed red due to his excitement. Xiao Meng frowned and swept at Xiao Xiaolong a strict glance. He harumphed, causing the complacent Xiao Xiaolong to shrink his neck. Xiao Meng's gaze fell onto the egg fried rice which was placed on the table. The steam and aroma from the egg fried rice drifted out of its white porcelain home. The grains within mixed ever so perfectly with the yellow yolk of the eggs and even began to take on their golden hue. Despite that, the flour-like scrambled eggs maintained a distinct separation from the fluffy white rice within. Just looking at its appearance, it looked pretty decent. Xiao Meng was slightly flabbergasted. This scoundrel actually possessed such gifted culinary skills? Xiao Meng's face reddened as he opened his mouth and ate the egg fried rice. His eyebrow pricked up. The taste of the dish was unexpectedly decent. Even though the disparity of it was very huge when compared to owner Bulatin's egg fried rice, with his understanding of Xiao Xiaolong, he would have never expected this no-good son of his to ever possess such skills. It was simply too inconceivable. Could it be that owned Bulatin had possessed him? How is it? The taste is quite decent, isn't it? I am going to become owner Bulatin's apprentice tomorrow. He asked me to cook a portion of egg fried rice for him to taste. Dad, Mom! You have tasted it. Do you think I would meet his expectation? Xiao Xiaolong said complacently. Owner Bulletin is accepting disciples. Xiao Meng looked at Xiao Xiaolong suspiciously. He felt that this was the crucial point of the matter. Not disciples. Chef apprentices. Xiao Xiaolong corrected. Xiao Meng nodded his head. He rubbed his chin and started to contemplate. Bulletin Feng and his Fang Feng's little store status in the imperial capital had long differed from when he just started. In the imperial capital, countless eyes were observing and watching attentively this small store because it was truly too intimidating. Owner Bulletin accepting disciples. This is indeed quite a good opportunity for you. You must definitely cherish it. Xiao Meng raised his head and said to Xiao Xiaolong seriously. Xiao Xiaolong rolled his eyes. I have already said that he is accepting apprentices, not disciples. Sure. Then Dad and Mom are not going to disturb you any longer. You have to practice diligently and grasp that rare opportunity to be taken in by Owner Bulletin as his new chef apprentice. If you are able to learn some culinary skills from Owner Bulletin, then all the food in our Xiao family would be prepared by you in the future. Xiao Meng and Gruer smiled jovially and left the kitchen, leaving behind the stupefied Xiao Xiaolong. The next day, Xiao Xiaolong sent Xiao Yunyu off before turning around and returning back to the Xiao mansion. He cooked a portion of egg fried rice and placed it into a lunchbox before heading out to look for Bulletin Feng. After Bulletin Feng had tasted his egg fried rice, without exception, he entered his criticizing mode and criticized Xiao Zilong's egg fried rice to the point of making one feel that everything about it was wrong, so much so that Xiao Xiaolong started to wonder about the meaning of his life. Ultimately, however, Bulletin Feng still accepted him. After all, this was the first time Xiao Xiaolong had cooked egg fried rice. It was already not easy for him to be able to reach this kind of standard. And Bulletin Feng could not possibly expect too much from him. This caused Xiao Zilong's heart to suffer another blow. Truly, he must have a strong heart to talk to Owner Bulletin regarding any matter. Once the opening hours ended, Bulletin Feng got Xiao Xiaolong to stay behind. Come, follow me into the kitchen, Bulletin Feng said. Xiao Xiaolong was taken aback. He followed Bulletin Feng into the kitchen curiously. Inside the kitchen, Yu Fu was concentrating all her attention in cooking a portion of fragrant sweet and sour ribs. This caused Xiao Xiaolong to be amazed by her actions. Or perhaps, it might just be that everything in the kitchen filled Xiao Xiaolong with amazement. This kitchen was totally different from the kitchen he had at his Xiao mansion. It was as if he had entered an unfamiliar world. Everything here was all unheard of to Xiao Xiaolong. Bulletin Feng cooked a served of egg fried rice with practiced ease. Subsequently, he took out 3 portions of ingredients and placed them on the cooking bench. Bulletin Feng got Xiao Xiaolong to start practicing in the exact same way he taught Yu Fu. Just like then, it was simple and rough. After the guidance, Bulletin Feng returned to his room to sleep. The kitchen was still brightly lit with Xiao Xiaolong staring at everything that was prepared in front of him. Under the enthusiastic Yu Fu's assistance, Xiao Xiaolong haphazardly started working on the first portion of egg fried rice. The next day, Bulletin Feng opened up his eyes and got off his bed. After he had finished washing up, he went to the kitchen. There he found another cooking bench resting quietly in the corner of his kitchen. Bulletin Feng leaned against the kitchen door frame and patted on Whitey's big belly with a smile on his lips. The system voice reverberated in his ears in a strict and timely manner, "My host, congratulations on completing the ad hoc mission. Within a month's time, find 2 chef apprentices. The mission reward has been released." Chapter 244, Go Forth. The first stop on the delicacy map. The 2 chef apprentices were finally found and they were talented. Although the dishes that Yu Fu cooked could not be compared to Bulletin Feng's, it was enough to make customers want to pay for it, which was already a big improvement. Xiao Xiaolong had just become an apprentice, so he would require more practice and experience before he could reach Yu Fu's level. All these required time to train. After all, culinary skills were not something that could be achieved overnight. Real chefs underwent countless practices to attain that level of ability. In the following half a month or so, Bulletin Feng remained in the store to teach Yu Fu and Xiao Xiaolong culinary techniques and ways to cook dishes, mainly the signature dishes, egg fried rice, sweet and sour ribs and red braised meat. These were the store's best-selling dishes. Every morning, a rhythmic sound could be heard from the shop. This was the sound produced when the knife and the cutting board collided. Bulletin Fang, Xiao Long, and Yu Fu were meticulous when holding and using the knife to cut the ingredients. This was to train their cutting skills. Xiao Long originally intended to stay in the store itself, but Bulletin Fang rejected him as there was only one guest room in the store, which was already taken by Yu Fu. Although Xiao Zilong's appearance was average, he was still a male. Bulletin Fang knew clearly that he had to separate the two of opposite genders. The operation of the store was now on the right track, and with the help of Xiao Long and Yu Fu, Bulletin Fang's stress has been reduced significantly. Bulletin Fang taught them daily, and after training for half a month, they could now cook pretty well. Host, may I have your attention please? The first delicacy map transmission will begin in 2 hours. Bulletin Fang was barely awake from his sleep, and the solemn and strict sound of the system was lingering in his mind. He blanked out for a moment, feeling a little confused. It will start in 2 hours. Bulletin Fang yawned and got out of bed. There were still 2 hours, it is still early. After washing up in the bathroom, Bulletin Fang casually waved his hand and took out a notebook wrapped in cow skin from the system's storage space. The notebook was titled Recipe Notebook. This was Bulletin Fang's reward for completing the abrupt mission. This was an ancient notebook, and it even had an ancient formation carved on it. Flipping open the cow skin cover, there was only a piece of stainless, pure white paper. This recipe notebook, how do I use it? Bulletin Fang did not have a clue. However, since it was the reward for the temporary mission, it should not be such a simple notebook. After reading through it once, Bulletin Fang felt a little bored. There was only blank paper with no content at all. Bulletin Fang stored the notebook and placed some casual clothing into the system's storage space, then walked out of the room, entering the kitchen. Xiao Long came very early in the morning, cutting the ingredients with 2 knives in the kitchen. Good morning, boss. Xiao Long raised his neck in his free time and greeted Bulletin Fang as he saw him. Ever since he got in touch with culinary, Xiao Long was simply addicted to it. This genius now held a knife instead of a pen and really enjoyed himself. Bulletin Fang nodded his head, pleasingly looking at the 2 hard-working people while smiling. Yu Fu was now closer to Bulletin Fang, hence she was no longer as shy as before. She also smiled brightly when she saw Bulletin Fang. I would be out for a few days, so the 2 of you shall be responsible for running the store. In this period, the operation and the dishes of the store will rest on you both. Please do not tarnish our reputation. Bulletin Fang stood between the both of them and gently said. Xiao Long and Yu Fu were stunned and raised their heads. Owner Bulletin was leaving the store? Owner Bulletin, where are you going? The shop cannot live without you. We are so confused. Xiao Long put down the knives in his hands and looked at Bulletin Fang anxiously. What Bulletin Fang actually tried to do was to tell them that it was time to showcase their skills. But the 2 of them were still lacking confidence. After all, Bulletin Fang was there guiding them how to cook daily. With Bulletin Fang around, they would feel more secure. Bulletin Fang glanced at him, saying, do not panic, with Whitey around, no one will create trouble in the store. Xiao Long didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He did not mean it that way. As my apprentice, the 2 of you cannot be always living in my shadow. I hope that you all would follow your own path and have your own direction in life. The first thing that the 2 of you have to develop is your confidence. Bulletin Fang righteously voiced out, my temporary absence is to allow the 2 of you to train. I hope you will not let me down. Xiao Long and Yu Fu felt touched, but it seemed as if the words Bulletin Fang said were a little weird. No, the 2 of you shall practice your cutting and carving skill. I will start packing as I need to leave in less than 2 hours, exclaimed Bulletin Fang as he took some condiments and ingredients and put them into the system's storage. Xiao Long and Yu Fu exchanged glances, but all they could see was the nervousness in each other's eyes. They were finally officially starting their own business, so it was no wonder they were nervous. Relax, don't panic, boss trusts you, Bulletin Fang said as he took out many bottles from the cupboard. After preparing the ingredients, Bulletin Fang started cooking. He made a set of sweet and sour ribs for Blackie. After stroking its black fur, he returned to his room. The 2 hours deadline was about to end, and Bulletin Fang heard the sound of the system in his mind. The delicacy map started, all cameras ready. As the sound of the system stopped, Bulletin Fang's vision became blurry. The originally bright room instantly became dark, just as if he was wandering through the galaxy. As the stars disappeared, small dots of white lights appeared in front of Bullet Fang, creating a large light map. Every dot of light seemed to possess an unceasing amount of attraction. System transmission starts. Dig. There was a sudden sound from the robot and a transmission formation appeared at Bullet Fang's side. The light from the formation were unceasing and a fat body appeared from within the light. Bullet Fang's jaw dropped. Wasn't that Whitey? However, compared to the huge Whitey, the robot in front of him was much smaller, only the size of a normal human. It is still as fat as ever. Bullet Fang patted the stomach of this robot that resembled Whitey. This is the bodyguard to accompany the host in his journey through the delicacy map. It is one with Whitey and the host can still address it as Whitey. Its mission is to protect the host. If the host is in any danger, it will activate its automatic protective mode. Amazing! Bullet Fang's eyes glowed up and he patted on Whitey's head. Whitey's robotic eyes glowed up in red and gave Bullet Fang a familiar feeling. Although it was smaller in size, the smell was still the same as Whitey's. Host, please take note, map transmission starts now. Bullet Fang's expression froze and became serious, as he felt a little excited. Delicacy map, initial range, first location of transmission, Lightwind Empire, Hangyang region, Southern City. The system voice rang out, serious and cold, before becoming silent. Bullet Fang realized that there were lines made of light appearing above his head. That thin lines started combining, forming a sophisticated formation. Bullet Fang's vision became blurry and he felt himself being pulled by a force. Next moment, he vanished from the room. The pavilion 10 miles away from the southern city within Hangyang region, Lightwind Empire. The light appeared in the void and as the lights developed, a raging storm brew. A man came out from that storm. This was a shadow of a man, who was tall and skinny. His long hair were messed up as the raging storm brew. Bullet Fang heaved a sigh of relief. His hair was messed up by the strong winds and, behind him, Whitey's mechanical eyes lit up with red lights. He tied up his hair with a velvet rope and looked toward the big city not far away from him. It was a city that was surrounded by a river stream. The perimeter of the city walls were the river streams and surrounding the river was a thick forest. This was the first destination of the delicacy map, Hangyang region, Southern City. Chapter 245, Go on then, live. Southern City, in the Hangyang province, was situated at the southern part of Lightwind Empire. The empire's land area was not small, containing 7 large provinces with many large cities within each of them. 7 provinces, 3 cities, 1 large island. This saying summarized the layout of how Lightwind Empire would look like on a map. Hangyang province was one of those 7. The 3 cities referred to were the 3 great ancient cities, one of which was the capital. The capital, Western Mystery City, and Border City, all had extensive histories. Western Mystery City existed even before Lightwind Empire was established, and its history could be traced back to many previous dynasties. As for the large island, it could be said to be the nearest island to Lightwind Empire. The empire was very far away from any sea. The large island was the first island that Emperor Changfeng conquered and had previously been the Moon God Palace sect's monastic grounds. After Moon God Palace was conquered by Lightwind Empire, this island then became the land of the empire. There were many other large islands close to Moon God Island, with the most famous one being the Mahayana Islands. Even the 10 big sects were in fear of the power that resided in Mahayana Islands. Southern City was located within Hangyang province. Even though the province's strength was not the greatest among the 7 provinces, everyone knew that its proximity to the coast allowed it to be rich materially. It was the richest province in the empire, and Southern City was an extremely important city in Hangyang province. After Bullet Fang had tidied his messy hair, he turned toward the towering city walls of Southern City, which were still less majestic and sturdy than the capital's. Shili Pavilion was a place for rest, and few people came to this place. After resting for a moment, Bullet Fang walked toward Southern City. The reason for his trip was to find excellent food. Every location had its special local cuisine for sure, and because the culture of every area differed, the flavors in its local cuisine would also not be the same. Beyond Southern City's walls was a large river with surging currents, and the water flow was rapid. The crashing sounds of the waves were deafening. There was a fishing boat swaying in the river, with fishermen throwing out their net to catch large fish. At both ends of the river, there were many fishing enthusiasts who closed their eyes as they fished. They held their fishing rods, pulling on the long fishing line and waiting for the fishes to be hooked. A loud crash sounded, and the water splashed in all directions. A large and fleshy fish was hooked out, and its scales glistened under the sun. Bulletin Fang looked at the scene and nodded his head. Southern City's livelihood depended on this large river, and with such natural resources, it was not hard to figure out why the city was so rich. There would also surely be a large variety of seafood in the city. A slender silhouette moved through the official road, with Whitey following behind slowly in an inanimate manner. Occasionally, there would be fast-moving horse carriages on the official horses. The horses were not ordinary horses and were likely to be a type of spirit beast, as their bodies were covered by scales similar to fish scales. Their limbs were filled with strength and moved rapidly like the wind. Southern City had large city walls, and there were 4 large gates around it. The river spanned through the city gates, and it ended at a large bridge for people to pass through. As it got closer to Southern City, there was an increase in the number of people on foot. These people were carrying heavy travel bags containing different types of fruits and vegetables. Some of these people were also fishing enthusiasts who had caught some fish. At the city gate, there were armored guards who did thorough checks on people, their belongings, and products as they entered the city. After the checks, the fishing enthusiasts had to pay an amount depending on the mass of the fishes they caught before they were allowed to enter the city. The people that carried fruits and vegetables also had to pay a fee. In Southern City, fruits and vegetables were rarer products compared to products from the sea. Of course, apart from these traders who came and went, there were also travelers like Bulletin Fang who came to the city. Bulletin Fang was very cooperative when the guards checked him. However, the guards had certain suspicions about Whitey. "This is my puppet," Bulletin Fang calmly replied the guard's question. "Comrade Lu, I think this gentleman is what legends describes as a puppet master. I read it from some books. These puppets are similar to servants," a guard said excitedly. "Oh my, Ergo, I really didn't expect you to know about puppet masters, you must share more about puppeteer stories with us." The corners of Bulletin Fang's mouth curled up. Seeing the guards speaking amongst themselves in a local accent, he did not talk any further to them. He tapped Whitey's huge belly and stepped into Southern City. The city was not any less prosperous than the capital. The floor was laid out with bricks that were extremely even and comfortable to walk on. Row after row of buildings filled the city, although these buildings were not tall. They had white tiles and black walls, and the tall buildings looked a little weird. Although the colors were very plain, one did not get tired of looking at them. Bulletin Fang seemed distant in thought, and felt as if he had been transported back to the memories of the water villages of Jiangnan. The current inside the city was not as rapid, being slower and gentler instead. On the river, there were flowery lanterns and boats. There were even idle gentlemen who were at the bows of ships reciting poetry to each other as they held to their paper fans. The culture in Southern City was more gentle when compared to the capital. This could be said to be the difference between the two regions. Bulletin Fang walked to a street that was more crowded. The people around the street were visibly more active. On both sides of the streets, there were many traders peddling their goods, and the fragrance of aromatic food filled the air in a captivating sense. "Hey handsome, it's a great day, welcome to Spring Fragrance Brothel." Bulletin Fang was looking around when his ears heard an alluring tune. This was quickly followed up with a rich smell of rouge powder which unsettled him, causing him to twitch his eyebrows. As Bulletin Fang turned, he saw a scantily clad lady, with rouge powder as makeup on her face, swaying her body as she moved toward him. When Bulletin Fang saw the lady, he hurriedly took a few steps back. What the hell was this? The lady had decent looks which were above average, but she looked at Bulletin Fang with the predatory gaze of a wolf, or even a tiger. When Bulletin Fang took a few steps back, the lady followed closely, and immediately held his arm tightly to her body. Bulletin Fang's face froze, and he could feel his arm pressing against something voluptuous. "Sir, you must have just arrived in Southern City. How about coming to Spring Fragrance Brothel as well? Come, please enter," the lady said charmingly in a flirtatious tone as she covered her smile with a handkerchief. The rich smell of the rouge powder made Bulletin Fang's nose itchy, and he could not help but let out a sneeze. Covering his nose, Bulletin Fang's eyebrows twitched as he extracted his arm from the embrace of the lady, saying, "Do not come near me, let's talk things out." The lady was stunned, and thereafter let out a smile as she waved her handkerchief. Bulletin Fang looked around and noticed many other ladies who were similarly scantily clad. They were smiling and laughing as they brought men into this gorgeous and exquisite-looking brothel. "Sir, why are you still hesitating? Spring Fragrance Brothel is famous in the entire Hangyang province. This place can help you to regain your confidence," the lady said with a sweet smile, waving her handkerchief. The smell of the rouge powder once again entered into Bulletin Fang's nose. Bulletin Fang retreated a few steps back in disgust, shaking his head and covering his nose. He wanted to turn around and leave. The smell of the rouge was too strong, and to someone like Bulletin Fang, whose senses were very sensitive, this was simply torture. "Please excuse me, I am only interested in tasty food. Does Spring Whatever Brothel serve any good food?" Bulletin Fang asked in a muffled tone as he covered his nose. The lady was stunned, and at the same time felt that the handsome man in front of her was an interesting person. She winked and said, "Good food, of course there is good food, many types of good food. Whatever taste you desire, we have it here. But stop asking so much, you will know once you come in, Spring Fragrance Brothel will definitely not disappoint you. Those who enter it enjoy themselves so much that they even forget to return home." The lady once again moved and grazed Bulletin Fang's body, holding onto his arm and bringing him into the brothel. Although Bulletin Fang was a chef, this lady's tone was seductive and charming, which made him wonder. Was this brothel the one that legends were talking about? Bulletin Fang was deep in thought, and when he snapped out of it, he had unknowingly been brought into the brothel. His eyes widened. Red flashing lights illuminated White E's mechanical eyes, and it raised its fan-like palms to scratch its rounded head. It then stepped out to follow Bulletin Fang in. Upon entering the brothel, Bulletin Fang was amazed. The interior of the brothel was as splendid as its exterior, with many activities going on and an endless stream of people. "Sisters, welcome the customer." The lady pulled Bulletin Fang in and waved her handkerchiefs as she shouted. As Bulletin Fang was still stunned, a group of ladies giggled and came to him. An uncomfortable feeling started to emerge within him. Did he enter the wrong place? Was this the place that legend described as heaven for men? Chapter 246, This dish is bad. At the heart of the wildlands, there was a city with many buildings. It was surrounded by thick walls that were built to protect it. Within the city, there were rows after rows of houses. At the center of this city, there was a black tower that seemed to be made of alloy, and every floor of the tower looked incredible. The black color on the tower gave off the feeling of a very simple and unadorned architecture style. Shang Mu stood in front of the tower. The two elderly people who sat on the high above the first level of the tower scanned him before allowing him through. He thanked them and entered the tower. He walked up the winding stairs and did not stop until he reached the top of the tower. There was only one room. Shang Mu mumbled some words and that steel door that was sealed tight started opening, making a loud noise in the process. He respectfully entered the room and found himself staring into pitch blackness. "Great Elder Xiaoyu. I, Shang Mu, humbly requests your presence." Shang Mu lowered his head and paid respect while entering this pitch-black yet spacious room. Buzz. The air buzzed. A muscular figure appeared from the darkness and slowly walked out. The figure looked humongous, even when compared to Xiada. Looking at the muscles, one could not help but to feel pressured and threatened. A fervent glint crossed Shang Mu's eyes before swiftly passing as he respectfully cupped his hands. "Young Temple Master Shang, why have you come here?" Xiaoyu's body was as huge as a ferocious beast, and yet his footsteps barely made a sound, as if he was hovering along rather than walking. "Great Elder Xia Da is dead," Shang Mu answered in a voice full of grief. All of a sudden, the beast was filled with rage and anger. He stared and coldly uttered, "What did you just say? While Xiada may be my younger brother, he is still at the level of a war god. How could he die so easily? It's not like he is brainless. I even warned him not to provoke those few old monsters. Why would he die?" Shang Mu trembled and cold sweat ran down his back. Xiaoyu was a great elder of the three godly temple of the wildlands. Needless to say, his cultivation level was unfathomable. He achieved the echelon of a war god years ago and was even close to becoming a supreme being. It had been many years since then, and no one knew what was his cultivation level now. Shang Mu fearfully explained to the raging Xiaoyu what happened in Lightwind Empire, after which he kept his lips sealed tight. His fear was caused by the icy cold killing intent the hulking man before him radiated, and even the air around him seemed to freeze up in fear as well. He dares to kill my brother. Even if he were a supreme being, he would have to pay the price. Xiaoyu gritted his teeth, eyes turning red with killing intent. He then looked at Shang Mu and coldly yelled, "Get lost!" Shang Mu turned pale. He looked up at the fearsome Xiaoyu and despite his aggrieved state, left without saying a word. Leaving the tower, his face was as dark as night itself. At the end, however, he laughed. He laughed so uproariously, that the air around him seemed to reverberate from the laughter. Bulletin Fang could definitely attest that, right now, he had indeed entered the so-called man's paradise. It was said that Jiangnan in China was a place for philanderers. This southern city could be considered a southern region of the Light Wind Empire as well. In that sense, the two places seemed to overlap onto each other, not only in terms of location but in terms of their philandering ways as well. In the capital, places like brothels had to be more discreet as that was where the Son of Heaven lived. Bulletin Fang was an aspiring young chef back in his previous world, one that was laden with responsibilities. Naturally, he had no time for such places. Now, however, he found himself in just such a shady place that was so nicely renovated, it was even comparable to the compound of the palace. No wonder the southern city was considered the land of wealth in the Light Wind Empire. There was truly a lot of rich people there. Bulletin Fang's expression did not change although he felt perturbed. A place of debauchery, huh? It sounded amazing, but how was its food? Would there be any local delicacies there? If the Aunt Lu dragging him along right now knew of his actual thoughts, she would have probably given him a tight one across his face with her shoes. A grown man like you visits the spring fragrance brothel just to taste some food? How about showing some aspiration? Was what she would have probably said if she knew. Admittedly, his heart skipped a beat for the briefest of moments, but for the most part his expression remained calm despite being surrounded by a bevy of girls. Soon, he was brought to a resplendent room by Aunt Lu. Sitting by the table, Aunt Lu smiled and gestured for two young beautiful ladies to come over. Serve this young master. This young master has a special fetish, so remember to give him a few extra flavors, got it? Don't worry, Aunt Lu. This young master is so good looking, this servant's heart is giddy just thinking about it. Aunt Lu covered her mouth with a handkerchief and laughed, youngsters, remember to restrain yourselves, Aunt Lu will leave first. Chun Hua, Chu Yu, it's up to you now. Aunt Lu worked in this industry for years and developed sharp eyes for identifying rich men just by looking at their clothing and temperament. Bulletin Fang was neatly dressed and his facial appearance was clean as well. The clothes on him were clearly made of expensive material. Based on her astute judgment, she identified that it was made in a silk villa in the capital. The silk made there was very expensive and a normal person would usually be unable to afford it. Based on all that, this young man was surely a rich person. He might just be a playboy from the capital who came here to have fun. If not for his perceived status, she would not have grabbed Bulletin Fang in, no matter how good-looking he was. The crowd dispersed and the place seemed to quieten down. Bulletin Fang felt more relaxed and finally managed to catch a breath. Young master, I heard from Aunt Lu you have unique tastes. Chun Hua was a very young girl. Her skin was as fair as snow and she looked at Bulletin Fang with her puppy dog eyes. A handsome young master that was so adored by Aunt Lu, how would she not be moved? The two of us might not be the most popular girls, but our beauty isn't too low either. Besides, Chu Yu changed her sight and sauntered beside Bulletin Fang in small steps. She laid her tender hands on Bulletin Fang's shoulder, and gently whispered, us sisters have all kinds of tastes as well. Whatever you want, we'll provide for you. Bulletin Fang frowned as the rouge smell on Chu Yu almost made him sneeze. However, after rubbing his nose, he held it in. He then calmly scanned the gorgeous room and poured himself a piping hot cup of tea. A concentrated tea smell came out from the cup. The slight bitterness of the tea somewhat cleared his mind and brightened his eyes. The tea, it's not bad. Chun Hua and Chu Yu were shocked, neither understanding the situation at all. I'm feeling a little hungry. Do you have anything nice to eat here? Bulletin Fang glanced at Chu Yu. He had seen many pretty girls and Chun Hua and Chu Yu were also very beautiful. However, when compared to sources of calamity like Xiao Yunyu and Ni Yan. Haha. Ah? Young master is hungry? This servant will have some food prepared right away. The stunned Chun Hua chuckled and left the room. Oh! Remember to bring one of every dish, especially if it is a specialty in the southern city. Bulletin Fang added as he looked at Chun Hua's swaying figure. Chun Hua, who just stepped out of the room, staggered. Young master, you are so humorous. This was the first time she had seen a customer come to the Spring Fragrance brothel and specially ask for their local delicacies. Did he think this was a restaurant? This Spring Fragrance brothel's environment is really good. If only the rouge smell was a little lighter, it would be a lot better. All that pink is really disrupting the mood. Bulletin Fang thought to himself. Chu Yu looked at Bulletin Fang, who just took a sip of tea, and walked behind him. She used her tender palms to give Bulletin Fang a shoulder massage. Young master, you haven't told your servant what flavor you prefer. Aunt Lu instructed us to take good care of you. The moment he had his shoulders massaged, Bulletin Fang felt that something was weird. Immediately, his face revealed his confusion and he gave a dry cough. Hey, stop the massage, it's freaky. Open up the door, my puppet is still outside, bring it in. Chu Yu was stunned. Puppet? Opening up the door, Chu Yu nearly jumped back in fright as she saw the fat lump of iron with red eyes standing at the doorway. That's it. Bring it in and please serve the dishes soon, exclaimed Bulletin Fang. After Chu Yu led Whitey into the room, the atmosphere in the room became a lot less bewitching. Chu Yu truly found the sight unusual. Are these people really here to tour the brothel? Why does this situation feel a little off? She thought to herself. After a while, Chun Hua returned and behind her were a few maids. These maids were all young and their face still looked innocent. Each came in with a fragrant dish that would bring a sparkle to most. Bulletin Fang looked at these dishes and took a deep breath. Looking at these dishes made him feel more comfortable. Young master, these are the famous dishes of the southern city. Lotus flower soup, it tastes really good. This is drunken sweet fish. This one is reminiscent lotus root. Chun Hua pointed at every dish and introduced them to Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang nodded his head, picked up the chopsticks and took a piece of the so-called reminiscent lotus root. He put the lotus root into his mouth and it tasted crispy and sour. Bulletin Fang instantly frowned. Bad. The lotus roots are too old, and the texture is terrible. Besides, you added too much vinegar. Chun Hua and Chu Yu shockingly looked at Bulletin Fang, who talked incessantly, and could not stop nagging. The jaw of the maids who served the dishes dropped, not knowing how to react. Brother, are you messing with us? Did you really come to a brothel to critique its food? Chapter 247, A mere chef dares to cause trouble in a brothel? Aunt Lu. Spring Fragrance Brothel, first floor. Aunt Lu, who was sitting on the chair massaging her thigh, heard someone calling out for her. Subconsciously, she raised her head. She saw Chun Hua whose face was of one who didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she ran over. What's wrong? What are you doing here and not serving that young master? Aunt Liu's face was filled with puzzlement. She had wasted a long time hoodwinking that stupefied young master before managing to pull him in. No matter how she saw it, that young master was a cash cow. She must not neglect him at all. No. Aunt Lu, this young master, is a little weird. Chun Hua's pretty face was showing a very weird expression. It was as if she wished to laugh but could not. This was her first time meeting such a weird man. He had actually come over to a brothel filled with women to sample food and for fun. Furthermore, he could have just focused on eating his dishes and then had fun after that, but the scoundrel just kept on prattling while eating his dishes. Aunt Lu listened to Chun Hua's narration with a look of marvel on her face. Previously, she had also heard Bulletin Fang asking her if Spring Fragrance Brothel had anything to eat. Aunt Lu thought that was Bulletin Fang just asking her in a very vague manner. Never had she expected it was just her misconception. That scoundrel was really here to eat food. Thus, the two hastily went back to that room. Before she even stepped near the room however, she heard his unceasing criticism resonating out from it. Is this drunken sweet fish or is it vinegar fish? Why did they pour so much vinegar in it? Are they trying to sour the diner to death? Furthermore, why is the fish flesh so tough? Was the temperature managed by a newbie chef? This is lotus flower soup? It should be rice paste instead. It's so starchy and does not even have any taste. Do you think that just because you had arranged it in a lotus flower shape, it would become a lotus flower soup? This floral barbecue duck, did you even defeather it properly? Do you expect me to eat the duck or its feathers? Bulletin Fang frowned. Each time he tasted a dish, he would ridicule it coldly with a loathing expression. Furthermore, with the way he heaped on dislike and criticism for all their dishes, even the maids themselves were stunned. Were all those dishes truly garbage? Even though their spring fragrance brothel head chef was not as good as those head chefs in the genuine big restaurants in Southern City, his culinary skills weren't bad either. The taste of every dish he cooked was still pretty decent, but when those dishes were placed in front of this young man, why did it seem like they had all turned to garbage? The moment Aunt Lu entered the room, she took a look at Bulletin Fang, who was criticizing unceasingly. Immediately, her face became a little awkward while Chu Yu stood at the side, feeling extremely wrong. Aya! Young master, what's going on? Could it be that Chun Hua and Chu Yu did not serve you well? Aunt Lu sat beside Bulletin Fang and said with a beautiful smile. Bulletin Fang did not reply to her question, but instead, he picked up a piece of pork rib and took a bite. After that, he placed the pork rib back onto his bowl. The heat used to fry this pork ribs is completely wrong. Did the chef who made this dish just started learning how to cook? It is very obvious that the heat of a pan is very important when it comes to cooking a dish. However, almost all the dishes he had cooked were done with a bare satisfactory heat intensity. Aunt Lu coughed once and her complexion was quite ugly. This kid! If it was not because you looked like a wealthy man, I would have long fallen out with you. Young master, our spring fragrance brothel is not a restaurant. Aren't your demands a little too stringent? The smiling expression on Aunt Liu's face gradually disappeared. Chun Hua and Chu Yu stood behind her, pouting and nodding their heads. Bulletin Fang's chopstick reached out to the last dish. It was a plate of buns and was still emitting hot steam. The aroma of it was pretty good. This dish was called pan-fried pork bun. It was placed into a pan filled with a layer of oil and was pan-fried till it had become golden yellow. While pan-frying it, the chef would have to add pressure to the top of the bun. The skin of the dish was crispy while the meat was tender. It was incomparably fragrant. Bulletin Fang's eyebrow pricked up after taking a bite off the pan-fried pork bun. The taste was quite good. It was a lot better compared to the other dishes. However, the flaws in it were truly too many. The dough used was too hard, so the skin ended up too hard and chewy as well. Such a bun skin would easily get stuck in between the diner's teeth. The fragrance of it is not dense enough. The grease inside hasn't been fully rendered out. The heat used to cook the pan-fried pork bun wasn't controlled well. Young master. Aunt Lu looked at Bulletin Fanji, who had started to talk non-stop again. She was taken aback by it and quickly interrupted Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang's complexion was very indifferent. He put down the chopsticks on his hand and said, regardless of where you are, since you endeavor to provide dishes for your customers, you will have to be responsible for your dishes. After all, food is one of the ways to make your customers stay. As a chef, one has to attach importance to every dish one makes. Strictly speaking, it would be beneficial to you people. Aunt Liu's face got even colder when she heard Bulletin Fang's words. Food was meant to be eaten, and as long as it could fill one's stomach, it was fine. Coming over to Spring Fragrance Brothel to eat was just so they could fill their stomach and would have the energy to do the thing everyone knew of. Why was it that when it came to Bulletin Fang, there was just so much obstacles hindering her way? This scoundrel must be here to cause trouble. Or could it be that this scoundrel in front of her is a professional chef? Young master, my Spring Fragrance Brothel might be just a romantic location in Southern City, but we will not allow anyone to bully or humiliate us. When your servant here saw young master's majestic appearance, I thought that you might be one of those elegant and graceful wealthy young masters. But it seems like this is the first time that I, Aunt Lu, has made an error of judgment. Since you are so focused on the dishes, and are so fussy about the taste, going so far as to criticize it with such clarity, could it be that sire is a chef? The more Aunt Lu spoke, the more impolite she got. Ultimately, the address she used changed from young master to sire. This was the tempo of wanting to thoroughly shed all pretense of cordiality. However, Aunt Lai was indeed not afraid of shedding all pretense of cordiality. The amount of influence her Spring Fragrance Brothel had in Southern City was not something that could be imagined by a commoner. When it came to those troublemakers, basically none of them had a good ending after offending them. That's right. I am a chef. Bulletin Fang nodded his head seriously. Puchi. Chun Hua and Chu Yu who were standing behind Aunt Lu covered their mouths and started laughing. Chef? This guy in front of them was actually a chef? Previously, all of them thought that this guy was some rich young master and became immeasurably self-satisfied when they were chosen to serve him. Never had they expected that the other party was a poor chef. Chun Hua and Chu Yu tried to imagine the youth in front of them, who looked rather handsome and elegant, wearing on a white gown covered in grease and a towel which was dangling around their neck, with their face covered with oil and was sweating non-stop like the chef they had in their brothel. Immediately, both of them could not help but shudder. When Aunt Lu heard Bulletin Fang's words, her red phoenix eyes widened up in shock. The slight smiling expression that had been on her face had also disappeared as she stared at Bulletin Fang coldly. Chef? This guy in front of her eyes was actually just a chef. How much money could a chef possibly have? Bang! The more Aunt Lu thought of it, the angrier she got. She slapped on the table ferociously and the dishes on the table immediately produced crashing sounds. All the maid inside the room looked at Aunt Lu and cringed. Chun Hua and Chu Yu were frightened by it as they backed a step away. They knew that Aunt Lu was angry and an angry Aunt Lu was a scary one. The two ladies glimpsed at Bulletin Fang while gloating at his misfortune. However, when they saw the calm and indifferent expression on Bulletin Fang's face, they felt eccentric about it. Bulletin Fang astonishingly took a glance at the fierce lady who slapped the table. What did she mean? What's wrong with being a chef? For what reason did she have to look down on a chef? Merely a poor and destitute chef, and you actually dare to come to my spring fragrance brothel to act as a big shot? It seems that if don't teach you a lesson today, you would really think that my spring fragrance brothel is a place you can muck around in. Aunt Lu stood up. Her twin peaks kept on moving up and down while she said coldly. Bulletin Fang frowned for a moment. His complexion had also turned chilly. This woman was too unreasonable. Wasn't she the one who dragged him in? When did it become him coming in to act as a big shot? Chun Hua, go and call the guards over. Today, I must teach this kid a small lesson. It's a pity that I have to waste a table worth of expensive ingredients to do so. Aunt Lu said. Chun Hua nodded her head without delay. She felt that at this moment, Aunt Lu was in a fit of anger. It's better for her to obediently listen to what Aunt Lu said. Chef. Humph. Poor and destitute chef. Aunt Lu glared at Bulletin Fang while she shook her head continuously and sneered. There were actually times when she had made an error in judgment. As a matter of fact, Aunt Lu was clear in her heart that being a chef did not mean being poor. But, since the start, she had already thought Bulletin Fang was a rich young master. After all, he possessed the temperaments and appearance that a rich young master should have. However, the moment she realized he was actually just a chef and the discrepancy between what she had expected was too big, she couldn't help but to fly into rage out of humiliation. Comparing a chef to a young master, it was practically comparing the difference between a pheasant and a phoenix, the disparity between heaven and earth. Chun Hua returned very quickly. Behind her, a group of muscular men who exposed their muscles and were wearing mandarin jackets flocked in. All these muscular men's faces were very fierce-looking and tyrannical. The moment these men came in, it caused the maids in the room to be intimidated as they flinched and retreated. Ayo! Aunt Lu, what's wrong? Which lowly person dares to cause trouble again? Oh! The person who is causing trouble this time is a pretty boy. The leading muscular man looked at Aunt Lu lustfully and said with a big smile. Guard Chen, this kid did not have any money but still tried to pose as a big shot. Merely a poor and destitute chef, and he actually dares to come over to our spring fragrance brothel to act so ostentatiously to swindle us. He had even criticized our food. He's up to your disposal. Aunt Liu's complexion had eased up a little. She pointed at Bulletin Fang and said coldly. Oh! Kid, you are quite courageous to actually come over to spring fragrance brothel to create trouble. Are you tired of living? Guard Chen's eyes widened up while holding onto the burning fire stick on his hand. His leg stepped onto the chair beside Bulletin Fang as he slanted his eyes and looked at Bulletin Fang. Those guards behind him also eyed Bulletin Fang with a taunting and predatory gaze. Coming over to spring fragrance brothel to create trouble. Was he looking for death? Hwalala. The teapot was lifted up slightly with the piping hot tea flowing out from the teapot mouth as it was poured into a teacup. Bulletin Fang held onto the teacup and drank a sip of tea calmly while savoring its taste. The only thing that was barely enough to make him felt pleased about in the spring fragrance brothel would be this tea in front of him. After drinking the tea, Bulletin Fang looked at the surrounding people unhurriedly. He looked at those guards who were eyeing him covetously and Aunt Lu who was loathing him incessantly. Suddenly, the corner of Bulletin Fang's mouth opened slightly. Chapter 248, I never thought you were like this, Owner Bulletin. Bulletin Fang's calm composure surprised the surrounding crowd. Guard Chen narrowed his eyes, with the muscles on his face quivering. He was utterly irritated by this fellow's unperturbed nature. What was the meaning of this? Was he looking down on the guard of Spring Fragrance Brothel? Everybody who sought to make a scene at the Spring Fragrance Brothel trembled with fear when they came across him, Guard Chen. This was the first time he had encountered someone so undaunted. Bulletin Fang finished his cup of tea and exhaled a soft breath. He eyed the glowering Guard Chen coolly, then scanned the taunting crowd of people around him before standing up slowly. Who told you to stand up? Sit down. Seeing that Bulletin Fang dared to stand up, Guard Chen's face darkened even more. He twirled the fire iron in his hands and aimed it at Bulletin Fang's shoulder, trying to keep him in his seat. Bulletin Fang lifted his hands up gently and grasped the fire iron that Guard Chen launched his way. His expression remained calm. By now, Bulletin Fang's cultivation level had reached 6th grade Battle Emperor. In reality, he did not have strong combat abilities, and was only comparable to the worst of 5th grade warriors when facing an average 6th grade one. Yet, this Guard Chen, despite his ferocious appearance, merely had a cultivation of 4th grade battle spirit. A 4th grade battle spirit. Bulletin Fang was not the least bit intimidated. Bulletin Fang stood bolt upright, unrestrained by the fire iron. He managed to pull it toward him, sending Guard Chen down on his knees. The chair beneath the latter's feet crashed onto the floor. You brat! Guard Chen was enraged. He didn't expect this fellow to make a move when he was so outnumbered. Was he trying to get killed? Bulletin Fang fiddled with the fire iron. Suddenly bored with it, he tossed the fire iron carelessly on the side, which clanked as it landed on the floor. Reckless. When it comes to being so foolish and imprudent at the Spring Fragrance Brothel, you're a first. Guard Chen's fury burned like flames. True energy surged out of his body, sending violent winds thrashing through the entire room. Bulletin Fang wrinkled his brows. This fellow didn't know when to stop, huh? Bang! Forces of energy burst out of Guard Chen's body, accompanying his smug laughter. Amongst the bodyguards in the Spring Fragrance Brothel, he had the highest cultivation level, because of which he was appointed the head of the guards. His cultivation level was something he deemed his greatest asset. A 4th grade battle spirit was already considered a top-tier warrior around there. Since the southern city was one big on trades and commerce, few strong warriors resided in it. Bulletin Fang glimpsed at him calmly. He didn't understand where this burly fellow got his confidence. Never mind a 4th grade battle spirit. Bulletin Fang was someone who had already encountered 8th grade war gods. It was natural he didn't think that highly of 4th grade battle spirits. Stop bothering me. He was not in the mood to get involved with these people. Bulletin Fang uttered this coolly as the energy within his energy core began to circulate. True energy gushed out of his body, releasing a formidable pressure. Guard Chen was hit with this force of pressure before getting a chance to unleash his own true energy. In that instant, he almost jumped up in fright. This gigolo-like young man, with such fair and clear skin, had suddenly become a towering mountain, nearly crushing him out of breath. What a terrifying level of true energy! Bang! The layer of true energy enveloping Guard Chen's body immediately shattered. His entire figure staggered several steps backwards as he slumped onto the floor butt first. The muscles on his face trembled as his lips quivered. Crap, this pale-faced man turned out to be a 6th grade battle emperor. This level of power was one he had only felt before on the chief general of the southern city. At this point, he wanted badly to slap that damned Aunt Lu out of her nonsense. What did she mean by making a scene, or merely a shabby chef? This guy before their eyes was a 6th grade battle emperor. This fellow could squash him with the lift of a single finger. Make a scene? How ridiculous! Even the big bosses behind the Spring Fragrance Brothel dared not offend a 6th grade battle saint. In the southern city, 6th grade battle saints were the big dogs. Bulletin Fang's pressure wasn't one of absolute domination. Instead, it was more serene and calm, much like his own personality. Nonetheless, it was still that of a 6th grade battle saint. Hence, everyone present felt somewhat stifled by that force of pressure. Bulletin Fang looked around and noticed the frightened crowds. He suddenly raised his eyebrows, feeling a little bored. He took out a piece of crystal from the system's storage space and tossed it casually onto the table. The sparking crystal made a crispy sound as it hit the table. That very sound echoed in the ears of Aunt Lu and her crew, turning their legs to jelly. Aunt Lu felt like a brainless dummy. She made the wrong call, yet again. This young man was no chef at all, and was instead a strong battle emperor. Aunt Lu wanted desperately to weep. Why did he have to torture her this way? Bulletin Fang held his hands behind his back and scanned his surrounding coolly. At last, his gaze landed on Aunt Lu. With his lips curled, he asked, "Is one crystal enough to pay for the food?" Aunt Lu's legs trembled. She wanted to cry but had no tears to shed. Nodding hurriedly, she replied, "Enough, enough, definitely enough. A piece of crystal was enough to purchase this entire room, let alone these dishes. These food were all made with ordinary ingredients and wasn't worth much." "Good. Then I have another question for you. Be honest," Bulletin Fang stated calmly. Aunt Lu felt her heart tighten, but still nodded quickly. "Tell me about the specialty cuisine of the southern city. Where can I find gourmet delicacies around here?" Bulletin Fang asked in a serious tone. Hi?" Aunt Lu was at loss, and so were the others around them. He was asking about food? None of them expected Bulletin Fang to end with a question like this. In fact, this was rather amusing. Aunt Lu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Bulletin Fang didn't demolish the spring fragrance brothel out of anger, she was happy enough. "Sir, haven't you just tasted the specialty cuisine of the southern city? It is that pan-fried pork bun, which counts as one of the top dishes of the southern city. The buns you had were cooked by the chef of our spring fragrance brothel. It is not surprising that you don't find them to your liking, since they aren't technically authentic," Aunt Lu replied. Bulletin Fang was taken back. It turned out that pan-fried pork bun was a specialty cuisine of the southern city? No wonder it tasted much better than the other dishes he had tried. "Then where can I get the authentic pan-fried pork bun?" "You can't anymore. The only person who could make the most authentic pan-fried pork bun is Miss Lin of the Lin's Steamed Bun House. Not only did she inherit her grandfather's cooking skills, she is also incredibly beautiful. In fact, she was named the Beauty of Bun in the southern city. It's a pity that she has married into the Xiao family and no longer cooks pan-fried pork buns anymore. To get a taste of pan-fried pork buns made by her hands is difficult nowadays." Aunt Lu sighed. She recalled the days when Lin's Steamed Bun House was so popular it had queues that went on for several blocks. It was a shame she could no longer relive these moments anymore. And that she could never eat her delicious pan-fried pork buns anymore. Why did she stop making pan-fried pork buns? How could she let such good cooking go to waste? Bulletin Fang frowned as he asked in confusion. Aunt Lu peered at Bulletin Fang cautiously and responded, "It's all because of the second master of the Xiao family. He doesn't want Miss Lin to expose herself in public all day long, and so stopped her from making the pan-fried pork buns. This is also why Lin's Steamed Bun House eventually shut down." The wealthy and influential Xiao family of the southern city? Since it was such an authentic gourmet delicacy, how could they allow it to simply disappear? Bulletin Fang was pretty upset. He had specifically visited the southern city in search of authentic specialty dishes. How could he return home empty-handed? "Got it, thank you for informing me." Bulletin Fang took in a deep breath, glanced at the nervous crowd again, and withdrew his force of pressure. Then, he turned around and stepped out of the store without another word. Whitey's mechanic eyes flashed red as it followed Bulletin Fang's steps. The two soon left the spring fragrance brothel. Everyone in the room breathed a sigh of relief and sank onto the floor. The force of pressure of a 6th grade battle emperor nearly squeezed the life out of them, making it hard for them to breathe evenly. It was fortunate that this young master did not seek to make things worse. Bulletin Fang had no intentions of making a scene. He merely came for the gourmet delicacies, yet the dishes of the spring fragrance brothel were plainly unsatisfying. Back onto the bustling streets of the southern city, Bulletin Fang did a little stretch. He felt much more clear-eyed and relaxed without the irritating scent of makeup surrounding him. Owner Bulletin. Just as Bulletin Fang was stretching himself, a gentle and pleasant female voice rang behind his back. Bulletin Fang's eyes narrowed as his face froze. His stretch was also paused midway. What the hell? How could there be somebody calling him Owner Bulletin? In the southern city? Bulletin Fang's heart trembled. He slowly twisted his head around only to see an elegant, eye-catching beauty. The lady wore a veil over her face, yet her eyes were as mesmerizing as an autumn lake. There was a trace of surprise in Xiao Yunyu's water-like eyes. She peered at the spring fragrance brothel on the side and then back at a dumbfounded Bulletin Fang. She looked like she had just made a new discovery. I never thought you were like this, Owner Bulletin. Xiao Yunyu remained dumbstruck as she muttered. Chapter 249, Ginger Sauce Tofu Pudding of the Small Alleyway. It's not what it looks like. Bulletin Fang looked at Xiao Yunyu. The corners of his mouth twitched upwards, forcing a smile that looked more like a weep. He truly came to the spring fragrance brothel for the food, just for the food. Xiao Yunyu lifted her delicate brows, her eyes flickering playfully. She was utterly bewildered to bump into Owner Bulletin in the southern city, a place so far away from the imperial city, let alone catch him coming out of the spring fragrance brothel. No matter how cold and aloof Owner Bulletin came across normally, he was a man after all. What would a man do in a brothel? Oh my god! She never expected Owner Bulletin to be like this. I get it, I get it. Owner Bulletin, you don't need to explain it to me. Xiao Yunyu nodded suggestively. Her eyes winked in a way that assured him she's got his back. After all, the imperial city is right under the nose of the emperor. It is relatively strict there. By comparison, the southern city is much better. It is known for its romantic atmosphere. What the hell do you know? Bulletin Fang couldn't decide whether to cry to laugh. His face began reflecting odd shades of color. In fact, this was probably the first time Xiao Yunyu witnessed so many expressions on Bulletin Fang's face. You know, men, all have certain needs. Xiao Yunyu was surprised to see Bulletin Fang's embarrassment. She found it rather amusing, and burst into a gentle laughter as she covered her mouth. Although she could tell at this point that Owner Bulletin didn't fool around in the spring fragrance brothel, she found his state of agitation to be simply hilarious. Bulletin Fang quickly regained his composure and put on his poker face, completing ignoring Xiao Yunyu, who was laughing her head off on the side. Fine, Owner Bulletin. This is a secret I'll remember. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Xiao Yunyu tried her best to hold in her laugh. Behind Xiao Yunyu was a young maid, who also gazed at Bulletin Fang in amazement. She found it simply bewildering that someone as elegant and refined as her Miss Xiao could laugh this heartily. Did her lady know this young man standing before them? By the way, Owner Bulletin, why did you come to the southern city? And when did you arrive? Xiao Yunyu asked out of curiosity. Well, I'm just here for a short trip. I heard there are many gourmet delicacies in the southern city, and came here to check it out. Bulletin Fang gave her a rather ambiguous answer. Xiao Yunyu was smart enough to see through that, and merely nodded. Here for gourmet delicacies? Though I am not extremely familiar with the southern city, surely I still know it better than Owner Bulletin. Perhaps I could take you on a tour, since I know the delicious foods of the southern city pretty well. Xiao Yunyu's eyes sparkled as she suggested this with a smile. Bulletin Fang was slightly taken aback but then quickly nodded. Having someone lead the way had to beat wandering around all alone. Otherwise, he could easily be dragged into another spring fragrance brothel unwittingly. Xiao Ya, go home and inform the master that I will be back late today. A cool expression returned to Xiao Yunyu's face as she instructed the young maid behind her. What? My lady, the master said I must be with you at all times. The maid became somewhat flustered. Xiao Yunyu replied her gently, just tell him I bumped into an old acquaintance, whom I intend to show around the southern city. It is not convenient to be accompanied by a maid. Bulletin Fang knitted his brows into a frown and shot a knowing glance at Xiao Yunyu. The maid was torn. But after Xiao Yunyu muttered a few more sentences, she turned around and walked away. Are you in some kind of trouble? Bulletin Fang peered towards Xiao Yunyu and asked calmly. Not exactly what you call trouble. I'm just annoyed with the extra tail behind my back. Xiao Yunyu gave him a tender smile and proceeded to walk ahead. As she strolled on, she looked back at Bulletin Fang and asked, "Did owner Bulletin do his research before coming to the southern city?" "Nope." Bulletin Fang answered her honestly. He was randomly placed in the southern city and had no time to learn about it beforehand. This is a water city located in the southern region. It is, of course, also south of the Light Wind Empire. The local customs are very much romantic in flavor, and the cuisine is also milder in taste. Spicy food is seldom seen around here. Instead, dishes like Dragon River vinegar fish, pan-fried pork bun, foie gras and sauce, are famous specialty cuisines of the southern city. Among them, the Dragon River vinegar fish and pan-fried pork bun are better known. Xiao Yunyu continued. However, due to certain reasons, the most authentic version of the pan-fried pork bun is long lost. The other pan-fried pork buns of the southern city are not that impressive, which is quite a pity. As for the Dragon River vinegar fish, another signature local dish, one can get it at the Drunken Fragrance restaurant. Xiao Yunyu evidently knew much more about the southern city than did Bulletin Fang. Every word she said hit the nail on the head, prompting Bulletin Fang to nod along as he learned about the local customs, cultures, and manners. But of course, Bulletin Fang's attention was focused on the part about food. The sound of Dragon River vinegar fish, pan-fried pork bun, and the other dishes all stimulated his appetite, causing his eyes to brighten. Suddenly, Xiao Yunyu stopped Bulletin Fang and pointed to a street vendor's stand at the distant corner of a small alleyway. The stand was not big at all, but on it there were a pottery vat, a wooden lid, and several porcelain bowls. As a whole, it looked quite shabby. "Owner Bulletin, don't look down on this small stand. This is actually another gourmet delicacy of the southern city, called ginger sauce tofu pudding. It actually tastes really good." Xiao Yunyu grinned and began walking toward it. Bulletin Fang's face froze. He cast a look at that stand and followed suit. The stand was very modest in size and belonged to an old lady in her 50s to 60s. Wrinkles covered her entire face, but her eyes brimmed with a loving kindness. "Auntie, can I have 2 orders of the tofu pudding?" Xiao Yunyu smiled gently at the old woman at the stand. The old woman took her hands out of her sleeves, responded warmly, and got to work. Bulletin Fang watched her movements closely as all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. Once the old lady uncovered the wooden lid on the pottery vat, a delicate fragrance of tofu instantly wafted through the air. A moist steam rose up, arousing one's appetite. "Young man, my tofu pudding is definitely the most authentic in the southern city. Everything was carefully processed by myself." The old woman, noticing Bulletin Fang staring at the pottery vat, immediately smiled kindly and reassured him. She grabbed a flat, round-shaped steel spatula. This instrument was made in a particular fashion. Its handheld was bent at 90 degrees against the round-shaped steel blade. The spatula itself was very flat, unlike the shape of a typical spoon. The old woman grabbed a somewhat worn-out, but very well-cleaned porcelain bowl. She held the steel spatula in one hand and extended it into the pottery vat. Shaking her hand, she pushed away the layer of liquid resting on top of the tofu and sliced it down skillfully. She cut out a thin layer of tofu pudding and poured it into the bowl, repeating the same movements until she had filled the entire bowl with fragrant tofu pudding. The old woman didn't hand them the porcelain bowl immediately and instead uncovered a small wooden bucket next to the pottery vat. Then, she scooped up a spoon of red-colored ginger sauce with a bamboo tube and poured it over the tofu pudding. This ginger sauce had a hint of sweetness, and gave the naturally smooth and white tofu a red sheen. It sparkled like a piece of red ruby, incredibly beautiful. The pungent taste of the ginger sauce, mixed with the mild scent of the tofu pudding, created a unique combination. "Here, young lady. Be careful, it's hot." The old woman handed Xiao Yunyu the ginger sauce tofu pudding warmly. Xiao Yunyu received it carefully. "Owner Bulletin, could you please help me take off my veil?" Xiao Yunyu's water-like eyes peered toward Bulletin Fang as she asked in a charming voice. Bulletin Fang's eyes were fixated on the ginger sauce tofu pudding in the porcelain bowl, and his tongue was licking his lips. Xiao Yunyu's words caught him by surprise. He answered her, all distracted. "Sure." When the thin veil was removed, Xiao Yunyu's smooth, delicate skin immediately came into sight. Her fair face was so supple that water could practically be squeezed out of it, and her ruby-red lips shone like delicately carved gems. She looked incredibly alluring and attractive. "Thanks, Owner Bulletin." The corners of Xiao Yunyu's mouth curled at a beautiful angle. A trace of smile appeared across her breathtaking, lovely face. Bulletin Fang suddenly felt a little awkward, took a step back, and responded calmly, "Not a problem." Xiao Yunyu simpered, and then pouted her lips to blow at the spoon of steaming ginger sauce tofu pudding. After a small sip, her exquisite face flushed slightly red. A blush smeared across her pale skin, making her look ever so captivating. "Young man, stop staring. This is yours." The old woman's teasing voice rang in Bulletin Fang's ears. He instantly snapped back, nodded at the old lady, and took over the bowl she handed him with both hands. The porcelain bowl was slightly warm. Inside, the mix of red ginger sauce and white tofu pudding spread a scent that teased one's taste buds. The beautiful color stimulated one's appetite even more. Bulletin Fang's eyes flickered. He felt as if he had returned to his previous lifetime. In his fuzzy memory, there was always an old woman or old man, found in small alleyways, selling tofu puddings that could warm one's heart. On his side, Xiao Yunyu squinted her eyes. She exhaled a hot breath after every bite of tofu pudding. Satisfaction was written all over her face. Bulletin Fang puckered his lips and laid his gaze upon the ginger sauce tofu pudding once more. Chapter 250, Foie Gras in Sauce. Bulletin Fang scooped up a spoonful of tender, silky smooth tofu pudding. The somewhat thick red ginger sauce trickled down the porcelain spoon. Steam rose from the tofu pudding, emitting with it a delicate fragrance alongside the unique pungency of the ginger sauce. He sent this spoon of tofu pudding into his mouth. The smooth and tender texture instantly filled his entire mouth, swimming at the tip of his tongue and playing with his taste buds. It added a sparkle to Bulletin Fang's eyes. There was also a shred of sweetness in the spicy ginger sauce. When it streamed through his teeth and tongue, it gave him a delightful sensation. The soft, tender tofu pudding slipped into his mouth. Barely any chewing was needed for it to glide down his throat and into his stomach, warming up his body at the same time. The moment Bulletin Fang took a bite, his eyes also squinted just like Xiao Yunyu's. He had to admit that there was always a special taste in foods sold by small street vendors like this old auntie. Its flavors were always so authentic and gave one a great sense of comfort. Digging into the tofu pudding, Bulletin Fang emptied his bowl in a short while. The old lady gave very generous servings of the tofu pudding. Xiao Yunyu, for one, had only eaten up half of hers. However, Bulletin Fang licked his bowl clean. This didn't mean the tofu pudding was such an exquisite dish. In comparison to the fish head tofu soup served in Bulletin Fang's own store, this tofu pudding was still yards behind. At the end of the day, the ingredients of this tofu pudding weren't anything precious or rare. But then again, the secret to this tofu pudding was the nostalgia it evoked. It was a restful state of mind that made one drift amidst the sea of time, as if caressed by gentle waves of water. Bulletin Fang licked his lips while still immersed in his thoughts. This subconscious action mirrored exactly how he ate tofu pudding as a child, making him look quite adorable. The old woman gazed at Bulletin Fang kindly, a smile hanging by the corners of her mouth. "Young man, do you want some more? I've got enough here. I'm good. Thank you, auntie. Your tofu pudding is delicious." The corners of Bulletin Fang's mouth curled into a warm, albeit somewhat stiff, smile. "Oh my god!" Owner Bulletin actually smiled. Xiao Yunyu almost coughed up the spoonful of tofu pudding she poured into her mouth. Owner Bulletin, who normally looked as if he has a paralyzed face, actually smiled. Xiao Yunyu stared at Bulletin Fang, making the latter feel somewhat unsettled. "What are you looking at?" Bulletin Fang glanced at Xiao Yunyu with a blank face and asked calmly. Noticing that Bulletin Fang had returned to his aloof self, Xiao Yunyu instantly broke into a smile. Her entire body shivered as she laughed uncontrollably. She hurriedly finished her serving of tofu pudding and handed the porcelain bowl back to the old woman. Bulletin Fang took out a golden coin and passed it to the old woman. "Young man, this is too much. Just pay me a copper coin." Upon seeing this golden coin, the old lady waved her hands swiftly. Merely 2 bowls of tofu pudding did not worth this much money. Bulletin Fang was taken aback, but then shook his head and pressed the gold coin on her, insisting, "Auntie, I think it's worth this much." This tofu pudding provided Bulletin Fang with a unique sensation. He didn't think 1 gold coin was an extravagant price to pay. If it were some genuinely bad dish, Bulletin Fang wouldn't let one get away without a lengthy lecture, let alone pay a golden coin. Both Xiao Yunyu and Bulletin Fang's firm attitude made it impossible for the old woman to resist. At the end, she gave in, holding the coin carefully in her hands. She blew at it softly, wiped it a bit, and then slipped it into her pocket. A gold coin was already a colossal sum of money to her. And so, she was naturally extra cautious with it. The old woman wanted to give both of them refills of tofu pudding, but Bulletin Fang and Xiao Yunyu turned her offer down with a smile. Then, the two left in search of other gourmet delicacies. The old woman watched as their figures faded. A kind smile appeared across her lips. On the lively streets of the southern city, the fragrance of tasty foods filled the air, stimulating one's appetite. Owner Bulletin, next, I'll take you to taste Dragon River vinegar fish, the most authentic specialty food in the southern city. Xiao Yunyu put on her veil again, concealing her breathtakingly beautiful face. The two kept on walking and quickly arrived at a building with rather unremarkable decors. The restaurant was 2 stories tall and appeared somewhat aged inside. The board hanging by the door read the words Drunken Fragrance Restaurant. These words were written in a lively fashion and contained a touch of faint ambiguity. The writing itself had a pacifying effect on its readers. It was evident that whoever wrote these words was no ordinary person. These 3 words Drunken Fragrance Restaurant were written by late Emperor Changfeng after he tasted this Dragon River vinegar fish when traversing the southern city. His offer to grant the store this writing was turned down at first since he traveled incognito and nobody knew his actual identity. That was an interesting incident. Xiao Yunyu recounted this background story as they stepped into the store. The store was crowded, bustling with customers who came and went. The rich aromas of dishes pervaded the air within the restaurant. "Waiter, a table on the 2nd floor please." Xiao Yunyu summoned a waiter who had a white towel draped over his shoulder. The waiter was taken aback at first but then smiled ever so warmly. Anyone who could afford meals on the 2nd floor was never short of money. This was because the dishes on the 2nd floor were much more expensive than those on the 1st. Bulletin Fang and Xiao Yunyu evidently didn't care about the difference in price. There were simply too many people on the 1st floor, making it was impossible to find a seat anytime soon. They would much rather go directly to the 2nd floor. Following the waiter's steps, they walked up the wooden stairs, which creaked between the boards, and ended up on the 2nd floor. On 2nd floor, the walls were a little bit narrower, but the entire area was more spacious. There were numerous seats up here and many were also occupied. The two found a spot next to the railings and sat opposite to each other. Bulletin Fang turned his head to inspect the view downstairs. From there, he could see the flourishing streets of the southern city in all its glamour, decorated lanterns, visitors, the talented, the beauties, and everything one could wish for. "Waiter, I'd like an order each of Dragon River vinegar fish and foie gras in sauce. As for the other appetizers, just decide for us." Xiao Yunyu winked her eyes gently as she instructed. The waiter was stupefied by her mesmerizing glance. The waiter snapped out of it quickly, feeling quite awkward. He nodded his head and turned around to leave. The Dragon River vinegar fish is made with plump fishes found in the streaming river right outside the southern city. This fish is merely a second-grade ingredient, but it is extremely fleshy and emits a delicate fragrance. Once cooked, the flesh of the meat spreads open into thin pieces. It tastes extremely delicious. Xiao Yunyu propped her chin up with her beautiful wrists, holding her elbow against the table. She blinked her lovely eyes and gazed at Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang nodded. He recalled seeing plenty of fishermen fishing outside of the city on his way in. The enormous, plump fish swimming in the waters looked very appealing. They chatted for a while. Then, the waiter returned with a dish. In the porcelain plate was foie gras in sauce. The Drunken Fragrance Restaurant doesn't make the best foie gras in sauce, but it is very similar to the most authentic version. Owner Bulletin can give it a try. It is a perfect choice for an appetizer. Xiao Yunyu took off her veil once more, revealing her stunning beauty, and beamed at Bulletin Fang. The waiter who brought the dish was simply beguiled by this scene. He had never seen such an attractive woman. But he regained his composure soon and left uneasily to bring more dishes. Bulletin Fang grabbed the bamboo chopsticks from the table and picked up a small piece of foie gras dipped in a crimson shade sauce. That sauce was made of various spices and ingredients, giving off a pungent and slightly acidic scent. The foie gras itself was not hard in texture and instead appeared rather viscous. Once in the mouth, it tasted somewhat astringent in itself. This sharp flavor, mixed with the slightly pungent and acidic sauce, lit up Bouletin Fang's eyes. This was a cold dish and did justice to the original taste of the foie gras. None of its unique aroma was lost. Not bad, het. Xiao Yunyu smiled as she also picked up her chopsticks and delivered a piece of foie gras into her mouth. Though this foie gras was not as famous as the Dragon River vinegar fish served here, it was still a splendid dish. Almost everyone who came to dine at the Drunken Fragrance restaurant would order the foie gras and sauce. The taste is pretty good. But then again, it is a cold dish, so no control of the fire and temperature is tested. It demands for skillfulness in making the sauce and slicing the foie gras. You can tell there's a secret recipe behind the sauce, which is respectable. As for the slicing technique, I would deem it barely satisfactory. Bouletin Fang gave his honest opinion. The foie gras and sauce suddenly reminded him of another dish, the dragon liver popsicle. This dish was a reward by the system for his last breakthrough, yet he hasn't had the chance to make it. At this point, it seemed he should really find time to study it. As a whole, this foie gras and sauce had triggered his interest in cold dishes. After a few more pieces of the foie gras and sauce, Bouletin Fang put down his chopsticks upon smelling a rich fragrance that drifted by. He twisted his head to look at the huge plate the waiter was bringing their way. The waiter placed the giant plate at the center of the table, stepped back, and announced, "This is the Dragon River vinegar fish you have ordered. Please enjoy. There are other appetizers still being prepared. In the meantime, would you like a jar of wine specially brewed by our store?" "You mean the Dragon River's spring?" "Sure, bring us a jar." Xiao Yunyu hesitated for a bit but still nodded her head. Even though she was no longer interested in other wines after having tasted those made by Fang's little store, the Dragon River's spring was still quite famous in the southern city and it would be a pity to leave without drinking a cup. Bouletin Fang himself was obviously not intrigued by the aforementioned wine. At this moment, his eyes were fixated on the steaming hot Dragon River vinegar fish. A notebook suddenly appeared in his hands as his mind flickered. Bouletin Fang subconsciously lowered his head and gave it a look. Flipping open the notebook, he discovered a first page filled with words. The first recorded recipe, Dragon River vinegar fish.